The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Standing at the crossing of transept and nave, one may see the major roses of Chartres. In the main facade, the central rose spans 44 feet, almost as wide as the nave that it surveys. Some have called it the finest work in glass known to history. Flooding the north transept is the Rose of France, given by Louis IX and Blanche of Castile, and dedicated to the Virgin. Facing it across the church is the Rose of Dreux. In the south transept facade, given by Blanche's enemy, Pierre Mauclair of Dreux, and opposing Mary's son to Blanche's Mother of God. 35 lesser roses and 12 still smaller roselettes complete the roster of Chartres' circular glass. The modern spirit, too hurried and nervous to achieve patient and placid perfection, stands in wonder before works that must be ascribed not to the genius of singular individuals, but to the spirit and industry of a people, a community, an epoch, and a faith. We have taken Chartres as typifying mature or rayonnant Gothic, and we must not indulge in similar tarrying over Reims, Amiens, and Beauvais. But who could pass hurriedly by the west front of Reims? If the original spires still rose from the towers, that facade would be the noblest work of man. Astonishing are the unity and harmony of style and parts in a structure raised by 6 generations. The cathedral finished by Hincmar in 841 was burned down in 1210. On the first anniversary of that fire, a new cathedral was begun, designed by Robert de Coucy and Jean d'Orbay, to be fit for the crowning of France's kings. After 40 years of labor, funds ran out. The work was stopped in 1251, and the great church was not completed till 1427. A fire in 1480 destroyed the spires. The savings of the cathedral were used up in repairing the main structure, and the spires were not rebuilt. In the First World War, shells smashed several buttresses and tore huge gaps in roof and vault. The outer roof was destroyed by fire, and many statues were ruined. Other figures have been mutilated by fanatics or by the erosion of centuries. History is a duel between art and time. The sculptures of Reims, like its facade, mark the acme of Gothic art. Some are archaically crude. Those in the central doorway are unsurpassed, and at various points on the portals, the pinnacles, the interior, we come upon figures that have almost the finish of Periclean statuary. Some, like the Virgin in the pillar of the central portal, are perhaps too graceful, and suggest a weakening of Gothic force. But the Virgin of the Purification at the left of the same portal, and the Virgin of the Visitation at the right, are among those achievements of conception and execution before which tongue and pen are stilled. More renowned, but not so near perfection, are the smiling angels in the Annunciation group of this facade. How different these joyous faces are from the St. Paul of the north portal, itself one of the most powerful portraits ever carved in stone. The sculptures of Amiens Cathedral excel those of Reims in elegance and finish, but fall short of them in dignity of conception and depth of revelation. Here, on the western porch, is the famous Beau Dieu, a little formal and lifeless after the living figures of Reims. Here also is Saint-Firmin, no frightened ascetic, but a firm, calm man who never doubted right would triumph. And here is a virgin holding her child in her arms with all the absorbed tenderness of young motherhood. On the south portal, the Vierge Dorée, the Golden Virgin, smiles as she watches her child playing with a ball. She is a bit prettified, but too gracious to deserve Ruskin's ungallant epithet, the soubrette of Picardy. Pleasant it is to see how the Gothic sculptors, after a century of serving theology, discovered men and women, and carved the joy of life on church facades. The church, which also had learned to enjoy the earth, winked at the discovery, but thought it wise to have a last judgment on the main facade. Amiens Cathedral was built in 1220 to 1288 by a succession of architects, Robert de Lusache, Thomas de Cormont, and his son, Regnault. The towers were not completed till 1402. The interior is the most successful of Gothic naves. It rises to a vault 140 feet high, and seems rather to be drawing the church upward than to be bearing a weight. Continuous shafts from the ground to vault bind the 3-storied arcades of the nave into a majestic unity. The vaulting of the apse is a triumph of harmonious design over baffling irregularities, and the heart stands still at first sight of the clerestory windows and the roses of transepts and facade. But the nave seems too narrow for its height, the walls too frail for the roof. An element of insecurity enters into the awe aroused by this buoyant stone. In Beauvais Cathedral, this vaulting ambition of Gothic overleaped itself and reached its fated fall. The magnificence of Amiens stirred the citizens of Beauvais to jealousy. In 1227 they began to build and vowed to raise the vault of their shrine 13 feet higher than Amiens. They brought the choir to the promised height, but hardly had they roofed it when it fell. In 1272 a recuperating generation built the choir again as high as before, and in 1284 it fell again. Once more they built the choir, this time to 157 feet from the ground. Then their funds ran out, and they left the church for 2 centuries without transepts or nave. In 1500, when France had at last recovered from the 100 Years' War, the gigantic transepts were begun, and in 1552, to top the spire of St. Peter's in Rome, a lantern tower was raised over the transept cross to a height of 500 feet. In 1573, this tower collapsed and brought down with it large sections of the transepts and the choir. The brave Beauvaisois at last compromised. They repaired the choir to its precarious pitch, but never added a nave. Beauvais Cathedral is therefore all head and no body. Externally, 2 rich transept facades and an apse engulfed in buttresses. Internally, a cavernous choir aglow with magnificent stained glass. If, ran an old French saying, one could combine the choir of Beauvais with the nave of Amiens, the facade of Reims, and the spires of Chartres, one would have a perfect Gothic cathedral. In later ages, men would look back to that 13th century and wonder what fountain of wealth and faith had poured out such glory upon the earth. For no man can know what France accomplished in that century, besides her universities, her poets, her philosophers, and her crusades, unless he stands in person before one after another of the Gothic audacities that can here be only names, Notre Dame and Chartres, and Reims and Amiens and Beauvais. Bourges, 1195 to 1390, with its vast nave and 4 aisles and famed glass, and lovely sculptured angel with the scales. Mont Saint-Michel, with its marvel of a monastery, La Merveille, built from 1204 to 1250. Set in a fortress towering on an island rock off the coast of Normandy. Coutances, 1208 to 1386, with its noble spires. Rouen, 1201 to 1500, with its ornate Portail des Libraires, and Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, a jewel box of Gothic glass built from 1245 to 1248 by Pierre de Montereau as a chapel adjunct to the Palace of St. Louis, to house the relics that the king had purchased from the East. It is good to remember in ages of destruction that men, when they will, can build as once they built in France. 6. English Gothic, 1175 to 1280. From Chartres and the Ile-de-France, the Gothic style swept into the French provinces and crossed frontiers into England, Sweden, Germany, Spain, at last into Italy. French architects and craftsmen accepted foreign commissions, and everywhere the new art was called opus franciginum, work born in France. England welcomed it because she was in the 12th century half French. The Channel was but a river between 2 sides of a British realm that included half of France, and of that realm Rouen was the cultural capital. English Gothic derived from Normandy rather than from the Ile-de-France, and kept in a Gothic frame the Norman massiveness. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic was almost simultaneous in England and France. About the same time that the pointed arch was being used at Saint-Denis in 1140, it was appearing in Durham and Gloucester cathedrals, at Fountains Abbey and Malmesbury. Henry III, from 1216 to 1272, admired everything French, envied the architectural glory of St. Louis's reign, and taxed his people into poverty to rebuild Westminster Abbey and to pay the school of artists, builders, sculptors, painters, illuminators, goldsmiths, whom he gathered near his court to execute his plans. Of the 3 periods into which English Gothic falls, Early English, 1175 to 1280, Decorated, 1280 to 1380, and Perpendicular, 1380 to 1450, we confine ourselves here to the first. The long and pointed form of Early English windows and arches gave the style another name, lancet. Facades and portals were simpler than in France. Lincoln and Rochester had some sculptures, Wells many more, but these were exceptional, and could not be compared in quality or quantity with the portal statuary of Chartres, Amiens, or Reims. towers were massive rather than tall, but the steeples of Salisbury, Norwich, and Lichfield show what the English builder could do when he preferred elegance and height to dignity and mass. Interior elevation likewise failed to lure the architects of England. Sometimes they tried it, as at Westminster and Salisbury, but more often they allowed the vault to lie oppressively low, as at Gloucester and Exeter. The great length of English cathedrals discouraged the effort to attain proportionate height. Winchester is 556 feet long, Ely 517, Canterbury 514, Westminster Abbey 511. Amiens is 435, Reims 430, even Milan only 475. But Winchester's internal height was but 78 feet, Canterbury's 80, Lincoln's 82, Westminster's 103, while Amiens rose to 140 feet. The east end of the English Gothic church retained the square apse of the Anglo-Saxon style, ignoring the convenient French development of the polygonal or semicircular apse. In many cases, the east end was expanded into a lady chapel for the special worship of the Virgin, but the adoration of Mary never reached in England the enthusiasm that marked it in France. Often in England, the chapter house of the cathedral canons and the palace of the bishop were attached to the church and constituted with it the cathedral close, usually surrounded by a wall. In the Gothic monasteries of England and Scotland, as at Fountains, Dryburgh, Melrose, Tintern, the spread of dormitories, refectories, abbey, and cloistered walks formed in one enclosure an impressive artistic whole. The essential principle of Gothic architecture, the balancing and channeling of pressures to reduce ungainly massiveness of support, seems never to have won full acceptance in England. The old Romanesque thickness of wall was only slightly moderated in English Gothic, even when, as at Salisbury, the design did not have to adapt itself to a Romanesque base. English architects, like the Italian, were repelled by the flying buttress. They adopted it here and there, but half-heartedly. They felt that the supports of a building should be contained in the structure itself, and not in excrescences. Perhaps they were right, and though their cathedrals lack the feminine grace of the French chef-d'oeuvre, they have a firm and masculine power that reaches beyond the beautiful to the sublime. 4 years after the murder of Becket at Canterbury, the choir of the cathedral burned down in 1174. The people of the town beat their heads against the walls in anger and bewilderment that the Almighty had permitted such disaster to a shrine that had already become a goal of religious pilgrimage. The monks entrusted the work of rebuilding the choir to William of Sens, a French architect who had made a name for himself with the cathedral that he had built for his city. William worked at Canterbury from 1175 to 1178. A fall from a scaffolding disabled him, and the undertaking was carried on by William the Englishman, a man small in body, says the monk Jervis, but in workmanship of many kinds acute and honest. Much of the Romanesque cathedral of 1096 remained. Round arches survived amid the generally Gothic renovation. But the old wooden ceiling of the choir was replaced by a ribbed vault of stone, the columns were lengthened to a graceful height, the capitals were exquisitely carved, and the windows were filled with brilliant stained glass. Gathered in its cathedral close, and yet towering over its quaint and lovely town, Canterbury Cathedral is today one of the most inspiring sights of the earth. Its example, seen by countless prelates and pilgrims, spread the Gothic style through Britain. In 1177, Peterborough fronted the west transept of its cathedral with a splendid Gothic portico. In 1189, Bishop Hugh de Lacy built the handsome retrochoir of Winchester Cathedral. In 1186, an earthquake rent Lincoln Cathedral from top to base. 6 years later, Bishop Hugh began its reconstruction on a Gothic design by Geoffrey de Noailles. The noble Gros Teste finished it about 1240. It stands on a hill overlooking a typically beautiful English countryside. Seldom has sublimity of mass been so well reconciled with delicacy of detail. The three great towers, the broad facade with its sculptured portal and complex arcades, the lordly nave, seemingly light despite its mass and span, the graceful shafts and carving of the piers, the rose windows, the palm-like vaulting of the chapter house, the magnificent arches of the cloisters. These would have made Lincoln Cathedral a credit to mankind even had there been no angel choir. In 1239, an old Norman tower fell and crushed Bishop Hugh's choir. A new choir rose in 1256 to 1280 in the nascent decorated style, ornate but exquisite. Legend ascribed its name to the angels who were said to have built it, since no human hands could have compassed such perfection. But probably the name came from the smiling angel musicians sculptured on the spandrels of the triforium. On the south portal of this choir, English sculptors almost rivaled the carvings of Reims and Amiens. 4 statues there, beheaded and otherwise mutilated by the Puritans, can bear such comparison. One representing the synagogue and another representing the church are the finest English statuary of the 13th century. A great scientist, Sir William Osler, thought this angel choir the fairest of all products of human art. In 1220, Bishop Poore engaged Elias de Durham to design and build Salisbury Cathedral. It rose to completion in the unusually short space of 25 years. It is early English throughout and breaks the rule that English cathedrals mingle several styles. The unity of design, the harmony of mass and line, the simple majesty of the transept tower and spire, the grace of the vault in the Lady Chapel, and the lovely windows of the chapter house redeem the squat heaviness of the nave piers and the oppressive shallowness of the vault. Ely Cathedral still has a wooden ceiling, but not unpleasing. There is a warm and living quality in wood that never comes to architecture in stone. To Ely's fine Norman nave, the Gothic architects added a pretty west porch, or Galilee, circa 1205, a presbytery with handsome column clusters of Purbeck marble, and in 14th century decorated Gothic, a Lady Chapel, a choir, and, over the transept crossing, a gorgeous lantern tower, the Ely Octagon. Wells Cathedral, from 1174 to 1191, was one of the earliest examples of English Gothic. Its nave was not too well designed, but the west front, added from 1220 to 1242 by Bishop Jocelyn, narrowly escaped being the most beautiful in England. In the niches of this facade were 340 statues. 106 are missing, victims of Puritanism, vandalism, and time. Those that remain constitute the largest collection of figure sculpture in Britain. We cannot say as much for their quality. The culminating achievement of early English Gothic was Westminster Abbey. Henry III, who had made Edward the Confessor his patron saint, felt that the Norman church built by Edward in 1050 was unworthy to house Edward's bones. He ordered his artists to replace it with a Gothic edifice in the French style, and for this purpose he raised by taxation £750,000, which we may diffidently equate at $90 million today. The work began in 1245 and continued till Henry's death in 1272. The design followed Reims and Amiens, even to admitting the continental polygonal apse. The sculptures of the north porch, portraying the Last Judgment, were influenced by those of Amiens' west front. In the spandrels of the transept triforium are remarkable reliefs of angels. One angel in the south transept offers to the centuries a tender, gracious face, rivaling the cherubim of Reims. Over the doorway of the chapter house are 2 figures representing the Annunciation, and showing the Virgin in a charming gesture of modest deprecation. Even finer are the early royal tombs in the abbey, and best of all that of Henry III himself, an ideally handsome and well-proportioned improvement upon the stout and stunted king. The crimes of a score of rulers are in those splendid tombs forgotten, and half redeemed by the English genius that lies buried under the stones of this sovereign sepulchre. 7. German Gothic, 1200 to 1300. Flanders imported Gothic from France at an early date. St. Gudula's, proud on its hill in Brussels, was begun in 1220. Its chief glory is its stained glass. St. Bavon's at Ghent built a Gothic choir in 1274. And St. Rombau's at Mechlin surveyed the countryside from huge towers never finished but still too ornate. Flanders was more interested in textiles than in theology. Its characteristic architecture was civic, and its earliest Gothic triumphs were the cloth halls at Ypres, Bruges, and Ghent. That of Ypres, from 1200 to 1304, was the most majestic, a 450-feet-long facade of 3-storied arcades with colonnaded corner pinnacles and stately central tower. It was reduced to ruins in the First World War. The cloth hall of Bruges, 1284 and following, still dominates its square with a superb and world-famous belfry. These fine buildings and those of Ghent, from 1325 onward, suggest the prosperity and just pride of the Flemish guilds, and constitute some part of the charm of these now quiet and pleasant towns. As Gothic spread eastward into Holland and Germany, it encountered increasing resistance. In general, the grace of the Gothic style did not accord with the sturdy force of the Teutonic frame and mind. Romanesque was more congenial, and Germany clung to it till the 13th century. The great cathedral of Bamberg, from 1185 to 1237, is transitional. The windows are small and round-arched, and there are no flying buttresses. But the vault is in ribbed and pointed form. Here at the outset of German Gothic we find a remarkable development of sculpture, at first imitating the French, but soon advancing to a style of splendid naturalism and power. Indeed, the figure of the synagogue on the Bamberg church is more satisfying than the similar figure at Reims. The Elizabeth and Mary in the choir are far from replicas of like subjects in France. Elizabeth has the face and form of a togaed Roman senator, and Mary is a woman of physical substance and vigor, such as Germany has always loved. Almost every German cathedral surviving from this period contains outstanding statuary. The best is in the Cathedral of Naumburg, circa 1250. In the west choir is a series of 12 statues portraying local dignitaries with a ruthless realism that suggests that the artists were underpaid. As if in atonement, the portrait of Uta, the Margrave's wife, is a wistful German's conception of an ideal woman. A frieze on the screen of the choir shows Judas taking money to betray Christ. The figures are crowded together in bold composition, but without damage to their individuality. Judas is represented with some sympathy, and the Pharisees are powerful personalities. This is the masterpiece of German sculpture in the 13th century. In 1248, Conrad of Hochstaden, Archbishop of Cologne, laid the foundation stone of the most famous and least German of German cathedrals. The work progressed slowly in the chaos that followed the death of Frederick II. The cathedral was not consecrated till 1322. Much of it dates from the 14th century. The elegant spires, complex with crockets and openwork tracery, were built in 1880 from 15th century designs. Modeled on Amiens, Cologne followed French style and methods closely. The lines of the facade are too straight and hard, but the tall, slender pillars of the nave, the brilliant windows, and the 14 statues on the piers of the choir make an attractive interior, almost miraculously spared by the Second World War. The Cathedral of Strasbourg is more satisfying. There, as at Cologne, proximity to France made a French style seem no more foreign than it would seem in Strasbourg today. The exterior is French grace, the interior is German force. The cathedral is approached through a picturesque congestion of gabled houses. Statues adorn the facade, but are outshone by a rose window of great compass and splendor. The single tower at one corner of the front gives the structure a crippled look. But the combination of dignity and decoration is here perfectly successful. We come to understand Goethe's description of this facade as frozen music, though we should use a warmer phrase. Brought up as I was, Goethe wrote, to look upon Gothic architecture with contempt, I despised it. But when I went inside, I was struck with wonder, and I felt the attraction of its beauty. The stained glass here is very old, perhaps older than any in France. The sculptures of the south transept portal, dating from 1230 to 1240, are of rare excellence. The tympanum over the door is a deep relief of the Virgin's death. The apostles gathered at her bedside are inadequately individualized, but the figure of Christ is well conceived and skillfully carved. Rising alongside this portal are two preeminent statues, one representing the church, a buxom German queen, the other a slim and graceful figure, blindfold but beautiful, symbolizing the synagogue. Remove the bandage and the synagogue would win the argument. The French Revolutionary Convention in 1793 ordered the destruction of the cathedral's statues to transform it into a temple of reason. A naturalist known to us merely as Hermann rescued the figures of church and synagogue by concealing them in his botanical garden, and saved the tympanum reliefs by covering them with a board bearing a French inscription, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. 8. Italian Gothic, 1200 to 1300. Medieval Italians called Gothic lo stile tedesco, and Renaissance Italians, equally mistaken about its origin, invented the name Gothic for it, on the ground that only the Transalpine barbarians could have developed so extravagant an art. The decorative exuberance and exalted audacity of the style offended the classic and long-chastened tastes of the Italian soul. If Italy at last adopted Gothic, it was with a reluctance verging on contempt, and only after she had transformed it to her own needs and mood could she produce not only the exotic brilliance of Milan Cathedral, but the strange Byzantine Romanesque Gothic of Orvieto and Siena, Assisi and Florence. Her soil and her ruins alike abounded in marble, with which she could face her shrines in slabs of many tints. But how could she carve a marble facade into the complex portals of the freestone north? She did not need the enormous windows by which the chill and cloudy north invited light and warmth. She preferred the small windows that made her cathedrals cool sanctuaries against the sun. She thought thick walls, even iron braces, no uglier than stilted buttresses. Not needing pinnacles or pointed arches as devices of support, she used them as ornaments, and never quite appropriated the constructive logic of the Gothic style. In the north, that style had been, before 1300, almost entirely ecclesiastical, and the few exceptions were in such commercial cities as Ypres, Bruges, and Ghent. In northern and central Italy, even richer than the lowlands in manufacturing and trade, civic architecture played a prominent role in the Gothic development. Town halls, city walls, gates, and towers, feudal castles and merchant palaces took on Gothic form or ornament. Perugia began its Palazzo del Municipio in 1281, Siena its Palazzo Pubblico in 1289, Bologna its Palazzo Comunale in 1290, Florence its unique and graceful Palazzo Vecchio in 1298, all in Tuscan Gothic style. At Assisi in 1228, Brother Elias, to accommodate his numerous Franciscan monks and the swelling crowd of pilgrims to St. Francis's tomb, ordered the erection of the spacious convent and church of San Francesco, the first Gothic church in Italy. The commission was given to a German master builder whom the Italians named Jacopo d'Alemagna. Perhaps it was for this reason that Gothic was known in Italy as the German style. Jacopo built a lower church in Romanesque groined vault style, and upon this an upper church with traceried windows and ribbed and pointed vault. The churches in the convent make an imposing mass, not quite as interesting as the remarkable frescoes by Cimabue, Giotto, and Giotto's pupils, or the tourists and worshippers who daily flock from 100 towns to the shrine of Italy's favorite and least heeded saint. Siena is still a medieval city, a public square with government buildings, open market stands, and modest adjoining shops that make no effort to attract the eye. From this center, a dozen alleys pick their shady, hazardous way between dark and ancient tenements hardly 10 feet apart, filled with a kindly and volatile people to whom water is a luxury rarer and more dangerous than wine. On a hill behind the tenements rises La Metropolitana, the cathedral of the city, in an unpleasant striation of black and white marble. Begun in 1229, it was completed in 1348. In 1380, from plans left by Giovanni Pisano, a new and gorgeous facade was added, all of red, black, or white marble, with 3 Romanesque portals flanked by jambs of splendid carving and surmounted by gables of crocketed design. A vast rose window filtered the setting sun. Arcades and colonnades running along the front presented a parade of statuary. Pinnacles and towers of white marble softened the corners, and in the high pediment a vast mosaic showed the Virgin Mother floating up to paradise. The Italian architect was interested in a bright and colorful surface, not, like the French, in the subtle play of light and shade upon recessed portal orders and deeply sculptured facades. There are no buttresses here. The choir is topped with a Byzantine dome. The weight is borne by thick walls and by round arches of gigantic span, rising from clustered columns of marble to a vault of round and pointed ribs. Here is a Tuscan Gothic still predominantly Romanesque, all the world apart from the heavy miracles of Amiens and Cologne. Within is the white marble pulpit of Niccolò and Giovanni Pisano, a bronze Baptist by Donatello from 1457, frescoes by Pinturicchio, an altar by Baldassare Peruzzi from 1532, richly carved choir stalls by Bartolomeo Neroni from 1567. So an Italian church could grow from century to century through the never-ending stream of Italian genius. While Siena's cathedral and campanile were taking form, a miracle reported from the village of Bolsena had architectural results. A priest who had doubted the doctrine of transubstantiation was convinced by seeing blood on the consecrated host. In commemoration of this marvel, Pope Urban IV not only instituted the Feast of Corpus Christi in 1264, but ordered the erection of a cathedral at neighboring Orvieto. Arnolfo di Cambio and Lorenzo Maitani designed it, engaged 40 architects, sculptors, and painters from Siena and Florence, and worked on it from 1290 to its completion in 1330. The facade followed the style of Siena's, but with finer finish of execution and better proportion and symmetry. It is a vast painting in marble, whose every element is itself a painstaking masterpiece. Incredibly detailed and yet precise reliefs on the broad pilasters between the portals tell again the story of creation, the life of Christ, the redemption, and the Last Judgment. One of these reliefs, the Visitation, is already the perfection of Renaissance sculpture. Delicately carved colonnades divide the three stages of the lofty facade and shelter a population of prophets, apostles, fathers, and saints. A rose window dubiously ascribed to Orcagna from 1359 centers the whole complex composition, and above it a dazzling mosaic, now removed, portrayed the coronation of the Virgin. The strangely striated interior is a simple basilican arcade under a low wooden ceiling. The light is poor, and one can hardly do justice to the frescoes by Fra Angelico, Bonozzo Gozzoli, and Luca Signorelli. But it was in opulent Florence that the fury of building which swept through Italy in the 13th century worked its greatest marvels. In 1294, Arnolfo di Cambio began the Church of Santa Croce. He retained the traditional basilican plan, without transepts and with flat wooden ceiling, but he adopted the pointed arch for the windows, the nave arcade, and the marble facade. The beauty of the church consisted less in its architecture than in the wealth of sculptures and frescoes within, showing all the skill of a maturing Italian art. In 1298, Arnolfo refaced the baptistry with that tasteless alternation of black and white marble layers which disfigures so many works of the Tuscan style by crushing the vertical elevation under a plethora of horizontal lines. But the proud spirit of the age, another cockcrow of the Renaissance, can be heard in the Edict of 1294, by which the Signoria commissioned Arnolfo to build the great cathedral. Whereas it is sovereign prudence on the part of a people of high origin to proceed in its affairs in such wise that the wisdom and magnanimity of its proceedings may shine forth in its visible works, it is ordered that Arnolfo, master architect of our commune, shall prepare models or designs for the restoration of the Cathedral of Santa Maria Reparata, with the most exalted and most prodigal magnificence, in order that the industry and power of men may never create or undertake anything whatsoever more vast and more beautiful. In accordance with that which our wisest citizens have declared and counselled in public session and in secret conclave, that no hand shall be laid upon the works of the commune without the intention of making them correspond to the noble soul which is composed of the souls of all its citizens united in one will. As doubtless this expansive proclamation was intended to do, it stimulated public giving. The guilds of the city joined in financing the enterprise, and when later on other guilds proved slack, the Wool Guild took over the entire cost, contributing as high as 51,500 gold lire, or $9,270,000 a year. Accordingly, Arnolfo laid out dimensions on a grandiose scale. The stone vault was to be 150 feet high, equal to Beauvais, the nave 260 by 55, and the weight was to be borne by thick walls, iron braces, and pointed nave arches remarkable for their small number, 4, and their enormous 65-foot span and 90-foot height. Arnolfo died in 1301. The work went on, with considerable alteration of plans under Giotto, Andrea Pisano, Brunelleschi, and others, and the ugly pile, renamed Santa Maria de Fiore, was not consecrated till 1436. It is a structure immense and bizarre, which spanned 6 centuries in building, covered 84,000 square feet, and proved inadequate for Savonarola's audience. 9. Spanish Gothic, 1091 to 1300. As the monks of France had brought Romanesque architecture to Spain in the 11th century, so in the 12th they carried Gothic over the Pyrenees. In the picturesque little town of Avila, the Cathedral of San Salvador, begun in 1091, inaugurated the transition with round arches, a Gothic portal, and in the apse, elegant columns rising to pointed ribs in the vault. At Salamanca, piety preserved the old transitional cathedral of the 12th century beside the new one of the 16th. The two together form one of the most imposing architectural ensembles in Spain. At Tarragona, difficulties of finance prolonged the building of the Seo, or Episcopal See, from 1089 to 1375. The simple solidity of the older elements forms a fit background for the Gothic and Moorish decoration, and the cloisters, Romanesque colonnades under a Gothic vault, are among the most beautiful productions of medieval art. Tarragona is distinctly Spanish. Burgos, Toledo, and Leon are progressively more French. The marriage of Blanche of Castile to Louis VIII of France in 1200 widened the road of intercourse already opened by migratory monks. It was her nephew, Fernando III of Castile, who laid the first stone of Burgos Cathedral in 1221. It was an unknown French architect who designed the structure, a German of Cologne, Juan de Cologna, who raised the spires in 1442, a Burgundian, Philippe de Bourgogne, who rebuilt the great lantern over the transept cross from 1539 to 1543. At last his pupil, the Spaniard Juan de Vallejo, completed the edifice in 1567. The ornate traceried spires, the open towers that uphold them, and the sculptured arcade give to the west front of Santa Maria la Mayor a dignity and splendor that one cannot soon forget. Originally all this stone facade was painted. The colors have long since worn away. We can only try to imagine the resplendent mass that here once rivaled the sun. The same Fernando III provided the funds for the still more magnificent Cathedral of Toledo. Few inland cities have a more scenic site. Nestled in a bend of the Tagus River and hidden by protective hills, none would guess from its present poverty that once Visigothic kings, then Moorish emirs, then the Christian monarchs of Leon and Castile made it their capital. Begun in 1227, the cathedral rose in slow installments and was hardly finished by 1493. Only one tower was executed on the original plan. It is half Moorish in the style of the Giralda at Seville, and almost as elegant. The other tower was capped in the 17th century with a dome designed by Toledo's most famous citizen, Domingo Teotocopoli, El Greco. The interior, 395 feet long and 178 feet wide, is a five-aisled maze of tall piers, ornate chapels, ascetic stone saints, iron grills, and 750 windows of stained glass. All the energy of the Spanish character, all the passion and gloom of Spanish piety, all the elegance of Spanish manners, and something of the Moslem's flair for ornament, find form and voice in this immense cathedral. It is a proverb in Spain that Toledo has the richest of our cathedrals, Oviedo the holiest, Salamanca the strongest, Leon the most beautiful. Begun by Bishop Manrique in 1205, the Cathedral of Leon was financed by small contributions rewarded with indulgences, and was completed in 1303. It adopted the French Gothic plan of building a cathedral chiefly of windows, and its stained glass ranks high among the masterpieces of that art. It may be true that the ground plan is taken from Reims, the west front from Chartres, the south portal from Burgos. The result is a charming cento of the French cathedrals, with finished towers and spires. Many other shrines rose to celebrate the reconquest of Spain for Christianity, at Zamora in 1174, Tudela in 1188, Lerida in 1203, Palma in 1229, Valencia in 1262, Barcelona in 1298. But excepting Leon, we should hardly describe the Spanish cathedrals of this period as Gothic. They avoided large windows and flying buttresses. They rested their weight on heavy walls and piers. Instead of arch ribs running from base to ceiling, the piers themselves rose almost to the vault. And these tall columns, rising like stone giants in the caverns of immense naves, give to Spanish cathedral interiors a dark grandeur that subdues the soul with terror, while northern Gothic lifts it up with light. Portals and windows, in Spanish Gothic, often kept the Romanesque arch. Amid the Gothic ornament, the decoration by diverse layers and patterns of colored brick preserve a Moorish element, and the Byzantine influence survived in domes and half-domes, rising with pendentive modulations from a polygonal base. It was from these varied constituents that Spain evolved a unique style for some of the finest cathedrals in Europe. Not the least notable achievements of medieval architecture were the castles and fortresses of the countryside and the walls and gates of the towns. The walls of Avila still stand to prove the medieval sense of form, and such gates as the Puerto del Sol in Toledo typically married beauty to use. From memories of the Roman castellum, and perhaps from observation of Moslem forts, the Crusaders built in the Near East mighty fortresses like that of Kerak in 1121, superior in both mass and form to anything of their kind in that warlike age. Hungary, the bastion of Europe against the Mongols, raised magnificent castle fortresses in the 13th century. The art flowed west and left in Italy such masterpieces of military art as the fortress tower of Volterra, and in France the 13th century castles of Coucy and Pierrefonds, and the famous Château Gaillard that Richard Coeur de Lion constructed in 1197 on returning from Palestine. Castles in Spain were no figments of fancy, but powerful masses of masonry that kept back the Moors and gave a name to Castile. When Alfonso VI of Castile, from 1073 to 1108, captured Segovia from the Moslems, he built there a castle fortress on the plan of the Alcazar of Toledo. In Italy, castles rose as urban citadels for nobles. The towns of Tuscany and Lombardy still bristle with them. San Gimignano alone had 13 before the Second World War. As early as the 10th century at Châteaudun, France began to build the chateaux that in the Renaissance period were to form a lordly feature of her art. The technique of erecting stone castles passes into England with the Norman favorites of Edward the Confessor. It was advanced by the offensive and defensive measures of William the Conqueror, under whose iron hand the Tower of London, Windsor Castle, and Durham Castle took their earliest forms. From France, again, castle building migrated to Germany, where it became a passion with lawless barons, warrior kings, and conquering saints. The monstrous Schloss of Königsberg, built in 1257 as a fortress from which the Teutonic Knights might rule a hostile population, was a proper victim of the Second World War. 10. Considerations. Gothic architecture was the supreme achievement of the medieval soul. The men who dared to suspend those vaults on a few stilts of stone studied and expressed their science with greater thoroughness and effect than any medieval philosopher in any summa, and the lines and harmonies of Notre Dame make a greater poem than the Divine Comedy. Comparison of Gothic with classic architecture cannot be made in gross, but demands specification. No one city in medieval Europe rivaled the architectural product of either Athens or Rome, and no Gothic shrine has the pure beauty of the Parthenon. But neither has any classic structure known to us the complex sublimity of the Reims façade or the uplifting inspiration of Amiens' vault. The restraint and repose of the classic style expressed the rationality and moderation that Greece preached to effervescent Greece. The romantic ecstasy of French Gothic, the somber immensity of Burgos or Toledo, unwittingly symbolized the tenderness and longing of the medieval spirit, the terror and myth and mystery of a religious faith. Classical architecture and philosophy were sciences of stability. The architraves that bound the columns of the Parthenon were the Medanagon of the Delphic inscription, laying a heavy hand upon exaltation, counseling steadiness, and almost forcing men's thoughts back to this life and earth. The spirit of the North was properly called Gothic, for it inherited the restless audacity of the conquering barbarians. It passed insatiate from victory to victory, and finally, with flying buttresses and soaring arch, laid siege to the sky. But it was also a Christian spirit, appealing to heaven for the peace that barbarism had alienated from the earth. Out of those contradictory motives came the greatest triumph of form over matter in all the history of art. Why did Gothic architecture decline? Partly because every style, like an emotion, exhausts itself by complete expression and invites reaction or change. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. Why did Gothic architecture decline? Partly because every style, like an emotion, exhausts itself by complete expression and invites reaction or change. The development of Gothic into perpendicular in England, flamboyant in France, left the form no future except exaggeration and decay. The collapse of the Crusades, the decline of religious belief, the diversion of funds from Mary to Mammon, from church to state, broke the spirit of the Gothic age. The taxation of the clergy after Louis IX depleted the cathedral treasuries. The communes and the guilds that had shared in the glory and the costs lost their independence, their wealth, and their pride. The Black Death and the 100 Years' War exhausted both France and England. Not only did new construction diminish in the 14th century, but most of the great cathedrals begun in the 12th and 13th were left unfinished. Finally, the rediscovery of classic civilization by the humanists and the revival of classical architecture in Italy where it had never died, superseded Gothic with a new exuberance. From the 16th to the 19th century, Renaissance architecture dominated Western Europe, even through Baroque and Rococo. When, in its turn, the classic mood paled away, the Romantic movement of the early 19th century recreated the Middle Ages in idealizing imagination, and Gothic architecture returned. The struggle between the classic and the Gothic styles still rages in our churches and schools, our marts and capitals, while a new and indigenous architecture, bolder even than Gothic, rides the sky. Medieval man thought that truth had been revealed to him, so that he was spared from its wild pursuit. The reckless energy that we give to seeking it was turned in those days to the creation of beauty. And amid poverty, epidemics, famines, and wars, men found time and spirit to make beautiful 1,000 varieties of objects, from initials to cathedrals. Breathless before some medieval manuscript, humble before Notre Dame, feeling the far vision of Winchester's nave, we forget the superstition and squalor, the petty wars and monstrous crimes of the Age of Faith. We marvel again at the patience, taste, and devotion of our medieval ancestors, and we thank a million forgotten men for redeeming the blood of history with the sacrament of art. Chapter 33. Medieval Music, 326 to 1300. 1. The music of the Church. We have done the cathedral injustice. It was not the cold and empty tomb that the visitor enters today. It functioned. Its worshippers found in it not only a work of art, but the consoling, strengthening presence of Mary and her Son. It received the monks or canons who many times each day stood in the choir stalls and sang the canonical hours. It heard the importunate litanies of congregations seeking divine mercy and aid. Its nave and aisles guided the processions that carried before the people the image of the Virgin or the body and blood of their God. Its great spaces echoed solemnly with the music of the Mass. And the music was as vital as the church edifice itself, more deeply stirring than all the glory of glass or stone. Many a stoic soul, doubtful of the creed, was melted by the music, and fell on his knees before the mystery that no words could speak. The evolution of medieval music concurred remarkably with the development of architectural styles. As the early churches passed in the 7th century from the ancient domed or basilican forms to a simple masculine Romanesque, and in the 13th century to Gothic complexity, elevation, and ornament, so Christian music kept till Gregory I, from 540 to 604, the ancient monodic airs of Greece and the Near East, passed in the 7th century to Gregorian or plain chant, and flowered in the 13th century into polyphonic audacities rivaling the balanced strains of a Gothic cathedral. The barbarian invasions in the West and the resurgence of Orientalism in the Near East combined to break the tradition of Greek musical notation through letters placed above the words. But the 4 Greek modes, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, survived and begot by division the octoekos, or 8 manners of musical composition: contemplative, restrained; grave, solemn; cheerful, joyful; spirited, or ecstatic. The Greek language persisted for 3 centuries after Christ in the church music of the West, and still remains in the Kyrie eleison. Byzantine music took form under St. Basil, mated Greek and Syrian chants, reached its height in the hymns of Romanus, circa 495, and Sergius, circa 620, and made its greatest conquest in Russia. Some early Christians opposed the use of music in religion, but it soon appeared that a religion without music could not survive in competition with creeds that touched man's sensitivity to song. The priest learned to sing the Mass and inherited some of the melodies of the Hebrew cantor. Deacons and acolytes were taught to chant responses. Some were technically trained in a schola lectorum, which under Pope Celestine I, from 422 to 432, became a schola cantorum. Such trained singers formed great choirs. That of St. Sophia's had 25 cantors and 111 lectors, mostly boys. Congregational singing spread from east to west. The men alternated with the women in antiphonal song and joined with them in the Alleluia. The psalms they sang were thought to echo or imitate on earth the hymns of praise sung before God by the angels and saints in paradise. St. Ambrose, despite the apostolic counsel that women should be silent in church, introduced antiphonal singing to his diocese. "Psalms are sweet for every age and becoming to either sex," said this wise administrator. "They create a great bond of unity when all the people raise their voices in one choir." Augustine wept when he heard the Milan congregation singing Ambrose's hymns, and verified St. Basil's dictum that the listener who surrenders to the pleasure of music will be drawn to religious emotion and piety. The Ambrosian chant is still used in Milan churches today. A tradition universally accepted in the Middle Ages, and now, after long doubts, generally received, ascribes to Gregory the Great and his aides a reform and canonical determination of Roman Catholic music, resulting in the establishment of the Gregorian chant as the official music of the Church for 6 centuries. Hellenistic and Byzantine strains combined with Hebrew melodies of temple or synagogue to mold this Roman or plain chant. It was monodic, or one-song music. No matter how many voices participated, they all sang the same note. The women and boys often sang an octave higher than the men. It was simple music for voices of modest range. Now and then it allowed a more complex melisma, a melodious, wordless embellishment of a note or phrase. It was a free and continuous rhythm, not divided into regular meter or measures of time. Before the 11th century, the only musical notation used by the Gregorian chant consisted of small signs derived from the Greek accent marks and placed over the words to be sung. These neumes, meaning airs or breaths, indicated a rise or fall of tone, but not the degree of rise or fall, nor the duration of the note. Such matters had to be learned by oral transmission and the memorizing of an enormous body of liturgical song. No instrumental accompaniment was allowed. Despite these limitations, perhaps because of them, Gregorian chant became the most impressive feature of the Christian ritual. The modern ear, accustomed to complex harmony, finds these old chants monotonous and thin. They carry on a Greek, Syrian, Hebrew, Arab tradition of monody which only the Oriental ear can appreciate today. Even so, the chants sung in a Roman Catholic cathedral during Holy Week reached to the heart with a directness and weird power withheld from music whose complications divert the ear instead of moving the soul. Gregorian chant spread through Western Europe like another conversion to Christianity. Milan rejected it, as it likewise resisted papal authority, and southern Spain long preserved its Mozarabic chant, formed by Christians under Moslem rule and still used in a part of Toledo Cathedral. Charlemagne, who loved unity like a ruler, replaced the Gallican with the Gregorian chant in Gaul, and established schools of Roman church music at Metz and Soissons. The Germans, however, with throats formed by climate and needs quite different from the Italian, had trouble with the more delicate strains of the chant. Said John the Deacon, "Their coarse voices, which roar like thunder, cannot execute soft modulations because their throats are hoarse with too much drinking." Perhaps the Germans deprecated the fioritura that from the 8th century forward embellished the Gregorian chant with tropes and sequences. The trope or turn began as a composition of words for a melisma, making this easier to remember. Later it became an interpolation of words and music into a Gregorian chant, as when the priest sang not Kyrie eleison, but Kyrie fons pietatis aquo bona cuncta procedunt eleison. The Church permitted such embellishments, but never accepted them into the official liturgy. Bored monks amused themselves by composing or singing such interpolations, until there were so many tropes that books known as tropers were published to teach or preserve the favored ones. The music of the ecclesiastical drama grew out of such tropes. Sequences were tropes designed to follow the Alleluia of the Mass. The custom had grown of prolonging the final vowel of this word in a long melody known as a jubilus, or chant of joy. In the 8th century, various texts were written for these inserted melodies. The composition of tropes and sequences became a highly developed art, and gradually changed Gregorian chant into an ornate form uncongenial to its original spirit and plain intent. This evolution ended the purity and dominance of Gregorian chant in that same 12th century which saw the transition from Romanesque to Gothic in the architecture of the West. The multiplication of complex compositions demanded for their transmission a better notation than that which plain chant had used. In the 10th century, Odo, abbot of Cluny, and Notkerbalbulus, a monk of St. Gall, resurrected the Greek device of naming notes by letters. In the 11th century, an anonymous writer described the use of the first 7 capitals of the Latin alphabet for the first octave of a scale, the corresponding lowercase Latin letters for the second octave, and Greek letters for the third. About 1040, Guido of Arezzo, a monk of Pomposa, near Ferrara, gave their present strange names to the first 6 notes of the scale by taking the first syllables of each half-line of a hymn to John the Baptist. Ut queant laxis resonari floris, mira gestorum famuli tuorum, solve polluti labii reatum. This psalmization, or naming of the musical notes by the syllables ut, or do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, became part of the inexorable heritage of Western youth. More vital was Guido's development of a musical staff. About 1000, the practice had arisen of using a red line to indicate the note now represented by F. Later, a second line, yellow or green, was added to represent C. Guido, or someone shortly before him, extended these lines to make a staff of 4 lines, to which later teachers added a 5th. With this new staff and the ut, re, mi, wrote Guido, his choir boys could learn in a few days what formerly had taken them many weeks. It was a simple but epical advance, which earned for Guido the title of Inventor Musicae, and a splendid statue still to be seen in Arezzo's public square. The results were revolutionary. Singers were free from the task of memorizing the whole musical liturgy. Music could be more readily composed, transmitted, and preserved. The performer could now read music at sight and hear it with the eye, and the composer, no longer bound to keep close to traditional melodies lest singers refuse to memorize his work, could venture upon 1,000 experiments. Most important of all, he could now write polyphonic music, in which 2 or more voices could simultaneously sing or play different but harmonizing strains. We owe to our medieval forebears still another invention that made modern music possible. Tones could now be determined by dots placed on or between the lines of the staff, but these signs gave no hint as to how long a note was to be held. Some system for measuring and denoting the duration of each note was indispensable to the development of contrapuntal music, the simultaneous and harmonious procedure of 2 or more independent melodies. Perhaps some knowledge had seeped up from Spain of Arab treatises by Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and other Moslems who had dealt with measured music or mensural notation. At some time in the 11th century, Franco of Cologne, a priest-mathematician, wrote a treatise Ars Cantus Mensurabilis, in which he gathered up the suggestions of earlier theory and practice and laid down essentially our present system for indicating the duration of musical notes. A square-headed virga, or rod, formerly used as a neume, was chosen to represent a long note. Another neume, the punctum, or point, was enlarged into a lozenge to represent a short note. These signs were in time altered, tails were added. By trial and error, through 100 absurdities, our simple mensural notation was evolved. These vital developments opened a wide door to polyphonic music. Such music had been written before Franco, but crudely. Toward the close of the 9th century, we find a musical practice called organizing, the singing of concords by concurring voices. Little is heard of it again till the end of the 10th century, when we find the names organum and symphonia applied to such compositions for 2 voices. The organum was a liturgical piece in which an old monodic strain was carried or held by the tenor, who was therefore so named, while another voice added a harmonizing melody. A variant of this form, the conductus, gave the tenor a new or popular tune and conducted another voice in a concurrent air. In the 11th century, the composers took a step as bold in its way as the Gothic balancing of thrusts. They wrote harmonies in which the conducted voice did not slavishly accompany the tenor in the rise or fall of the melody, but ventured upon other harmonies through notes not necessarily moving in a parallel line with the cantus firmus of the tenor. This declaration of independence became almost a rebellion when the second voice accompanied the ascending melody of the tenor with a descending movement. This harmony by contrast and fluent resolution of momentary discords became a passion with composers, almost a law. So, about 1100, John Cotton wrote, "If the main voice is ascending, the accompanying part shall descend." Finally, in the motet, apparently a diminutive from the French mot, a word or phrase, 3, 4, 5, even 6 different voices were made to sing in a complex weave of individual melodies whose diverse but concordant strains crossed and merged in a vertical-horizontal web of harmony as subtle and graceful as the converging arches of a Gothic vault. By the 13th century, this ars antiqua of polyphony had built the foundations of modern musical composition. In that exciting century, the enthusiasm for music rivaled the interest in architecture and philosophy. The Church looked askance upon polyphony. She distrusted the religious effect of music becoming a lure and end in itself. John of Salisbury, bishop and philosopher, called a halt to complexity of composition. Bishop Guillaume Durant branded the motet as disorganized music. Roger Bacon, a rebel in science, deplored the vanishing of the stately Gregorian chant. The Council of Lyons in 1274 denounced the new music, and Pope John XII in 1324 issued a papal condemnation of discantus, or polyphony, on the ground that the innovating composers chop up the melodies so that these rush around ceaselessly, intoxicating the ear without quieting it, and disturbing devotion instead of evoking it. But the revolution continued. In one citadel of the Church, Notre Dame de Paris, the choirmaster Leoninus, about 1180, composed the finest organa of his time, and his successor, Perotinus, was guilty of compositions of 3 or 4 voices. Polyphony, like Gothic, spread from France to England and Spain. Giraldus Cambrensis, who lived possibly from 1146 to 1220, reported 2-part singing in Iceland, and said of his native Wales what one might say of it today. In their songs they do not utter the tunes uniformly, but manifoldly, in many manners and many notes, so that in a multitude of singers, such as it is the custom of this people to bring together, as many songs are to be heard as there are singers to be seen, and a various diversity of parts, finally coming together in one consonance and organic melody. In the end, the Church bowed to the infallibility of the zeitgeist, accepted polyphony, and made it a powerful servant of the faith, and prepared it for its Renaissance victories. 2. The music of the people. The impulse to rhythm expressed itself in 100 forms of secular music and dance. The Church had her reasons for fearing this instinct uncontrolled. It allied itself naturally with love, the great rival of religion as a source of song, and the hearty earthiness of the medieval mind, when the priest was out of sight, inclined it to a freedom, sometimes an obscenity, of text that shocked the clergy and provoked councils to vain decrees. The Galliards, or wandering scholars, found or composed music for their paeans to woman and wine, and their scandalous parodies of sacred ritual. Manuscripts circulated containing solemn music for the hilarious words of the Missa de Potatoribus, the Mass of the Topers, and the Officium Ribibaldorum, a prayer book for roisterers. Love songs were as popular as today. Some were tender as an nymph's orisons, some were seduction dialogues with delicate accompaniments. And of course there were war songs, calculated to forge unity through vocal unison, or to anesthetize the pursuit of glory with hypnotic rhythm. Some music was folk song, composed by anonymous genius and appropriated, perhaps transformed, by the people. Other popular music was the product of professional skill, using all the arts of polyphony learned in the liturgy of the Church. In England, a favorite and complex form was the roundel, in which one voice began a melody, a second began the same or a harmonizing melody when the first had reached an agreed point, a third chimed in after the second was on its way, and so on, until as many as 6 voices might be running the rounds in a lively contrapuntal fugue. Almost the oldest roundel known is the famous Summer Is A-Comin' In, probably composed by a Reading monk about 1240. Its 6-part complexity shows polyphony already at home among the people. The words still live with the spirit of a century in which all medieval civilization was coming to flower. Summer is a-comin' in, loudly sing cuckoo. Groweth seed and bloweth mead, and blossoms the woodland now. Sing cuckoo. Ewe bleateth after lamb, loweth after calf the cow. Bullock leapeth, buck turns off, merry sing cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo, well singest thou, cuckoo. Seest thou not? Never now. Sing cuckoo now, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo now. Such a song must have been congenial to the minstrels or jongleur who wandered from town to town, from court to court, even from land to land. We hear of minstrels from Constantinople singing in France, of English gleemen singing in Spain. A performance by minstrels was a usual part of any formal festivity. So Edward I of England engaged 426 singers for the wedding of his daughter Margaret. Such minstrel groups often sang part songs, sometimes of bizarre complexity. Usually the songs were composed, words and music, by troubadours in France, trovatori in Italy, minnesingers in Germany. Most medieval poetry before the 13th century was written to be sung. A poem without music, said the troubadour Fouquet, is a mill without water. Of 2,600 troubadour songs extant, we have the music of 264, usually in the form of neumes and ligatures on a 4- or 5-line staff. The bards of Ireland and Wales probably played instruments and sang. In the manuscripts that preserve the cantigas, or canticles, collected by Alfonso X of Castile, several illustrations show musicians in Arab dress performing on Arab instruments. The pattern of many of the songs is Arabic. Possibly the music, as well as the early themes and poetic forms of the troubadours, was derived from Moorish songs and melodies passing through Christian Spain into southern France. Returning crusaders may have brought Arabic musical forms from the East. It is to be noted that the troubadours appear about 1100, contemporary with the First Crusade. Startling is the variety of medieval musical instruments. Percussion instruments, bells, cymbals, timbrels, the triangle, the bombulum, the drum. String instruments, lyre, cithara, harp, psaltery, noble, organistrum, lute, guitar, vielle, viola, monochord, gigue. Wind instruments, pipe, flute, hautboy, bagpipe, clarion, flageolet, trumpet, horn, organ. These are a selection out of hundreds. Everything was there for hand or finger, foot or bow. Some of them had survived from Greece, some had come, in form and name, from Islam, like the rebec, lute, and guitar. Many were precious examples of medieval artistry in metal, ivory, or wood. The usual instrument of the minstrel was the vielle, a short violin played with an archer's curved-back bow. Before the 8th century, most organs were hydraulic, but Jerome in the 4th century described a pneumatic organ, and Bede, 673 to 735, wrote of organs with brass pipes filled with air from bellows and uttering a grand and most sweet melody. St. Dunstan, who lived circa 925 to 988, was accused of sorcery when he built an Aeolian harp that played when placed against a crack in the wall. In Winchester Cathedral, about 950, an organ was installed having 26 bellows, 42 bellows blowers, and 400 pipes. The keys were so gargantuan that the organist had to strike them with fists, protected by thickly padded gloves. Milan had an organ whose pipes were of silver. Venice had one with pipes of gold. All notion of medieval hell-stricken gloom vanishes before a collection of medieval musical instruments. What remains is again the picture of a people at least as happy as ourselves, full of the bounds and lust of life, and no more oppressed with fear of the end of the world than we with doubts whether civilization will be destroyed before we can complete its history. Chapter 34. The Transmission of Knowledge, 1000 to 1300. 1. The Rise of the Vernaculars. As the Church had preserved in some measure that political unity of Western Europe that the Roman Empire had achieved, so her ritual, her sermons, and her schools remained a Roman heritage now lost, an international language intelligible to all the literate population of Italy, Spain, France, England, Scandinavia, the Lowlands, Germany, Poland, Hungary, and the Western Balkans. Educated men in these countries used Latin for correspondence, business records, diplomacy, law, government, science, philosophy, and nearly all literature before the 13th century. They spoke Latin as a living language, which almost daily developed a new word or phrase to denote the new or changing realities or ideas of their lives. They wrote their love letters in Latin, from the simplest billets doux to the classic epistles of Héloïse and ABÉLARD. A book was written not for a nation, but for the continent. It needed no translation, and passed from country to country with a speed and freedom unknown today. Students went from one university to another with no thought of linguistic embarrassments. Scholars could lecture in the same language at Bologna, Salamanca, Paris, Oxford, Uppsala, and Cologne. They did not hesitate to import new words into Latin, sometimes to the horror of the Petrarchan Ciceronian ear. So Magna Carta ruled that no freeman should be disaesiatus or imprisonatus. Such words make us wince, but they kept Latin alive. Many modern English terms, for instance, instance, substantive, essence, entity, descended from medieval additions to the Latin tongue. Nevertheless, the disruption of international intercourse by the collapse of Rome, the introverting poverty of the Dark Ages, the decay of roads and the decline of commerce, developed in speech those variations which segregation soon expands. Even in its heyday, Latin had suffered national modifications from diversities of climate and oral physiology. In its very homeland, the old language had been changed. The abdication of literature had left the field to the vocabulary and sentence structure of the common man, which had always been different from those of the poets and orators. The influx of Germans, Gauls, Greeks, and Asiatics into Italy brought a multiformity of pronunciation, and the natural laziness of tongue and mind sloughed off the precise inflections and terminations of careful speech. H became silent in late Latin. V, classically pronounced like the English W, acquired the sound of the English V. N before S dropped away. Mensa, or table, was pronounced mesa. The diphthongs AE and OE, classically pronounced like the English I and OI, were now like long English A or French E. As final consonants were slurred and forgotten, changing portus to porto or port, rex to re or wa, and coelum to cielo or ciel, case endings had to be replaced by prepositions, conjugational endings by auxiliary verbs. The old demonstrative pronouns ile and illa became definite articles, il, el, lo, le, la, and the Latin unus, or one, was shortened to form the indefinite article un, or un. As declensions disappeared, it sometimes became difficult to tell whether a noun was the subject before or the object after the predicate. Viewing this continuous process of change over 20 centuries, we may think of Latin as the still living and literary language of Italy, France, and Spain, no more transformed from the speech of Cicero than his from that of Romulus or ours from Chaucer's. Spain had begun to speak Latin as early as 200 B.C. By Cicero's time, its dialect had diverged so far from the usage of Rome that Cicero was shocked by what seemed to him the barbarisms of Corduba. Contact with Iberian dialects softened the Latin consonants in Spain. T into D, P into B, K into G, totum into todo, operam into obra, ecclesia into iglesia. French also softened the Latin consonants and, while often keeping them in writing, frequently dropped them in speech. Tout, meaning all, œuvre, meaning work, église, meaning church, and est, meaning is. The oath taken at Strasbourg in 842 by Louis the German and Charles the Bald was sworn in two languages, German and French, a French still so Latin that it was called lingua romana. Not till the 10th century was it sufficiently distinct to receive the name lingua gallica. The lingua romana in turn divided into what France called two languages, the Languedoc of France south of the Loire and the Languedoc of northern France. It was a medieval custom to differentiate dialects by their way of saying yes. South France said it with hoc from the Latin hoc, meaning this. The north used oui, a fusion of the Latin hoc ille, this, that. Southeastern France had a dialect of the Languedoc called Provençal. It became a polished literary language in the hands of the troubadours and was almost snuffed out by the Albigensian Crusades. Italy formed her vernacular more slowly than Spain or France. Latin was her native speech. The clergy, who spoke Latin, were especially numerous in Italy, and the continuity of her culture and her schools kept the language from changing so freely as in lands with broken traditions. As late as 1230, St. Anthony of Padua preached to the common people in Latin. However, a Latin sermon delivered at Padua in 1189 by a visiting prelate had to be translated by the local bishop into the popular tongue. Italian hardly existed as a language at the beginning of the 13th century. There were merely some 14 dialects continued and variously corrupted from the ancient Latin of the marketplace, each barely intelligible to the rest, and cherishing its differences with passionate atomism. Sometimes different quarters of the same city, as at Bologna, had distinct dialects. The predecessors of Dante had to create a language as well as a literature. The poet, in a pleasant fancy, thought that the Tuscan troubadours chose Italian as their medium because they wrote of love, and the ladies they addressed might not understand Latin. Even so, about 1300, he hesitated between Latin and the Tuscan dialect as the language of the Divine Comedy. By the narrow margin of this choice, he escaped oblivion. While Latin was dividing reproductively into the Romance languages, Old German was splitting into Middle German, Frisian, Dutch, Flemish, English, Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, and Icelandic. Old German is merely a convenient phrase to cover the many dialects that exercised their tribal or provincial sovereignty in Germany before 1050. Flemish, Dutch, Westphalian, Eastphalian, Alemannic, Bavarian, Franconian, Thuringian, Saxon, Silesian. Old German passed into Middle German from 1050 to 1500, partly through the influx of new words with the coming of Christianity. Monks from Ireland, England, France, and Italy labored to invent terms to translate Latin. Sometimes they appropriated Latin words bodily into German: Kaiser, Prince, Legende. This was legitimate thievery. Tragic, however, was the influence of Latin sentence structure, keeping the verb to the end, in changing the once simple syntax of the German people into the stiff, inverted, and breathtaking periods of the later German style. Perhaps the finest German was the Middle High German, written by the great poets of the 13th century: Walter von der Vogelweide, Hartmann von Auer, Gottfried of Strasbourg, Wolfram von Eschenbach. Never again, except in Heine and the young Goethe, was German so simple, flexible, direct, clear. The Teutonic speech of the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes went with them to England in the 5th century and laid the foundations of the English language, gave it almost all its short and racy words. French flooded the land with the Normans and ruled the court, the courts, and the aristocracy from 1066 to 1362, while Latin continued to preside over religion and education, and, till 1731, remained de rigueur in official documents. Thousands of French words entered into English, above all in costume, cookery, and law. Half the terminology of English law is French. For 3 centuries, the literatures of France and England were one, and as late as Chaucer, who lived from 1340 to 1400, the spirit and language of English letters were half French. After the loss of her French possessions, England was thrown back upon herself, and the Anglo-Saxon elements in English speech triumphed. When the French domination passed, the English language had been immeasurably enriched. By adding French and Latin to its German base, English could triply express any one of 1,000 ideas: kingly, or royal, or regal, twofold, or double, or duplex, daily, or journal, or diurnal. To this it owes its wealth of discriminating synonyms and verbal nuances. He who should know the history of words would know all history. 2. The world of books. How were these diverse languages written? After the fall of Rome in 476, the conquering barbarians adopted the Latin alphabet and wrote it with a cursive or running hand that bound the letters together and gave most of them a curved form instead of the straight lines that had been found convenient in writing upon hard surfaces like stone or wood. The Church preferred in those centuries a majuscule, or large letter writing, to facilitate the reading of missals and books of hours. When the copyists of Charlemagne's time preserved Latin literature by making many copies of the classics, they saved costly parchment by adding a minuscule, or small letter writing. They agreed on set forms for the letters and created the set minuscule lettering that became for 4 centuries the usual medium of medieval books. In the 12th century, as if in accord with the exuberant decoration then developing in Gothic architecture, the letters acquired flourishes, hairlines, and hooks, and became the Gothic lettering that prevailed in Europe till the Renaissance, and in Germany till our time. Very few medieval manuscripts were punctuated. This breath-guiding device, known to the Hellenistic Greeks, had been lost in the barbarian upheaval. It reappeared in the 13th century, but was not generally adopted till printing established it in the 15th century. Printing was in some measure prepared as early as 1147 by the use of woodcuts in Rhenish monasteries for printing initial letters or patterns upon textiles. Divers forms of shorthand were practiced, much inferior to the Tironian notes developed by Cicero's slave. Writing was upon parchment, papyrus, vellum, or paper, with quill or reed pens using black or colored inks. Papyrus disappeared from common use in Europe after the Islamic conquest of Egypt. Vellum, prepared from the skin of young lambs, was expensive and was reserved for luxurious manuscripts. Parchment, made from coarse sheepskin, was the usual medium of medieval writing. Till the 12th century, paper was a costly import from Islam, but in 1190 paper mills were set up in Germany and France, and in the 13th century Europe began to make paper from linen. Many parchments were scraped to erase old manuscript and receive a second composition, or palimpsest. Old works were lost by such erasures, by misplacement of manuscripts, by war and pillage, by fire or decay. Huns sacked monastic libraries in Bavaria, Northmen in France, Saracens in Italy. Many Greek classics perished in the plunder of Constantinople in 1204. The Church had at first discountenanced the reading of the pagan classics. In nearly every century some fearful voice, Gregory I, Isidore of Seville, Peter Damian, was raised against them. Theophilus, Archbishop of Alexandria, destroyed all pagan manuscripts that he could find, and Greek priests, according to Demetrius Chalcondylus, persuaded Greek emperors to burn the works of the Greek erotic poets, including Sappho and Anacreon. But in those same centuries there were many ecclesiastics who cherished a fondness for the old pagans, and saw to it that their works were preserved. In some cases, to disarm censure, they read the most Christian sentiments into pagan poetry, and by genial allegory turned even Ovid's amatory art into moral verse. An abundant heritage of classical literature was preserved by monastic copyists. Tired monks were told that God would forgive one of their sins for every line they copied. Ordericus Vitalis informs us that one monk escaped hell by the margin of a single letter. Second only to the monks as copyists were private or professional scribes, who were engaged by rich men or by booksellers or by monasteries. Their labor was wearisome, and evoked from them strange requests on the final page. Explicit hoc totem, pro Christo da mihi potum. This completes the whole. For Christ's sake, give me a drink. Another scribe thought he deserved more, and wrote as his colophon, Dator pro penna scriptori pulchra puella. For the work of the pen let the writer receive a beautiful girl. The medieval church exercised no regular censorship over the publication of books. If a book proved both heretical and influential, like Abélard's on the Trinity, it would be denounced by a church council. But books were then too few to be a prime peril to orthodoxy. Even the Bible was rare outside of monasteries. A year was required to copy it, a year's income of a parish priest to buy it. Few clergymen had a full copy. The New Testament, and especially books of the Old, had a wider circulation. Bibles of great size, magnificently decorated, were produced in the 12th century. They could be handled only on a reading desk, usually in a monastic library, and might be chained to the desk for better preservation. The Church took fright when she found that the Waldensians and Albigensians were making and disseminating their own translations of scriptural books, and a church council at Narbonne in 1227, as we have seen, forbade laymen to possess any portion of the Scriptures. But in general, before the 14th century, the Church was not opposed to Bible reading on the part of the laity. She did not encourage it, for she distrusted popular interpretations of the scriptural mysteries. The size of a book and its pages was determined by the size of the available skins, each of which was folded to make a folio. After the 5th century, books were no longer issued in rolls, as in antiquity. The skins were cut in rectangular sizes to make 4, or quarto, 8, or octavo, 12, duodecimo, or 16, sextodecimo, sheets to a folio. Some sextodecimos, written in a fine Italian hand, crowded long works into small compass to fit into the pocket or be a convenient manual. The binding might be of heavy parchment, cloth, leather, or board. Leather covers might be decorated by blind tooling, that is, stamping uncolored designs into them with hot metal dyes. Moslem artists settled in Venice introduced into Europe the technique of filling in such depressed parts with gold tints. Wood covers might be decorated with enamel or carved ivory, or inlaid with gold, silver, or gems. St. Jerome rebuked the Romans, "Your books are carved with precious stones, and Christ died naked." Few modern volumes rival the sumptuous bindings of medieval books. Even simple books were a luxury. An ordinary volume cost between $160 and $200 in the currency of the United States of America in 1949. Bernard of Chartres, a leader in the 12th century revival of the ancient classics, left a library of only 24 volumes. Italy was richer than France, and its famous jurist, the elder Accursius, collected 63 books. We hear of a great Bible being sold for 10 talents, at least $10,000, of a missal exchanged for a vineyard, of 2 volumes of Priscian, the 5th century grammarian, being paid for with a house and lot. The cost of books delayed the rise of a bookseller's trade till the 12th century. Then the university towns engaged men as stationarii and librarii to organize corps of copyists to transcribe books for teachers and students. And these men sold copies to all who cared to pay. They seem never to have dreamed of paying a live author. If a man insisted on writing a new book, he had to pay its costs, or find a king or lord or magnate to grace his palm for a dedication or a laud. He could not advertise his book except by word of mouth. He could not publish it, make it public, except by getting it used in a school or having it recited before whatever audience he could collect. So Gerald of Wales, on returning from Ireland in 1200, read his topography of that country before an assemblage at Oxford. The cost of books and the dearth of funds for schools produced a degree of illiteracy which would have seemed shameful to ancient Greece or Rome. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. The cost of books and the dearth of funds for schools produced a degree of illiteracy which would have seemed shameful to ancient Greece or Rome. North of the Alps, before 1100, literacy was almost confined to clerics, clergymen, accountants, scribes, governmental officials, and professional men. In the 12th century, the business classes must have been literate, for they kept elaborate accounts. In a household, a book was a precious thing. Usually it was read aloud to several listeners. Many later rules of punctuation and style were determined by convenience for oral reading. Books were carefully exchanged from family to family, monastery to monastery, country to country. Libraries, though small, were numerous. St. Benedict had ruled that every Benedictine monastery should have a library. Carthusian and Cistercian houses, despite St. Bernard's aversion to learning, became sedulous collectors of books. Many cathedrals, Toledo, Barcelona, Bamberg, Hildesheim, had substantial libraries. Canterbury had 5,000 books in 1300. But this was exceptional. Most libraries had less than 100. Cluny, one of the best, had 570 volumes. Manfred, king of the Sicilies, had a valuable collection, which passed to the papacy and became the nucleus of the Greek collections in the Vatican. The papal library began with Pope Damasus, from 366 to 384. Its precious manuscripts and archives were mostly lost in the turmoil of the 13th century. The present Vatican Library dates from the 15th century. The universities, or rather their college halls, began to have libraries in the 12th century. St. Louis founded the Library of Sainte-Chapelle in Paris and enriched it with books copied for him from 100 monasteries. Many libraries, like those of Notre Dame, Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and the Sorbonne, were open to responsible students, and volumes might be taken out on adequate security, The student of today can hardly appreciate the literary wealth that city and college libraries lay freely at his feet. There were here and there private libraries. Even in the darkness of the 10th century we find Gerbert collecting books with true bibliophile passion. Some other churchmen, like John of Salisbury, had their own collections, and a few nobles had small libraries in their chateaux. Frederick Barbarossa and Frederick II had considerable collections. Henry of Aragon, Lord of Vienna in Spain, gathered a great library, which was publicly burned on the charge that he had intercourse with the devil. About 1200, Daniel of Morley brought to England from Spain a precious multitude of books. In the 12th century, Europe discovered the wealth of Spain in books. Scholars descended upon Toledo, Cordova, and Seville, and a flood of new learning poured up over the Pyrenees to revolutionize the intellectual life of the adolescent North. 3. Translators. Medieval Europe, partly united by a common language, was still divided into Latin and Greek halves, mutually hostile and ignorant. The Latin heritage, except of law, was forgotten in the Greek East. The Greek heritage, except in the Sicilies, was forgotten in the West. Part of the Greek heritage was hidden beyond the walls of Christendom, in Moslem Jerusalem, Alexandria, Cairo, Tunis, Sicily, and Spain. As for the vast and distant world of India, China, and Japan, long rich in literature, philosophy, and art, Christians, before the 13th century, knew almost nothing. Some of the work of linking the diverse cultures was performed by the Jews, who moved among them like fertilizing subterranean streams. As more and more Jews migrated from Moslem realms into Christendom and lost knowledge of Arabic, their scholars found it desirable to translate Arabic works, many written by Jews, into the only language generally understood by the savants of the scattered race, Hebrew. So Joseph Kimchi, circa 1105 to circa 1170, at Narbonne, translated the Jewish philosopher Bayez's Guide to the Duties of the Heart. Joseph was the father of brilliant sons, but even more important as translators were the progeny of Judah ben Saul ibn Tibbon, circa 1120 to circa 1190. He, too, like Kimchi, had moved from Moslem Spain to southern France. And though he was one of the most successful physicians of his time, he found energy to translate into Hebrew the Judeo-Arabic works of Saadia Gaon, Ibn Gabirol, and Jehuda Halavi. His son Samuel, circa 1150 to circa 1232, stirred the Jewish world by translating into Hebrew Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. Samuel's son Moses ibn Tibbon translated from the Arabic Euclid's Elements, Avicenna's Smaller Canon, Al-Razi's Antidotary, 3 works of Maimonides, and Averroes's shorter commentaries on Aristotle. Samuel's grandson, Jacob ibn Tibbon, besides leading the fight for Maimonides in Montpellier and earning fame as an astronomer, translated several Arabic treatises into Hebrew and some into Latin. Samuel's daughter married a still more famous scholar, Jacob Anatoli. Born in Marseille about 1194, Jacob was invited by Frederick II to teach Hebrew at the University of Naples. There he translated into Hebrew the larger commentaries of Averroes, profoundly affecting Jewish philosophy. A like stimulus was given to Hebrew medicine through the translation of Al-Razi's Kitab al-Mansuri by the physician and philosopher Shem Tov at Marseille in 1264. Many Hebrew translations from the Arabic were rendered into Latin, so a Hebrew version of Avenzoar's Taisir, or Aid to the Health, was turned into Latin at Padua in 1280. Early in the 13th century, a Jew translated the entire Old Testament directly and literally into Latin. The devious routes of cultural migration are exemplified by the Fables of Bidpai, which were translated into English from a Spanish translation of a Latin translation of a Hebrew translation of an Arabic translation of a Pahlavi translation of the supposedly original Sanskrit. The main stream whereby the riches of Islamic thought were poured into the Christian West was by translation from Arabic into Latin. About 1060, Constantine the African translated into Latin Al-Razi's Liber Experimentorum, the Arabic medical works of Isaac Judaeus, and Hunayn's Arabic version of Hippocrates' Aphorisms and Galen's Commentary. At Toledo, soon after its conquest from the Moors, the enlightened and tolerant Archbishop Raymond, circa 1130, organized a corps of translators under Domenico Gundisalvi, and commissioned them to translate Arabic works of science and philosophy. Most of the translators were Jews who knew Arabic, Hebrew, and Spanish, sometimes also Latin. The busiest member of the group was a converted Jew, John of Spain, or of Seville, whose Arabic patronymic, Ibn Daud, son of David, was remodeled by the schoolmen into Avendiath. John translated a veritable library of Arabic and Jewish works by Avicenna, Al-Ghazali, Al-Farabi, and Al-Khwarizmi. Through this last work he introduced the Hindu-Arabic numerals to the West. Almost as influential was his rendering of a pseudo-Aristotelian book of philosophy and occultism, the Secretum Secretorum, whose wide circulation is indicated by the survival of 200 manuscripts. Some of these translations were made directly from Arabic into Latin, some were made into Castilian and then translated into Latin by Gundisalvi. In this way, the two scholars transformed Ibn Gabirol's Mekor Hayim into that Fons Vitae, or Fountain of Life, which made Avicebron into one of the most famous philosophers in the scholastic ken. Minor tributaries fed the Arabic-Latin current. Abélard of Bath, having learned Arabic in Antioch, Tarsus, and Toledo, made from an Arabic version the first Latin rendering of Euclid in 1120, and introduced Moslem trigonometry to the West by translating the astronomical tables of Al-Khwarizmi in 1126. In 1141, Peter the Venerable, abbot of Cluny, with the aid of 3 Christian scholars and an Arab, turned the Koran into Latin. Moslem alchemy and chemistry entered the Latin world through a translation of an Arabic text by Robert of Chester in 1144. A year later, an Italian, Plato of Tivoli, translated the epical treatise Hibur HaMashiach of the Jewish mathematician Abraham bar Hia. The greatest of the translators was Gerard of Cremona. Arriving in Toledo about 1165, he was impressed by the wealth of Arabic literature in science and philosophy. He resolved to translate the best of it into Latin, and spent the remaining 9 years of his life in the task. He learned Arabic, and apparently had the help of a native Christian and a Jew. It seems incredible that he should have made his 71 translations unaided. To him, the West owed Latin versions of Aristotle's Posterior Analytics, on the heavens and the earth, on generation and corruption, and meteorology, several commentaries by Alexander of Aphrodisias, Euclid's Elements and Data, Archimedes's On the Measurement of the Circle, Apollonius of Perga's Conics, 11 works ascribed to Galen, several works of Greek astronomy, 4 volumes of Greco-Arabic physics, 11 books of Arabic medicine, including the largest works of Al-Razi and Avicenna, Al-Farabi on the Syllogism, 3 works by Al-Kindi, and 2 by Isaac Israeli, 14 works of Arabic mathematics and astronomy, 3 sets of astronomical tables, and 7 Arabic works on geomancy and astrology. No other man in history has ever done so much to enrich one culture with another. We can only compare Gerard's industry with that of Hunayn ibn Ishaq and Al-Mamun's House of Wisdom, which in the 9th century had poured Greek science and philosophy into an Arabic mold. Next to Spain as donor in this transfusion of culture was the Norman kingdom of the Sicilies. Soon after their conquest of the island in 1091, the Norman rulers employed translators to turn into Latin the Arabic or Greek works on mathematics and astronomy then current in Palermo. Frederick II at Foggia carried on the work, and partly for that purpose brought to his court one of the strangest and most active minds of the early 13th century. Michael Scott derived his cognomen from his native Scotland. We find him at Toledo in 1217, in Bologna in 1220, in Rome in 1224 to 1227, thereafter at Foggia or Naples. His first important translation was Albitrugi's Spherics, a critique of Ptolemy. Fascinated by discovering the scope and freedom of Aristotle's thought, Scott translated into Latin from Arabic versions the history of animals, including On the Parts of Animals and On the Generation of Animals, and an unverified tradition ascribed to him translations of the metaphysics, the physics, on the soul, on the heavens, perhaps also the ethics. Michael's versions of Aristotle reached Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon, and stirred the development of science in the 13th century. Charles of Anjou continued the royal patronage of translators in southern Italy. The Jewish savant Moses of Salerno worked for him, and it was probably Charles who financed the Latin translation in 1274 of Al-Razi's medical leviathan, the Liber Continens, by the Jewish scholar Faraj ben Salim of Girgenti. All the Latin translations so far mentioned of Greek science and philosophy were made from Arabic versions, sometimes from Arabic versions of Syriac versions, of the already obscure originals. They were not as inaccurate as Roger Bacon charged, but there was clearly need of more direct renderings. Among the earliest such versions were those made of Aristotle's Topics, Elenchi, and Posterior Analytics by James, known to us only as a clerk of Venice, at some time before 1128. In 1154, Eugene the Emir of Palermo translated the Optics of Ptolemy, and in 1160 he shared in a Latin translation of the Almagest, directly from the Greek. Meanwhile, Aristippus of Catania had translated, circa 1156, the Lives of the Philosophers by Diogenes Laertius, and the Meno and Phaedo of Plato. The capture of Constantinople by the Crusaders had less result in translations than might have been expected. We hear only of a partial version of Aristotle's Metaphysics from 1209. A fallow interval ensued. Then, about 1260, William of Morbeke, Flemish Archbishop of Corinth, began, probably with aids, a series of direct translations from the Greek whose number and importance rank him only next to Gerard of Cremona among the heroes of cultural transmission. It was partly at the request of his friend and fellow Dominican Thomas Aquinas that he translated so many of Aristotle's works. The History of Animals, On the Generation of Animals, Politics, and Rhetoric, and completed or revised earlier direct versions of the Metaphysics, the Meteorology, and On the Soul. For St. Thomas, he translated several Greek commentaries on Aristotle or Plato. For good measure, he added versions of Hippocrates' Prognostics, Galen on Foods, and divers works in physics by Hero of Alexandria and Archimedes. Perhaps we owe to him also a translation, formerly ascribed to Robert Grosseteste, of Aristotle's Ethics. These translations provided part of the material from which St. Thomas built his magisterial Summa Theologica. By 1280, Aristotle had been almost completely transmitted to the Western mind. The effects of all these translations upon Latin Europe were revolutionary. The influx of texts from Islam and Greece profoundly stirred the reawakening world of scholarship, compelled new developments in grammar and philology, enlarged the curriculum of the schools, and shared in the astonishing growth of universities in the 12th and 13th centuries. It was merely an incident that, through the inability of the translators to find Latin equivalents, many Arabic words were now introduced into the languages of Europe. It was more important that algebra, the zero, and the decimal system entered the Christian West through these versions, that the theory and practice of medicine were powerfully advanced by the translation of the Greek, Latin, Arabic, and Jewish masters, and that the importation of Greek and Arabic astronomy compelled an expansion of theology and a reconception of deity, prefacing the greater change that would follow Copernicus. The frequent references of Roger Bacon to Averroes, Avicenna, and Alpharabius give one measure of the new influence and stimulation. Philosophy, said Bacon, has come down to us from the Arabs. And we shall see that Thomas Aquinas was led to write his Summas to halt the threatened liquidation of Christian theology by Arabic interpretations of Aristotle. Islam had now repaid to Europe the learning that it had borrowed through Syria from Greece, and as that learning had aroused the great age of Arabic science and philosophy, so now would it excite the European mind to inquiry and speculation, would force it to build the intellectual cathedral of scholastic philosophy, and would crack stone after stone of that majestic edifice to bring the collapse of the medieval system in the 14th century and the beginnings of modern philosophy in the ardor of the Renaissance. 4. The schools. The transmission of culture from generation to generation was undertaken by the family, the church, and the school. Moral education was stressed in the Middle Ages at the expense of intellectual enlightenment, as intellectual education is today stressed at the expense of moral discipline. In England it was not unusual in the middle and upper classes to send a boy of 7 or so to be brought up for a time in another home, partly to cement family friendships, partly to offset the laxity of parental love. The splendid school system of the Roman Empire had decayed in the tumult of invasion and the depopulation of the towns. When the tidal wave of migration subsided in the 6th century, A few lay schools survived in Italy. The rest were mostly schools for training converts and prospective priests. For some time, from 500 to 800, the Church gave all her attention to moral training and did not reckon the transmission of secular knowledge as one of her functions. But under the prodding of Charlemagne, cathedrals, monasteries, parish churches, and convents opened schools for the general education of boys and girls. At first the monastic schools bore nearly all this burden. A schola anterior provided instruction for novices or oblates, and a schola exterior offered education to boys, apparently without charge. In Germany, these monastic schools survived the disorders of the 9th century and shared productively in the Ottonian Renaissance. In the 9th and 10th centuries, Germany led France in the graces of the mind. In France, the disintegration of the Carolingian house and the raids of the Northmen struck cruel blows at the monastic schools. The palace school that Charlemagne had established at the Frank court did not long outlive Charles the Bald, who died in 877. The French episcopacy grew stronger as the kings grew weaker. When the North raids subsided, the bishops and secular clergy were richer than the abbots and the monasteries. And while the monastic schools declined in the 10th century, cathedral schools rose at Paris, Chartres, Orléans, Tours, Laon, Reims, Liège, and Cologne. When the good and great Fulbert died at Chartres, Bishop Ivo, possibly from 1040 to 1116, maintained the standards and renown of its cathedral school in classical studies, and this fine tradition was carried on by Ivo's successor, Bernard of Chartres, whom John of Salisbury in the 12th century described as, in modern times, the most astounding spring of letters in Gaul. In England, the Cathedral School of York was famous even before it gave Alcuin to Charlemagne. The School of Canterbury became almost a university, with an abundant library, and no less a man as secretary than the aforesaid John of Salisbury, one of the sanest scholars and philosophers of the Middle Ages. In such schools, those students who were preparing for the priesthood were apparently supported by cathedral funds, while others paid a modest fee. The Third Lateran Council of 1179 decreed that, in order that the opportunity of reading and making progress may not be taken away from poor children, let some sufficient benefice be assigned in every cathedral church for a master who shall teach gratis, the clerks of the same church and poor scholars. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 required the establishment of a chair of grammar in every cathedral of the Christian world, and instructed each archbishop to maintain also chairs of philosophy and canon law. The decretals of Pope Gregory IX, from 1227 to 1241, directed every parish church to organize a school of elementary instruction, and recent researches indicate that such parochial schools, chiefly devoted to religious instruction, were common throughout Christendom. What proportion of the adolescent population went to school? Of girls, apparently only the well-to-do. Most convents maintained schools for girls, like that which at Argenteuil gave such excellent classical training to Héloïse, circa 1110. But these schools probably reached only a modest percentage of girls. Some cathedral schools admitted girls. Abélard speaks of the women of noble birth who attended his school at Notre Dame in Paris in 1114. Boys had a better chance, but it was presumably difficult for the son of a serf to get an education. However, we hear of serfs who managed to get sons into Oxford. Much that is now taught in schools was then learned at home or through apprenticeship in shops. Certainly the spread and excellence of medieval art suggest wide opportunities for training in arts and crafts. One calculation reckons the number of boys in elementary schools in England in 1530 at 26,000, in an estimated population of 5 million, about 1/30th of the proportion in 1931. But a recent study concludes that the 13th century made a closer approach to popular and social education than the 16th. Normally, the cathedral school was directed by a canon of the cathedral chapter, variously called archiscola, scholarius, or scholasticus. The teachers were clerks in minor orders. All instruction was in Latin. Discipline was severe. Flogging was considered as necessary in education as hell in religion. Winchester School greeted its students with a frank hexameter, aut discede, manet sors tertia caedi. Learn or depart. A third alternative is to be flogged. The curriculum began with the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and passed on to the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy. These were the 7 liberal arts. These terms did not then bear quite their modern meaning. Trivium, of course, meant 3 ways. Liberal arts were those that Aristotle had defined as the proper subjects for freemen who sought not practical skills, which were left to apprentices, but intellectual and moral excellence. Varro, from 116 to 127 BC, had written 9 books of disciplines, listing 9 studies as constituting the Greco-Roman curriculum. Marcianus Capella, a North African scholar of the 5th century A.D., in a widely used pedagogical allegory on the marriage of philology and Mercury, had barred medicine and architecture as too practical, and the famous 7 remained. Grammar was not the dull study that loses the soul of a language in studying its bones. It was the art of writing, grapho or gramma. Cassiodorus defined it as such study of great poetry and oratory as would enable one to write with correctness and elegance. In medieval schools it began with the Psalms, passed to other books of the Bible, then to the Latin Fathers, then to the Latin classics, Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Statius, Ovid. Rhetoric continued to mean the art of speaking, but again included considerable study of literature. Logic seems a rather advanced subject for the trivium, but perhaps it was good that students should learn to reason as early as they loved to argue. The economic revolution brought some changes in the educational scene. Cities that lived by commerce and industry felt a need for employees with practical training, and against much ecclesiastical opposition, they established secular schools in which lay teachers gave instruction in return for fees paid by the parents of the pupils. In 1300, the fee for a year in a private grammar school in Oxford was 4 or 5 pence, or $4.50. Villani in 1283 reckoned 9,000 boys and girls in the church schools of Florence, 1,100 in 6 abacus schools that prepared them for a business career, and 575 pupils in secondary schools. Secular schools appeared in Flanders in the 12th century. By the second half of the 13th, the movement had spread to Lübeck and the Baltic cities. In 1292 we hear of a schoolmistress keeping a private school in Paris. Soon she was one of many. The secularization of education was on its way. 5. Universities of the South. Secular schools were especially numerous in Italy. Teachers there were usually laymen, not clerics as beyond the Alps. In general, the spirit and culture of Italy were less ecclesiastical than elsewhere. Indeed, about the year 970, one Vilgardus organized at Ravenna a movement for the restoration of paganism. There were, of course, many cathedral schools. Those of Milan, Pavia, Aosta, and Parma were particularly competent, as we may judge from such graduates as Lanfranc and Anselm. And Monte Cassino under Desiderius was almost a university. The survival of municipal institutions, the successful resistance of the Lombard cities to Barbarossa in 1176, and the rising demand for legal and commercial knowledge worked together to give Italy the honor of establishing the first medieval university. In 1925, the University of Pavia celebrated the 1100th anniversary of its foundation by Lothair I. Probably this was a school of law rather than a university. It was not until 1361 that it received its charter as a studium generale, the medieval name for a university uniting diverse faculties. It was one of many schools that from the 9th century onward revived the study of Roman law. Rome, Ravenna, and Orléans in the 9th century, Milan, Narbonne, and Lyon in the 10th, Verona, Mantua, and Angers in the 11th. Bologna was apparently the first of the West European cities to enlarge its school into a studium generale. In 1076, says the chronicler Odofridus, a certain Master Peppo began by his own authority to lecture on the laws at Bologna, and he was a man of the greatest renown. Other teachers joined him, and by the time of Irnerius, the Bologna School of Law was by common consent the best in Europe. Irnerius began to teach law at Bologna in 1088. Whether his studies of Roman law convinced him of the historical and practical arguments for the supremacy of the imperial over the ecclesiastical power, or whether the rewards of imperial service attracted him, he turned from the Guelph to the Ghibelline side and interpreted the revived jurisprudence to favor imperial claims. Appreciative emperors contributed funds to the school, and a swarm of German students came down to Bologna. Irnerius composed a volume of glosses or comments on the Corpus Juris of Justinian, and applied scientific method to the organization of law. The Summa Codicis Irnerii compiled by him or from his lectures, is a masterpiece of exposition and argument. With Irnerius began the golden age of medieval jurisprudence. Men from every country in Latin Europe came to Bologna to learn the rejuvenated science of the law. Irnerius's pupil Gratian applied the new methods to ecclesiastical legislation and published the first code of canon law in 1139. After Irnerius, the four doctors, Bulgarus, Martinus, Jacobus, and Hugo, in a series of famous glosses, applied the Justinian Code to the legal problems of the 12th century and secured the adoption of Roman law in an ever-widening sphere. Early in the 13th century, the elder Accursius, possibly from 1185 to 1260, the greatest of the glossators, summed up their work and his own in a glossa ordinaria, which became the standard authority by which kings and communes broke the sway of feudal law and fought the power of the popes. The papacy did what it could to halt this exhumation of a code that made religion a function and servant of the state. But the new study fed and expressed the bold rationalism and secularization of the 12th and 13th centuries, and raised a proliferating class of lawyers who labored to reduce the role of the Church in government and to extend the authority of the state. St. Bernard complained that the courts of Europe rang with the laws of Justinian and no longer heard the laws of God. The spread of the new jurisprudence was as strong a stimulus as the Arabic and Greek translations in generating that respect and passion for reason which was to beget and bedevil scholasticism. We do not know when a school of arts, that is, the 7 liberal arts, arose in Bologna, nor when was founded its celebrated school of medicine. So far as we know, the only connection among the 3 schools was in the fact that the graduates of any of them received their degrees from the Archdeacon of Bologna. The professors organized themselves into a collegium, or guild. About 1215, the students, in whatever faculty, associated themselves into 2 groups, a Universitas Citromontanorum, or union of students from south of the Alps, and a Universitas Ultramontanorum, or union of students from beyond the Alps. From the beginning of the 13th century there were women students in these universities, and in the 14th century there were women professors on the Bologna faculties. The student guilds, originated to provide mutual protection and self-government, came in the 13th century to exercise extraordinary power over the teaching staffs. By organized boycotts of unsatisfactory teachers, the students could end the pedagogical career of any man at Bologna. In many cases, the salaries of the professors were paid by the student universities, and the professors were compelled to swear obedience to the rectors of the universities, that is, to the head officers of the student guilds. A teacher desiring leave of absence, even for a day, was obliged to obtain permission from his pupils through their rectors, and he was expressly forbidden to create holidays at his pleasure. Regulations established by the student guilds determined at what minute the teacher should begin his lecture, when he should end it, and what penalties he should pay for deviations from these rules. If he overtalked his hour, the students were instructed by the guild statutes to leave. Other guild regulations fined a teacher for skipping a chapter or decretal in his exposition of the laws, and determined how much of the course was to be given to each part of the texts. At the outset of each academic year, the professor was required to deposit £10 with the Bologna Bank. From this sum, the fines laid upon him by the rectors were deducted, and the remainder was refunded to him at the close of the year on instruction from the rectors. Committees of students were appointed to observe the conduct of each teacher and report irregularities or deficiencies to the rectors. If these arrangements seem to the modern student unusually sensible, it should be remembered that the law students at Bologna were men between 17 and 40 years of age, old enough to provide their own discipline, that they came to study, not to play, that the professor was not the employee of trustees, but a freelance lecturer whom the students in effect engaged to instruct them. The teacher's salary at Bologna consisted of fees paid him by his students and fixed by agreement with them. This system of payment was changed toward the end of the 13th century when Italian cities, eager to have universities of their own, offered municipal salaries to certain Bolognese professors. The city of Bologna thereupon, in 1289, promised to pay 2 professors an annual stipend, but the choice of professors was still left to the students. Gradually the number of these municipal salaria increased, and in the 14th century the selection of professors passed with their payment to the city. When Bologna became part of the Papal States in 1506, the appointment of the teachers became a function of the ecclesiastical authorities. In the 13th century, however, the University of Bologna, and in less degree the other universities of Italy, were marked by a lay spirit, almost an anti-clericalism, hardly to be found in other centers of European education. Whereas in these others the chief faculty was theology, there was at Bologna no theological faculty at all before 1364. Theology there was replaced by canon law. Even rhetoric took the form of law, and the art of writing became, at Bologna, Paris, Orléans, Montpellier, Tours, the ars dictaminis, or ars notaria, the art of writing legal, business, or official documents, and special degrees were given in this art. It was a common saying that the most realistic education obtainable was to be had in Bologna. A favorite story told how a Parisian pedagogue unlearned at Bologna what he had taught at Paris, and then came back to Paris and untaught it. In the 12th century, Bologna led the movement of the European mind. In the 13th, it allowed its teaching to stiffen into a stagnant scholasticism of law. The Accursian gloss became a sacred and almost unchangeable text, impeding the progressive adaptation of law to the flux of life. The spirit of inquiry fled to freer fields. Italy broke out into universities in the 12th and 13th centuries. Some of them were spawned by Bologna through the emigration of professors or students. So in 1182, Pilius left to set up a school in Modena. In 1188, Jacobus de Mandra went to Reggio Emilia and brought his pupils with him. In 1204, another migration, probably from Bologna, established a studium generale, or union of several faculties, at Vicenza. In 1215, Rofridus left the University of Bologna to open a law school at Arezzo. In 1222, a large succession of students and teachers from Bologna expanded an old school at Padua. Faculties of medicine and the arts were added to the School of Law at Padua. Venice sent her students there and contributed to the professorial salaries paid by the city. And in the 14th century, Padua became one of the most vigorous centers of European thought. In 1224, Frederick II founded the University of Naples to keep the students of South Italy from flocking north. Perhaps for like reasons, as well as to train men for ecclesiastical diplomacy, Innocent IV established the University of the Court of Rome in 1244, which followed the papal court in its migration even to Avignon. In 1303, Boniface VIII founded the University of Rome, which rose to glory under Nicholas V and Leo X, and won the name of Sapienza under Paul III. Siena inaugurated its municipal university in 1246, Piacenza in 1248. By the end of the 13th century, schools of law and the arts, and sometimes schools of medicine too, were to be found in every major city of Italy. The universities of Spain were unique in being founded and chartered by the kings, serving them and submitting to governmental control. Castile developed a royal university at Palencia in 1208, later at Valladolid in 1304. Leon had one at Salamanca in 1227, the Baleares at Palma in 1280, Catalonia at Lerida in 1300. Despite this royal connection, the Spanish universities accepted ecclesiastical supervision and funds, and some, like Palencia, grew out of cathedral schools. The University of Salamanca was richly endowed in the 13th century by San Fernando and Alfonso the Wise, and soon stood on an equal footing of fame and learning with Bologna and Paris. Many of these institutions gave instruction in Latin, mathematics, astronomy, theology, and law, some in medicine, Hebrew, or Greek. A school of Oriental studies was opened at Toledo in 1250 by Dominican monks to teach Arabic and Hebrew. Good work must have been done there, for one of its graduates, Raymond Martin, circa 1260, showed familiarity with all major philosophers and theologians of Islam. Arabic studies were prominent also at the University of Seville, founded by Alfonso the Wise in 1254. At Lisbon in 1290, the poet King Denis gave a university to Portugal. 6. Universities of France. The unquestioned leader of the European mind in the medieval meridian of the 12th and 13th centuries was France. Its cathedral schools had from the early 11th century achieved international renown. If these schools flowered into a great university at Paris, rather than at Chartres, Laon, or Reims, it was probably because the thriving commerce of the Seine and the business of a capital had brought to the city the wealth that lures the intellect and finances science, philosophy, and art. The first known master of the Cathedral School of Notre Dame was William of Champeaux, possibly from 1270 to 1121. It was his lectures, given in the cloisters of Notre Dame, that stirred up the intellectual movement out of which the University of Paris grew. When, circa 1103, Abélard came out of Brittany, slew William with a syllogism, and began the most famous lectures in French history, students flocked to hear him. The schools of Paris swelled their ranks and masters multiplied. A master, or magister, in the educational world of 12th century Paris was a man licensed to teach by the chancellor of the Cathedral of Notre Dame. The University of Paris rose by now untraceable steps from the church schools of the city, and derived its first unity from this single source of pedagogical licensing. Normally, the license was given gratis to anyone who had been for an adequate period the pupil of an authorized master, and whose application was approved by that master. It was one of the charges made against Abélard that he had set himself up as a teacher without having served such an approved apprenticeship. This conception of the teaching art in terms of master and apprentice shared in the idea and origin of the university. As the masters multiplied, they naturally formed a guild. The word universitas had for centuries been applied to any collectivity, including guilds. In 1214, Matthew Paris described a fellowship of the elect masters at Paris as an institution of long standing. We may assume, but cannot prove, that the university took form toward 1170, rather as a guild of teachers than as a union of faculties. About 1210, a bull of Innocent III, himself a graduate of Paris, recognized and approved the written statutes of this teachers' guild, and another bull of the same pope empowered the guild to choose a proctor to represent it at the papal court. By the middle of the 13th century, the Parisian masters were divided into 4 faculties or powers: theology, canon law, medicine, and arts. In contrast with Bologna, civil law had, after 1219, no place in the University of Paris. The curriculum began with the 7 arts, advanced to philosophy, and culminated in theology. The arts students, who were called artisti, artists, corresponded to our undergraduates. As they constituted by far the greatest part of the academic population in Paris, they divided, probably for mutual aid, sociability, and discipline, into 4 nations, according to their place of birth, natio, or origin. France, that is, the narrow realm directly subject to the French king, Picardy, Normandy, and England. Students from southern France, Italy, and Spain were taken into the French nation, students from the Low Countries into Picardy, students from Central and Eastern Europe into England. So many students came from Germany that that country was delayed in establishing its own universities until 1347. Each nation was governed by a procurator, or proctor, each faculty by a decanus, or dean. The students, and perhaps also the masters, in the Faculty of Arts chose a rector as their head. Gradually his functions widened until by 1255 he had become the rector of the university. We hear of no special university buildings. Apparently in the 12th century the lectures were given in the cloisters of Notre Dame, St. Geneviève, St. Victor, or other ecclesiastic structures. But in the 13th century we find teachers hiring private rooms for their classes. The masters, who came to be called also professores, or proclaimers, were tonsured clerics who, before the 15th century, lost their position if they married. Teaching was by lectures, largely for the reason that not every student could afford to buy all the texts to be studied and could not always secure copies from the libraries. The students sat on pavement or floor and took many notes. The burden on their memories was so severe that many mnemonic devices were contrived, usually in the form of verses pregnant with meaning and repulsive in form. University regulations forbade the teacher to read his lecture. He was required to speak extempore, and was even forbidden to drawl. Students graciously warned newcomers not to pay for a course until they had attended 3 lectures. William of Conches, in the 12th century, complained that teachers gave easy courses to gain popularity, students, and fees, and that the elective system by which each student had a wide choice among teachers and subjects was lowering the standard of education. The teaching was occasionally enlivened by public disputations among the masters, advanced students, and distinguished visitors. Usually the discussion followed a set form, the scholastica disputatio. The question was stated, a negative answer was given, and was defended by scriptural and patristic quotations, and by reasoning in the form of objections. A positive answer followed, defended by quotations from the Bible and the Fathers of the Church, and by reasoned replies to the objections. This Scholastica Disputatio determined the finished form of scholastic philosophy in St. Thomas Aquinas. In addition to such formal questiones disputatae, there were informal discussions called quod libeta, whatever you please, where the disputants took up any question that might be propounded at the moment. These looser debates also created a literary form, as in the minor writings of St. Thomas. Such debates, formal or informal, sharpened the medieval mind and gave scope for much freedom of thought and speech. In some men, however, they tended to promote a cleverness that could prove anything, or a logorrhea that piled mountains of argument on trivial points. Most of the students lived in hospitia, or guest houses, hired by organized student groups. Sometimes a hospital would board poor students at a nominal fee, so the Hôtel Dieu, adjoining Notre Dame, set aside a room for poor clerks. In 1180, Josius of London bought this apartment, and thereafter shared with the hospital in providing lodging and meals for 18 students in it. By 1231, this group of students had taken larger quarters, but they still called themselves the Collège des 18, the College of 18. Other hospitia or resident halls were established by monastic orders, or churches, or philanthropists, with endowments, or bursae, or annuities that reduced the cost of living for the student. In 1257, Robert de Sorbonne, chaplain to St. Louis, endowed the House of Sorbonne for 16 theological students. Additional benefactions from Louis and others provided more accommodations and raised the number of scholarships to 36. Out of this house grew the College of the Sorbonne. Further colleges, or collegia in the old sense of associations, were founded after 1300. Masters came to live in them, served as tutors, heard recitations, and read texts with the students. In the 15th century, the masters gave courses in the residence halls. Such courses increased in number, courses given outside decreased, and the college became a hall of education as well as a student dwelling place. A similar evolution of the college out of the hospitium occurred at Oxford, Montpellier, and Toulouse. The university began as an association of teachers dealing with an association of students, and became an association of faculties and colleges. Among the residence halls at Paris were 2 designed for student members or novices of the Dominican or Franciscan order. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 7, Side 2. Among the residence halls at Paris were 2 designed for student members or novices of the Dominican or the Franciscan order. The Dominicans had from their inception stressed education as a means of combating heresy. They established their own system of schools, of which the Dominican Studium Generale at Cologne was the most renowned. And they had similar institutions at Bologna and Oxford. Many friars became masters, and taught in the halls of their orders. In 1232, Alexander of Hales, one of the ablest teachers in Paris, joined the Franciscans and continued his public courses in their convent of the Cordeliers. Year by year, the number of friars lecturing at Paris increased, and their non-monastic audiences grew. The secular masters mourned that they were left sitting at their desks like lonely sparrows on the housetops, to which the friars replied that the secular masters ate and drank too much and became lazy and dull. In 1253, a student was killed in a street brawl. The city authorities arrested several students and ignored their right and demand to be tried by the university masters or the bishop. The masters, in protest, ordered a cessation of lectures. 2 Dominican teachers and 1 Franciscan, all members of the Masters Association, refused to obey the order to cease talk. The association suspended them from membership. They appealed to Alexander IV, who in 1255 ordered the University of Masters to readmit them. To avoid compliance, the masters disbanded. The Pope excommunicated them. Students and populace attacked the friars in the streets. After 6 years of controversy, a compromise was reached. The reorganized masters admitted the monastic masters, who pledged full obedience to university statutes thereafter, but the Faculty of Arts permanently excluded all monks from membership. The University of Paris, once a favorite of the popes, became hostile to the papacy, supported the kings against the pontiffs, and formed in later years the center of the Gallican movement that sought to separate the French Church from Rome. No educational institution since Aristotle has rivaled the influence of the University of Paris. For 3 centuries it drew to itself not only the largest number of students, but the greatest dynasty of intellectually distinguished men. Abélard, John of Salisbury, Albertus Magnus, Sige of Brabant, Thomas Aquinas, Bonaventura, Roger Bacon, Duns Scotus, William of Ockham. These are almost the history of philosophy from 1100 to 1400. There must have been great teachers at Paris to produce these greater ones, and an atmosphere of mental exhilaration that comes only to the peaks of human history. Furthermore, through those centuries, the University of Paris was a power in both church and state. It was an influential organ of opinion. In the 14th century, a hotbed of free speculation. In the 15th, a citadel of orthodoxy and conservatism. It cannot be said to have played no mean role in the condemnation of Joan of Arc. Other universities shared in giving France the cultural leadership of Europe. Orléans had had a school of law as far back as the 9th century. In the 12th, it rivaled Chartres as a center of classical and literary studies. In the 13th, it was second only to Bologna in the teaching of civil and canon law. Hardly less famous was the School of Law at Angers, which in 1432 became one of the major universities of France. Toulouse owed its university to its heresies. In 1229, Gregory IX compelled Count Raymond to pledge himself to pay the salaries of 14 professors in theology, canon law, and the arts, who should be sent from Paris to Toulouse to combat the Albigensian heresy by their influence on Aquitanian youth. The most renowned of the French universities outside of Paris was at Montpellier. Situated on the Mediterranean halfway between Marseille and Spain, that city enjoyed a stirring mixture of French, Greek, Spanish, and Jewish blood and culture, with a sprinkling of Italian merchants and some remnants of the Moorish colony that had once held the town. Commerce was active there. Whether through the influence of Salernian or Arabic or Jewish medicine, Montpellier, at an unknown date, established a school of medicine that soon outshone Salerno. Schools of law, theology, and the arts were added, and though these colleges were independent, their propinquity and cooperation earned for Montpellier a high repute. The university declined in the 14th century, but the school of medicine revived in the Renaissance. And in 1537 one François Rabelais gave there, in Greek, a course of lectures on Hippocrates. 7. Universities of England. Oxford, like the equivalently named Bosporus, developed as a cattle crossing. The Thames narrowed and grew shallow at that point. A fortress was built there in 912, a market formed, and Kings Canute and Harold held gamotes there long before the university arose. Presumably there were schools at Oxford in Canute's days, but we hear of no cathedral school. About 1117 we find mention of a master at Oxenford. In 1133 Robert Pullen, a theologian, came from Paris and lectured at Oxford on theology. By steps now lost to history, the schools of Oxford became in the 12th century a studium generale, or university. No man can say when. In 1209, according to a contemporary estimate, there were 3,000 students and teachers at Oxford. As at Paris, there were 4 faculties: arts, theology, medicine, and canon law. In England, the teaching of civil law escaped the universities and lodged at the Inns of Court in London. Lincoln's Inn, Gray's Inn, the Inner, and the Middle Temple were the 14th century descendants of the homes or chambers in which judges and teachers of the law in the 12th and 13th centuries received students as apprentices. At Oxford, as at Paris and Cambridge, the colleges began as endowed residence halls for poor students. At an early date they became also lecture halls. Masters dwelt in them with the students, and by the end of the 13th century the aulae, or halls, had become the physical and pedagogical constituents of the university. About 1260 Sir John de Balliol of Scotland, father of the Scotch king of 1292, as penance for an unknown crime, established at Oxford a House of Balliol, to maintain by a grant of 8 pence, or $8 a week, certain poor scholars called socii, or fellows. 3 years later, Walter de Merton founded and endowed the House of the Scholars of Merton, first at Malden, soon at Oxford, to care for as many students as its income could support. These revenues were repeatedly doubled by the rise of land values, so that Archbishop Peckham in 1284 complained that the poor scholars were receiving additional allowances for delicate living. In general, the English colleges grew wealthy not only by fellowship grants and other gifts, but through the rise in the value of the estates with which they were endowed. About 1280, a bequest of William of Durham, Archbishop of Rouen, established University Hall, now University College. The modest beginnings of these famous colleges is shown in the terms of foundation, which provided for 4 masters and such scholars as might care to board with them. The masters chose one of their number as senior fellow to manage the hall. In time, he or his successors appropriated those titles of master or principal by which the heads of the English colleges are known today. The University of Oxford in the 13th century was an association of these colleges under a university or guild of masters, themselves governed by regents and a chancellor of their own choosing, who in turn was subject to the Bishop of Lincoln and the king. By 1300, Oxford ranked next to Paris as a center of intellectual activity and influence. Its most famous graduate was Roger Bacon. Other Franciscan monks, including Adam Marsh, Thomas of York, John Peckham, formed with him there a distinguished group of learned men. Their leader and inspiration, Robert Grosseteste, possibly from 1175 to 1253, was the finest figure in the life of Oxford in the 13th century. He studied law, medicine, and natural science there, graduated in 1179, took his divinity degree in 1189, and soon afterward was chosen Master of the Oxford Schools, the earlier form of the title of Chancellor. In 1235, while still remaining head of Oxford, he became Bishop of Lincoln and superintended the completion of the great cathedral. He energetically promoted the study of Greek and of Aristotle, and shared in the heroic effort of the 13th century mind to reconcile Aristotle's philosophy with the Christian faith. He wrote commentaries on Aristotle's physics and posterior analytics, summarized the science of his time in a Compendium Scientiarum, and worked for a reform of the calendar. He understood the principles of the microscope and the telescope, and opened many paths for Roger Bacon in mathematics and physics. It was probably he who acquainted Bacon with the magnifying property of the lens. Many ideas that we ascribe to Bacon, on perspective, the rainbow, tides, the calendar, the desirability of experiment, were apparently suggested to him by Grosseteste. Above all, the notion that all science must be based upon mathematics, since all force, in its passage through space, follows geometrical forms and rules. He wrote French poetry and a treatise on husbandry, and was a lawyer and a physician as well as a theologian and a scientist. He encouraged the study of Hebrew with a view to converting the Jews. Meanwhile, he behaved toward them in an anomalously Christian way, and protected them as well as he could from the sadism of the mob. He was an active social reformer, always loyal to the Church, but daring to lay before Pope Innocent IV in 1250 a written memorial in which he ascribed the shortcomings of the Church to the practices of the papal curia. At Oxford he established the first chest to make gratuitous loans to scholars. He was the first of 1,000 brilliant minds whose achievements created the magnificent prestige of Oxford in the educational and intellectual world. Today Oxford is a manufacturing center as well as a university, and makes automobiles as well as dons. But Cambridge is still a city of colleges, a medieval jewel brightened with modern wealth and British good taste. Everything in it pertains to its colleges, and the medieval peace of mind survives in this loveliest of university towns. Apparently its intellectual eminence must be dated from a murder at Oxford. In 1209 a woman was killed there by a student. The townspeople raided a residence hall and hanged 2 or 3 students. The university, that is, the Association of Masters, suspended operations in protest against the action of the townsfolk, and if we may believe the usually trustworthy Matthew Paris, 3,000 students and presumably many masters left Oxford. A large number of them, we are told, went to Cambridge and set up halls and faculties. This is the first mention we have of anything higher there than an elementary school. A second migration of Parisian students in 1228 swelled the ranks of the student body. Monks, mendicant or Benedictine, came and established colleges. In 1281, the Bishop of Ely organized the first secular college in Cambridge, St. Peter's College, now Peterhouse. The 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries saw the foundation and embellishment of additional colleges, some of them among the masterpieces of medieval architecture, all of them together, embraced by the quiet winding Cam, constitute with their campuses one of the fairest works of man. 8. Student life. The medieval student might be of any age. He might be a curate, a prior, an abbot, a merchant, a married man. He might be a lad of 13, troubled with the sudden dignity of his years. He went to Bologna, Orléans, or Montpellier to become a lawyer or a physician. To other universities he went in some cases to prepare for governmental service, usually to make a career in the church. He encountered no entrance examinations. The only requirements were a knowledge of Latin and ability to pay a modest fee to each master whose course he took. If he was poor, he might be helped by a scholarship, or by his village, his friends, his church, or his bishop. There were thousands of such cases. Abbot Sampson, hero of Jocelyn's Chronicle and Carlyle's Past and Present, owed his education to a poor priest who sold holy water to keep Sampson in fees. A student traveling to or from a university usually received free transportation and free food and lodging at monasteries on the way. Arriving at Oxford, Paris, or Bologna, he would find himself one of a large crowd of happy, embarrassed, and eager students riding on a wave of intellectual enthusiasm that made philosophy, with a dash of heresy, as exciting as war, and a debate as fascinating as a tournament. At Paris he would have found in 1300 some 7,000 students, at Bologna 6,000, at Oxford 3,000. In general, the universities of Paris, Oxford, and Bologna had more students in the 13th century than later, probably because they had less competition. The newcomer would be received by his nation, and might be guided into living quarters, perhaps with some poor family. If he had the right connections, he might get a bed and share a room in one of the hospitia, or residence halls, where his expenses would be light. In 1374, a student at Oxford paid 104 shillings, or $1,040 a year for bed and board, 20 shillings, or $200 for tuition, 40 for clothes. No specific academic dress was enjoined upon him. However, he was requested to button his robe and not go shoeless unless his robe reached to his heels. For distinction, masters wore a capa, a red or purple cope with miniver border and hood. Sometimes they covered the head with a square biretta, topped with a tuft instead of a tassel. The student at Paris had the status and ecclesiastical immunities of a cleric. He was exempt from military service, state taxation, or secular trial. He was expected, not always compelled, to take the tonsure. If he married, he could continue as a student, but he lost his clerical privileges and could not take a degree. A judicious promiscuity, however, involved no such penalties. The monk Jacques de Vitry, about 1230, described the Parisian students as more dissolute than the people. They counted fornication no sin. Prostitutes dragged passing clerics to brothels almost by force, and openly through the streets. If the clerics refused to enter, the whores called them sodomites. That abominable vice, sodomy, so filled the city that it was held a sign of honor if a man kept one or more concubines. In one and the same house there were classrooms above and a brothel beneath. Upstairs masters lectured, downstairs courtesans carried on their base services. In the same house the debates of philosophers could be heard with the quarrels of courtesans and pimps. This has all the earmarks of righteous exaggeration. We may only conclude that at Paris, cleric and saint were not synonyms. Jacques goes on to tell how each national group among the students had favorite adjectives for the other groups. The English were heavy drinkers and had tails. The French were proud and effeminate. The Germans were furibundi, or blusterers, and obscene in their cups. The Flemish were fat and greedy and soft as butter, and all of them, through such backbiting, often passed from words to blows. At Paris, the students were crowded at first into the island holding Notre Dame. This was the original Latin quarter, so called because the students were required to speak Latin even in non-scholastic converse, a rule often breached. Even when the Quartier Latin was extended to include the west end of the suburb south of the Seine, the students were too numerous to be easily policed. Altercations were frequent between student and master, student and townsman, secular and monk. At Oxford, the bell of St. Mary's summoned the students, and the bell of St. Martin's called the burghers to do battle in an intermittent war between gown and town. One riot in Oxford in 1298 cost £3,000, or $150,000 in damage to property. A Paris official in 1269 issued a proclamation against scholars who, by day and night, atrociously wound and slay many, carry off women, ravish virgins, break into houses, and commit over and over again robberies and many other enormities. Oxford boys may have been less given to lechery than the pupils of Paris, but homicides were frequent there, and executions were rare. If the murderer left town, he was seldom pursued, and an Oxford man considered it sufficient punishment for an Oxford murderer to be compelled to go to Cambridge. As water was hardly safe to drink, and neither tea nor coffee nor tobacco had yet reached Europe, the students reconciled themselves with wine and beer to Aristotle and heatless rooms. One of the main reasons for organizing a university of students was to celebrate religious or academic festivals with conspicuously virile drinking. Every step in the scholastic year was a jocund advent to be graced with wine. Students, in many cases, provided such refreshments for their examiners, and the nations usually consumed in the taverns whatever remained in their treasuries at the end of the scholastic year. Dicing was an added solace. Some students earned excommunication by playing dice on the altars of Notre Dame. In their more orderly moments, the students amused themselves with dogs, hawks, music, dancing, chess, telling stories, and hazing newcomers. Such fledglings were styled bajonies, yellow bills. They were bullied and hoaxed, and were made to provide a feast for their lords of a year's advantage. Discipline relied largely on rules established by each hall of residence. Violations were punished with fines or by sconces, whereby an offending student was mulcted in gallons of wine to be corporately consumed. Flogging, though frequent in grammar schools, is not mentioned in university discipline till the 15th century. For the rest, the university authorities required every student at the beginning of each year to take a solemn oath to obey all regulations. Among the required oaths at Paris was one pledging the student not to take vengeance on examiners who failed to pass him. The students swore in haste and sinned at leisure. Perjury was prevalent. Hell had no terrors for young theologians. Nevertheless, the students found time for lectures. There were sluggards among them. Some who preferred leisure to fame favored the courses in canon law, whose sessions began at the 3rd hour and allowed them to complete their sleep. As the 3rd hour was 9 a.m., it is apparent that most classes met soon after dawn, probably at 7. At the beginning of the 13th century, the school season lasted 11 months. By the end of the 14th century, the long vacation, originating in the need for youthful hands at harvest time, ran from June 28th to August 25th or September 15th. At Oxford and Paris, only a few days were left free at Christmas and Easter. At Bologna, whose students were of greater age and means and perhaps more distant provenance, 10 days were allowed at Christmas, 14 at Easter, 21 for the carnival preceding Lent. There were seemingly no examinations during the scholastic course. There were recitations and disputations, and incompetent students might be weeded out en route. Toward the middle of the 13th century, the custom arose of requiring the student, after 5 years of resident study, to pass a preliminary examination by a committee of his nation. This involved first a private test, a responsio to questions. Second, a public disputation in which the candidate defended one or more theses against challengers, and concluded with a summation of the results, determinatio. Those who passed these preliminary trials were called baccalarii, or bachelors, and were allowed to serve a master as assistant teacher or cursory lecturer. The bachelor might continue his resident studies for 3 years more. Then, if his master thought him fit for the ordeal, he was presented to examiners appointed by the chancellor. Masters were expected not to present clearly unprepared candidates unless they were rich in money or dignity. In such cases, the public examination was adjusted to the candidate's capacity, or it might be dispensed with altogether. Qualities of character were included as subjects for examination. Moral offenses committed during his 4 or 7 years at the university might then block the candidate's access to a degree, for the degree attested moral fitness as well as intellectual preparation. Of 17 failures at the examination of 43 candidates in Vienna in 1449, all were for moral, none for intellectual deficiency. If the student passed this public and final examination, he became a master or doctor, and automatically received an ecclesiastically sanctioned license to teach anywhere in Christendom. As a bachelor he had taught with uncovered head. Now he was crowned with a biretta, received a kiss and a blessing from his master, and, seated in the magisterial chair, gave an inaugural lecture or held an inaugural disputation. This was his inceptio, called at Cambridge his commencement as a master. It was essential to such graduation that he should entertain all or a large number of the masters of the university at a banquet and make presents to them. By these and other ceremonies he was received into the magisterial guild. It is comforting to observe that medieval education had defects as troublesome as the educational systems of today. Only a small proportion of matriculants survived the 5 years required for the baccalaureate. The assumption of all the defined doctrines of the Church as binding on belief put the mind to rest instead of to work. The search for arguments to prove these beliefs, the citing of scriptural or patristic support for them, the interpretation of Aristotle to harmonize with them, trained intellectual subtlety rather than intellectual conscience. We may forgive these faults more readily if we consider that any way of life develops a similar dogmatism about the assumptions on which it rests. So today we leave men free to question the religious but not the political faith of their fathers. The political heresy is punished by social ostracism as theological heresy was punished by excommunication in the age of faith. Now that the policeman labors to take the place of God, it becomes more dangerous to question the state than to doubt the Church. No system smiles upon the challenging of its axioms. The transmission of knowledge and the training of appreciation are obviously more widespread and seem more abundant than in the Middle Ages, but we should not readily say the same for the education of character. Practical ability was not lacking in the medieval graduate. The universities sent forth a considerable number of able administrators, lawyers who made the French monarchy, philosophers who led Christianity out upon the high seas of reason, popes who dared to think in European terms. The universities sharpened the intellect of Western man, created a language for philosophy, made learning respectable, and ended the mental adolescence of the triumphant barbarians. While so many other achievements of the Middle Ages crumble before the juggernaut of time, the universities, bequeathed to us by the age of faith in all the elements of their organization, adjust themselves to inescapable change, molt their old skins to live new lives, and wait for us to wed them to government. Chapter 35. Abélard, 1079 to 1142. 1. Divine Philosophy. Let us give a separate chapter to Abélard, not merely as a philosopher, nor as one of the creators of the University of Paris, nor as a flame that set the mind of Latin Europe afire in the 12th century, but as, with Héloïse, part and personification of the morals and literature and highest fascination of their time. He was born in Brittany, near Nantes, in the village of Le Palais. His father, known to us only as Béranger, was the seigneur of a modest estate, and could afford to give his 3 sons and 1 daughter a liberal education. Pierre, we do not know the origin of his surname Abélard, was the oldest and could claim the rights of primogeniture. But he felt so lively an interest in studies and ideas that, on growing up, he surrendered to his brothers his claim and share in the family property, and set out to woo philosophy wherever a philosophic battle raged, or some famous teacher taught. It meant much for his career that one of his first masters was Jean Rosselin, circa 1050 to circa 1120, a rebel who prefigured Abélard by drawing down upon his head the condemnation of the Church. The controversy that Rosselin had aroused stemmed from what seemed the most harmless problem of the driest logic, the objective existence of universals. In Greek and medieval philosophy, a universal was a general idea denoting a class of objects: book, stone, planet, man, mankind, the French people, the Catholic Church; actions, cruelty, justice; or qualities, beauty, truth. Plato, seeing the transitoriness of individual organisms and things, had suggested that the universal is more lasting, therefore more real than any member of the class it describes. Beauty more real than Phryne, justice more real than Aristides, man more real than Socrates. This is what the Middle Ages meant by realism. Aristotle had countered that the universal is merely an idea formed by the mind to represent a class of like objects. The class itself exists, he thought, only as its constituent members. In our time, men have debated whether there is a group mind apart from the desires, ideas, and feelings of the individuals composing the group. And Hume argued that the individual mind itself is only an abstract name for the series and collection of sensations, ideas, and volitions in an organism. The Greeks did not take the problem too much to heart, and one of the last pagan philosophers, Porphyry, circa 232 to circa 304, of Syria and Rome, merely phrased it without offering a solution. But to the Middle Ages the question was vital. The Church claimed to be a spiritual entity additional to the sum of her individual adherents. The whole, she felt, had qualities and powers beyond those of its parts. She could not admit that she was an abstraction, and that the endless ideas and relations suggested by the term the Church were nothing but ideas and feelings in her constituent members. She was the living bride of Christ. Worse yet, if only individual persons, things, actions, and ideas existed, what became of the Trinity? Was the unity of the three persons a mere abstraction? Were they three separate gods? We must place ourselves in his theological environment to understand the fate of Rosselin. We know his views only through the reports of his opponents. We are told that he considered universals or general ideas to be mere words, voces, mere winds of the voice, flatus vocis. Individual objects and persons exist, all else is names, nomina. Genera and species and qualities have no independent existence. Man does not exist, only men. Color exists only in the form of colored things. The Church would doubtless have let Rosselin alone had he not applied this nominalism to the Trinity. God, he is reported to have said, is a word applied to the three persons of the Trinity, just as man is applied to many men. But all that really exists is the three persons, in effect three gods. This was to admit the polytheism of which Islam implicitly accused Christianity 5 times a day from 1,000 minarets. The Church could not allow such teaching in one who was a canon of the cathedral at Compiègne. Rosselin was summoned before an episcopal synod at Soissons in 1092, and was given a choice between retraction and excommunication. He retracted. He fled to England, attacked clerical concubinage there, returned to France, and taught at Tours and Loches. It was probably at Loches that Abélard sat impatiently at his feet. Abélard rejected nominalism, but it was for doubts about the Trinity that he was twice condemned. It deserves also to be noted that the 12th century called realism the ancient doctrine, and gave to its opponents the name of moderni, moderns. The Church was ably defended by Anselm, 1033 to 1109, in several works that seem to have deeply moved Abélard, if only to opposition. Anselm came of a patrician family in Italy. He was made abbot of Bec in Normandy in 1078. Under his rule, as under that of Lanfranc, Bec became one of the major schools of learning in the West. As perhaps ideally described by his fellow monk Eadmer in a loving biography, Anselm was a gentle ascetic who wished only to meditate and pray, and reluctantly emerged from his cell to govern the monastery and its school. To such a man, whose faith was his life, doubt was impossible. Faith must come long before understanding, and how could any finite mind expect ever to understand God? "I do not seek to understand in order to believe," he said, following Augustine. "I believe in order to understand." But his pupils asked for arguments for use against infidels. He himself considered it negligent if, after we are confirmed in our faith, we should not aim to understand what we have believed. He accepted the motto Fides quaerens intellectum, faith in quest of understanding, and in a series of immensely influential works, he inaugurated scholastic philosophy by attempting a rational defense of the Christian faith. In a little treatise, Monologion, he argued for the objective existence of universals. Our notions of goodness, justice, and truth are relative, and have meaning only by comparison with some absolute goodness, justice, and truth. Unless this absolute exists, we have no certain standards of judgment, and our science and our morality alike are baseless and void. God, objective goodness, justice, and truth, is this saving absolute, the necessary assumption of our lives. As if to carry this realism to the utmost, Anselm proceeded in his Proslogion, circa 1074, to his famous ontological proof of the existence of God. God is the most perfect being that we can conceive. But if he were merely an idea in our heads, he would lack one element of perfection, namely existence. Therefore God, the most perfect being, exists. A modest monk, Gaunilo, signing himself Incipiens, or fool, wrote to Anselm, protesting that we cannot pass so magically from conception to existence, and that an equally valid argument would prove the existence of a perfect island, and Thomas Aquinas agreed with Gaunilo. In another brilliant but unconvincing tract, Cur Deus Homo, Anselm sought some rational ground for the fundamental Christian belief that God had become man. Why was this incarnation necessary? An opinion defended by Ambrose, Pope Leo I, and several fathers of the Church held that by eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve had sold themselves and all their progeny to the devil, and that only the death of God, become man, could ransom humanity from Satan and hell. Anselm proposed a subtler argument. The disobedience of our first parents was an infinite offense, because it sinned against an infinite being, and disturbed the moral order of the world. Only an infinite atonement could balance and wipe out that infinite offense. Only an infinite being could offer such infinite atonement. God became man to restore the moral balance of the world. The realism of Anselm was developed by one of Rosselin's pupils, William of Champeaux, from possibly 1070 to 1121. In 1103, William began to teach dialectics in the cathedral school of Notre Dame at Paris. If we may believe Abélard, who was too good a warrior to be a good historian, William out-Platoed Plato and held not only that universals are objectively real, but that the individual is an incidental modification of the generic reality and exists solely by participating in the universal. So humanity is the real being which enters into and thereby gives existence to Socrates. Moreover, William is reported to have taught, the whole universal is present in every individual of its class. All humanity is in Socrates, in Alexander. To William's school Abélard came after much scholarly wandering, possibly in 1103, aged 24 or 25. He had a fine figure, a proud carriage, good looks, an imposing breadth of brow, and the vivacity of his spirit gave life and charm to his manners and speech. He could compose songs and sing them. His lusty humor shook the cobwebs in the dialectical halls. He was a gay and joyous youth who had discovered at the same time Paris and philosophy. His defects were those of his qualities. He was conceited, boastful, insolent, self-centered, and in the exhilaration of his conscious talent he rode with young thoughtlessness over the dogmas and sensibilities of his masters and his time. He was drunk with the dear delight of philosophy. This famous lover loved dialectic more than he loved Héloïse. He was amused by the exaggerated realism of his teacher, and challenged him in open class. All humanity present in Socrates? Then, when all humanity is in Alexander, Socrates, included in all humanity, must be present in Alexander. Presumably William had meant that all the essential elements of humanity are present in each human being. We have not received William's side of the argument. In any case, Abélard would have none of it. To William's realism and to Rosselin's nominalism, he opposed what came to be called conceptualism. The class, man, stone, physically exists only in the form of its constituent members, men, stones. Qualities, whiteness, goodness, truth, exist only in the objects, actions, or ideas that they qualify. But the class and the quality are not mere names. They are concepts formed by our minds from elements or features observed to be common to a group of individuals, objects, actions, or ideas. These common elements are real, though they appear only in individual forms. The concepts by which we think of these common elements, the generic or universal ideas by which we think of classes of like objects, are not winds of voice, but the most useful and indispensable instruments of thought. Without them, science and philosophy would be impossible. Abélard remained with William, he tells us, for some time. Then he himself began to teach, first at Melun, later at Corbeil, the one 40, the other 25 miles from Paris. Some criticized him for setting up his own shop after too brief an apprenticeship, but a goodly number of students followed him, relishing his quick mind and tongue. Meanwhile, William became a monk at St. Victor, and by request continued his lectures there. To him, after a grievous illness, Abélard returned as a pupil. Apparently there was more meat on the bones of William's philosophy than a hasty reading of Abélard's brief autobiography suggests. But soon their old debates were resumed. Abélard, in Abélard's report, forced William to modify his realism, and William's prestige waned. His successor and appointee at Notre Dame, now, in possibly 1109, offered to yield his place to Abélard. William refused consent. Abélard resumed lecturing at Melun, then on Mont Sainte-Geneviève, just outside Paris. Between him and William, and between their students, a war of logic ran its wordy course for years. And Abélard, despite his rejection of nominalism, became the leader and hero of the moderni, the ardent young rebels of the modern school. While he was so embattled, his father and mother entered religious orders, presumably as a viaticum, and Abélard had to return to Le Palais to bid them Godspeed and perhaps to settle some problems of property. In 1115, after a term of studying theology at Laon, Abélard returned to Paris and, apparently without opposition, established his school or lecture course in those very cloisters of Notre Dame where he had squatted as a student some 12 years before. He became a canon of the cathedral, though not yet a priest, and might look forward to ecclesiastical dignities if he could hold his tongue. But it was a hard condition. He had studied literature as well as philosophy, and was a master of lucid and graceful exposition. Like any Frenchman, he acknowledged a moral obligation to be clear, and he was not afraid to let some humor lighten the burden of his speech. Students came from a dozen countries to hear him. His classes were so large that they brought him considerable money, as well as international fame. A letter written to him a few years later by Abbé Fulk bears witness. "Rome sent you her children to instruct. Neither distance nor mountains nor valleys nor roads infested with brigands prevented the youth of the world from coming to you. Young Englishmen crowded to your classes across a dangerous sea. All quarters of Spain, Flanders, Germany sent you pupils, and they were never tired of praising the power of your mind. I say nothing of all the inhabitants of Paris and the most distant parts of France, which are also thirsty for your teaching, almost as if no science existed which could not be learned from you." From that height and splendor of success and renown, why should not he move on to a bishopric, as William had done, then to an archbishopric? Why not to the papacy? 2. Héloïse. Up to this time, possibly around 1117, he doth protest he had maintained the most continence, and had diligently refrained from all excesses. But in the maiden Héloïse, niece of the cathedral canon Fulbert, there was a comeliness of person, and a flair for learning which aroused the sensitivity of his manhood and the admiration of his mind. During those hectic years when Abélard and William fought the universal war, Héloïse had grown from infancy to girlhood as an orphan of whose parentage no certain trace remains. Her uncle sent her for many years to a convent at Argenteuil. There, falling in love with the books in the little library, she became the brightest pupil the nuns had ever had. When Fulbert learned that she could converse in Latin as readily as in French, and was even studying Hebrew, he took new pride in her and brought her to live with him in his home near the cathedral. She was 16 when Abélard came into her life in 1117. Presumably she had heard of him long since. She must have seen the hundreds of students who crowded the cloisters and lecture rooms to hear him. Perhaps, so intellectually eager, she had gone openly or furtively to see and hear the idol and paragon of the scholars of Paris. We can imagine her modest trepidation when Fulbert told her that Abélard was to live with them and be her tutor. The philosopher himself gives the frankest explanation of how it had come about. "It was this young girl whom I determined to unite with myself in the bonds of love, and indeed the thing seemed to me very easy to be done. So distinguished was my name, and I possessed such advantages of youth and comeliness, that no matter what woman I might favor with my love, I dreaded rejection of none. Thus, utterly aflame with passion for this maiden, I sought to discover means whereby I might have daily and familiar speech with her, thereby the more easily to win her consent. For this purpose I persuaded the girl's uncle to take me into his household in return for the payment of a small sum. He was a man keen in avarice, and believed that his niece would vastly benefit from my teaching. The man's simplicity was nothing short of astounding. I should not have been more surprised if he had entrusted a tender lamb to the care of a ravenous wolf. Why should I say more? We were united, first in the dwelling that sheltered our love, and then in the hearts that burned within us. Under the pretext of study, we spent our hours in the happiness of love. Our kisses outnumbered our reasoned words. Our hands sought less the book than each other's bosoms. Love drew our eyes together. What had begun with his simple physical desire graduated through Héloïse's delicacy into a tenderness surpassing in sweetness the most fragrant balm. It was a new experience for him, and wooed him quite from philosophy. He borrowed passion from his lectures for his love, and left them anomalously dull. His students mourned the dialectician, but welcomed the lover. They were delighted to learn that even Socrates could sin. They consoled themselves for lost jousts of argument by singing the love songs that he now composed, and Héloïse from her windows could hear on their lips the boisterous echo of his enchantment. Not long afterward she announced to him that she was with child. Secretly, by night, he stole her from her uncle's house and sent her to his sister's home in Brittany. Half from fear and half from pity, he offered to the infuriated uncle to marry Héloïse, provided Fulbert would let him keep the marriage secret. The canon agreed, and after his classes had adjourned, Abélard went to Brittany to fetch a tender but unwilling bride. Their son, Astrolabe, was 3 days old when he arrived. Héloïse long refused to marry him. The reforms of Leo IX and Gregory VII, a generation back, had barred married men from the priesthood unless the wife became a nun. She was not ready to contemplate such a surrender of her mate and her child. She proposed to remain his mistress on the ground that such a relationship, kept judiciously secret, would not, like marriage, close his road to advancement in the Church. A long passage in Abélard's History of My Calamities ascribes to Héloïse at this point a learned array of authorities and instances against the marriage of philosophers, and an eloquent plea against robbing the Church of so shining a light. Remember that Socrates was wedded, and with how sordid a case he first purged that stain on philosophy, that thereafter other men might be more prudent. It would be far sweeter for her, he reports her as saying, to be called my mistress than to be known as my wife. Nay, this would be more honorable for me as well. He persuaded her by promising that the marriage would be known only to an intimate few. They left Astrolabe with the sister, returned to Paris, and were married in the presence of Fulbert. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 8, Side 1. They left Astrolabe with the sister, returned to Paris, and were married in the presence of Fulbert. To keep the marriage secret, Abélard went back to his bachelor lodgings, and Héloïse lived again with her uncle. The lovers saw each other now only rarely and clandestinely. But Fulbert, anxious to redeem his prestige and overruling his promise to Abélard, divulged the marriage. Héloïse denied it, and Fulbert visited her repeatedly with punishments. Abélard stole her away again. This time he sent her, much against her will, to the convent at Argenteuil, and bade her don the garb of a nun, but not to take the vows or the veil. When Fulbert and his kinsmen heard of this, says Abélard, they were convinced that now I had completely played them false, and had rid myself forever of Héloïse by forcing her to become a nun. Violently incensed, they laid a plot against me, and one night, while I was asleep in a secret room in my lodgings, they broke in with the help of one of my servants whom they had bribed. There they had vengeance upon me with a most cruel and shameful punishment, for they cut off those parts of my body whereby I had done that which was the cause of their sorrow. This done, they fled, but 2 of them were captured, and suffered the loss of their eyes and their genitals. His enemies could not have chosen a subtler revenge. It did not immediately disgrace him. All Paris, including the clergy, sympathized with him. His students flocked to comfort him. Fulbert shrank into hiding and oblivion, and the bishop confiscated his property. But Abélard realized that he was ruined, and that the tale of this amazing outrage would spread to the very ends of the earth. He could no longer think of ecclesiastical preferment. He felt that his fair fame had been utterly blotted out, and that he would be a butt of jokes for generations to come. He felt a certain unpoetic justice in his fall. He had been maimed in the flesh that had sinned, and had been betrayed by the man whom he had betrayed. He bade Héloïse take the veil, and he himself at Saint-Denis took the vows of a monk. 3. The Rationalist. A year later, in 1120, at the urging of his students and his abbot, he resumed his lecturing in a cell of the Benedictine priory of Maisoncelles. Presumably we have the substance of his lecture courses in his books. These, however, were composed in hectic installments, and hardly allowed dating. They were revised in his final years, when his spirit was quite broken, and there is no telling how much youthful fire was quenched by the flow of time. 4 minor logical works circle about the problem of universals. We need not disturb their rest. The Dialectica, however, is a 375-page treatise on logic in the Aristotelian sense, a rational analysis of the parts of speech, the categories of thought, substance, quantity, place, position, time, relation, quality, possession, action, passion, the forms of propositions, and the rules of reasoning. The Renaissance mind of Western Europe had to clarify these basic ideas for itself like a child learning to read. Dialectic was the major interest of philosophy in Abélard's time, partly because the new philosophy stemmed from Aristotle through Boethius and Porphyry, and only the logical treatises of Aristotle, and not all of these, were known to this first generation of scholastic philosophy. So the Dialectica is not a fascinating book, yet even in its formal pages we hear a shot or two in the first skirmishes of a 200 years' war between faith and reason. How can we, in an age already doubtful of the intellect, recapture the glow of a time that was just discovering this great mystery of knowledge? Truth cannot be contrary to truth, Abélard pleads. The truths of Scripture must agree with the findings of reason, else the God who gave us both would be deluding us with one or the other. Perhaps in his early period, before his tragedy, he wrote his Dialogue between a Philosopher, a Jew, and a Christian. In a vision of the night, he says, 3 men came to him as a famous teacher, and asked his judgment on their dispute. All 3 believe in one God, 2 accept the Hebrew Scriptures. The philosopher rejects these and proposes to base life and morality on reason and natural law. How absurd, argues the philosopher, to cling to the beliefs of our childhood, to share the superstitions of the crowd, and to condemn to hell those who do not accept these puerilities. He ends unphilosophically by calling Jews fools and Christians lunatics. The Jew replies that men could not live without laws, that God, like a good king, gave man a code of conduct, and that the precepts of the Pentateuch sustained the courage and morality of the Jews through centuries of dispersion and tragedy. The philosopher asks, how then did your patriarchs live so nobly long before Moses and his laws? And how can you believe in a revelation that promised you earthly prosperity, and yet has allowed you to suffer such poverty and desolation? The Christian accepts much that the philosopher and the Jew have said, but he argues that Christianity developed and perfected the natural law of the one and the Mosaic law of the other. Christianity raised higher than ever before the moral ideals of mankind. Neither philosophy nor scriptural Judaism offered man eternal happiness. Christianity gives harassed man such a hope, and is therefore infinitely precious. This unfinished dialogue is an amazing product for a cathedral canon in the Paris of 1120. A like freedom of discussion found another medium in Abélard's most famous work, Sic et Non, Yes and No, from possibly 1120. The earliest known mention of it is in a letter from William of Saint-Thierry to St. Bernard in 1140, describing it as a suspicious book secretly circulating among the pupils and partisans of Abélard. Thereafter, it disappeared from history until 1836, when the manuscript was discovered by Victor Cousin in a library at Avranches. Its very form must have made the mitred grieve. After a pious introduction, it divided into 157 questions, including the most basic dogmas of the faith. Under each question, 2 sets of quotations were ranged in opposite columns. One set supported the affirmative, the other the negative, and each set quoted from the Bible, the Fathers of the Church, the pagan classics, even from Ovid's Art of Loving, Ars Amandi. The book may have been intended as an armory of references for scholastic disputation, but the introduction, purposely or not, impugned the authority of the Fathers by showing them in contradiction of one another, even of themselves. Abélard did not question the authority of the Bible, but he argued that its language was meant for unlettered people and must be interpreted by reason, that the sacred text had sometimes been corrupted by interpolation or careless copying, and that where scriptural or patristic passages contradicted one another, reason must attempt their reconciliation. Anticipating the Cartesian doubt by 400 years, he wrote in the same prologue, "The first key to wisdom is assiduous and frequent questioning, for by doubting we come to inquiry, and by inquiry we arrive at the truth." He points out that Jesus himself, facing the doctors in the temple, plied them with questions. The first debate in the book is almost a declaration of independence for philosophy, that faith should be founded in human reason and the contrary. He quotes Ambrose, Augustine, and Gregory I as defending faith, and cites Hilary, Jerome, and Augustine to the effect that it is good to be able to prove one's faith by reason. While repeatedly affirming his orthodoxy, Abélard opens up for debate such problems as divine providence versus free will, the existence of sin and evil in a world created by a good and omnipotent God, and the possibility that God is not omnipotent. His free reasoning about such questions must have shaken the faith of youthful students enamored of debate. Nevertheless, this method of education by the freest discussion became, probably through Abélard's example, the regular procedure at French universities and in philosophical or theological writing. We shall find St. Thomas adopting it without fear and without reproach. In the very birth of scholasticism, rationalism found a place. If the sic et non offended only a few because its circulation was limited, Abélard's attempt to apply reason to the mystery of the Trinity could not so narrowly confine its influence and alarm, for it was the subject of his lectures in 1120 and of his book on the divine unity and Trinity. He wrote this, he says, "for my students, because they were always seeking for rational and philosophical explanations, asking rather for reasons they could understand than for mere words, saying that it was futile to utter words which the intellect could not possibly follow, that nothing could be believed unless it could first be understood, and that it was absurd for anyone to preach to others a thing which he neither himself, nor those whom he sought to teach, could comprehend." This book, he tells us, became exceedingly popular, and people marveled at his subtlety. He pointed out that the unity of God was the one point agreed upon by the greatest religions and the greatest philosophers. In the one God we may view his power as the first person, his wisdom as the second, his grace, charity, and love as the third. These are phases or modalities of the divine essence, but all the works of God suppose and unite at once his power, his wisdom, and his love. Many theologians felt that this was a permissible analogy. The Bishop of Paris rejected the appeal of the now aged and orthodox Rosselin to indict Abélard for heresy, and Bishop Geoffrey of Chartres defended Abélard through all the fury that now fell upon the reckless philosopher. But in Reims, two teachers, Alberic and Lutolf, who had quarreled with Abélard at Laon in 1113, stirred up the archbishop to summon him to come to Soissons with his book on the Trinity, and defend himself against charges of heresy. When Abélard appeared at Soissons in 1121, he found that the populace had been roused against him, and came near to stoning me in the belief that I had preached the existence of three gods. The Bishop of Chartres demanded that Abélard be heard by the council in his own defense. Alberic and others objected, on the ground that Abélard was irresistible in persuasion and argument. The council condemned him unheard, compelled him to cast his book into a fire, and bade the abbot of Saint-Médard to confine him in that monastery for a year. But shortly thereafter, a papal legate freed him and sent him back to Saint-Denis. After a turbulent year with the unruly monks there, Abélard secured permission from the new abbot, the great Suger, to build himself a hermitage in a lonely spot halfway between Fontainebleau and Troyes in 1122. There, with a companion in minor orders, he raised with reeds and stalks a little oratory or place of prayer, which he called by the name of the Holy Trinity. When students heard that he was free to teach again, they came to him and made themselves into an impromptu school. They built huts in the wilderness, slept on rushes and straw, and lived on coarse bread and the herbs of the field. Here was a thirst for knowledge that would soon make and crowd universities. Now, indeed, the Dark Ages were a nightmare almost forgotten. In return for his lectures, the students tilled the field, raised buildings, and built him a new oratory of timber and stone, which he called the Paraclete, as if to say that the affection of his disciples had come like a Holy Spirit into his life, just when he had fled from human society to solitude and despair. The 3 years that he spent there were as happy as any that he could now know. Probably the lectures that he gave to those eager students are preserved and reshaped in two books, one called Theologia Christiana, and the other simply Theologia. Their doctrine was orthodox, but an age still a stranger to most of Greek philosophy was a bit shocked to find in them so many laudatory references to pagan thinkers, and a suggestion that Plato too had in some degree enjoyed divine inspiration. He could not believe that all these wonderful pre-Christian minds had missed salvation. God, he insisted, gives his love to all peoples, Jews and heathen included. Abélard impenitently returned to the defense of reason in theology and argued that heretics should be restrained by reason rather than by force. Those who recommend faith without understanding are in many cases seeking to cover up their inability to teach the faith intelligibly. Here was a barb that must have pierced some skins. In attempting a rationale of Christianity, Abélard might seem to have dared no more than what Alexander of Hales, Albertus Magnus, and Thomas Aquinas would essay after him. But whereas even the brave Thomas would leave the Trinity and the creation in time to a faith beyond or above reason, Abélard sought to embrace the most mystic doctrines of the Church within the grasp of reason. The audacity of the enterprise and the sharpness of his reviving wit brought him new enemies. Probably referring to Bernard of Clairvaux and Norbert, founder of the Premonstratensian order, he writes, "Certain new apostles in whom the world put great faith ran hither and yon, shamelessly slandering me in every way they could, so that in time they succeeded in drawing down upon my head the scorn of many having authority. God is my witness that whensoever I learned that a new assemblage of the clergy was convened, I believed that it was done for the express purpose of my condemnation." Perhaps to silence such criticism, he abandoned his teaching and accepted an invitation to be the abbot of the monastery of St. Gildas in Brittany, possibly in 1125. More likely, the politic Suger had arranged the transfer in the hope of quieting the storm. It was at once a promotion and an imprisonment. The philosopher found himself amid a barbarous and unintelligible population, among monks vile and untamable, who openly lived with concubines. Resenting his reforms, the monks put poison in the chalice from which he drank at Mass. This failing, they bribed his servant to poison his food. Another monk ate the food and straightway fell dead. But Abélard is our sole authority here. He fought this battle bravely enough, for, with some interruptions, he remained in this lonely post for 11 years. 4. The Letters of Héloïse. He had an interlude of moderate happiness when Suger decided to use for other purposes than a nunnery the house at Argenteuil. Since her separation from Abélard, Héloïse had so devoted herself there to her duties as a nun that she had been made prioress, and had won such favor in the eyes of all that the bishops loved her as a daughter, the abbots as a sister, and the laity as a mother. Learning that Héloïse and her nuns were looking for new quarters, Abélard offered them the oratory and buildings of the Paraclete. He went in person to help establish them there, and frequently visited them to preach to them and the villagers who had settled nearby. Gossip murmured that I, who of old could scarcely endure to be parted from her whom I loved, was still swayed by the delights of earthly lust. It was during his troubled abbacy at St. Gildas that he composed his autobiography, Historia Calamitatum Mearum, possibly from 1133. We do not know its motive. It assumed the guise of an essay in consolation offered to a plaintive friend, so that in comparing your sorrows with mine you may discover that yours are in truth naught. But apparently it was intended for the world, as both a moral confession and a theological defense. An old but unverifiable tradition says that a copy of it came to Héloïse, and that she wrote this astonishing reply: "To her master, nay father, to her husband, nay brother, his handmaid, nay daughter, his spouse, nay sister, to Abélard, Héloïse. Your letter written to a friend for his comfort, beloved, was lately brought to me by chance, which things I deem that no one can read or hear with dry eyes, for they renewed in fuller measure my griefs. In his name who still protects thee, in the name of Christ, as his handmaids and thine, we beseech thee to deign to inform us by frequent letters of those shipwrecks in which thou still art tossed, that thou mayest have us, at least, who alone have remained to thee as partners in thy grief or joy. Thou knowest, dearest, all men know, what I have lost in thee. Obeying thy command, I changed both my habit and my heart, that I might show thee to be the possessor of both my body and my mind. Not for the pledge of matrimony, nor for any dowry did I look, and if the name of wife appears more sacred and valid, sweeter to me as ever the word friend, or, if thou be not ashamed, concubine or whore. I call God to witness, if Augustus, ruling over the whole world, were to deem me worthy of the honor of marriage, and to confirm the whole world to me, to be ruled by me forever, dearer to me and of greater dignity would it seem to be called thy strumpet than his empress. For who among kings or philosophers could equal thee in fame? What kingdom or city or village would not burn to see thee? Who, I ask, did not hasten to gaze upon thee when thou appearedst in public? What wife, what maiden did not yearn for thee in thine absence, nor burn in thy presence? What queen or powerful lady did not envy me my joys and my bed? Tell me one thing only, if thou canst. Why, after our conversion to the religious life, which thou alone didst decree, I am fallen into such neglect and oblivion with thee that I am neither refreshed by thy speech and presence, nor comforted by a letter in thine absence? Tell me one thing only, if thou canst, or let me tell thee what I feel, nay, what all suspect. Concupiscence joined thee to me rather than affection. When, therefore, what thou hadst desired ceased, all that thou hadst exhibited at the same time failed. This, most beloved, is not mine only, but the conjecture of all. Would that it seemed thus to me only, and thy love found others to excuse it, by whom my grief might be a little quieted. Attend, I beseech thee, to what I ask. While I am cheated of thy presence, at least by written words, whereof thou hast abundance, present the sweetness of thine image. I deserved more from thee, having done all things for thee. I, who as a girl was allured to the asperity of monastic conversion, not by religious devotion, but by thy command alone. No reward for this may I expect from God, for the love of whom it is well known that I did not anything. And so in his name to whom thou hadst offered thyself, before God I beseech thee that in whatsoever way thou canst, thou restore to me thy presence by writing to me some word of comfort. Farewell, my all. Abélard was physiologically incapacitated from responding to such passion in kind. The reply that tradition assigns to him is a reminder of religious vows. To Héloïse, his dearly beloved sister in Christ, Abélard her brother in the same. He counsels her to accept their misfortunes humbly, as a cleansing and saving punishment from God. He asks for her prayers, bids her assuage her grief with the hope of their reunion in heaven, and begs her to bury him when he is dead in the grounds of the Paraclete. Her second letter repeats her fond impieties. I have ever feared to offend thee rather than God. I seek to please thee more than him. See how unhappy a life I must lead, if I endure all these things in vain, having no hope of reward in the future. For a long time thou, like many others, hast been deceived by my simulation, so as to mistake hypocrisy for religion. He answers that Christ, not he, truly loved her. My love was concupiscence, not love. I satisfied my wretched desires in thee, and this was all that I loved. Weep for thy Saviour, not for thy seducer, for thy Redeemer, not for thy defiler. And he composes a touching prayer which he asks her to recite for him. Her third letter shows her resigned to the earthly death of his love. She asked him now only for a new rule by which she and her nuns might live properly the religious life. He complied, and drew up for them a kindly moderate code. He wrote sermons for their edification, and sent these compositions to Héloïse over a tender signature. Farewell in the Lord to his servant, once dear to me in the world, now most dear in Christ. In his own broken heart he still loved her. Are these famous letters genuine? The difficulties leap to the eye. The first letter of Héloïse purports to follow upon his Historia Calamitatum, which records several visits of Abélard to Héloïse at the Paraclete. Yet she complains that he has ignored her. Possibly the Historia was issued in installments, and only the earlier parts preceded the letter. The bold carnality of certain passages seems incredible in a woman whose religious devotion through 14 years had already earned her the high and general regard which we find attested by Peter the Venerable, as well as by Abélard. There are artifices of rhetoric in these letters, and pedantic quotations from the classics and the fathers, which would hardly occur to a mind sincerely feeling love or piety or remorse. The oldest manuscripts of the letters date from the 13th century. Jean de Meung appears to have translated them from Latin into French in 1285. We may provisionally conclude that they are among the most brilliant forgeries in history, unreliable in fact, but an imperishable part of the Romantic literature of France. 5. The Condemned. We do not know when or how Abélard escaped from the dignities and trials of his abbacy. We find John of Salisbury reporting that in 1136 he had attended Abélard's lectures on Mont Sainte-Geneviève. Nor do we know by what license he had resumed his teaching. Perhaps he had asked none. It may be that some flouting of church discipline set ecclesiastics against him, and by a devious route led to his final fall. If emasculation had unmanned him, there is no sign of it in the works that have transmitted to us the substance of his teaching. It is difficult to find explicit heresy in them, but easy to discover passages that must have made churchmen fret. In a book of moral philosophy entitled Cito te ipsum, Know Thyself, he argued that sin lies not in the act but in the intention. No act, not even killing, is sinful in itself. So a mother, having too little clothing to warm her babe, pressed it against her bosom and unwittingly suffocated it. She killed the thing she loved, and was properly punished by the law to make other women more careful. But in the eyes of God she was sinless. Furthermore, that there should be sin, the agent must violate his own moral conscience, not merely that of others. Hence the killing of Christian martyrs was not a sin in Romans who felt such persecution necessary to the preservation of their state, or of a religion which seemed to them true. Nay, those even who persecuted Christ or his followers, whom they considered it their duty to persecute, are said to have sinned in action, but they would have committed a graver fault if, contrary to their conscience, they had spared them. All this might be logical as well as irritating, but on such a theory the whole doctrine of sin as a violation of God's law threatened to go up in a haze of casuistry about intentions. Who but a few Pauls would admit that he had acted against his own conscience? Of the 16 excerpts for which Abélard was condemned in 1141, 6 were taken from this book. What disturbed the Church more than any specific heresy in Abélard was his assumption that there were no mysteries in the faith, that all dogmas should be capable of rational explanation. Was he not so drunk with the lees of logic that he had dared to connect it with the Logos, the Word of God, as a science almost divine? Granted that this seductive teacher arrived by unorthodox methods at orthodox conclusions, how many immature minds infected by him with the logic-chopping germ must have been by his specious pros and cons unsettled on the way. If he had been the only one of his kind, he might have been left untouched, in the hope that he would not take too long to die. But he had hundreds of eager followers, and there were other teachers, William of Conches, Gilbert de la Porree, Béranger of Tours, who were also summoning the faith to trial by reason. How long on this procedure could the Church maintain that unity and fervor of religious belief on which the moral and social order of Europe seemed to rest? Already one of Abélard's pupils, Arnold of Brescia, was fomenting revolution in Italy. Probably it was considerations like these that finally brought St. Bernard into open war with Abélard. The eager watchdog of the faith scented the wolf at the flock and led the pack to the hunt. He had long looked with distrust upon the prowling, invading, audacious intellect. To seek knowledge except as ministering to sanctity seemed to him plain paganism. To attempt to explain the sacred mysteries by reason was impiety and folly. And the same rationalism that began by explaining these mysteries would end by desecrating them. The saint was not truculent. When, in 1139, William of Saint-Thierry, a monk of Reims, called his attention to the dangers in Abélard's teaching, and begged him to denounce the philosopher, he put the monk off and did nothing. Abélard himself precipitated matters by writing to the Archbishop of Sens, asking that at the coming church council there he should be given an opportunity to defend himself against the charges of heresy that were being circulated about him. The Archbishop agreed, not unwilling to have his see become the cynosure of the Christian world. And to ensure a good fight he invited Bernard to attend. Bernard refused, saying that in the dialectical game he would be a mere child against an Abélard trained in logic through 40 years. But he wrote to several bishops, urging them to attend and defend the faith. Peter Abélard is trying to make void the merit of Christian faith when he deems himself able by human reason to comprehend God altogether. He ascends to the heavens and descends even to the abyss. Nothing may hide from him. Not content to see things through a glass darkly, he must behold all things face to face. He savors of Arius when he speaks of the Trinity, of Pelagius when he speaks of grace, of Nestorius when he speaks of the person of Christ. The faith of the righteous believes, it does not dispute, but this man has no mind to believe what his reason has not previously argued. Bernard's allies, pleading their own weakness, prevailed upon him to attend. When Abélard arrived at Sens, in June of 1140, he found the public mood, as at Soissons 19 years before, so set against him by the mere presence and hostility of Bernard that he hardly dared appear in the streets. The archbishop realized his dream. For a week Sens seemed the center of the world. The King of France was present with his ceremonious court, scores of church dignitaries were on hand, and Bernard, crippled with rheumatism and stern with sanctity, overawed all. Some of these prelates had felt the sting, in person or collectively, of Abélard's attacks upon the shortcomings of the clergy, the immorality of priests and monks, the sale of indulgences, the invention of bogus miracles. Convinced that the judgment of the council would condemn him, Abélard appeared at its first session, announced that he would accept none but the Pope as his judge, and left the assembly and the town. The council was not sure, after this appeal from it, that it could legally try Abélard. Bernard reassured it, and it proceeded to condemn 16 propositions from Abélard's books, including his definition of sin, and his theory of the Trinity as the power, wisdom, and love of the one God. Almost penniless, Abélard set out for Rome to lay his case before the Pope. Age and infirmity retarded him. Reaching the monastery of Cluny in Burgundy, he was received with compassion and solicitude by Peter the Venerable, and rested there a few days. Meanwhile, Innocent II issued a decree confirming the sentence of the council, imposing perpetual silence upon Abélard, and ordering his confinement in a monastery. Abélard wished nevertheless to continue his pilgrimage. Peter dissuaded him, saying that the Pope would never decide against Bernard. Wearied to physical and spiritual exhaustion, Abélard yielded. He became a monk at Cluny and hid himself in the obscurity of its walls and its ritual. He edified his fellow monks by his piety, his silence, and his prayers. He wrote to Héloïse, whom he never saw again, a touching profession of faith in the teachings of the Church. He composed, probably for her, one of the most beautiful hymns in medieval literature. One plaint, ascribed to him, is formally a lament of David for Jonathan, but any reader will catch tender overtones in it. If I might lie in one same grave with thee, happily would I die, since of all gifts that earthly love can give, no greater boon know I. That I should live when thou art cold and dead would be unceasing death, nor in my wraith would half a soul suffice to life or half a breath. I let the harp lie still, would that I might so still my tears and plaints. My hands are sore with striking, sore my throat with grief, my spirit faints. Soon thereafter he fell ill, and his kindly abbot sent him to the priory of Saint Marcel near Chalons for a change of air. There, on April 21st, 1142, he died, aged 63. He was buried in the priory chapel, but Héloïse reminded Peter the Venerable that Abélard had asked to be interred at the Paraclete. The good abbot brought the body to her himself, tried to comfort her by speaking of her dead lover as the Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle of his time, and left with her a letter rich in Christian tenderness. Thus, dear and venerable sister in God, him to whom you were united, after your tie in the flesh, by the better and stronger bond of divine love, and with whom you have served the Lord, him the Lord now takes in your stead, or as another you, and warms in his bosom. And for the day of his coming, when shall sound the voice of the archangel and the trumpet descending from heaven, he keeps him to restore him to you by his grace. She joined her dead lover in 1164, having lived to equal his age and almost his fame. She was buried beside him in the gardens of the Paraclete. That oratory was destroyed in the Revolution, and the graves were disturbed and perhaps confused. What were reasonably believed to be the remains of Abélard and Héloïse were transferred to Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris in 1817. There, even till our time, men and women might be seen, on a summer day, bringing flowers to adorn the tomb. Chapter 36. The Adventure of Reason, 1120 to 1308. 1. The School of Chartres. How shall we explain the remarkable outburst of philosophy that began with Anselm, Rosselin, and Abélard, and culminated in Albertus Magnus and St. Thomas Aquinas? As usual, many causes conspired. The Greek East had never surrendered its classical heritage. The ancient philosophers were studied in every century in Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria. Men like Michael Pacellus, Nicephorus Blemmydes, possibly from 1197 to 1272, George Pachymeres, from 1242 to 1310, and the Syrian Bar Hebraeus, from 1226 to 1282, knew the works of Plato and Aristotle at first hand, and Greek teachers and manuscripts gradually entered the West. Even there, some fragments of the Hellenic legacy had survived the barbarian storm. Most of Aristotle's organon of logic remained, and of Plato the Meno and the Timaeus, whose vision of had colored Christian imaginations of hell. The successive waves of translations from the Arabic and the Greek in the 12th and 13th centuries brought to the West the revelation and challenge of Greek and Moslem philosophies so different from the Christian that they threatened to sweep away the whole theology of Christendom unless Christianity could construct a counter-philosophy. But these influences would hardly have produced a Christian philosophy if the West had continued poor. What brought these factors to effect was the growth of wealth through the agricultural conquest of the continent, the expansion of commerce and industry, the services and accumulations of finance. This economic revival collaborated with the liberation of the communes, the rise of the universities, the rebirth of Latin literature and Roman law, the codification of canon law, the glory of Gothic, the flowering of romance, the gay science of the troubadours, the awakening of science, and the resurrection of philosophy, to constitute the Renaissance of the 12th century. From wealth came leisure, study, schools. Schole at first meant leisure. A scholasticus was a director or professor of a school. The scholastic philosophy was the philosophy taught in the medieval secondary schools or in the universities that for the most part grew out of them. The scholastic method was the form of philosophical argument and exposition used in such schools. In the 12th century, barring Abélard's classes in or near Paris, Chartres was the most active and famous of these schools. There, philosophy was combined with literature, and the graduates managed to write of abstruse problems with the clarity and grace that became an honorable tradition in France. Plato, who also had made philosophy intelligible, was a favorite there, and the quarrel between realists and nominalists was mediated by identifying the real universals with the Platonic ideas or creative archetypes in the mind of God. Under Bernard of Chartres, circa 1117, and his brother Theodoric, circa 1140, the School of Chartres reached the height of its influence. 3 of its graduates dominated the philosophical scene in Western Europe in the half-century after Abélard: William of Conches, Gilbert de la Porree, and John of Salisbury. The widening of the scholastic ken is startlingly revealed in William of Conches, possibly from 1080 to 1154. Here was a man who knew the works of Hippocrates, Lucretius, Hunayn ibn Ishaq, Constantine the African, even Democritus. He was fascinated by the atomic theory. All the works of nature, he concluded, originate in combinations of atoms, and this is true even of the highest vital processes of the human body. The soul is a union of the vital principle of the individual with the cosmic soul or vital principle of the world. Following Abélard into a dangerous mystery, William writes, "There is in the Godhead power, wisdom, and will, which the saints call 3 persons." He takes with a large grain of allegory the story that Eve was created from Adam's rib. He answers vigorously a certain Cornificius and other Cornificians, who condemned science and philosophy on the ground that simple faith sufficed. Because they know not the forces of nature, and in order that they may have comrades in their ignorance, they suffer not that others should search out anything, and would have us believe like rustics and ask no reason. But we say that in all things a reason must be sought. If reason fails, we must confide the matter to the Holy Ghost and faith. They say, "We do not know how this is, but we know that God can do it." You poor fools! God can make a cow out of a tree, but has he ever done so? Therefore show some reason why a thing is so, or cease to hold that it is so. Rejoicing not in the many, but in the probity of the few, we toil for truth alone. This was too strong for the stomach of William of Saint-Thierry. The zealous monk who had set St. Bernard to hound Abélard hastened to denounce this new rationalist to the watchful abbot of Clairvaux. William of Conches retracted his heresies, agreed that Eve had been made from Adam's rib, abandoned philosophy as an enterprise in which the profit was not commensurate with the risk, became tutor to Henry Plantagenet of England, and retired from history. Gilbert de la Porree, 1070 to 1154, managed the dangerous business more successfully. He studied and taught at Chartres in Paris, became Bishop of Poitiers, and wrote a Liber Sex Principiorium, or Book of Six Principles, which remained for many centuries a standard text in logic. But his commentary on Boethius suggested that the nature of God was so far beyond human understanding that all statements about it must be taken as mere analogies, and so stressed the unity of God as to make the Trinity seem but a figure of speech. In 1148, though he was now 72, he was charged with heresy by St. Bernard. He stood trial at Auxerre, baffled his opponents with subtle distinctions, and went home uncondemned. A year later he was tried again, consented to burn certain passages torn from his books, but again returned a free man to his diocese. When it was suggested that he should discuss his views with Bernard, he refused, saying that the saint was too inexpert a theologian to understand him. Gilbert, said John of Salisbury, was so ripe in liberal culture as to be surpassed by no one. John might have spoken so for himself, since of all the scholastic philosophers he possessed the widest culture, the most urbane spirit, the most elegant pen. Born at Salisbury about 1117, he studied under Abélard at Mont-Sainte-Geneviève, under William of Conches at Chartres, under Gilbert de la Porree at Paris. In 1149 he returned to England and served as secretary to two archbishops of Canterbury, Theobald and Thomas à Becket. He undertook for them various diplomatic missions, visited Italy 6 times, and stayed at the papal court 8 years. He shared Becket's exile in France and saw him killed in his cathedral. He became Bishop of Chartres in 1176 and died in 1180. It was a full and varied career in which John learned to check logic with life and to take metaphysics with the modesty of an atom judging the cosmos. Revisiting the schools in his later years, he was amused to find them still debating nominalism versus realism. One never gets away from this question. The world has grown old discussing it, and it has taken more time than the Caesars consumed in conquering and governing the world. From whatever point a discussion starts, it is always led back and attached to that. It is the madness of Rufus about Nevia. He thinks of nothing else, talks of nothing else, and if Nevia did not exist, Rufus would be dumb. John himself settled the question simply. The universal is a mental concept conveniently uniting the common qualities of individual beings. John, rather than Abélard, proposed conceptualism. In the best Latin since Alcuin's Letters, he composed a history of Greek and Roman philosophy, an astonishing evidence of the widening medieval horizon, a Metallogicon which lightened logic with autobiography, and a Polycraticus of 1159, whimsically subtitled De Nugis Curalium et Vestigiis Philosophorum, on the follies of courtiers and the vestiges of philosophers. This is the first important essay in political philosophy in the literature of Christendom. It exposes the errors and vices of contemporary governments, delineates an ideal state, and describes the ideal man. Today, he consoles us, everything is bought openly, unless this is prevented by the modesty of the seller. The unclean fire of avarice threatens even the sacred altars. Not even the legates of the apostolic see keep their hands pure from gifts, but at times rage through the provinces in bacchanalian frenzy. If we may believe his account, already quoted, he told Pope Hadrian IV that the Church shared liberally in the corruption of the times, to which the Pope in effect replied that men will be men however gowned. And John adds wisely, in every office of God's household, meaning the Church, while some fall behind, others are added to do their work. Among deacons, archdeacons, bishops, and legates, I have seen some who labored with such earnestness in the harvest of the Lord that from the merits of their faith and virtue it could be seen that the vineyard of the Father had been rightly placed under their care. Civil government, he thinks, is far more corrupt than the clergy, and it is good that the Church, for the protection of the people, should exercise a moral jurisdiction over all the kings and states of the earth. The most famous passages in the Polycraticus concern tyrannicide. If princes have departed little by little from the true way, even so it is not well to overthrow them utterly at once, but rather to rebuke injustice with patient reproof until finally it becomes obvious that they are obstinate in their evil-doing. But if the power of the ruler opposes the divine commandments and wishes to make me share in its war against God, then with unrestrained voice I answer that God must be preferred before any man on earth. To kill a tyrant is not merely lawful, but right and just." This was an unusually excitable outburst for John, and in a later passage of the same volume he added, "provided that the slayer is not bound by fealty to the tyrant." It was a saving clause, for every ruler exacted an oath of fealty from his subjects. In the 15th century, Jean Petit defended the assassination of Louis of Orléans by quoting the Polycraticus. But the Council of Constance condemned Petit on the ground that even the king may not condemn an accused person without summons and trial. We moderns cannot always agree with the moderni to whom John belonged in the 12th century. He talks now and then what seems to us to be nonsense, but even his nonsense is couched in a style of such tolerance and grace as we shall hardly find again before Erasmus. John, too, was a humanist, loving life more than eternity, loving beauty and kindness more than the dogmas of any faith, and quoting the ancient classics with more relish than the sacred page. He made a long list of dubitabilia, things about which a wise man may doubt, and included the nature and origin of the soul, the creation of the world, the relation of God's foresight to man's free will. But he was too clever to commit himself to heresy. He moved among the controversies of his time with diplomatic immunity and charm. He thought of philosophy not as a form of war, but as a balm of peace. Philosophia moderatrix omnium. Philosophy was to be a moderating influence in all things. And he who has by philosophy reached caritas, a charitable kindliness, has attained to philosophy's true end. 2. Aristotle in Paris. Toward 1150, one of Abélard's pupils, Peter Lombard, published a book which was at once a compilation of Abélard's thought, purified of heresy, and a beginning of the formal scholastic philosophy. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. Toward 1150, one of Abélard's pupils, Peter Lombard, published a book which was at once a compilation of Abélard's thought, purified of heresy, and a beginning of the formal scholastic philosophy. Peter, like Anselm, Arnold of Brescia, Bonaventura, and Thomas Aquinas, was an Italian who came to France for advanced work in theology and philosophy. He liked Abélard, and called the Sic et Non his breviary. But also he wanted to be a bishop. His Sententiarum Libri Quattro, or 4 books of opinions, applied and chastened the method of the Sic et Non. He drew up under each question of theology an array of biblical and patristic quotations for and against. But this Peter labored conscientiously to resolve all contradictions into orthodox conclusions. He was made Bishop of Paris, and his book became, for 4 centuries, so favorite a text in theological courses that Roger Bacon reproved it for having displaced the Bible itself. More than 4,000 theologians, including Albert and Thomas, are said to have written commentaries on the sentences. As Lombard's book upheld the authority of the Scriptures and the Church against the claims of the individual reason, it stayed for half a century the advance of rationalism. But in that half-century, a strange event transformed theology. As the translation of Aristotle's scientific and metaphysical works into Arabic had in the 9th century compelled Muslim thinkers to seek a reconciliation between Islamic doctrine and Greek philosophy, and as the impingement of Aristotle upon the Hebrew mind in Spain was in this 12th century driving Ibn Daud and Maimonides to seek a harmony between Judaism and Hellenic thought, so the arrival of Aristotle's works in Latin dress in the Europe of 1150 to 1250 impelled Catholic theologians to attempt a synthesis of Greek metaphysics and Christian theology. And as Aristotle seemed immune to scriptural authority, the theologians were forced to use the language and weapons of reason. How the Greek philosopher would have smiled to see so many world-shaking faiths pay homage to his thought. But we must not exaggerate the influence of Greek thinkers in stimulating the efflorescence of philosophy in this period. The spread of education, the vitality of discussion and intellectual life in the schools and universities of the 12th century, the stimulus of such men as Rosselin, William of Champeaux, Abélard, William of Conches, and John of Salisbury, the enlargement of horizons by the Crusades, the increasing acquaintance with Islamic life and thought in East and West, all these could have produced an Aquinas even if Aristotle had remained unknown. Indeed, the industry of Aquinas was due not to love of Aristotle, but to fear of Averroes. Already in the 12th century, the Arabic and Jewish philosophers were influencing Christian thought in Spain. Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Al-Ghazali, Avicenna, Ibn Gabirol, Averroes, and Maimonides entered Latin Europe by the same doors that admitted Plato and Aristotle, Hippocrates and Galen, Euclid and Ptolemy. Such an invasion by alien thought was a mental shock of the first order to the immature West. We need not wonder that it was met at first with an attempt at repression or delay. We must marvel rather at the astonishing feat of adaptation by which the old new knowledge was absorbed into the new faith. The initial impact of Aristotle's physics and metaphysics, and of Averroes's commentaries, which reached Paris in the first decade of the 13th century, shook the orthodoxy of many students, and some scholars, like Amalric of Bennes and David of Dinan, were moved to attack such basic doctrines of Christianity as creation, miracles, and personal immortality. The Church suspected that the seeping of Arabic Greek thought into South France had loosened orthodoxy among the educated classes, and had weakened their will to control the Albigensian heresy. In 1210, a church council at Paris condemned Amalric and David, and forbade the reading of Aristotle's Metaphysics and Natural Philosophy, or of comments, or commentaries thereon. As the prohibition was repeated by a papal legate in 1215, we may assume that the decree of 1210 had stimulated the reading of these otherwise forbidding books. The Fourth Council of the Lateran allowed the teaching of Aristotle's works on logic and ethics, but proscribed the rest. In 1231, Gregory IX gave absolution to masters and scholars who had disobeyed these edicts, but he renewed the edicts provisionally until the books of the philosopher had been examined and expurgated. The three Parisian masters appointed to attend to this fumigation of Aristotle seem to have abandoned the task. The prohibitions were not long enforced, for in 1255 the physics, metaphysics, and other works of Aristotle were required reading at the University of Paris. In 1263 Urban IV restored the prohibitions, but apparently Thomas Aquinas assured him that Aristotle could be sterilized, and Urban did not press his vetoes. In 1366, the legates of Urban V at Paris required a thorough study of the works of Aristotle by all candidates for the arts degree. The dilemma presented to Latin Christendom in the first quarter of the 13th century constituted a major crisis in the history of the faith. The rage for the new philosophy was an intellectual fever that could hardly be controlled. The Church abandoned the effort. Instead, she deployed her forces to surround and absorb the invaders. Her loyal monks studied this amazing Greek who had upset three religions. The Franciscans, though they preferred Augustine to Aristotle, welcomed Alexander of Hales, who made the first attempt to harmonize the philosopher with Christianity. The Dominicans gave every encouragement to Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas in the same enterprise. And when these three men had finished their work, it seemed that Aristotle had been made safe for Christianity. 3. The Freethinkers. To understand scholasticism as no vain accumulation of dull abstractions, we must see the 13th century not as the unchallenged field of the great scholastics, but as a battleground on which, for 70 years, skeptics, materialists, pantheists, and atheists contested with the theologians of the Church for possession of the European mind. We have noted the presence of unbelief in a small minority of the European population. Contact with Islam through the Crusades and the translations extended this minority in the 13th century. The discovery that another great religion existed and had produced fine men like Saladin and Al-Kamil, philosophers like Avicenna and Averroes, was in itself a disturbing revelation. Comparative religion does religion no good. Alfonso the Wise, from 1252 to 1284, reported a common disbelief in immortality among the Christians of Spain. Perhaps Averroism had trickled down to the people. In southern France there were in the 13th century rationalists who argued that God, after creating the world, had left its operation to natural law. Miracles, they held, were impossible. No prayer could change the behavior of the elements, and the origin of new species was due not to special creation but to natural development. At Paris, some freethinkers, even some priests, denied transubstantiation, and at Oxford, a teacher complained that there is no idolatry like that of the sacrament of the altar. Alain of Lille, from 1114 to 1203, remarks that many false Christians of our time say there is no resurrection, since the soul perishes with the body. They quoted Epicurus and Lucretius, adopted atomism, and concluded that the best thing to do is enjoy life here on earth. The urban industrialism of Flanders seems to have promoted unbelief. At the beginning of the 13th century we find David of Dinant, and near its end, Siget of Brabant, leading a strongly skeptical movement. David, circa 1200, taught philosophy at Paris and entertained Innocent III with his subtle disputations. He played with a materialistic pantheism in which God, mind, and pure matter, matter before receiving form, all became one in a new trinity. His book, Quater Nulli, now lost, was condemned and burned by the Council of Paris in 1210. The same synod denounced the pantheism of another Parisian professor, Amalric of Bennes, who had argued that God and the creation are one. Amalric was compelled to retract and died, we are told, of mortification in 1207. The council had his bones exhumed and burned them in a Paris square as a hint to his many followers. They persisted nevertheless, and enlarged his views to a denial of heaven and hell and the power of the sacraments. 10 of these Amoricians were burned at the stake in 1210. Free thought flourished in the southern Italy of Frederick II, where St. Thomas grew up. Cardinal Ubaldini, friend of Frederick, openly professed materialism. In northern Italy, the industrial workers, the business classes, the lawyers, and the professors indulged in a measure of skepticism. The Bolognese faculty was notoriously indifferent to religion. The medical schools there and elsewhere were centers of doubt. And an adage arose that ubi tres medici, duo atei. Where there are 3 physicians, 2 of them are atheists. About 1240, Averroism became almost a fashion among the educated laity of Italy. Thousands accepted the Averroistic doctrines that natural law rules the world without any interference by God, that the world is co-eternal with God, that there is only one immortal soul, the active intellect of the cosmos, of which the individual soul is a transitory phase or form, and that heaven and hell are tales invented to coax or terrify the populace into decency. To appease the Inquisition, some Averroists advanced the doctrine of twofold truth. A proposition, they argued, might seem true in philosophy or according to natural reason, and yet be false according to Scripture and the Christian faith. They professed at the same time to believe according to faith what they doubted according to reason. Such a theory denied the basic assumption of scholasticism, the possibility of reconciling reason and faith. Towards the end of the 13th and throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the University of Padua was a turbulent center of Averroism. Peter of Urbano, circa 1250 to 1316, professor of medicine at Paris and then of philosophy at Padua, wrote in 1303 a book, Conciliator Controversiarum, designed to harmonize medical and philosophical theory. He earned a place in the history of science by teaching that the brain is the source of the nerves, and the heart of the vessels, and by measuring the year with remarkable accuracy as 365 days, 6 hours, and 4 minutes. Convinced of astrology, he reduced almost all causation to the power and movement of the stars, and practically eliminated God from the government of the world. Inquisitors accused him of heresy, but Marquis Azzo d'Este and Pope Honorius IV were among his patients and protected him. He was accused again in 1315, and this time escaped trial by dying a natural death. The inquisitors condemned his corpse to be burned at the stake, but his friends so well concealed his remains that the judgment had to be executed in effigy. When Thomas Aquinas went from Italy to Paris, he discovered that Averroism had long since captured a part of the faculty. In 1240, William of Auvergne noted that many men at the university swallow these Averroistic conclusions without investigation. And in 1252, Thomas found Averroism flourishing among the university youth. Perhaps alarmed by Thomas's report, Pope Alexander IV in 1256 charged Albertus Magnus to write a treatise on the unity of the intellect against Averroes. When Thomas taught at Paris, from 1252 to 1261, and from 1269 to 1272, the Averroistic movement was at its height. Its leader in France, Siger of Brabant, taught in the university from 1266 to 1276. For a generation, Averroism and Catholicism made Paris their battlefield. Siger, possibly from 1235 to 1281, a secular priest, was a man of learning. Even the surviving fragments of his works quote Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Al-Ghazali, Avicenna, Avampesi, Avicebron, Averroes, and Maimonides. In a series of commentaries on Aristotle, and in a controversial tract against those famous men in philosophy, Albert and Thomas, Siger argued that Albert and Thomas falsely, Averroes justly, interpreted the philosopher. He concluded with Averroes that the world is eternal, that natural law is invariable, and that only the soul of the species survives the individual's death. God, said Siger, is the final, not the efficient cause of things. He is the goal, not the cause of creation. Led like Vico and Nietzsche by the fascination of logic, Siger played with the dismal doctrine of eternal recurrence. Since, he argued, all earthly events are ultimately determined by stellar combinations, and the number of these possible combinations is finite, each combination must be exactly repeated again and again in an infinity of time, and must bring in its train the same effects as before. The same species will return, the same opinions, laws, religions. Siger was careful to add, "We say this according to the opinion of the philosopher, but without affirming that it is true." To all his heresies he appended a similar caution. He did not profess the doctrine of two truths. He taught certain conclusions as, in his judgment, following from Aristotle and reason. When these conclusions contradicted the Christian creed, he affirmed his belief in the dogmas of the Church and applied only to them, not to philosophy, the label of truth. That Siger had a large following at the university is evident from his candidacy for the rectorship in 1271, though it failed. Nothing could better prove the strength of the Averroistic movement in Paris than its repeated denunciation by the Bishop of Paris, Etienne Tompier. In 1269 he condemned as heresies 13 propositions taught by certain professors in the university. That there is only one intellect in all men, that the world is eternal, that there never was a first man, that the soul is corrupted with the corruption of the body, that the will of man wills and chooses from necessity, that God does not know individual events, that human actions are not ruled by divine providence. Apparently the Averroists continued to teach as before, for in 1277 the bishop issued a list of 219 propositions, which he officially condemned as heresies. These, according to the bishop, were doctrines taught by Siger or Boethius of Dacia, or Roger Bacon, or other Parisian professors, including St. Thomas himself. The 219 included those condemned in 1269, and others, of which the following are examples. That creation is impossible, that a body once corrupted in death cannot rise again as the same body, that a future resurrection should not be believed by a philosopher, since it cannot be investigated by reason, that the words of theologians are founded on fables, that nothing is added to our knowledge by theology, that the Christian religion impedes learning, that happiness is obtained in this life, not in another, that the wise men of the earth are philosophers alone, that there is no more excellent condition than to have leisure for philosophy. In October 1277, Sige was condemned by the Inquisition. He passed his last years in Italy as a prisoner of the Roman Curia, and was murdered at Orvieto by a half-mad assassin. 4. The development of scholasticism. To meet this frontal attack upon Christianity, it was not enough to condemn the heretical propositions. Youth had tasted the strong wine of philosophy. Could it be won back by reason? As the Mutakalimun had defended Mohammedanism from the Mutazilites, so now Franciscan and Dominican theologians, and secular prelates like William of Auvergne and Henry of Ghent, came to the defense of Christianity and the Church. The defense divided itself into two main camps, the mystic Platonic, mostly Franciscans, and the intellectual Aristotelian, mostly Dominicans. Benedictines like Hugh and Richard of St. Victor felt that the best defense of religion lay in man's direct consciousness of a spiritual reality deeper than all intellectual fathoming. Rigorists like Peter of Blois and Stephen of Tournai argued that philosophy should not discuss the problems of theology, or if it did, it should speak and behave as a modest servant of theology, ancilla theologiae. It should be noted that this view was held by only a sector of the scholastic front. A few Franciscans, like Alexander of Hales, possibly 1170 to 1245, adopted the intellectual approach and sought to defend Christianity in philosophical and Aristotelian terms. But most Franciscans distrusted philosophy. They felt that the adventure of reason, whatever strength and glory it might bring to the Church for a time, might later elude control and lead men so far from faith as to leave Christianity weak and helpless in an unbelieving and unmoral world. They preferred Plato to Aristotle, Bernard to Abélard, Augustine to Aquinas. They defined the soul, with Plato, as an independent spirit inhabiting and thwarted by the body, and they were shocked to hear Thomas accepting Aristotle's definition of the soul as the substantial form of the body. They found in Plato a theory of impersonal immortality, quite useless for checking the bestial impulses of men. Following Augustine, they ranked will above intellect in both God and man, and aimed at the good rather than the true. In their hierarchy of values, the mystic came closer than the philosopher to the secret essence and significance of life. This Platonic Augustinian division of the scholastic army dominated orthodox theology in the first half of the 13th century. Its ablest exponent was the saintly Bonaventura, a gentle spirit who persecuted heresy, a mystic writing philosophy, a scholar who deprecated learning, a lifelong friend and opponent of Thomas Aquinas, a defender and exemplar of evangelical poverty under whose ministry the Franciscan order made great gains in corporate wealth. Born in Tuscany in 1221, Giovanni di Fidanza came for some unknown reason to be called Bonaventura, good luck. He nearly died of a childhood malady. His mother prayed to St. Francis for his recovery. Giovanni thereafter felt that he owed his life to the saint. Entering the order, he was sent to Paris to study under Alexander of Hales. In 1248 he began to teach theology in the university. In 1257, still a youth of 36, he was chosen Minister General of the Franciscans. He did his best to reform the laxity of the order, but was too genial to succeed. He himself lived in ascetic simplicity. When messengers came to announce that he had been made a cardinal, they found him washing dishes. A year later, in 1274, he died of overwork. His books were well-written, clear, and concise. He pretended to be a mere compiler, but he infused order, fervor, and a disarming modesty into every subject that he touched. His Breviloquium was an admirable summary of Christian theology. His Soliloquium and Itinerarium Mentis in Deum, Journey of the Mind to God, were jewels of mystic piety. True knowledge comes not through perception of the material world by the senses, but through intuition of the spiritual world by the soul. While loving St. Thomas, Bonaventura frowned upon the reading of philosophy and freely criticized some of Aquinas' conclusions. He reminded the Dominicans that Aristotle was a heathen whose authority must not be ranked with that of the Fathers, and he asked, could the philosophy of Aristotle explain a moment's movements of a star? God is not a philosophical conclusion, but a living presence. It is better to feel him than to define him. The good is higher than the true, and simple virtue surpasses all the sciences. One day, we are told, Brother Egidio, overwhelmed by Bonaventura's learning, said to him, "Alas, what shall we ignorant and simple ones do to merit the favor of God?" "My brother," replied Bonaventura, "you know very well that it suffices to love the Lord." "Do you then believe," asked Egidio, "that a simple woman might please him as well as a master in theology?" When the theologian answered in the affirmative, Egidio rushed into the street and cried out to a beggar woman, "Rejoice, for if you love God, you may have a higher place in the kingdom of heaven than Brother Bonaventura." Obviously, it is a mistake to think of the scholastic philosophy as a dreary unanimity of opinion and approach. There were 100 scholastic philosophies. The same university faculty might harbor a Thomas honoring reason, a Bonaventura deprecating it, a William of Auvergne, 1180 to 1249, following Ibn Gabirol into voluntarism, a Sige teaching Averroism. The divergences and conflicts within orthodoxy were almost as intense as between faith and unbelief. A Franciscan bishop, John Peckham, would denounce Aquinas as sternly as Thomas denounced Sige and Averroes, and Albertus Magnus, in an unsaintly moment, wrote, "There are ignorant men who would fight by every means the employment of philosophy, and particularly the Franciscans, brutish beasts who blaspheme that which they do not know." Albert loved knowledge and admired Aristotle this side of heresy. It was he who first among the scholastics surveyed all the major works of the philosopher, and undertook to interpret them in Christian terms. He was born at Lauingen, Swabia, about 1201, son of the rich Count of Bollstedt. He studied at Padua, joined the Dominican order, and taught in Dominican schools at Hildesheim, Freiburg, Ratisbon, Strasbourg, Cologne, from 1228 to 1245, and Paris, from 1245 to 1248. Despite his preference for the scholastic life, he was made provincial of his order for Germany, and Bishop of Ratisbon in 1260. Tradition claims that he walked barefoot on all his journeys. In 1262, he was allowed to retire to a cloister at Cologne. He left its peace when he was 76 in 1277 to defend the doctrine and memory of his dead pupil Thomas Aquinas at Paris. He succeeded, returned to his monastery, and died at 79. His devoted life, unassuming character, and vast intellectual interests show medieval monasticism at its best. Only the quiet routine of his monastic years, and the massive diligence of German scholarship, can explain how a man who spent so much of his time in teaching and administration could write essays on almost every phase of science and substantial treatises on every branch of philosophy and theology. Few men in history have written so much, or borrowed so much, or so frankly acknowledged their debts. Albert bases his works almost title for title on Aristotle. He uses Averroes' commentaries to interpret the philosopher, but he corrects both of them manfully when they differ from Christian theology. He draws on the Moslem thinkers to such an extent that his works are an important source for our knowledge of Arabic philosophy. He cites Avicenna on every other page, and occasionally Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. He recognizes Aristotle as the highest authority in science and philosophy, Augustine in theology, the Scriptures in everything. His immense amount of discourse is poorly organized and never becomes a consistent system of thought. He defends a doctrine in one place, attacks it in another, sometimes in the same treatise. He had no time to resolve his contradictions. He was too good a man, too pious a soul, to be an objective thinker. He was capable of following a commentary on Aristotle with a long treatise in 12 books in praise of the Blessed Virgin Mary, in which he argued that Mary had a perfect knowledge of grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. What then was his achievement? Above all, as we shall see, he contributed substantially to the scientific research and theory of his time. In philosophy, he gave Aristotle to the Latins, which was all that he aimed to do. He promoted the use of Aristotle in the teaching of philosophy. He accumulated the storehouse of pagan, Arabic, Jewish, and Christian thought and argument, from which his famous pupil drew for a more lucid and orderly synthesis. Perhaps without Albert, Thomas would have been impossible. 5. Thomas Aquinas. Like Albert, Thomas came of lordly stock, and gave up riches to win eternity. His father, Count Landulf of Aquino, belonged to the German nobility, was a nephew of Barbarossa, and was among the highest figures at the Apulian court of the impious Frederick II. His mother was descended from the Norman princes of Sicily. Though born in Italy, Thomas was on both sides of northern origin, essentially Teutonic. He had no Italian grace or deviltry in him, but grew to heavy German proportions, with large head, broad face, and blond hair, and a quiet content in intellectual industry. His friends called him the Great Dumb Ox of Sicily. He was born in 1225 in his father's castle at Roccasecca, 3 miles from Aquino, and halfway between Naples and Rome. The Abbey of Monte Cassino was nearby, and there Thomas received his early schooling. At 14 he began 5 years of study at the University of Naples. Michael Scott was there, translating Averroes into Latin. Jacob Anatoli was there, translating Averroes into Hebrew. Peter of Ireland, one of Thomas's teachers, was an enthusiastic Aristotelian. The university was a hotbed of Greek, Arabic, and Hebrew influences impinging upon Christian thought. Thomas's brothers took to poetry. One, Rinaldo, became a page and falconer at Frederick's court, and begged Thomas to join him there. Piero delle Vigne and Frederick himself seconded the invitation. Instead of accepting, Thomas entered the Dominican order in 1244. Soon thereafter he was sent to Paris to study theology. At the outset of his journey he was kidnapped by 2 of his brothers at their mother's urging. He was taken to the Roccasecca castle, and was kept under watch there for a year. Every means was used to shake his vocation. A story, probably a legend, tells how a pretty young woman was introduced into his chamber in the hope of seducing him back to life, and how with a flaming brand snatched from the hearth he drove her from the room and burned the sign of the cross into the door. His firm piety won his mother to his purposes. She helped him to escape, and his sister, Marota, after many talks with him, became a Benedictine nun. At Paris he had Albert the Great as one of his teachers in 1245. When Albert was transferred to Cologne, Thomas followed him, and continued to study with him there till 1252. At times Thomas seemed dull, but Albert defended him and prophesied his greatness. He returned to Paris to teach as a bachelor in theology, and now, following in his master's steps, he began a long series of works presenting Aristotle's philosophy in Christian dress. In 1259 he left Paris to teach at the studium maintained by the papal court now in Anagni, now in Orvieto, now in Viterbo. At the papal court he met William of Murbecke, and asked him to make Latin translations of Aristotle directly from the Greek. Meanwhile, Sige of Brabant was leading an Averroistic revolution at the University of Paris. Thomas was sent up to meet this challenge. Reaching Paris, he brought the war into the enemy's camp with a tract on the unity of the intellect against the Averroists of 1270. He concluded it with unusual fire. Behold our refutation of these errors. It is based not on documents of faith, but on the reasons and statements of the philosophers themselves. If then there be any who, boastfully taking pride in his supposed wisdom, wishes to challenge what we have written, let him not do it in some corner, nor before children who are powerless to decide on such difficult matters. Let him reply openly if he dare. He shall find me here confronting him, and not only my negligible self, but many another whose study is truth. We shall do battle with his errors, and bring a cure to his ignorance. It was a complex issue, for Thomas, in this his second period of teaching at Paris, had not only to combat Averroism, but also to meet the attacks of fellow monks who distrusted reason, and who rejected Thomas's claim that Aristotle could be harmonized with Christianity. John Peckham, successor to Bonaventura in the Franciscan chair of philosophy at Paris, upbraided Thomas for sullying Christian theology with the philosophy of a pagan. Thomas, Peckham later reported, stood his ground, but answered with great mildness and humility. Perhaps it was those 3 years of controversy that undermined his vitality. In 1272 he was called back to Italy at the request of Charles of Anjou to reorganize the University of Naples. In his final years he ceased writing, whether through weariness or through disillusionment with dialectics and argument. When a friend urged him to complete his Summa Theologica, he said, "I cannot. Such things have been revealed to me that what I have written seems but straw." In 1274, Gregory X summoned him to attend the Council of Lyons. He set out on the long mule ride through Italy, but on the way between Naples and Rome he grew weak and took to his bed in the Cistercian monastery of Fossa Nuova in the Campagna. There in 1274, still but 49, he died. When he was canonized, witnesses testified that he was soft-spoken, easy in conversation, cheerful and bland of countenance, generous in conduct, most patient, most prudent, radiant with charity and gentle piety, wondrous compassionate to the poor. He was so completely captured by piety and study that these filled every thought and moment of his waking day. He attended all the hours of prayer, said one Mass or heard two each morning, read and wrote, preached and taught, and prayed. Before a sermon or a lecture, before sitting down to study or compose, he prayed, and his fellow monks thought that he owed his knowledge less to the effort of the mind than to the virtue of his prayer. On the margin of his manuscripts we find every now and then pious invocations like Ave Maria. He became so absorbed in the religious and intellectual life that he hardly noticed what happened about him. In the refectory, his plate could be removed and replaced without his being aware of it, but apparently his appetite was excellent. Invited to join other clergymen at dinner with Louis IX, he lost himself in meditation during the meal. Suddenly he struck the table with his fist and exclaimed, "That is the decisive argument against the Manichaeans." His prior reproved him. "You are sitting at the table of the King of France." But Louis, with royal courtesy, bade an attendant bring writing materials to the victorious monk. Nevertheless, the absorbed saint could write with good sense on many matters of practical life. People remarked how he could adjust his sermons either to the studious minds of his fellow monks or to the simple intellects of common folk. He had no heirs, made no demands upon life, sought no honors, refused promotion to ecclesiastical office. His writings span the universe, but contain not one immodest word. He faces in them every argument against his faith, and answers with courtesy and calm. Improving upon the custom of his time, he made explicit acknowledgments of his intellectual borrowings. He quotes Avicenna, Al-Ghazali, Averroes, Isaac Israeli, Ibn Gabirol, and Maimonides. Obviously, no student can understand the scholastic philosophy of the 13th century without considering its Moslem and Jewish antecedents. Thomas does not share William of Auvergne's affection for Avicebron, but he has a high respect for Rabbi Moises, as he calls Moses ben Maimon. He follows Maimonides in holding that reason and religion can be harmonized, but also in placing certain mysteries of the faith beyond the grasp of reason, and he cites the argument for this exclusion as given in the Guide to the Perplexed. He agrees with Maimonides that the human intellect can prove God's existence, but can never rise to a knowledge of his attributes, and he follows Maimonides closely in discussing the eternity of the universe. In logic and metaphysics, he takes Aristotle as his guide, and quotes him on almost every page, but he does not hesitate to differ from him wherever the philosopher strays from Christian doctrine. Having admitted that the Trinity, the Incarnation, the Redemption, and the Last Judgment cannot be proved by reason, he proceeds on all other points to accept reason with a fullness and readiness that shocked the followers of Augustine. He was a mystic insofar as he acknowledged the supra-rationality of certain Christian dogmas and shared the mystic longing for union with God. But he was an intellectualist in the sense that he preferred the intellect to the heart as an organ for arriving at truth. He saw that Europe was bound for an age of reason, and he thought that a Christian philosopher should meet the new mood on its own ground. He prefaced his reasonings with scriptural and patristic authorities, but, he said with pithy candor, locus ab auctoritate est infirmissimus. The argument from authority is the weakest. The study of philosophy, he wrote, does not aim merely to find out what others have thought, but what the truth of the matter is. His writings rival those of Aristotle in the sustained effort of their logic. Seldom in history has one mind reduced so large an area of thought to order and clarity. We find no fascination in Thomas's style. It is simple and direct, concise and precise, with not a word of padding or flourish. But we miss in it the vigor, imagination, passion, and poetry of Augustine. Thomas thought it out of place to be brilliant in philosophy. When he wished, he could equal the poets at their own game. The most perfect works of his pen are the hymns and prayers that he composed for the feast of Corpus Christi. Among them is the stately sequence Lauda Sion Salvatorum, which preaches the real presence in sonorous verse. In the Lauds is a hymn beginning with a line from Ambrose, Verbum supernum prodiens, and ending with 2 stanzas, O salutaris hostia, regularly sung at the benediction of the sacrament. And in the Vespers is one of the great hymns of all time, a moving mixture of theology and poetry. Sing, O tongue, the mystery of the body glorious, and of blood beyond all price, which, in ransom of the world, fruit of womb most bountiful, all the people's King poured forth. Given to us and born for us from an untouched maid, and sojourning on the planet, spreading seed of word made flesh, as a dweller with us lowly, wondrously he closed his stay. In the night of the Last Supper, with apostles while reclining, all the ancient law observing in the food by law prescribed, food he gives to 12 assembled, gives himself with his own hands. Word made flesh converts true bread with a word into his flesh. Wine becomes the blood of Christ, and if sense should fail to see, let the pure in heart be strengthened by an act of faith alone. Therefore such great sacrament venerate we on our knees. Let the ancient liturgy yield its place to this new rite. Let our faith redeem the failure of our darkened sense. To begetter and begotten, praise and joyful song, salutation, honor, power, blessings manifold. And to him from both proceeding, let our equal praise be told. Thomas wrote almost as much as Albert, in a life little more than half as long. He composed commentaries on the sentences of Peter Lombard, on the Gospels, Isaiah, Job, Paul, on Plato's Timaeus, on Boethius and Pseudo-Dionysius, on Aristotle's Organon, of heaven and earth, of generation and corruption, meteorology, physics, metaphysics, on the soul, politics, ethics, Questiones Disputatae, on truth, on power, on evil, on the mind, on virtues, etc. Quod Libeta, discussing points raised at random in university sessions. Treatises on the principles of nature, on being and essence, on the rule of princes, on the occult operations of nature, on the unity of the intellect, etc. A 4-volume Summa de Veritate Catholicae Fidei contra Gentiles, from 1258 to 1260. A 20-volume Summa Theologica, from 1267 to 1273, and a Compendium Theologiae, from 1271 to 1273. Thomas's published writings fill 10,000 double-column folio pages. The Summa contra Gentiles, or Summary of the Catholic Faith against the Pagans, was prepared at the urging of Raymond of Peñafort, general of the Dominican order, to aid in the conversion of Moslems and Jews in Spain. Therefore Thomas in this work argues almost entirely from reason, though remarking sadly that this is deficient in the things of God. He abandons here the scholastic method of disputation, and presents his material in almost modern style, occasionally with more acerbity than befitted him whom posterity would call Doctor Angelicus and Seraphicus. Christianity must be divine, he thinks, because it conquered Rome and Europe despite its unwelcome preaching against the pleasures of the world and the flesh. Islam conquered by preaching pleasure and by force of arms. In Part 4 he frankly admits that the cardinal dogmas of Christianity cannot be proved by reason, and require faith in the divine revelation of the Hebrew and Christian scriptures. Thomas's most extensive work, the Summa Theologica, is addressed to Christians. It is an attempt to expound and to defend, from Scripture, the Fathers, and reason, the whole body of Catholic doctrine in philosophy and theology. We shall try, says the prologue, to follow the things that pertain to sacred doctrine with such brevity and lucidity as the subject matter allows. We may smile at this 21-volume brevity, but it is there. This Summa is immense, but not verbose. Its size is merely the result of its scope, for within this treatise on theology are full treatises on metaphysics, psychology, ethics, and law, 38 treatises, 631 questions or topics, 10,000 objections or replies. The orderliness of argument within each question is admirable, but the structure of the Summa has received more praise than its due. It cannot compare with the Euclidean organization of Spinoza's ethics, or the concatenation of Spencer's synthetic philosophy. The Treatise on Psychology, Part 1, questions 75 to 94, is introduced between a discussion of the 6 days of creation and a study of man in the state of original innocence. The form is more interesting than the structure. Essentially, it continues and perfects the method of Abélard as developed by Peter Lombard. Statement of the question, arguments for the negative, objections to the affirmative, arguments for the affirmative from the Bible, from the Fathers, and from reason, and answers to objections. The method occasionally wastes time by putting up a straw man to beat down, but in many cases the debate is vital and real. It is a mark of Thomas that he states the case against his own view with startling candor and force. In this way, the Summa is a summary of heresy, as well as a monument of dogma, and might be used as an arsenal of doubt. We may not always be satisfied with the answers, but we can never complain that the devil has had an incompetent advocate. 6. The Thomist Philosophy. 1. Logic. What is knowledge? Is it a divine light infused into man by God, without which it would be impossible? Thomas parts company at the very outset from Augustine, the mystics, the intuitionists. Knowledge is a natural product, derived from the external corporeal senses and the internal sense called consciousness of the self. It is an extremely limited knowledge, for up to our time no scientist yet knows the essence of a fly. But within its limits knowledge is trustworthy, and we need not fret over the possibility that the external world is a delusion. Thomas accepts the scholastic definition of truth as adequatio rei et intellectus, the equivalence of the thought with the thing. Since the intellect draws all its natural knowledge from the senses, its direct knowledge of things outside itself is limited to bodies, to the sensible or sensory world. It cannot directly know the supersensible, metaphysical world, the minds within bodies, or God and his creation, but it may by analogy derive from sense experience an indirect knowledge of other minds, and likewise of God. Of a third realm, the supernatural, the world in which God lives, the mind of man can have no knowledge except through divine revelation. We may by natural understanding know that God exists and is one, because his existence and unity shine forth in the wonders and organization of the world. But we cannot by unaided intellect know his essence or the Trinity. Even the knowledge of the angels is limited, for else they would be God. The very limitations of knowledge indicate the existence of a supernatural world. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1, The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. The very limitations of knowledge indicate the existence of a supernatural world. God reveals that world to us in the Scriptures. Just as it would be folly for the peasant to consider the theories of a philosopher false because he cannot understand them, so it is foolish for man to reject God's revelation on the ground that it seems at some points to contradict man's natural knowledge. We may be confident that if our knowledge were complete, there would be no contradiction between revelation and philosophy. It is wrong to say that a proposition can be false in philosophy and true in faith. All truth comes from God and is one. Nevertheless, it is desirable to distinguish what we understand through reason and what we believe by faith. The fields of philosophy and ideology are distinct. It is permissible for scholars to discuss among themselves objections to the faith, but it is not expedient for simple people to hear what unbelievers have to say against the faith, for simple minds are not equipped to answer. Scholars and philosophers, as well as peasants, must bow to the decisions of the Church. We must be directed by her in all things, for she is the divinely appointed repository of divine wisdom. To the Pope belongs the authority to decide matters of faith finally, so that they may be held by all with unshaken belief. The alternative is intellectual, moral, and social chaos. 2. Metaphysics. The metaphysics of Thomas is a complex of difficult definitions and subtle distinctions on which his theology is to rest. 1. In created things, essence and existence are different. Essence is that which is necessary to the conception of a thing. Existence is the act of being. The essence of a triangle, that it is 3 straight lines enclosing a space, is the same whether the triangle exists or is merely conceived. But in God, essence and existence are one, for his essence is that he is the first cause, the underlying power, or as Spinoza would say, substantia, of all things. By definition, he must exist in order that anything else should be. 2. God exists in reality. He is the being of all beings, their upholding cause. All other beings exist by analogy, by limited participation in the reality of God. 3. All created beings are both active and passive. That is, they act and are acted upon. Also, they are a mixture of being and becoming. They possess certain qualities, and may lose some of these and acquire others. Water may be warmed. Thomas denotes this susceptibility to external action or internal change by the term potentia, possibility. God alone has no potentia or possibility. He cannot be acted upon, cannot change. He is actus purus, pure activity, pure actuality. He is already everything that he can be. Below God, all entities can be ranged in a descending scale according to their greater possibility of being acted upon and determined from without. So man is superior to woman because the father is the active principle, while the mother is a passive and material principle. She supplies the formless matter of the body, which receives its form through the formative power that is in the semen of the father. 4. All corporeal beings are composed of matter and form. But here, as in Aristotle, form means not figure, but inherent energizing, characterizing principle. When a form or vital principle constitutes the essence of a being, it is a substantial or essential form. So the rational soul, that is, a life-giving force capable of thought, is the substantial form of the human body, and God is the substantial form of the world. 5. All realities are either substance or accident. Either they are separate entities, like a stone or a man, or they exist only as qualities in something else, like whiteness or density. God is pure substance, as the only completely self-existent reality. 6. All substances are individuals. Nothing but individuals exists except an idea. The notion that individuality is a delusion is a delusion. 7. In beings composed of matter and form, the principle or source of individuation, that is, of the multiplicity of individuals in a species or class, is matter. Throughout the species, the form or vital principle is essentially the same. In each individual, this principle uses, appropriates, gives shape to a certain quantity and figure of matter. And this materia signata quantitate, or matter marked off by quantity, is the principle of individuation, not of individuality, but of separate identity. 3. Theology. God, not man, is the center and theme of Thomas's philosophy. The highest knowledge we can have of God in this life, he writes, is to know that he is above all that we can think concerning him. He rejects Anselm's ontological argument, but he comes close to it in identifying God's existence with his essence. God is being itself. I am who am. His existence, says Thomas, can be proved by natural reason. 1. All motions are caused by previous motions, and so on, either to a prime mover unmoved, or to an infinite regress, which is inconceivable. 2. The series of causes likewise requires a first cause. 3. The contingent, which may but need not be, depends upon the necessary, which must be. The possible depends upon the actual. This series drives us back to a necessary being who is pure actuality. 4. Things are good, true, noble, in various degrees. There must be a perfectly good, true, and noble source and norm of these imperfect virtues. 5. There are thousands of evidences of order in the world. Even inanimate objects move in an orderly way. How could this be unless some intelligent power exists who created them? Aside from the existence of God, Thomas is almost an agnostic in natural theology. We cannot know what God is, but only what he is not movable, multiple, mutable, temporal. Why should infinitesimal minds expect to know more about the infinite? It is hard for us to conceive an immaterial spirit, said Thomas, anticipating Bergson, because the intellect is dependent upon the senses, and all our external experience is of material things. Consequently, incorporeal things, of which there are no images, are known to us by comparison with sensible bodies, of which there are images. We can know God, as Maimonides taught, only by analogy, reasoning from ourselves and our experience to him. So, if there is in men goodness, love, truth, intelligence, power, freedom, or any other excellence, these must be also in man's Creator, and in such greater degree in him as corresponds to the proportion between infinity and ourselves. We apply the masculine pronouns to God, but only for convenience. In God and the angels there is no sex. God is one because by definition he is existence itself, and the unified operation of the world reveals one mind and law. That there are three persons in this divine unity is a mystery beyond reason, to be held in trusting faith. Nor can we know whether the world was created in time, and therefore out of nothing, or whether, as Aristotle and Averroes thought, it is eternal. The arguments offered by the theologians for creation in time are weak, and should be rejected, lest the Catholic faith should seem to be founded upon empty reasonings. Thomas concludes that we must believe on faith in a creation in time, but he adds that the question has little meaning, since time had no existence before creation. Without change, without matter in motion, there is no time. He struggles manfully to explain how God could pass from non-creation to creation without suffering change. The act of creation, he says, is eternal, but it included in its willing the determination of the time for its effect to appear, a nimble dodge for a heavy man. The angels constitute the highest grade of creation. They are incorporeal intelligences, incorruptible and immortal. They serve as ministers of God in the government of the world. The heavenly bodies are moved and guided by them. Every man has an angel appointed to guard him, and the archangels have the care of multitudes of men. Being immaterial, they can travel from one extremity of space to another without traversing the space between. Thomas writes 93 pages on the hierarchy, movements, love, knowledge, will, speech, and habits of the angels, the most far-fetched part of his far-flung Summa, and the most irrefutable. As there are angels, so there are demons, little devils doing Satan's will. They are no mere imaginings of the common mind. They are real and do endless harm. They may cause impotence by arousing in a man a repulsion for a woman. They make possible various forms of magic. So a demon may lie under a man, receive his semen, carry it swiftly through space, cohabit with a woman, and impregnate her with the seed of the absent man. Demons can enable magicians to foretell such events as do not depend upon man's free will. They can communicate information to men by impressions on the imagination, or by appearing visibly or speaking audibly. Or they may cooperate with witches and help them to hurt children through the evil eye. Like nearly all his contemporaries, and most of ours, Thomas allowed considerable truth to astrology. The movements of bodies here below must be referred to the movements of the heavenly bodies as their cause. That astrologers not infrequently forecast the truth by observing the stars may be explained in two ways. First, because a great number of men follow their bodily passions, so that their actions are for the most part disposed in accordance with the inclination of the heavenly bodies, while there are few, namely the wise alone, who moderate these inclinations by their reason. Secondly, because of the interference of demons. However, human actions are not subject to the action of heavenly bodies save accidentally or indirectly. A large area is left to human freedom. 4. Psychology. Thomas considers carefully the philosophical problems of psychology, and his pages on these topics are among the best in his synthesis. He begins with an organic as against a mechanical conception of organisms. A machine is composed of externally added parts. An organism makes its own parts and moves itself by its own internal force. This internal formative power is the soul. Thomas expresses the idea in Aristotelian terms. The soul is the substantial form of the body, that is, it is the vital principle and energy that gives existence and form to an organism. The soul is the primary principle of our nourishment, sensation, movement, and understanding. There are 3 grades of soul: the vegetative, the power to grow, the sensitive, the power to feel, the rational, the power to reason. All life has the first, only animals and men have the second, only men have the third. But the higher organisms, in their corporeal and individual development, pass through the stages in which the lower organisms remain. The higher a form is in the scale of being, the more intermediate forms must be passed through before the perfect form is reached. An adumbration of the 19th century theory of recapitulation, that the embryo of man passes through the stages by which the species developed. Whereas Plato, Augustine, and the Franciscans thought of the soul as a prisoner within the body and identified the man with the soul alone, Thomas boldly accepts the Aristotelian view that defines man, even personality, as a composite of body and soul, matter and form. The soul, or life-giving, form-creating inner energy, is indivisibly in every part of the body. It is bound up with the body in 1,000 ways. As vegetable soul, it depends upon food. As sensitive soul, it depends upon sensation. As rational soul, it needs the images produced by or compounded from sensation. Even intellectual ability and moral perceptions depend upon a body reasonably sound. A thick skin usually implies an insensitive soul. Dreams, passions, mental diseases, temperament have a physiological basis. At times, Thomas speaks as if body and soul were one unified reality, the inward energy and outward form of an indivisible whole. Nevertheless, it seemed obvious to him that the rational soul, abstracting, generalizing, reasoning, charting the universe, is an incorporeal reality. Try as we will, and despite our tendency to think of all things in material terms, we can find nothing material in consciousness. It is a reality all the world unlike anything physical or spatial. This rational soul must be classed as spiritual, as something infused into us by that God who is the psychical force behind all physical phenomena. Only an immaterial power could form a universal idea, or leap backward and forward in time, or conceive with equal ease the great and the small. The mind can be conscious of itself, but it is impossible to conceive a material entity as conscious of itself. Therefore, it is reasonable to believe that this spiritual force in us survives the death of the body. But the soul so separated is not a personality. It cannot feel or will or think. It is a helpless ghost that cannot function without its flesh. Only when it is reunited through the resurrection of the body with the corporeal frame of which it was the inward life will it constitute with that body an individual and deathless personality. It was because Averroes and his followers lacked faith in the resurrection of the body that they were driven to the theory that only the active intellect or soul of the cosmos or species is immortal. Thomas deploys all the resources of his dialectic to refute this theory. To him, this conflict with Averroes over immortality was the vital issue of the century, beside which such mere shiftings of boundaries and titles as physical battles brought were a trivial lunacy. The soul, says Thomas, has 5 faculties or powers: vegetative, by which it feeds, grows, and reproduces; sensitive, by which it receives sensations from the external world; appetitive, by which it desires and wills; locomotive, by which it initiates motions; and intellectual, by which it thinks. All knowledge originates in the senses, but the sensations do not fall upon an empty surface or tabula rasa. They are received by a complex structure, the sensus communis, or common sensory center, which coordinates sensations or perceptions into ideas. Thomas agrees with Aristotle and Locke that there is nothing in the intellect that was not first in the senses, but he adds, like Leibniz and Kant, except the intellect itself, an organized capacity to organize sensations into thought, at last into those universals and abstract ideas which are the tools of reason and, on this earth, the exclusive prerogative of man. Will or appetition is the faculty by which the soul or vital force moves toward that which the intellect conceives as good. Thomas, following Aristotle, defines the good as that which is desirable. Beauty is a form of the good. It is that which pleases when seen. Why does it please? Through the proportion and harmony of parts in an organized whole. Intellect is subject to will in so far as desire can determine the direction of thought, but will is subject to the intellect in so far as our desires are determined by the way we conceive things. by the opinions we, usually imitating others, have of them. The good as understood moves the will. Freedom lies not really in the will, which is necessarily moved by the understanding of the matter as presented by the intellect, but in the judgment, or arbitrium. Therefore, freedom varies directly with knowledge, reason, wisdom, and the capacity of the intellect to present a true picture of the situation to the will. Only the wise are really free. Intelligence is not only the best and highest, it is also the most powerful of the faculties of the soul. Of all human pursuits, the pursuit of wisdom is the most perfect, the most sublime, the most profitable, the most delightful. The proper operation of man is to understand. 5. Ethics. The proper end of man, therefore, is in this life the acquisition of truth, and in the afterlife to see this truth in God. For assuming with Aristotle that what man seeks is happiness, where shall he best find it? Not in bodily pleasures, nor in honors, nor in wealth, nor in power, nor even in actions of moral virtue, though all of these may give delight. Let us grant, too, that perfect disposition of the body is necessary for perfect happiness. But none of these goods can compare with the quiet, pervasive, continuing happiness of understanding. Perhaps remembering Virgil's Felix qui potuit rerum cognoscere causas, happy he who has been able to know the causes of things, Thomas believes that the highest achievement and satisfaction of the soul, the natural culmination of its peculiar rationality, would be this, that on it should be inscribed the total order of the universe and its causes. The peace that passeth understanding comes from understanding. But even this supreme mundane bliss would leave man not quite content, still unfulfilled. Vaguely he knows that perfect and true happiness cannot be had in this life. There is that in him which undiscourageably longs for a happiness and an understanding that shall be secure from mortal vicissitude and change. Other appetites may find their peace in intermediate goods, but the mind of the full man will not rest except it come to that sum and summit of truth which is God. In God alone is the supreme good, both as the source of all other goods and as the cause of all other causes, the truth of all truths. The final goal of man is the beatific vision, the vision that gives bliss. Consequently, all ethics is the art and science of preparing man to attain this culminating and everlasting happiness. Moral goodness, virtue, may be defined as conduct conducive to the true end of man, which is to see God. Man naturally inclines to the good, the desirable, but what he judges to be good is not always morally good. Through Eve's false judgment of the good, man disobeyed God, and now bears in every generation the taint of that first sin. If at this point one asks why a God who foresees all should have created a man and a woman destined to such curiosity, and a race destined to such heritable guilt, Thomas answers that it is metaphysically impossible for any creature to be perfect, and that man's freedom to sin is the price he must pay for his freedom of choice. Without that freedom of will, man would be an automaton, not beyond but below good and evil, having no greater dignity than a machine. Steeped in the doctrine of original sin, steeped in Aristotle, steeped in monastic isolation and terror of the other sex, it was almost fated that Thomas should think ill of woman and speak of her with masculine innocence. He follows the climactic egotism of Aristotle in supposing that nature, like a medieval patriarch, always wishes to produce a male, and that woman is something defective and accidental, deficiens et occasionatum. She is a male gone awry, mas occasionatum. Probably she is the result of some weakness in the father's generative power, or of some external factor like a damp south wind. Relying on Aristotelian and contemporary biology, Thomas supposed that woman contributed only passive matter to the offspring, while the man contributed active form. Woman is the triumph of matter over form. Consequently, she is the weaker vessel in body, mind, and will. She is to man as the senses are to reason. In her the sexual appetite predominates, while man is the expression of the more stable element. Both man and woman are made in the image of God, but man more especially so. Man is the principle and end of woman, as God is the principle and end of the universe. She needs in man everything. He needs her only for procreation. Man can accomplish all tasks better than woman, even the care of the home. She is unfitted to fill any vital position in church or state. She is a part of man, literally a rib. She should look upon man as her natural master, should accept his guidance, and submit to his corrections and discipline. In this she will find her fulfillment and her happiness. As to evil, Thomas labors to prove that metaphysically it does not exist. Malum est non ens. Evil is no positive entity. Every reality as such is good. Evil is merely the absence or privation of some quality or power that a being ought naturally to have. So it is no evil for a man to lack wings, but an evil for him to lack hands. Yet to lack hands is no evil for a bird. Everything as created by God is good, but even God could not communicate his infinite perfection to created things. God permits certain evils in order to attain good ends or to prevent greater evils, just as human governments rightly tolerate certain evils, like prostitution, lest greater evils be incurred. Sin is an act of free choice violating the order of reason, which is also the order of the universe. The order of reason is the proper adjustment of means to ends. In man's case, it is the adjustment of conduct to win eternal happiness. God gives us the freedom to do wrong, but he also gives us, by a divine infusion, a sense of right and wrong. This innate conscience is absolute and must be obeyed at all costs. If the Church commands something against a man's conscience, he must disobey. If his conscience tells him that faith in Christ is an evil thing, he must abhor that faith. Normally, conscience inclines us not only to the natural virtues of justice, prudence, temperance, and fortitude, but also to the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. These last three constitute the distinguishing morality and glory of Christianity. Faith is a moral obligation, since human reason is limited. Man must believe on faith not only those dogmas of the Church that are above reason, but those too that can be known through reason. Since error in matters of faith may lead many to hell, tolerance should not be shown to unbelief, except to avoid a greater evil. So the Church at times has tolerated the rights even of heretics and pagans when unbelievers were very numerous. Unbelievers should never be allowed to acquire dominion or authority over believers. Tolerance may be especially shown to Jews, since their rights prefigured those of Christianity, and so bear witness to the faith. Unbaptized Jews should never be forced to accept Christianity, but heretics, those who have abandoned faith in the doctrines of the Church, may properly be coerced. No one should be considered a heretic unless he persists in his error after it has been pointed out to him by ecclesiastical authority. Those who abjure their heresy may be admitted to penance and even restored to their former dignities. If, however, they relapse into heresy, they are admitted to penance but are not delivered from the pain of death. 6. Politics. Thomas wrote thrice on political philosophy, in his commentary on Aristotle's Politics, in the Summa Theologica, and in a brief treatise, De Regimine Principum, on the rule of princes. A first impression is that Thomas merely repeats Aristotle. As we read on, we are astonished at the amount of original and incisive thought contained in his work. Social organization is a tool that man developed as a substitute for physiological organs of acquisition and defense. Society and the state exist for the individual, not he for them. Sovereignty comes from God, but is vested in the people. The people, however, are too numerous, scattered, fickle, and uninformed to exercise this sovereign power directly or wisely. Hence they delegate their sovereignty to a prince or other leader. This grant of power by the people is always revocable, and the prince holds the power of legislating only so far as he represents the will of the people. The sovereign power of the people may be delegated to many, to a few, or to one. Democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy may all be good if the laws are good and well administered. In general, a constitutional monarchy is best, as giving unity, continuity, and stability. A multitude, as Homer said, is better governed by one than by several. The prince or king, however, should be chosen by the people from any free rank of the population. If the monarch becomes a tyrant, he should be overthrown by the orderly action of the people. He must always remain the servant, not the master of the law. Law is threefold: natural, as in the natural laws of the universe; divine, as revealed in the Bible; human or positive, as in the legislation of states. The third was made necessary by the passions of men and the development of the state. So the Fathers believed that private property was opposed to natural and divine law and was the result of the sinfulness of man. Thomas does not admit that property is unnatural. He considers the arguments of the communists of his time and answers like Aristotle that when everybody owns everything, nobody takes care of anything. But private property is a public trust. Man ought to possess external things not as his own, but as common, so that he is ready to communicate them to others in their need. For a man to desire or pursue wealth beyond his need for maintaining his station in life is sinful covetousness. Whatever some people possess in superabundance is due by natural law to the purpose of succoring the poor, and if there is no other remedy, it is lawful for a man to succor his own need by means of another's property, by taking it either openly or secretly. Thomas was not the man to make economics a dismal science by divorcing it from morality. He believed in the right of the community to regulate agriculture, industry, and trade, to control usury, even to establish a just price for services and goods. He looked with suspicious eye upon the art of buying cheap and selling dear. He condemned outright all speculative trading, all attempts to make gain by skillful use of market fluctuations. He opposed lending at interest, but saw no sin in borrowing for a good end from a professional moneylender. He did not rise above his time on the question of slavery. Sophists, Stoics, and Roman legists had taught that by nature all men are free. The Church Fathers had agreed, and had explained slavery like property as a result of the sinfulness acquired by man through Adam's fall. Aristotle, friend of the mighty, had justified slavery as produced by the natural inequality of men. Thomas tried to reconcile these views. In the state of innocence there was no slavery, but since the fall it has been found useful to subject simple men to wise men. Those who have strong bodies but weak minds are intended by nature to be bondmen. The slave, however, belongs to his master only in body, not in soul. The slave is not obliged to give sexual intercourse to the master, and all the precepts of Christian morality must be applied in the treatment of the slave. 7. Religion. As economic and political problems are ultimately moral, it seems just to Thomas that religion should be ranked above politics and industry, and that the state should submit, in matters of morals, to supervision and guidance by the Church. Authority is nobler the higher its end. The kings of the earth, guiding men to earthly bliss, should be subject to the Pope, who guides men to everlasting happiness. The state should remain supreme in secular affairs, but even in such matters the Pope has the right to intervene if rulers violate the rules of morality or do avoidable injury to their peoples. So the Pope may punish a bad king or absolve subjects from their oath of allegiance. Moreover, the state must protect religion, support the Church, and enforce her decrees. The supreme function of the Church is to lead men to salvation. Man is a citizen not alone of this earthly state, but of a spiritual kingdom infinitely greater than any state. The supreme facts of history are that man committed an infinite crime by disobeying God, thereby meriting infinite punishment, and that God the Son, by becoming man and suffering ignominy and death, created a redeeming store of grace by which man can be saved despite original sin. God gives of this grace to whom he will. We cannot fathom the reasons of his choice, but nobody has been so insane as to say that merit is the cause of divine predestination. The terrible doctrine of Paul and Augustine recurs in the gentle Thomas. It is fitting that God should predestine men, for all things are subject to his providence. As men are ordained to eternal life through the providence of God, it likewise is part of that providence to permit some to fall away from that end. This is called reprobation. As predestination includes the will to confer grace and glory, so also reprobation includes the will to permit a person to fall into sin and to impose the punishment of damnation on account of that sin. He chose us in him before the foundation of the world. Thomas struggles to reconcile divine predestination with human freedom, and to explain why a man whose fate is already sealed should strive to virtue, how prayer can move an unchangeable God, or what the function of the Church can be in a society whose individuals have already been sorted out into the saved and the damned. He answers that God has merely foreseen how each man would freely choose. Presumably all pagans are among the damned, except possibly a few to whom God vouchsafed a special and personal revelation. The chief happiness of the saved will consist in seeing God. not that they will understand him. Only infinity can understand infinity. Nevertheless, by an infusion of divine grace, the blessed will see the essence of God. The whole creation, having proceeded from God, flows back to him. The human soul, gift of his bounty, never rests until it rejoins its source. Thus the divine cycle of creation and return is completed, and Thomas's philosophy ends, as it began, with God. 8. The reception of Thomism. It was received by most of his contemporaries as a monstrous accumulation of pagan reasonings fatal to the Christian faith. The Franciscans, who sought God by Augustine's mystic road of love, were shocked by Thomas's intellectualism, his exaltation of intellect above will, of understanding above love. Many wondered how so coldly negative and remote a God as the Actus Purus of the Summa could be prayed to, how Jesus could be part of such an abstraction, what St. Francis would have said of or to such a God. To make body and soul one unity seemed to put out of court the incorruptible immortality of the soul. To make matter and form one unity was, despite Thomas's denials, to fall into the Averroistic theory of the eternity of the world. To make matter, not form, the principle of individuation seemed to leave the soul undifferentiated, and to fall into the Averroistic theory of the unity and impersonal immortality of the soul. Worst of all, the triumph of Aristotle over Augustine in the Thomist philosophy seemed to the Franciscans the victory of paganism over Christianity. Were there not already in the University of Paris teachers and students who put Aristotle above the Gospels? Just as Orthodox Islam, at the end of the 12th century, denounced and banished the Aristotelian Averroes, and Orthodox Judaism, at the beginning of the 13th century, burned the books of the Aristotelian Maimonides, so in the third quarter of that century, Christian orthodoxy defended itself against the Aristotelian Thomas. In 1277, at the prompting of Pope John XXI, the Bishop of Paris issued a decree branding 219 propositions as heresies. Among these were 3 expressly charged against Brother Thomas, that angels have no body, and constitute each of them a separate species, that matter is the principle of individuation, and that God cannot multiply individuals in a species without matter. Anyone holding these doctrines, said the bishop, was ipso facto excommunicated. A few days after this decree, Robert Kilwardy, a leading Dominican, persuaded the masters of the University of Oxford to denounce various Thomistic doctrines, including the unity of soul and body in man. Thomas was now 3 years dead and could not defend himself, but his old teacher Albert rushed from Cologne to Paris and persuaded the Dominicans of France to stand by their fellow friar. A Franciscan, William de la Mare, joined the fray with a tract called Correctorium Fratris Thomae, setting Thomas right on 118 points. And another Franciscan, John Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, officially condemned Thomism and urged a return to Bonaventura and St. Francis. Dante entered the lists by making a modified Thomism the doctrinal framework of the Divine Comedy, and choosing Thomas to guide him on the stairway to the highest heaven. After half a 100 years' war, the Dominicans convinced Pope John XXII that Thomas had been a saint, and his canonization in 1323 gave the victory to Thomism. Thereafter, the mystics found in the Summa the deepest and clearest exposition of the mystic contemplative life. At the Council of Trent, from 1545 to 1563, the Summa Theologica was placed upon the altar, together with the Bible and the Decretals. Ignatius Loyola imposed upon the Jesuit order the obligation to teach Thomism. In 1879, Pope Leo XIII, and in 1921 Pope Benedict XV, while not pronouncing the works of St. Thomas free from all error, made them the official philosophy of the Catholic Church, and in all Roman Catholic colleges that philosophy is taught today. Thomism, though it has some critics among Catholic theologians, has won new defenders in our time, and now rivals Platonism and Aristotelianism as one of the most enduring and influential bodies of philosophical thought. It is a simple matter for one who stands on the shoulders of the last 700 years to point out in the work of Aquinas those elements that have ill borne the test of time. It is both a defect and a credit that he relied so much on Aristotle. To that degree he lacked originality, and showed a courage that cleared new paths for the medieval mind. Carefully securing direct and accurate translations, Thomas knew Aristotle's philosophical, not the scientific works, more thoroughly than any other medieval thinker except Averroes. He was willing to learn from Moslems and Jews, and treated their philosophers with a self-confident respect. There is a heavy ballast of nonsense in his system, as in all philosophies that do not agree with our own. It is strange that so modest a man should have written at such length on how the angels know, and what man was before the fall, and what the human race would have been except for Eve's intelligent curiosity. Perhaps we err in thinking of him as a philosopher. He himself honestly called his work theology. He made no pretense to follow reason wherever it should lead him. He confessed to starting with his conclusions. And though most philosophers do this, most denounce it as treason to philosophy. He covered a wider range than any thinker except Spencer has dared to do again, and to every field he brought the light of clarity, and a quiet temper that shunned exaggeration and sought a moderate mean. Sapientis est ordinare, he said. The wise man creates order. He did not succeed in reconciling Aristotle and Christianity, but in the effort he won an epical victory for reason. He had led reason as a captive into the citadel of faith, but in his triumph he had brought the age of faith to an end. 7. The Successors. The historian always oversimplifies and hastily selects a manageable minority of facts and faces out of a crowd of souls and events whose multitudinous complexity he can never quite embrace or comprehend. We must not think of scholasticism as an abstraction purged of 1,000 individual peculiarities, but as a lazy name for the hundreds of conflicting philosophical and theological theories taught in the medieval schools, from Anselm in the 11th century to Occam in the 14th. The historian is miserably subject to the brevity of time and human patience, and must dishonor with a line men who were immortal for a day, but now lie hidden between the peaks of history. One of the strangest figures of the many-sided 13th century was Ramon Llull, Raymond Lully, from 1232 to 1315. Born in Palma of a wealthy Catalan family, he found his way to the court of James II at Barcelona, enjoyed a riotous youth, and slowly narrowed his amours to monogamy. Suddenly, at the age of 30, he renounced the world, the flesh, and the devil, to devote his polymorphous energy to mysticism, occultism, philanthropy, evangelism, and the pursuit of martyrdom. He studied Arabic, founded a college of Arabic studies in Majorca, and petitioned the Council of Vienne in 1311 to set up schools of Oriental languages and literature to prepare men for missionary work among Saracens and Jews. The Council established 5 such schools, at Rome, Bologna, Paris, Oxford, and Salamanca, with chairs of Hebrew, Chaldaic, and Arabic. Perhaps Lully learned Hebrew, for he became an intimate student of the Kabbalah. His 150 works defy classification. In youth, he founded Catalan literature with several volumes of love poetry. He composed in Arabic and then translated into Catalan his Libre de Contemplatio en Deu, or Book of Contemplation on God, no mere mystic reverie, but a 1,000,000-word encyclopedia of theology, this in 1272. 2 years later, as if with another self, he wrote a manual of chivalric war, Libre del Orde de Cavalleria, and almost at the same time, a handbook of education, Liber Doctrinae Puerilis. He tried his hand at philosophical dialogue, and published 3 such works, presenting Moslem, Jewish, Greek Christian, Roman Christian, and Tatar points of view with astonishing tolerance, fairness, and kindliness. About 1283 he composed a long religious romance, Blanquerna, which patient experts have pronounced one of the masterpieces of the Christian Middle Ages. At Rome in 1295 he issued another encyclopedia, the Arbre di Scientia, or Tree of Science, stating 4,000 questions in 16 sciences and giving confident replies. During a stay in Paris from 1309 to 1311, he fought the lingering Averroism there with some minor theological works, which he signed, with unwonted accuracy, Fantasticus. Throughout his long life he poured forth so many volumes on science and philosophy that even to list them would empty the pen. Amid all these interests, he was fascinated by an idea that has captured brilliant minds in our own time, that all the formulas and processes of logic could be reduced to mathematical or symbolical form. The ars magna, or great art of logic, said Raymond, consists in writing the basic concepts of human thought on movable squares, and then combining these in various positions, not only to reduce all the ideas of philosophy to equations and diagrams, but to prove by mathematical equivalence the truths of Christianity. Raymond had the gentleness of some lunatics, and hoped to convert Mohammedans to Christianity by the persuasive manipulations of his Rs. The Church applauded his confidence, but frowned upon his proposal to reduce all faith to reason, and to put the Trinity and the Incarnation into his logical machine. In 1292, resolved to balance the loss of Palestine to the Saracens by peaceably converting Moslem Africa, Raymond crossed to Tunis, and secretly organized there a tiny colony of Christians. In 1307, on one of his missionary trips to Tunisia, he was arrested and brought before the chief judge of Bougie. The judge arranged a public disputation between Raymond and some Moslem divines. Raymond, says his biographer, won the argument and was thrown into jail. Some Christian merchants contrived his rescue and brought him back to Europe. But in 1314, apparently longing for martyrdom, he crossed again to Bougie, preached Christianity openly, and was stoned to death by a Moslem mob in 1315. To pass from Raymond Lully to John Duns Scotus is like emerging from Carmen into the well-tempered clavichord. John's middle and last names came from his birth, possibly in 1266, at Duns in Berwickshire. He was sent at 11 to a Franciscan monastery at Dumfries. 4 years later, he entered the order. He studied at Oxford and Paris, and then taught at Oxford, Paris, and Cologne. Then, still a youth of 42, he died in 1308, leaving behind him a multiplicity of writings, chiefly on metaphysics, distinguished by such obscurity and subtlety as would hardly appear again in philosophy before the coming of another Scot. And indeed, the function of Duns Scotus was very much like that of Kant 5 centuries later, to argue that the doctrines of religion must be defended by their practical moral necessity rather than their logical cogency. The Franciscans, willing to jettison philosophy to save Augustine from Dominican Thomas, made their young Doctor Subtilis their champion, and followed his lead, alive and dead, through generations of philosophical war. This Duns was one of the keenest minds in medieval history. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. This Duns was one of the keenest minds in medieval history. Having studied mathematics and other sciences, and feeling the influence of Grosseteste and Roger Bacon at Oxford, he formed a severe notion of what constituted proof, and applying that test to the philosophy of Thomas, he ended, almost in its honeymoon, the rash marriage of theology with philosophy. Despite his clear understanding of the inductive method, Duns argued, precisely contrary to Francis Bacon, that all inductive or a posteriori proof, from effect to cause, is uncertain, that the only real proof is deductive and a priori, to show that certain effects must follow from the essential nature of the cause. For example, to prove the existence of God, we must first study metaphysics, that is, study being as being, and by strict logic arrive at the essential qualities of the world. In the realm of essences there must be one which is the source of all the rest, the primus. This first being is God. Duns agreed with Thomas that God is actus purus, but he interprets the phrase not as pure actuality, but as pure activity. God is primarily will rather than intellect. He is the cause of all causes and is eternal. But that is all that we can know of him by reason. That he is a God of mercy, that he is three in one, that he created the world in time, that he watches over all by providence. These and practically all the doctrines of the Christian faith are credibilia. They should be believed on the authority of the Scriptures and the Church, but they cannot be demonstrated by reason. Indeed, the moment we begin to reason about God, we run into baffling contradictions, the Kantian antinomies of pure reason. If God is omnipotent, he is the cause of all defects, including all evil, and secondary causes, including the human will, are illusory. In view of these ruinous conclusions, and because of the necessity of religious belief for our moral life, Kant's practical reason, it is wiser to abandon the Thomistic attempt to prove theology by philosophy, and to accept the dogmas of the faith on the authority of the Bible and the Church. We cannot know God, but we can love him, and that is better than knowing. In psychology, Duns is a realist after his own subtle fashion. Universals are objectively real, in the sense that those identical features which the mind abstracts from similar objects to form a general idea must be in the objects, else how could we perceive and abstract them? He agrees with Thomas that all natural knowledge is derived from sensation. For the rest, he differs from him all along the psychologic line. The principle of individuation is not matter but form, and form only in the strictest sense of thisness, haicheitas, the peculiar qualities and distinguishing marks of the individual person or thing. The faculties of the soul are not distinct from one another, nor from the soul itself. The basic faculty of the soul is not understanding, but will. It is the will that determines to what sensations or purposes the intellect is to attend. Only the will, voluntas, not the judgment, arbitrium, is free. Thomas's argument that our hunger for continuance and for perfect happiness proves the immortality of the soul proves too much, for it could be applied to any beast in the field. We cannot prove personal immortality, we must simply believe. As the Franciscans had claimed to see in Thomas the victory of Aristotle over the Gospels, so the Dominicans might have seen in Duns the triumph of Arabic over Christian philosophy. His metaphysic is Avicenna's, his cosmology is Ibn Gabirol's. But the tragic and basic fact in Scotus is his abandonment of the attempt to prove the basic Christian doctrines by reason. His followers carried the matter further and removed one after another of the articles of faith from the sphere of reason, and so multiplied his distinctions and subtleties that in England a dunsman came to mean a hair-splitting fool, a dull sophist, a dunce. Those who had learned to love philosophy refused to be subordinated to theologians who rejected philosophy. The two studies quarreled and parted, and the rejection of reason by faith issued in the rejection of faith by reason. So ended, for the age of faith, the brave adventure. Scholasticism was a Greek tragedy, whose nemesis lurked in its essence. The attempt to establish the faith by reason implicitly acknowledged the authority of reason. The admission by Duns Scotus and others that the faith could not be established by reason shattered scholasticism, and so weakened the faith that in the 14th century revolt broke out all along the doctrinal and ecclesiastical line. Aristotle's philosophy was a Greek gift to Latin Christendom, a Trojan horse concealing 1,000 hostile elements. These seeds of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment were not only the revenge of paganism over Christianity, they were also the unwitting revenge of Islam. Invaded in Palestine and driven from nearly all of Spain, the Moslems transmitted their science and philosophy to Western Europe, and it proved to be a disintegrating force. It was Avicenna and Averroes, as well as Aristotle, who infected Christianity with the germs of rationalism. But no perspective can dim the splendor of the scholastic enterprise. It was an undertaking as bold and rash as youth, and had youth's faults of overconfidence and love of argument. It was the voice of a new adolescent Europe that had rediscovered the exciting game of reason. Despite heresy-hunting councils and inquisitors, scholasticism enjoyed and displayed, during the 2 centuries of its exaltation, a freedom of inquiry, thought, and teaching hardly surpassed in the universities of Europe today. With the help of the jurists of the 12th and 13th centuries, it sharpened the Western mind by forging the tools and terms of logic, and by such subtle reasoning as nothing in pagan philosophy could excel. Certainly this facility in argument ran to excess and generated the disputatious verbosity and scholastic hair-splitting against which not only Roger and Francis Bacon, but the Middle Ages themselves rebelled. Yet the good of the inheritance far outweighed the bad. Logic, ethics, and metaphysics, said Condorcet, owe to scholasticism a precision unknown to the ancients themselves. And it is to the schoolmen, said Sir William Hamilton, that the vulgar languages are indebted for what precision and analytical subtlety they possess. The peculiar quality of the French mind, its love of logic, its clarity, its finesse, was in large measure formed by the heyday of logic in the schools of medieval France. Scholasticism, which in the 17th century was to be an obstacle to the development of the European mind, was in the 12th and 13th centuries a revolutionary advance or restoration in human thought. Modern thought begins with the rationalism of Abélard, reaches its first peak in the clarity and enterprise of Thomas Aquinas, sustains a passing defeat in Duns Scotus, rises again with Occam, captures the papacy in Leo X, captures Christianity in Erasmus, laughs in Rabelais, smiles in Montaigne, runs riot in Voltaire, triumphs sardonically in Hume, and mourns its victory in Anatole France. It was the medieval dash into reason that founded that brilliant and reckless dynasty. Chapter 37. Christian Science, 1095 to 1300. 1. The magical environment. The Romans, at their imperial height, had valued applied science, but had almost forgotten the pure science of the Greeks. Already, in the natural history of the elder Pliny, we find supposedly medieval superstitions on every other page. The indifference of the Romans cooperated with that of the Christians to almost dry up the stream of science long before the barbarian invasions littered the roots of cultural transmission with the debris of a ruined society. What remained of Greek science in Europe was buried in the libraries of Constantinople, and that remnant suffered in the sack of 1204. Greek science migrated through Syria into Islam in the 9th century and stirred Moslem thought to one of the most remarkable cultural awakenings in history, while Christian Europe struggled to lift itself out of barbarism and superstition. Science and philosophy in the medieval West had to grow up in such an atmosphere of myth, legend, miracle, omens, demons, prodigies, magic, astrology, divination, and sorcery, as comes only in ages of chaos and fear. All these had existed in the pagan world and exist today, but tempered by a civilized humor and enlightenment. They were strong in the Semitic world, and triumphed after Averroes and Maimonides. In Western Europe, from the 6th to the 11th century, they broke the dikes of culture and overwhelmed the medieval mind in an ocean of occultism and credulity. The greatest, most learned men shared in this credulity. Augustine thought that the pagan gods still existed as demons, and that fauns and satyrs were real. Abélard thought that demons can work magic through their intimate acquaintance with the secrets of nature. Alfonso the Wise accepted magic and sanctioned divination by the stars. How then should lesser men doubt? A multitude of mysterious and supernatural beings had descended into Christianity from pagan antiquity, and were still coming into it from Germany, Scandinavia, and Ireland, as trolls, elves, giants, fairies, goblins, gnomes, ogres, banshees, mysterious dragons, blood-sucking vampires, and new superstitions were always entering Europe from the East. Dead men walked the air as ghosts. Men who had sold themselves to the devil roamed woods and fields as werewolves. The souls of children dead before baptism haunted the marshes as will-o'-the-wisps. When St. Edmund Rich saw a flight of black crows, he recognized them at once as a flock of devils come to fetch the soul of a local usurer. When a demon is exorcised from a man, said many a medieval story, a big black fly, sometimes a dog, could be seen issuing from his mouth. The population of devils never declined. 100 objects, herbs, stones, amulets, rings, gems, were worn for their magic power to ward off devils and bring good luck. The horseshoe was lucky because it had the shape of the crescent moon, which had once been a goddess. Sailors at the mercy of the elements and peasants, subject to all the whims of earth and sky, saw the supernatural at every turn, and lived in a vital medium of superstitions. The attribution of magic powers to certain numbers came down from Pythagoras through the Christian fathers. 3, the number of the Trinity, was the holiest number and stood for the soul. 4 represented the body. 7, their sum, symbolized the complete man. Hence a predilection for 7, ages of man, planets, sacraments, cardinal virtues, deadly sins. A sneeze at the wrong time was a bad omen and had better be disarmed with a God bless you in any case. Philters could be used to create or destroy love. Conception could be avoided by spitting thrice into the mouth of a frog or holding a jasper pebble in the hand during coitus. The enlightened Agobard, Archbishop of Lyon in the 9th century, complained that things of such absurdity are believed by Christians as no one ever aforetime could induce the heathen to believe. The Church struggled against the paganism of superstition, condemned many beliefs and practices, and punished them with a gradation of penances. She denounced black magic, resort to demons to obtain power over events, but it flourished in 1,000 secret places. Its practitioners circulated privately a Liber Perditionis, or Book of Damnation, giving the names, habitats, and special powers of the major demons. Nearly everybody believed in some magical means of turning the power of supernatural beings to a desired end. John of Salisbury tells of magic used by a deacon, a priest, and an archbishop. The simplest form was by incantation. A formula was recited, usually several times. By such formulas a miscarriage might be averted, a sickness healed, an enemy put out of the way. Probably the majority of Christians considered the sign of the cross, the Lord's Prayer, and the Ave Maria as magic incantations, and used holy water and the sacraments as magic rites, bringing miraculous effects. Belief in witchcraft was next to universal. The penitential book of the Bishop of Exeter condemned women who professed to be able to change men's minds by sorcery and enchantments, as from hate to love, or from love to hate, or to bewitch or steal men's goods, or who professed to ride on certain nights and on certain beasts with a host of demons in women's shape, and to be enrolled in the company of such. The witches' Sabbath, that became notorious in the 14th century. A simple witchery consisted in making a wax model of an intended victim, piercing it with needles, and pronouncing formulas of cursing. A minister of Philip IV was accused of hiring a witch to do this to an image of the king. Some women were believed able to injure or kill by a look of their evil eye. Bertolt of Regensburg thought that more women than men would go to hell because so many women practiced witchcraft. Spells for getting a husband, spells for the marriage, spells before the child is born, spells before the christening. It is a marvel that men lose not their wits for the monstrous witchcrafts that women practice on them. Visigothic law accused witches of invoking demons, sacrificing to devils, causing storms, etc., and ordered that those convicted of such offenses should have their heads shaved and receive 200 stripes. The laws of Canute in England recognized the possibility of slaying a person by magic means. The Church was at first lenient with these popular beliefs, looking upon them as pagan survivals that would die out. On the contrary, they grew and spread, and in 1298 the Inquisition began its campaign to suppress witchcraft by burning women at the stake. Many theologians sincerely believed that certain women were in league with demons, and that the faithful must be protected from their spells. Caesarius of Heisterbach assures us that in his time many men entered into pacts with devils, and it is alleged that such practitioners of black magic so disdained the Church that they travestied her rites by worshipping Satan in a black mass. Thousands of sick or timid people believed themselves to be possessed by devils. The prayers, formulas, and ceremonies of exorcism used by the Church may have been intended as psychological medicine to calm superstitious minds. Medieval medicine was in some measure a branch of theology and ritual. Augustine thought that the diseases of mankind were caused by demons, and Luther agreed with him. It seemed logical, therefore, to cure illness with prayer, and epidemics by religious processions or building churches. So Santa Maria della Salute at Venice was raised to check a plague, and the prayers of Saint Gerbaud, Bishop of Bayeux, cured that city of an epidemic of dysentery. Good physicians welcomed the aid of religious faith in effecting cures. They recommended prayer and the wearing of amulets. As far back as Edward the Confessor, we find English rulers blessing rings for the cure of epilepsy. Kings, having been consecrated by religious touch, felt that they might cure by imposition of hands. Persons suffering from scrofula were supposed to be especially amenable to the royal touch. hence the name King's Evil for that ailment. St. Louis labored assiduously with such impositions, and Philip of Valois is said to have touched 1,500 persons at one sitting. There were magical means to knowledge as well as to health. Most of the old pagan methods for divining the future or seeing the absent flourished throughout the Middle Ages, despite repeated condemnation by the Church. Thomas à Becket, wishing to advise Henry II about a contemplated invasion of Brittany, consulted an Aruspex, who foretold the future by watching the flight of birds, and a chiromancer, who predicted by studying the lines of the hand. This art of palmistry claimed divine sanction from a verse in Exodus, chapter 13, verse 9. "It shall be for a sign unto thee upon thine hand." Other prophets tried to foretell events by observing the movements of the winds, aeromancy, or the waters, hydromancy, or the smoke rising from a fire, pyromancy. Some, imitating the Moslems, marked points at random lines upon the earth, or upon any writing material, connected the points with lines, and told fortunes from the geometrical figures so formed, geomancy. Some, it was alleged, learned the future from the evoked dead, necromancy. Albertus Grotius, at the request of Frederick Barbarossa, evoked, we are told, the spirit of the emperor's wife. Some consulted prophetic books, like those purporting to contain the predictions of the Sibyls, or Merlin, or Solomon. Some opened the Bible at random, sortes sanctorum, or the Aeneid, sortes Virgilianae, and told the future from the first verse seen. The gravest medieval historians nearly always found, like Livy, that important events had been directly or symbolically foretold by portents, visions, prophecies, or dreams. There were heaps of books, for example one by Arnold of Villanova, offering the latest scientific interpretation of dreams, oniromancy, not much sillier than those which famous scientists have written in the 20th century. Nearly all these modes of divination or clairvoyance had been practiced in antiquity and are practiced today. But our time, despite some effort, has not yet equaled the age of faith, in Islam, Judaism, or Christendom, in belief that the future is decipherably written in the stars. If the climate of the earth and the growth of plants could be so clearly influenced by the heavenly bodies, why should not these affect, nay, determine, the growth, nature, illnesses, periods, fertility, epidemics, revolutions, and destinies of men or states? So nearly every medieval mind believed. A professional astrologer could be found in the household of almost every prince or king. Doctors bled their patients, as many farmers still plant their seeds, according to phases of the moon. Most universities gave courses in astrology, meaning by it the science of the stars. Astronomy was included in astrology, and progressed largely through astrologic interest and aims. Sanguine students professed to have found predictable regularities in the effects of celestial bodies on the earth. Persons born under the ascendancy of Saturn would be cold, cheerless, saturnine. Those born under Jupiter, temperate and jovial. Under Mars, ardent and martial. Under Venus, tender and fruitful. Under Mercury, inconstant, mercurial. Under a high moon, melancholy almost to the point of lunacy. Genethliology predicted the entire life of the individual from the position of the constellations at his birth. To draw a proper horoscope, therefore, one had to observe the hour, take the precise moment of birth, the precise position of the stars. Astronomic tables were compiled chiefly to aid the drawing of such horoscopes. Certain names stand out in this period as pundits of the occult. Peter of Abano almost reduced philosophy to astrology, and Arnold of Villanova, a famous physician, had a predilection for magic. Cecco d'Ascoli, from 1257 to 1327, who taught astrology at the University of Bologna, boasted that he could read a man's thoughts or tell what he concealed in his hand by knowing the date of his birth. To illustrate his views, he cast the horoscope of Christ and showed how the constellations at the Nativity had made the crucifixion inevitable. He was condemned by the Inquisition in 1324, abjured, was spared on condition of silence, went to Florence, practiced astrology for numerous clients, and was burned at the stake for denying the freedom of the will in 1327. Many sincere students, Constantine the African, Gerbert, Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, Vincent of Beauvais, were accused of magic and of relations with devils, because the people could not believe that their knowledge had been obtained by natural means. Michael Scott earned the suspicion by writing famous treatises on the occult, a Liber Introductorius on astrology, a Physiognomia on the correlation of qualities of character with peculiarities of body, and 2 texts of alchemy. Michael condemned magic, but enjoyed writing about it. He listed 28 methods of divination, and seems to have believed in all of them. Unlike most of his contemporaries, he made careful observations and some experiments. On the other hand, he suggested that carrying a jasper or topaz would help a man to preserve continence. He was clever enough to keep on good terms with both Frederick II and the popes, but the inexorable Dante consigned him to hell. The Church and the Inquisition were part of the environment of European science in the 13th century. The universities, for the most part, operated under ecclesiastical authority and supervision. The Church, however, allowed considerable latitude of doctrine to professors, and in many cases encouraged scientific pursuits. William of Auvergne, Bishop of Paris, who died in 1249, promoted scientific investigation, and ridiculed those who were ready to see the direct action of God in any unusual event. Bishop Grosseteste of Lincoln was so advanced in the study of mathematics, optics, and experimental science that Roger Bacon ranked him with Aristotle. The Dominican and Franciscan orders made no known objection to the scientific studies of Albertus Magnus or Roger Bacon. St. Bernard and some other zealots discouraged the pursuit of science, but this view was not adopted by the Church. She found it hard to reconcile herself to the dissection of human cadavers, for it was among her basic doctrines that man was made in the image of God, and that the body as well as the soul would rise from the grave. And this reluctance was fully shared by the Moslems and the Jews, and by the people at large. Guido of Vigevano, in 1345, spoke of dissection as forbidden by the Church, but we find no ecclesiastical prohibition before the bull De Sepulturis of Boniface VIII in 1300. And this merely forbade the cutting up of corpses and the boiling away of their flesh, in order to send the sterilized bones of dead crusaders back to their relatives for burial at home. This may have been misinterpreted as forbidding post-mortem dissection, but we find the Italian surgeon Mondino boiling and dissecting corpses about 1320 without any known ecclesiastical protest. If achievements of medieval science in the West should seem meager in the following summary, let us remember that it grew in a hostile environment of superstition and magic, in an age that drew the best minds into law and theology, and at a time when nearly all men believed that the major problems of cosmic and human origin, nature, and destiny had been solved. Nevertheless, after 1150, as wealth and leisure grew, and translations began to pour in from Islam, the mind of Western Europe was aroused from its torpor, curiosity flared into eagerness, men began to discuss the brave old world of the unfettered Greeks, and within a century all Latin Europe was astir with science and philosophy. 2. The Mathematical Revolution. The first great name in the science of this period is Leonardo Fibonacci of Pisa. Sumerian mathematics, born of forgotten parentage, had descended through Babylonia to Greece. Egyptian geometry, still visible in the pyramids, had passed, perhaps through Crete and Rhodes, to Ionia and Greece. Greek mathematics had gone to India in the wake of Alexander, and had played a part in the Hindu development that culminated in Brahmagupta, from 588 to 660. About 775, translations were made of Hindu mathematicians, and soon afterward of Greek mathematicians, into Arabic. About 830, the Hindu numerals entered Eastern Islam. About 1000, Gerbert brought them to France. In the 11th and 12th centuries, Greek, Arabic, and Hebrew mathematics streamed into Western Europe through Spain and Sicily, and came with Italian merchants to Venice and Genoa, Amalfi and Pisa. Transmission is to civilization what reproduction is to life. Another line of transmission appeared in the 6th century B.C., in the form of the Chinese abacus, from the Greek abax, a board, an instrument for counting by transferring little bamboo rods from one group to another. Its descendant, the Suan-pan, is still used by the Chinese. In the 5th century B.C., says Herodotus, the Egyptians reckoned with pebbles, bringing the hand from right to left. The Greeks proceeded contrariwise. The Romans used several forms of the abacus, In one form, the counters slid in grooves. They were made of stone, metal, or colored glass, and were called calculi, little stones. Boethius, about 525, mentioned the abacus as enabling one to count by tens, but this invitation to a decimal system was ignored. The merchants of Italy used the abacus, but wrote the results in clumsy Roman numerals. Leonardo Fibonacci was born at Pisa in 1180. His father was manager of a Pisan trade agency in Algeria. Leonardo in adolescence joined him there and was taught by a Moslem master. He traveled in Egypt, Syria, Greece, and Sicily, studied the methods of the merchants, and learned to reckon, he tells us, by a marvelous method through the 9 figures of the Indians. Here, at the outset of their European career, the new numerals were properly called Hindu, and what is now a bore and chore of our childhood was then a wonder and delight. Perhaps Leonardo learned Greek as well as Arabic. In any case, we find him well acquainted with the mathematics of Archimedes, Euclid, Hero, and Diophantus. In 1202 he published his Liber Abaci. It was the first thorough European exposition of the Hindu numerals, the zero, and the decimal system by a Christian author, and it marked the rebirth of mathematics in Latin Christendom. The same work introduced Arabic algebra to Western Europe, and made a minor revolution in that science by occasionally using letters instead of numbers to generalize and abbreviate equations. In his Practica Geometriae of 1220, Leonardo, for the first time in Christendom, so far as we know, applied algebra to the treatment of geometrical theorems. In 2 smaller works of the year 1225, he made original contributions to the solution of equations of the first and second degree. In that year, Frederick II presided at Pisa over a mathematical tournament, in which different problems were set by John of Palermo and solved by Fibonacci. Despite his epoch-making work, the new method of calculation was long resisted by the merchants of Europe. Many of them preferred to finger the abacus and write the results with Roman numerals. As late as 1299, the abacists of Florence had a law passed against the use of the newfangled figures. Only a few mathematicians realized that the new symbols, the zero and the decimal alignment of units, tens, hundreds, opened the way to such developments of mathematics as were almost impossible with the old letter numerals of Greeks, Romans, and Jews. Not till the 16th century did the Hindu numerals finally replace the Roman. In England and America, the duodecimal system of reckoning survives in many fields. 10 has not finally won its 1,000-year-long war against 12. Mathematics in the Middle Ages had 3 purposes: the service of mechanics, the keeping of business accounts, and the charting of the skies. Mathematics, physics, and astronomy were closely allied, and those who wrote on one of them usually contributed to the others as well. So John of Holywood, in Yorkshire, known to the Latin world as Ioannis de Sacrobosco, studied at Oxford, taught at Paris, wrote a Tractatus de Sphera, treatise on the earthly sphere, and an exposition of the new mathematics, Algorismus Vulgaris, Mathematics for the Millions, circa 1230. Algorismus, a corruption of the name al-Khwarizmi, was the Latin term for an arithmetical system using the Hindu numerals. John credited the Arabs with the invention of this system and was partly responsible for the misnomer Arabic numerals. Robert of Chester, about 1149, in adapting the astronomical tables of al-Battani and al-Zarqali, brought Arabic trigonometry to England and introduced the word sinus, for bay or sine, into the new science. Interest in astronomy was maintained by the needs of navigation and the passion for astrology. The immense authority of the oft-translated Almagest petrified the astronomy of Christian Europe into the Ptolemaic theory of eccentrics and epicycles, with the earth at the hub of the world. Alert minds like Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, and Roger Bacon felt the force of the criticisms that the Moorish astronomer Al-Batruji had aimed at this system in the 12th century, but no satisfactory alternative to Ptolemy's celestial mechanics was found before Copernicus. Christian astronomers in the 13th century pictured the planets as revolving about the earth. The fixed stars, snared in a crystal firmament and steered by divine intelligences, revolved as a regimented host around the earth, and the center and summit of the universe was that same man whom the theologians described as a miserable worm, tainted with sin and mostly doomed to hell. The suggestion offered by Heraclides Ponticus, 4 centuries before Christ, that the apparent daily motion of the heavens was due to the axial rotation of the earth, was discussed by Semitic astronomers in the 13th century, but was quite forgotten in Christendom. Another notion of Heraclides, that Mercury and Venus revolved about the sun, had been handed down by Macrobius and Marcianus Capella. John Scotus Erigena had seized upon it in the 8th century and had extended it to Mars and Jupiter. The heliocentric system was on the verge of victory, but these brilliant hypotheses were among the casualties of the Dark Ages, and the Earth held the center of the stage till 1521. All astronomers, however, agreed that the Earth is a sphere. The astronomical instruments and tables of the West were imported from Islam, or were modeled on Islamic originals. In 1091, Walker of Lorraine, later prior of Malvern Abbey, observed lunar eclipses in Italy with an astrolabe. This is the earliest known case of observational astronomy in the Christian West. But even 2 centuries later, circa 1296, William of St. Cloud had to remind astronomers, by precept and example, that the science grew best on observation rather than on reading or philosophy. The best contribution to Christian astronomy in this period was the Alphonsine Tables of Celestial Movements, prepared for Alfonso the Wise by 2 Spanish Jews. The accumulation of astronomic data revealed the imperfections of the calendar established by Julius Caesar in 46 BC from the work of Sosigenes, which made the year too long by 11 minutes and 14 seconds. And the increasing intercourse of astronomers, merchants, and historians across frontiers exposed the inconvenience of conflicting calendars. Al-Biruni had made a useful study of the rival systems of dividing time and dating events circa 1000. Aaron ben Meshulam and Abraham bar Hia furthered the study in 1106 and 1122, and Robert Grosseteste and Roger Bacon followed with constructive proposals in the 13th century. The Computus, circa 1232 of Grosseteste, a set of tables for calculating astronomic events and movable dates, for example Easter, was the first step toward the Gregorian calendar of 1582 that guides and confuses us today. 3. The Earth and its Life. The least progressive medieval science was geology. The earth was the chosen home of Christ, and the shell of hell, and weather was the whim of God. Moslem, Jew, and Christian alike covered mineralogy with superstition, and composed lapidaries on the magical powers of stones. Marbod, Bishop of Rennes, who lived from 1035 to 1123, wrote in Latin verse a popular Liber Lapidum, describing the occult qualities of 60 precious stones. A sapphire held in the hand during prayer, said this erudite bishop, would secure a more favorable answer from God. An opal folded in a bay leaf rendered its holder invisible. An amethyst made him immune to intoxication. A diamond made him invincible. The same eager curiosity that spawned superstitions upon the minerals of the earth sent medieval man wandering over Europe and the East, and slowly enriched geography. Giraldus Cambrensis, Gerald of Wales, 1147 to 1223, roamed over many lands and topics, mastered many tongues but not his own, accompanied Prince John to Ireland, lived there 2 years, toured Wales to preach the Third Crusade, and wrote 4 vivacious books on the 2 countries. He weighed down his pages with bias and miracles, but lightened them with vivid accounts of persons and places, and lively gossip of the trivial things that make the color of a character or an age. He was sure that his works would immortalize him, but he underestimated the forgetfulness of time. He was one of thousands who in the 12th and 13th centuries made a pilgrimage to the East. Maps and routes were drawn to guide them, and geography benefited. In 1107 to 1111, Sigurd Jorsalfarer, King of Norway, sailed as a crusader with 60 ships via England, Spain, and Sicily to Palestine. After fighting Moslems at every opportunity, he led his lessened band to Constantinople, and thence overland through the Balkans, Germany, and Denmark to Norway. The story of this adventurous journey forms one of the great Scandinavian sagas. In 1270, Lanzarote Malocello rediscovered the Canary Islands, which had been known to antiquity. About 1290, Ugolino and Vadino Vivaldo, according to an unverified tradition, set out from Genoa in 2 galleys to sail around Africa to India. All hands, it appears, were lost. A famous hoax took the form of a letter from a mythical Prester John, circa 1150, who told of his dominions in Central Asia and gave a fantastic geography of the Orient. Despite the Crusades, few Christians believed in the Antipodes. St. Augustine considered it incredible that a people inhabits the Antipodes, where the sun rises when it sets with us, and where men walk with their feet toward ours. An Irish monk, St. Fergal, had suggested about 748 the possibility of another world and other men under the earth. Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon accepted the idea, but it remained the daring concept of a few until Magellan circumnavigated the globe. The chief contributions to European knowledge of the Far East were made by 2 Franciscan monks. In April 1245, Giovanni de Piano Carpini, 65 and fat, was sent by Innocent IV to the Mongol court at Karakorum. Giovanni and his companions suffered in the enterprise every hardship this side of death. They traveled for 15 months, changing horses 4 times a day. Pledged by the Franciscan rule to eat no meat, they almost starved among nomads who had hardly any other food to give them. Giovanni's mission failed, but after his return to Europe he compiled an account of his journey which is a classic in the literature of geography. Clear, impersonal, matter-of-fact, without a word of self or complaint. In 1253, Louis IX sent William of Rubruquis, Wilhelm van Ruysbroek, to the Great Khan to renew the Pope's suggestion of an alliance. William brought back a stern invitation to submit France to the Mongol power, and all that came of the expedition was William's excellent account of Mongol manners and history. Here, for the first time, European geography learned the sources of the Don and the Volga, the position of Lake Balkhash, the cult of the Dalai Lama, the settlements of Nestorian Christians in China, and the distinction of Mongols from Tatars. The most famous and successful of medieval European travelers in the Far East were the Polo family of Venetian merchants. Andrea Polo had 3 sons, Marco the Elder, Niccolo, and Maffeo, all engaged in Byzantine trade and living in Constantinople. About 1260, Niccolo and Maffeo moved to Bokhara, where they remained 3 years. Thence they traveled in the train of a Tatar embassy to the court of Kublai Khan at Shangtu. Kublai sent them back as emissaries to Pope Clement IV. They took 3 years to reach Venice, and by that time Clement was dead. In 1271 they started back to China, and Niccolo took with him his boy Marco the Younger, then 17. For 3.5 years they traveled across Asia via Balkh, the Pamir Plateau, Kashgar, Khotan, Lop Nor, the Gobi Desert, and Tangut. When they reached Shangtu, Marco was almost 21. Kublai took a fancy to him, gave him important posts and missions, and kept the 3 Poli in China for 17 years. Then they sailed back through 3 years via Java, Sumatra, Singapore, Ceylon, and the Persian Gulf, overland to Trebizond, and by boat to Constantinople and Venice, where, as all the world knows, no one would believe the tales Marco Millions told of the gorgeous East. Fighting for Venice in 1298, Marco was captured and was kept for a year in a Genoese jail. There he dictated his narrative to a fellow prisoner. Nearly every element in the once incredible story has been verified by later exploration. Marco gave the first description of a trip across all Asia, the first European glimpse of Japan, the first good account of Pekin, Java, Sumatra, Siam, Burma, Ceylon, the Zanzibar coast, Madagascar, and Abyssinia. The book was a revelation of the East to the West. It helped to open new routes to commerce, ideas, and arts, and shared in molding the geography that inspired Columbus to sail westward to the East. As the orbit of commerce and travel widened, the science of cartography crept laboriously back toward the level it had reached in Augustus's days. Navigators prepared portolani, guides to the ports of trade, with maps, charts, itineraries, and descriptions of the various harbors. In the hands of the Pisans and Genoese, these portolani reached a high degree of accuracy. The Mappae Mundi, drawn by the monks of this period, are by comparison schematic and incomprehensible. Stimulated by the zoological treatises of Aristotle and the botanical classic of Theophrastus, the awakening mind of the West struggled to graduate from legend and Pliny to a science of animals and plants. Nearly everyone believed that minute organisms, including worms and flies, were spontaneously generated from dust, slime, and putrefaction. Bestiaries had almost replaced zoology. Since monks did almost all the writing, the animal world was considered largely in theological terms as a storehouse of edifying symbolism, and additional creatures were invented in playful fancy or pious need. Said Bishop Honorius of Autun in the 12th century, "The unicorn is a very fierce beast with only one horn. To capture it, a virgin maid is placed in the field. The unicorn approaches her, and, resting in her lap, is so taken. By the beast Christ is figured, by the horn his insuperable strength. Resting in the womb of a virgin, he was taken by the hunters, that is, Christ was found in the form of a man by those who loved him." The most scientific work of medieval biology was Frederick II's De Arte Venandi cum Avibus, a 589-page treatise on the art of hunting with birds. It was based partly on Greek and Moslem manuscripts, but largely on direct observation and experiment. Frederick himself was an expert falconer. His description of bird anatomy contains a great number of original contributions. His analysis of the flight and migration of birds, his experiments on the artificial incubation of eggs, and the operations of vultures show a scientific spirit unique in his age. Frederick illustrated his text with hundreds of drawings of birds, perhaps from his own hand, drawings true to life down to the tiniest details. The menagerie that he collected was not, as most contemporaries thought, a whim of bizarre display, but a laboratory for the direct study of animal behavior. This Alexander was his own Aristotle. 4. Matter and energy. Physics and chemistry did better than geology and biology. Their laws and marvels have always harmonized better than a nature red in tooth and claw with a theistic view of the world. Their vitality is suggested near the outset of this period by the efforts of Oliver of Malmesbury to make an airplane. In 1065 his contraption was ready. He soared in it from a high place and was killed. The science of mechanics produced in the 13th century a remarkable figure, a Dominican monk who anticipated several basic conceptions of Isaac Newton. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. The science of mechanics produced in the 13th century a remarkable figure, a Dominican monk who anticipated several basic conceptions of Isaac Newton. Jordanus Numerarius became the second general of the Dominican order in 1222. That such a man could do such brilliant work in science bears witness, if Albert and Thomas were not enough, to the intellectual eagerness of the preaching friars. In 3 mathematical treatises rivaling those of Fibonacci in courage and influence, he accepted the Hindu numerals and advanced algebra by regularly using letters instead of figures for his general formulas. His Elementa Super Demonstrationem Ponderis studied the component of gravity along a trajectory and laid down a principle now known as the axiom of Jordanus. That which can raise a certain weight to a certain height can raise a weight k times heavier to a height k times less. Another treatise, De Ratione Ponderis, perhaps by a pupil, analyzed the notion of statical moment, the product of a force into its lever arm, and anticipated modern ideas in the mechanics of the lever and the inclined plane. A third treatise, ascribed to the School of Jordanus, gave tentative expression to the theory of virtual displacements, a principle developed by Leonardo da Vinci, Descartes, and John Bernoulli, and finally formulated by J. Willard Gibbs in the 19th century. The progress of mechanics slowly affected invention. In 1271, Robert of England clearly stated the theory of the pendulum clock. In 1288, we hear of a great clock in a tower at Westminster, and about the same time of similar giants in churches on the continent, but there is no certain indication that these were fully mechanical. The first clear mention of a clock operated by pulleys and weights and gears is dated 1320. The most successful branch of physics in this period was optics. The Arabic treatises of Al-Haytham, translated into Latin, opened almost a new world to the West. In an essay on the rainbow, Robert Grosseteste, about 1230, wrote of a third branch of perspective, untouched and unknown among us until the present time, which shows us how to make things very far off seem very close at hand, and how to make large objects which are near seem tiny, and how to make distant objects appear as large as we choose. These marvels, he adds, can be achieved through breaking up the visual ray by passing it through several transparent objects or lenses of varying structure. These ideas fascinated his pupil, Roger Bacon. Another Franciscan monk, John Peckham, probably also a pupil of Grosseteste at Oxford, dealt with reflection, refraction, and the structure of the eye in a treatise Perspectiva Communis. When we recall that Peckham became Archbishop of Canterbury, we perceive again an unsuspected entente between science and the medieval church. One result of these studies in optics was the invention of spectacles. Magnifying glasses had been known to Greek antiquity, but the construction of such glasses to focus properly when near the eye seems to have awaited research in the geometry of refraction. A Chinese document of uncertain date between 1260 and 1300 speaks of glasses called eye tai, which enabled old people to read fine script. A Dominican friar preaching at Piacenza in 1305 remarked, "It is not 20 years since there was discovered the art of making eyeglasses, occhiali, which enabled one to see well. I myself have spoken to the man who first discovered and made them." A letter dated 1289 says, "I am so heavy with years that without the glasses called occhiali, recently invented, I should not be able to read or write." The invention is usually credited to Salvino da Marto, whose tombstone, dated 1317, read, "The inventor of spectacles." In 1305, a Montpellier physician announced that he had prepared an eye wash that made spectacles superfluous. The attractive power of the magnet had also been known to the Greeks. Its power to indicate direction was apparently discovered by the Chinese in the 1st century of our era. Chinese tradition ascribes to Muslims, about 1093, the earliest use of the magnetic needle in guiding navigation. Such use was probably widespread among Muslim and Christian mariners by the end of the 12th century. The oldest Christian reference to it is in 1205, the oldest Muslim reference is in 1282, but perhaps those who had long known the precious secret had been in no haste to publish it. Moreover, mariners who used it were suspected of magic, and some sailors refused to sail with a captain who kept such a demonic instrument. The first known description of a pivoted floating compass occurs in an Epistola de Magnete by Petrus Peregrinus in 1269. This Peter the Pilgrim recorded many experiments, advocated the experimental method, and expounded the operation of the magnet in attracting iron, magnetizing other objects, and finding the north. He tried also to construct a perpetual motion machine operated by self-regenerating magnets. Chemistry advanced largely through alchemical research. From the 10th century onward, Arabic texts in this field were translated into Latin, and soon the West steamed with alchemy, even in monasteries. Brother Elias, successor to St. Francis, edited a work on alchemy for Frederick II. Another Franciscan, Grosseteste, wrote in favor of the possibility of transmuting metals. And one of the most famous of medieval books, the Liber de Causis, presented alchemy and astrology in a work foisted upon Aristotle. Several European kings employed alchemists in the hope of rescuing their treasuries by changing cheap metals into gold. Other zealots continued the search for the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone. In 1307, the Church condemned alchemy as a diabolical art, but its practice continued. Perhaps to escape ecclesiastical censure, several authors of the 12th or 13th century attributed their works on alchemy to the Moslem Gebir. Medical experience with drugs added to chemical knowledge, and industrial operations almost compelled experiment or discovery. The brewing of beer, the manufacture of dyes, pottery, enamels, glass, glue, lacquer, ink, and cosmetics contributed to the science of chemistry. Peter of St. Omer, about 1270, composed a Liber de Coloribus Faciendis. containing recipes for the various pigments used in painting. One recipe described the making of oil colors by mixing the pigment with linseed oil. About 1150, a treatise known as the Magister Salernus, probably a product of the Salerno School of Medicine, mentioned the distillation of alcohol. This is the first clear reference to that now universal operation. The grape-producing countries distilled wine and called the result aqua vitae, eau de vie, water of life. The north, with less grapes and bitterer cold, found it cheaper to distill grain. The Celtic term whiske beata, which was shortened into whiskey, also meant water of life. Distillation had been known long before to Moslem alchemists, but the discovery of alcohol, and in the 13th century of mineral acids, vastly enlarged chemical knowledge and industry. Almost as important in its effects as the distillation of alcohol was the discovery of gunpowder. The old Chinese claim to priority here is now challenged, and there is no clear mention of the substance in Arabic manuscripts before 1300. The earliest known notice of the explosive is in a Liber Ignium ad Comburendos Hostes, or Book of Fires for Burning Enemies, written by Marcus Graecus about 1270. After describing Greek fire and phosphorescence, Mark the Greek gave a recipe for making gunpowder. Reduce to a fine powder separately 1 pound of live sulfur, 2 pounds of charcoal from the lime or willow tree, and 6 pounds of saltpeter, potassium nitrate. Then mix them. There is no record of any military use of gunpowder before the 14th century. 5. The revival of medicine. Poverty always mingles myth with medicine, for myth is free and science is dear. The basic picture of medieval medicine is the mother with her little store of household remedies. Old women wise in herbs and plasters and magic charms. Herbalists peddling curative plants, infallible drugs, and miraculous pills. Midwives ready to sever new life from old in the ridiculous ignominy of birth. Quacks ready to cure or kill for a pittance. Monks with a heritage of monastic medicine. Nuns quietly comforting the sick with ministration or prayer. And here and there, for those who could afford them, trained physicians practicing more or less scientific medicine. Monstrous drugs and fabulous formulas flourished, and just as certain stones held in the hand were by some believed to ward off conception, so, even in medical Salerno, some women and men ate asses' dung to promote fertility. Until 1139, some members of the clergy practiced medicine, and what hospitalization could be had was usually to be found in monastic or conventual infirmaries. The monks played an honorable role in preserving the medical heritage and led the way in the cultivation of medicinal plants. And perhaps they knew what they were doing in mingling miracle with medicine. Even nuns might be skilled in healing. Hildegard, the mystic abbess of Bingen, wrote a book of clinical medicine, Causae et Curae, circa 1150, and a book of Subtilitates, marred here and there with magic formulas, but rich in medical lore. The retirement of old men or women into monasteries or convents may have been motivated in part by a desire for continuous medical attendance. As lay medicine developed, and the love of gain infected monastic healing, the Church, 1130, 1239, 1663, progressively forbade the public practice of medicine by the clergy, and by 1200 the ancient art was almost completely secular. Scientific medicine survived the Dark Ages in the West chiefly through Jewish physicians, who circulated Greco-Arabic medical knowledge in Christendom, through the Byzantine culture of southern Italy, and through translations of Greek and Arabic medical treatises into Latin. Probably the School of Salerno was best situated and prepared to take advantage of these influences. Greek, Latin, Moslem, and Jewish physicians taught or studied there. Until the 12th century, it remained the leading medical institution in Latin Europe. Women studied nursing and obstetrics at Salerno. Mulieris Salernitanae were probably midwives trained in the school. One of the most famous Salernitan products was an obstetrical treatise of the early 12th century, entitled Trotulae Corundarum Agritudinum Muliebrum. Trotula on the cure of diseases of women. In the generally accepted theory, Trotula was a midwife of Salerno. Several important treatises, covering nearly all branches of medicine, have reached us from the School of Salerno. One, by Archimathias, prescribes the proper bedside manner. The physician must always regard the patient's condition as grave, so that a fatal end may not disgrace him, and a cure may add another marvel to his fame. He should not flirt with the patient's wife, daughter, or maidservant, and even if no medicine is necessary, he should prescribe some harmless concoction, lest the patient think the treatment not worth the fee, and lest nature should seem to have healed the patient without the physician's aid. The school of Salerno gave way to the University of Naples after 1268, and little is heard of it thereafter. By that time its graduates had spread Salernitan medicine through Europe. Good schools of medicine existed in the 13th century at Bologna, Padua, Ferrara, Perugia, Siena, Rome, Montpellier, Paris, and Oxford. In these schools, the three main medical traditions of the Middle Ages, Greek, Arabic, and Judaic, were merged and absorbed, and the entire medical heritage was reformulated to become the basis of modern medicine. Ancient methods of diagnosis by auscultation and urinalysis retained and retain their popularity, so that in some places the urinal became the emblem or signboard of the medical profession. The ancient methods of treatment by purgation and bloodletting continued, and in England the physician was a leech. Hot baths were a favorite prescription. Patients traveled to take the waters of mineral springs. Diet was minutely prescribed in nearly every illness, but drugs abounded. Almost every element was used as a cure, from seaweed, rich in iodine, which Roger of Salerno recommended for goiter in 1180, to gold, which was imbibed to comfort sore limbs, apparently our fashionable treatment for arthritis. Practically every animal organ found some therapeutic use in the medieval pharmacopoeia. The horns of deer, the blood of dragons, the bile of vipers, the semen of frogs, and animal excrement was occasionally prescribed. The most popular of all drugs was theriacum, a weird mixture composed of some 57 substances, of which the chief was the flesh of poisonous snakes. Many drugs were imported from Islam and kept their Arabic names. As the supply of trained physicians increased, governments began to regulate medical practice. Roger II of Sicily, probably influenced by old Moslem precedents, restricted the practice of medicine to persons licensed by the state. Frederick II, in 1224, required for such practice a license from the School of Salerno. To obtain it, the student had to survive a 3-year course in Scientia Logicalis, presumably meaning natural science and philosophy. He had then to study medicine at the school for 5 years, pass 2 examinations, and practice for a year under the supervision of an experienced physician. Every city of any importance paid physicians to treat the poor without charge. Some cities had a measure of socialized medicine. In Christian Spain of the 13th century, a physician was hired by the municipality to care for a specified part of the population. He made periodically a medical examination of each person in his territory and gave each one advice according to his findings. He treated the poor in a public hospital and was obliged to visit every sick person 3 times a month, all without charge, except that for any visit above 3 in any month he was allowed to ask a fee. For these services the physician was exempted from taxes and received an annual salary of £20, equivalent to some $4,000 today. As licensed physicians were not numerous in 13th century Christian Europe, they earned good fees and had a high social status. Some amassed considerable fortunes. Some became art collectors. Several won an international reputation. Petrus Hispanus, Peter of Lisbon and Compostela, migrated to Paris and then to Siena, wrote the most popular medieval handbook of medicine, Thesaurus Pauperum, Treasure of the Poor, and the best medieval discussion of psychology, De Anima, became Pope John XXI in 1276 and was crushed to death by a falling ceiling in 1277. The most famous Christian physician of this period was Arnold of Villanova, circa 1235 to 1311. Born near Valencia, he learned Arabic, Hebrew, and Greek, studied medicine at Naples, taught it or natural philosophy at Paris, Montpellier, Barcelona, Rome, and wrote a great number of works on medicine, chemistry, astrology, magic, theology, wine-making, and the interpretation of dreams. Made physician to James II of Aragon, he repeatedly warned the king that unless he protected the poor against the rich, he would go to hell. James loved him, nevertheless, and sent him on many diplomatic missions. Shocked by the misery and exploitation that he saw in many countries, he became a follower of the mystic Joachim of Flora, and declared in letters to princes and prelates that the wickedness of the mighty and the luxury of the clergy heralded the destruction of the world. He was accused of magic and heresy, and was charged with having alchemically produced ingots of gold for King Robert of Naples. He was condemned by an ecclesiastical court, but was released from prison by Boniface VIII. He successfully treated the old pope for kidney stones, and received from him a castle at Anagni. He warned Boniface that unless the church should be thoroughly reformed, the divine wrath would soon descend upon her. Soon thereafter Boniface suffered famous indignities at Anagni and died in despair. The Inquisition continued to pursue Arnold, but kings and popes protected him for their ailments' sake, and he died by drowning on a mission from James II to Clement V. Surgery in this period fought a two-front war against the barbers on one side and general practitioners on the other. For a long time the barbers had given enemas, pulled teeth, treated wounds, and let blood. Surgeons who had received formal medical training protested against the tonsorial performance of such ministrations, but the law defended the barbers throughout the Middle Ages. In Prussia, till the time of Frederick the Great, it remained one of the duties of the army surgeon to shave the officers. Partly through this overlapping of functions, the surgeons were considered inferior to the physicians in science and society. They were looked upon as simple technicians, obeying the directions of the doctor, who usually, before the 13th century, disdained to practice surgery himself. Surgeons were further discouraged by fear of imprisonment or death if their procedures failed. Only the bravest undertook dangerous operations, and most surgeons, before such an enterprise, required a written guarantee that no harm would come to them in case of failure. Nevertheless, surgery advanced more rapidly in this period than any other branch of medicine, partly because it was forced to deal with conditions rather than theories, partly through plentiful opportunity to treat the wounds of soldiers. Roger of Salerno, about 1170, published his Practica Chirurgiae, the earliest surgical treatise in the Christian West. For 3 centuries it remained a classic text. In 1238, Frederick II ordered that a corpse should be dissected in every 5-year period at Salerno. Such dissection of cadavers was practiced regularly in Italy after 1275. In 1286, a Cremona physician opened a corpse to study the cause of a current pestilence. This is the first known case of a post-mortem examination. In 1266, Teodorico Borgognoni, Bishop of Cervia, began a long struggle of Italian medicine against the Arabic notion that suppuration must first be encouraged in the treatment of wounds. His discussion of aseptic treatment is a classic of medieval medicine. Guglielmo Salicetti, William of Saliceto, from 1210 to 1277, professor of medicine at Bologna, made notable improvements in his Chirurgia of 1275. It associated surgical diagnosis with a knowledge of internal medicine, used careful clinical records, showed how to suture divided nerves, and advocated the knife, as allowing better healing and leaving less scar, in preference to the cautery so popular with Moslem practitioners. In a general treatise, Summa Conservationis et Curationis, William ascribed chancre and bubo to intercourse with an infected courtesan, gave a classical description of dropsy as due to hardening and narrowing of the kidneys, and offered excellent advice on hygiene and diet for every age of life. His pupils Henri de Mondeville, possibly from 1260 to 1320, and Guido Lanfranchi, who died in 1315, brought the medical lore of Bologna to France. Like Teodorico, de Mondeville improved asepsis by advocating a return to Hippocrates' method of maintaining simple cleanliness in a wound. Lanfranchi, exiled from Milan in 1290, went to Lyon and Paris and wrote a Chirurgia Magna, which became the recognized text of surgery at the University of Paris. He laid down a principle that rescued surgery from barbarism. No one can be a good physician if he is ignorant of surgery, and no one can properly perform operations if he does not know medicine. Lanfranchi was the first to use neurotomy for tetanus and intubation of the esophagus, and gave the first surgical description of concussion of the brain. His chapter on injuries of the head is one of the peaks in the history of medicine. Surgical sleeping draughts are mentioned by Origen, 185 to 254, and Bishop Hilary of Poitiers, circa 353. The usual method of anesthesia in medieval Christendom was by inhaling, and probably drinking, a mixture based on mandragora, or mandrake, and generally containing also opium, hemlock, and mulberry juice. Mention of this soporific sponge occurs from the 9th century onward. Local anesthesia was induced by a poultice soaked in a similar solution. The patient was awakened by applying fennel juice to his nostrils. Surgical instruments had as yet made no progress since the Greeks. Obstetrics had fallen behind the practice of Soranus, circa A.D. 100, and Paul of Aegina, circa A.D. 640. Caesarean section was discussed in the literature, but apparently not practiced. Embryotomy, mutilation of the fetus for removal from the womb, was in many cases performed because the obstetrician rarely understood version. Delivery was accomplished in specially designed chairs. Hospitals were now advanced far beyond anything known in antiquity. The Greeks had had Asclepia, religious institutions for the treatment of the sick. The Romans had maintained hospitals for their soldiers. But it was Christian charity that gave the institution a wide development. In 369, St. Basil founded at Caesarea in Cappadocia an institution called after him the Basileus, with several buildings for patients, nurses, physicians, workshops, and schools. St. Ephraim opened a hospital at Edessa in 375. Others rose throughout the Greek East and in specialized variety. The Byzantine Greeks had nosocomia for the sick, brophotrophia for foundlings, orphanotrophia for orphans, patokia for the poor, xenodokia for poor or infirm pilgrims, and gerontokia for the old. The first hospital in Latin Christendom was founded by Fabiola at Rome about 400. Many monasteries provided small hospitals, and several orders of monks, hospitallers, templars, Antonines, Alexians, and nuns arose to care for the sick. Innocent III organized at Rome in 1204 the Hospital of Santo Spirito, and under his inspiration similar institutions were set up throughout Europe. Germany alone had, in the 13th century, over 100 such hospitals of the Holy Spirit. In France, the hospitals served the poor and old and the pilgrim, as well as the sick. Like the monastic centers, they offered hospitality. About 1260, Louis IX established at Paris an asylum, Les XXXVII. Originally a retreat for the blind, it became a hospital for eye diseases and is now one of the most important medical centers in Paris. The first English hospital known to history, not necessarily the first, was established at Canterbury in 1084. Usually the service in these hospitals was provided free for those who could not pay, and except in monastic hospitals, the attendants were nuns. The apparently cumbersome costume of these angels and ministers of grace took form in the 13th century, probably to protect them from communicable diseases, hence perhaps the shearing of the hair and the covering of the head. Two special diseases evoked special defenses. St. Anthony's fire was a skin ailment, perhaps erysipelas, so severe that an order of monks, the Congregation of the Antonines, was founded about 1095 to treat its victims. Leper hospitals are mentioned by Gregory of Tours, circa 560. The Order of St. Lazarus was organized to serve in these leprosaria. 8 diseases were regarded as contagious: bubonic plague, tuberculosis, epilepsy, scabies, erysipelas, anthrax, trachoma, and leprosy. A victim of any of these was forbidden to enter a city except under segregation, or to engage in selling food or drink. The leper was required to give warning of his approach by horn or bell. Usually his disease expressed itself in purulent eruptions on face and body. It was only mildly contagious, but probably medieval authorities feared that it could be spread by coitus. Possibly the term was used to include what would now be diagnosed as syphilis, but there is no certain reference to syphilis before the 15th century. No special provision seems to have been made for the care of the insane before the 15th century. The Middle Ages, too poor to be clean or properly fed, suffered more than any other known period from epidemics. The Yellow Plague devastated Ireland in 550 and 664, killing, we are unreliably informed, 2/3 of the population. Similar pestilences struck Wales in the 6th century, England in the 7th. A malady known to the French as mal des ardents, which was described as burning out the intestines, swept through France and Germany in 994, 1043, 1089, and 1130. Plagues of leprosy and scurvy may have come from returning crusaders. The plica polonica, a disease of the hair, was apparently brought to Poland by the Mongol invasion of 1287. The harassed population ascribed these epidemics to famines, droughts, swarms of insects, astral influences, poisoning of wells by Jews, or the wrath of God. The likelier causes were the crowded condition of the small walled towns, poor sanitation and hygiene, and a consequent lack of defense against infections carried by returning soldiers, pilgrims, or students. We have no mortality statistics for the Middle Ages, but it is probable that not more than half of those born reached maturity. The fertility of women labors to atone for the stupidity of men and the bravery of generals. Public sanitation improved in the 13th century, but never in the Middle Ages did it regain its excellence under imperial Rome. Most cities and wards appointed officials to care for the streets, but their work was primitive. Moslem visitors to Christian towns complained, as Christian visitors now to Moslem towns, of the filth and smell of the infidel cities. At Cambridge, now so beautiful and clean, sewage and offal ran along open gutters in the streets and gave out an abominable stench, so that many masters and scholars fell sick thereof. In the 13th century, some cities had aqueducts, sewers, and public latrines. In most cities, rain was relied upon to carry away refuse. The pollution of wells made typhoid cases numerous, and the water used for baking and brewing was usually, north of the Alps, drawn from the same streams that received the sewage of the towns. Italy was more advanced, largely through its Roman legacy, and through the enlightened legislation of Frederick II for refuse disposal. But malarial infection from surrounding swamps made Rome unhealthy, killed many dignitaries and visitors, and occasionally saved the city from hostile armies that succumbed to fever amid their victories. 6. Magnus, 1193 to 1280. Three men stand out in this period as devotees of science: Abélard of Bath, Albert the Great, and Roger Bacon. Abélard, after studying in many Moslem countries, returned to England and wrote circa 1130 a long dialogue, Questiones Naturales, covering many sciences. It begins platonically by describing Abélard's reunion with his friends. He asks about the state of affairs in England. He is told that the kings make war, judges take bribes, prelates drink too much, all promises are broken, all friends are envious. He accepts this as a genial summary of the natural and unchangeable condition of things, and proposes to forget it. His nephew inquires what has Abélard learned among the Moslems. He expresses a general preference for Arabic as against Christian science. They challenge him, and his replies constitute an interesting selection from all the sciences of the age. He inveighs against the bondage of tradition and authority. I learned from my Arabian masters under the leading of reason. You, however, captivated by authority, follow your halter. For what else should authority be called than a halter? Those who are now counted as authorities gained their reputation by following reason, not authority. Therefore, he tells his nephew, if you want to hear anything more from me, give and take reason. Nothing is surer than reason, nothing is falser than the senses. Although Abélard relies too confidently on deductive reasoning, he gives some interesting replies. Asked how the earth is upheld in space, he answers that the center and the bottom are the same. How far would a stone fall if dropped into a hole bored through the center of the earth to the other side? He answers, only to the center of the earth. He states clearly the indestructibility of matter, and argues that universal continuity makes a vacuum impossible. All in all, Abélard is a brilliant proof of the awakening intellect in Christian Europe in the 12th century. He was enthusiastic about the possibilities of science, and proudly calls his age, the age of Abélard, modernus, the climax of all history. Albertus Magnus had a little less of the scientific spirit than Abélard, but so cosmic a curiosity that the very immensity of his product won him the name Great. His scientific, like his philosophical works, took mostly the form of commentaries on the corresponding treatises of Aristotle, but they contain now and then fresh breaths of original observation. Amid a cloud of quotations from Greek, Arabic, and Jewish authors, he finds some opportunities to look at nature in the first person. He visited laboratories and mines, studied diverse metals, examined the fauna and flora of his native Germany, noted displacements of land by sea, sea by land, and explained thereby the fossil shells in rocks. Too much of a philosopher to be a thorough scientist, he allowed a priori theories to color his vision, as when he claimed to have seen horsehairs in water change into worms. But like Abélard, he rejected the explanation of natural phenomena in terms of the will of God. God acts through natural causes, and man must seek him there. His notion of experiment was obscured by his confidence in Aristotle. A famous passage in Book 10 of his De Vegetabilibus stirs us with the words experimentum solum certificat, which seems to say that only experiment gives certainty. But the word experimentum had then a broader meaning than now. It meant experience rather than experiment, as appears from the context of the passage. All that is here set down is the result of our own experience, or has been borrowed from authors whom we know to have written what their personal experience has confirmed. For in these matters, experimentum solum certificat. Even so, it was a wholesome advance. Albert laughs at such mythical creatures as the harpies or the griffin, and the animal legends of a then popular book, the Physiologus, and he notes that philosophers tell many lies. Sometimes, not often, he performed experiments, as when he and his associates proved that a beheaded cicada continued for a while to sing. But he trusted Pliny's authority with saintly innocence, and believed too simply the tales told him by such notorious liars as hunters and fishermen. He yielded to his times in accepting astrology and divination. He attributes marvelous powers to gems and stones, and claims to have seen with his own eyes a sapphire that cured ulcers. He thinks, like undoubting Thomas, that magic is real and is due to demons. Dreams sometimes foretell events. In corporeal matters, the stars are in truth rulers of the world. The conjunctions of the planets probably explain great accidents and great prodigies, and comets may signify wars and the death of kings. There is in man a double spring of action, nature and the will. The nature is ruled by the stars, the will is free. But unless the will resists, it is swept along by nature. He believes that competent astrologers may in considerable measure prophesy the events of a man's life, or the issue of an enterprise, from the position of the stars. He accepts with certain reserves the alchemic, today the nuclear physicist, theory of the transmutation of elements. His best scientific work was in botany. He was the first botanist since Theophrastus, so far as we know, to consider plants for their own sake instead of for their use in agriculture or medicine. He classified plants, described their color, odor, parts, and fruit, studied their feeling, sleep, sex, and germination, and ventured an essay on husbandry. Humboldt was surprised to find in Albert's De Vegetabilibus exceedingly acute remarks on the organic structure and physiology of plants. His enormous work De Animalibus is largely a paraphrase of Aristotle, but here, too, we find original observation. Albert tells of sailing the North Sea for the sake of research, experimenti causa, and landing on islands and sandy shores to collect objects for study. He compared similar organs in animals and man. From the vantage point of our hindsight, these works contain many mistakes. Viewed against the intellectual background of their time, they are among the major achievements of the medieval mind. Albert was recognized in his own lifetime as the greatest teacher of his age, and he lived long enough to be quoted as an authority by men like Peter of Spain and Vincent of Beauvais, who both died before him. He could not rival Averroes or Maimonides or Thomas in keenness of judgment or philosophic grasp, but he was the greatest naturalist of his time. 7. Roger Bacon, circa 1214 to 1292. The most famous of medieval scientists was born in Somerset about 1214. We know that he lived till 1292, and that in 1267 he called himself an old man. He studied at Oxford under Grosseteste, and caught from the great polymath a fascination for science. Already in that circle of Oxford Franciscans, the English spirit of empiricism and utilitarianism was taking form. He went to Paris about 1240, but did not find there the stimulation that Oxford had given him. He marveled that so few Parisian professors knew any learned language besides Latin, that they gave so little time to science and so much to logical and metaphysical disputes that seemed to Bacon criminally useless for life. He majored in medicine and began to write a treatise on the relief of old age. To get data, he visited Italy, studied Greek and Magna Graecia, and there became acquainted with some works of Moslem medicine. In 1251 he returned to Oxford and joined the teaching staff. He wrote in 1267 that in the preceding 20 years he had spent more than £2,000 in the purchase of secret books and instruments, and in training young men in languages and mathematics. He engaged Jews to teach him and his students Hebrew, and to help him read the Old Testament in the original. About 1253 he entered the Franciscan order, but he seems never to have become a priest. Sick of the metaphysics of the schools, Bacon gave himself with passion to mathematics, natural science, and philology. We must not think of him as a lone originator, a scientific voice crying out in the scholastic wilderness. In every field he was indebted to his predecessors, and his originality was the forceful summation of a long development. Alexander Neckham, Bartholomew the Englishman, Robert Grosseteste, and Adam Marsh had established a scientific tradition at Oxford. Bacon inherited it and proclaimed it to the world. He acknowledged his indebtedness and gave his predecessors unmeasured praise. He recognized also his debt, and the debt of Christendom, to Islamic science and philosophy, and through these to the Greeks, and suggested that the heathen savants of Greece and Islam had also, in their own fashion, been inspired and guided by God. He had a high regard for Isaac Israeli, Ibn Gabirol, and other Hebrew thinkers, and had the courage to say a good word for the Jews who lived in Palestine at the time of the crucifixion of Christ. He learned avidly not only from learned men, but from any man whose practical knowledge in handicraft or husbandry could augment his store. He writes with unwonted humility, "It is certain that never, before God is seen face to face, shall a man know anything with final certainty. For no one is so learned in nature that he knows all the nature and properties of a single fly. And since, in comparison with what a man knows, those things of which he is ignorant are infinite, and beyond comparison greater and more beautiful, he is out of his mind who extols himself in regard to his own knowledge. The wiser men are, the more humbly they are disposed to receive the instruction of another, nor do they disdain the simplicity of the teacher, but behave humbly toward peasants, old women, and children, since many things are known to the simple and unlearned, which escape the notice of the wise. I have learned more important truths from men of humble station than from all the famous doctors. Let no man, therefore, boast of his wisdom." He labored with such fervor and haste that in 1256 his health broke down. He retired from university life, and for 10 years we lose track of him. Probably in this period he composed some of his minor works, De Speculis Comburentibus, on burning glasses, De Mirabile Potestate Artis et Naturae, on the marvelous power of invention and nature, and Computus Naturalium, computation of natural events. Now also he planned his principal work, Scriptum Principale, a one-man encyclopedia to be in 4 volumes. 1. Grammar and Logic. 2. Mathematics, Astronomy, and Music. 3. Natural Science, Optics, Geography, Astrology, Alchemy, Agriculture, Medicine, and Experimental Science. And 4. Metaphysics and Morals. He had written some scattered portions when what seemed a stroke of good fortune interrupted his program. In February 1265, Guy Fawkes, Archbishop of Narbonne, became Pope Clement IV, and carried into the papacy something of the liberal spirit that had developed in southern France from the mingling of peoples and creeds. In June he wrote to Bacon bidding him send a fair copy of his works, secretly and without delay, and notwithstanding the prohibition of any prelate or any constitution of thy order. Bacon set himself feverishly, as may be seen from the passion of his style, to finish his encyclopedia. Then, in 1267, fearing that Clement might die or lose interest before its completion, he put it aside and composed in 12 months, or put together from his manuscripts, the preliminary treatise which we know as the Opus Maius, or larger work. Suspecting that even this would prove too long for a busy pope, he wrote a synopsis of it, an Opus Minus, or smaller work. Early in 1268 he sent these 2 manuscripts to Clement, with an essay De Multiplicatione Speciarum, on the multiplication of vision. Worried lest these be lost in transit, he composed still another summary of his ideas, an Opus Tertium, and sent it to Clement by special messenger, together with a lens with which he suggested the Pope might himself make experiments. Clement died in November 1268. So far as we know, no word of acknowledgment from him or his successors ever reached the eager philosopher. The Opus Maius, therefore, is now for us literally his major work, though in his intention it was but a prelude. It is substantial enough. Its 800 pages are divided into 7 treatises. 1. On ignorance and error. 2. The relations between philosophy and theology. 3. The study of foreign languages. 4. The usefulness of mathematics. 5. Perspective and optics. 6. Experimental science. 7. Moral philosophy. The book contains its due quota of nonsense and many digressions, and too many extensive quotations from other authors, but it is written with vigor, directness, and sincerity, and is more readable today than any other work of medieval science or philosophy. Its excited disorder, its adulation of the papacy, its anxious professions of orthodoxy, its reduction of science and philosophy to the role of servants to theology, are understandable in a book of such scope and subject, written in hasty summary, and designed to win papal support for scientific education and research. For Roger, like Francis Bacon, felt that the advancement of learning would need the aid and money of prelates and magnates for books, instruments, records, laboratories, experiments, and personnel. As if anticipating the idols denounced by his namesake 3 centuries later, Roger begins by listing 4 causes of human error: the example of frail and unworthy authority, long-established custom, the sense of the ignorant crowd, and the hiding of one's ignorance under the show of wisdom. He takes care to add that he is in no way speaking of that solid and sure authority which has been bestowed upon the Church. He regrets the readiness of his time to consider a proposition proved, if it can be found in Aristotle, and declares that if he had the power he would burn all the books of the philosopher as a fountain of error and a stream of ignorance, after which he quotes Aristotle on every second page. After the 4 causes of error have been banished to the lower regions, he writes at the outset of Part 2, I wish to show that there is one wisdom which is perfect, and that this is contained in the Scriptures. If the Greek philosophers enjoyed a sort of secondary inspiration, it was because they read the books of the prophets and patriarchs. Bacon apparently accepts the biblical story with simple faith, and wonders why God no longer allows men to live 600 years. He believes in the approaching advent of Christ and end of the world. He pleads for science as revealing the Creator in the creation, and as enabling Christians to convert heathens immune to Scripture. So the human mind can be influenced to accept the truth of the virgin birth, because certain animals in a state of virginity conceive and bear young, as for example vultures and apes, as Ambrose states in the Hexameron. Moreover, mares in many regions conceive by virtue of the winds alone, when they desire the male, as Pliny states. Unlucky instances of trust in authority. In Part 3, Bacon labors to teach the Pope Hebrew. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 2. In Part 3, Bacon labors to teach the Pope Hebrew. The study of languages is necessary to theology, philosophy, and science, for no translation conveys the precise sense of the Scriptures or the heathen philosophers. In the Opus Minus, Bacon gives a remarkably learned account of the various translations of the Bible and shows an intimate acquaintance with the Hebrew and Greek texts. He proposes that the Pope appoint a committee of scholars learned in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin to revise the Vulgate, and that this revised version, and no longer the sentences of Peter Lombard, be made the main study in theology. He urges the establishment of university professorships in Hebrew, Greek, Arabic, and Chaldean. He denounces the use of force in converting non-Christians, and asks how the Church can deal with Greek, Armenian, Syrian, Chaldean Christians, except through their own languages. In this field Bacon labored as well as preached. He was the first scholar in Western Christendom to complete a Greek grammar for Latin use, and the first Christian to compose a Hebrew grammar. He claimed ability to write Greek and Hebrew, and seems also to have studied Arabic. When Bacon reaches the subject of mathematics, his pages become eloquent with enthusiasm, then recondite with theorems. Next to languages, I hold mathematics necessary. He makes his usual obeisance to theology. Mathematics should aid us in ascertaining the position of paradise and hell, promote our knowledge of biblical geography and sacred chronology, and enable the Church to correct the calendar. And observe, he says, how the first proposition of Euclid, constructing an equilateral triangle on a given line, helps us to perceive that if the person of God the Father be granted, a trinity of equal persons presents itself. From this sublimity he proceeds to a remarkable anticipation of modern mathematical physics, by insisting that though science must use experiment as its method, it does not become fully scientific until it can reduce its conclusions to mathematical form. All non-spiritual phenomena are the product of matter and force. All forces act uniformly and regularly, and may consequently be expressed by lines and figures. It is necessary to verify the matter by demonstrations set forth in geometrical lines. Ultimately, all natural science is mathematics. But though mathematics is the result, experiment must be the means and test of science. Whereas the scholastic philosophers, from Abélard to Thomas, had put their trust in logic, and had made Aristotle almost a member of the Trinity, veritably a holy ghost, Bacon formulates a scientific revolution in terms of mathematics and experiment. The most rigorous conclusions of logic leave us uncertain until they are confirmed by experience. Only a burn really convinces us that fire burns. He who wishes to rejoice without doubt with regard to the truth's underlying phenomena must know how to devote himself to experiment. At times he seems to think of experimentum not as a method of research but as a final mode of proof, through putting ideas, reached by experience or reasoning, to test by constructing on their basis things of practical utility. More clearly than Francis Bacon, he perceives and declares that in natural science experiment is the only proof. He did not pretend that this idea was new. Aristotle, Hero, Galen, Ptolemy, the Moslems, Abélard, Petrus Hispanus, Robert Grosseteste, Albertus Magnus, and others had made or lauded experiments. Roger Bacon made the implicit explicit, and planted the flag of science firmly on the conquered ground. Except in optics and calendar reform, Roger, like Francis Bacon, made only negligible contributions to science itself. They were philosophers of science rather than scientists. Continuing the work of Grosseteste and others, Roger concluded that the Julian calendar exaggerated the length of the solar year by 1 day every 125 years, the most accurate computation theretofore made, and that the calendar in 1267 was 10 days ahead of the sun. He proposed that a day be dropped from the Julian calendar every 125 years. Almost as brilliant were the 100 pages on geography in Part 4 of the Opus Maius. Bacon talked eagerly with William of Rubruquis on the return of his fellow Franciscan from the Orient, learned much from him about the Orient, and was impressed by William's account of the unnumbered millions who had never heard of Christianity. Starting from statements in Aristotle and Seneca, he remarked that the sea between the end of Spain on the west and the beginning of India on the east is navigable in a very few days if the wind is favorable. This passage, copied in the Imago Mundi of 1480 of Cardinal Pierre d'Ailly, was cited by Columbus in a letter to Ferdinand and Isabella in 1498 as one of the suggestions that had inspired his voyage of 1492. Bacon's work in physics is a vision of modern inventions, colored now and then with the popular ideas of his time. Here, in literal translation, are the famous passages in which he leaps from the 13th to the 20th century. A fifth part of experimental science concerns the fabrication of instruments of wonderfully excellent usefulness, such as machines for flying, or for moving in vehicles without animals and yet with incomparable speed, or of navigating without oarsmen more swiftly than would be thought possible through the hands of men. For these things have been done in our day, lest anyone should ridicule them or be astonished. And this part teaches how to make instruments by which incredible weights can be raised or lowered without difficulty or labor. Flying machines can be made, and a man sitting in the middle of the machine may revolve some ingenious device by which artificial wings may beat the air in the manner of a flying bird. Also, machines can be made for walking in the sea and the rivers, even to the bottom, without danger. A passage in the Opus Maius has been interpreted as referring to gunpowder. Important arts have been discovered against foes of the state, so that without a sword or any weapon requiring physical contact, they could destroy all who offer resistance. From the force of the salt called saltpeter, so horrible a sound is produced at the bursting of so small a thing, namely a small piece of parchment, that it exceeds the roar of sharp thunder, and the flash exceeds the greatest brilliancy of the lightning accompanying the thunder. In a possibly interpolated passage of the Opus Tertium, Bacon adds that certain toys, crackers, are already in use, containing a mixture of saltpeter, 41.2%, charcoal, 29.4%, and sulfur, 29.4%. And he suggests that the explosive power of the powder can be increased by enclosing it in solid material. He does not claim to have invented gunpowder. He was merely one of the first to study its chemistry and foresee its possibilities. The best work of Bacon is Part 5 of the Opus Maius, on perspectival science, and in the supplementary treatise on the multiplication of vision. This brilliant essay on optics stemmed from Grosseteste's work on the rainbow, from Vitello's adaptation of Al-Haytham, and from the tradition of optical studies mounting through Avicenna, Al-Kindi, and Ptolemy to Euclid, 300 BC, who had ingeniously applied geometry to the movements of light. Is light an emanation of particles from the object seen, or is it a movement of some medium between the object and the eye? Bacon believed that every physical thing radiates force in all directions, and that these rays may penetrate solid objects. No substance is so dense as altogether to prevent rays from passing. Matter is common to all things, and thus there is no substance on which the actions involved in the passage of a ray may not produce a change. Rays of heat and sound penetrate through the walls of a vessel of gold or brass. It is said by Boethius that a lynx's eye will pierce thick walls. We are not so sure of the lynx, but otherwise we must applaud the bold fancy of the philosopher of imagination all compact. Experimenting with lenses and mirrors, Bacon sought to formulate the laws of refraction, reflection, magnification, and microscopy. Recalling the power of a convex lens to concentrate many rays of the sun at one burning point, and to spread the rays beyond that point to form a magnified image, he wrote, "We can so shape transparent bodies, meaning lenses, and arrange them in such a way with respect to our sight and the objects of vision, that the rays will be refracted and bent in any direction we desire, and under any angle we wish we shall see the object near or at a distance. Thus, from an incredible distance we might read the smallest letters, and number grains of dust or sand. Thus a small army might appear very large and close at hand. So also we might cause the sun, moon, and stars in appearance to descend here below, and many similar phenomena, so that the mind of a man ignorant of the truth could not endure them. The heavens might be portrayed in all their length and breadth on a corporeal figure moving with their diurnal motion, and this would be worth a whole kingdom to a wise man. An infinite number of other marvels could be set forth." These are brilliant passages. Almost every element in their theory can be found before Bacon, and above all in Al-Haytham, but here the material was brought together in a practical and revolutionary vision that in time transformed the world. It was these passages that led Leonard Digges, who died circa 1571, to formulate the theory on which the telescope was invented. But what if the progress of physical science gives man more power without improving his purposes? Perhaps the profoundest of Bacon's insights is his anticipation of a problem that has become clear only in our time. In the concluding treatise of the Opus Maius, he expresses the conviction that man cannot be saved by science alone. All these foregoing sciences are speculative. There is indeed in every science a practical side, but only of moral philosophy can it be said that it is essentially practical, for it deals with human conduct, with virtue and vice, with happiness and misery. All other sciences are of no account except as they help forward right action. In this sense, practical sciences, such as experiment, chemistry, and the rest, are seen to be speculative in reference to the operations with which moral or political science is concerned. This science of morality is the mistress of every department of philosophy. Bacon's final word is not for science, but for religion. Only by a morality supported by religion can man save himself. But which religion should it be? He tells of the parliament of religions, Buddhist, Mohammedan, Christian, which William of Rubruki reported to have been held at Karakoram at the suggestion and under the presidency of Mangu Khan. He compares the three religions and concludes in favor of Christianity, but with no merely theological conception of its function in the world. He felt that the papacy, despite Grosseteste's criticisms, was the moral bond of a Europe that without it would be a chaos of clashing faiths and arms. And he aspired to strengthen the Church with science, languages, and philosophy for her better spiritual government of the world. He ended his book as he had begun it, with a warm profession of fidelity to the Church, and concluded with a glorification of the Eucharist, as if to say that unless man seeks periodical communion with his highest ideal, he will be lost in the conflagration of the world. Perhaps the failure of the popes to respond in any way to Bacon's program and appeals darkened his spirit and embittered his pen. In 1271 he published an unfinished Compendium Studii Philosophiae, which contributed little to philosophy but much to the odium theologicum that was disordering the schools. He settled summarily the subsiding debate between realism and nominalism. A universal is nothing but the similarity of several individuals, and one individual has more reality than all universals put together. He adopted Augustine's doctrine of rationes seminales, and arrived at a view in which the efforts of all things to better themselves engendered a long series of developments. He accepted the Aristotelian notion of an active intellect or cosmic intelligence flowing into our minds and illuminating them, and came dangerously near to Averroistic pantheism. But what shocked his time was not his philosophical ideas so much as his attacks upon his rivals and the morals of the age. In the Compendium Philosophiae, almost every phase of 13th century life felt his lash: the disorder of the papal court, the degeneration of the monastic orders, the ignorance of the clergy, the dullness of sermons, the misconduct of students, the sins of the universities, the windy verbiage of the philosophers. In a Tractatus de Erroribus Medicorum, he listed 36 great and radical defects in the medical theory and practice of his time. In 1271 he wrote a passage that may incline us to take with better grace the shortcomings of our age. More sins reign in these days than in any past age. The Holy See is torn by the deceit and fraud of unjust men. Pride reigns, covetousness burns, envy gnaws upon all. The whole curia is disgraced with lechery, and gluttony is lord of all. If this be so in the head, what then is done among the members? Let us see the prelates, how they run after money, neglect the care of souls, promote their nephews and other carnal friends, and crafty lawyers who ruin all by their counsel. Let us consider the religious orders. I exclude none from what I say. See how far they are fallen, one and all, from their right state. And the new orders, the friars, are already horribly decayed from their original dignity. The whole clergy is intent upon pride, lechery, and avarice, and wheresoever clerks, meaning students, are gathered together, they scandalize the laity with their wars and quarrels and other vices. Princes and barons and knights oppress one another and trouble their subjects with infinite wars and exactions. The people, harassed by their princes, hate them and keep no fealty save under compulsion. Corrupted by the evil example of their betters, they oppress and circumvent and defraud one another, as we see everywhere with our eyes, and they are utterly given over to lechery and gluttony, and are more debased than tongue can tell. Of merchants and craftsmen there is no question, since fraud and deceit and guile reign beyond all measure in their words and deeds. The ancient philosophers, though without that quickening grace which makes men worthy of eternal life, lived beyond all comparison better than we, both in decency and in contempt of the world with all its delights and riches and honors, as all men may read in the works of Aristotle, Seneca, Tully, Avicenna, Alfarabi, Plato, Socrates, and others. And so it was that they attained to the secrets of wisdom and found out all knowledge. But we Christians have discovered nothing worthy of those philosophers, nor can we even understand their wisdom, which ignorance of ours springs from this cause, that our morals are worse than theirs. There is no doubt whatever among wise men but that the Church must be purged. He was not impressed by his contemporaries in philosophy. Not one of them, he wrote to Clement IV, could in 10 years write such a book as the Opus Maius. Their tomes seemed to bake in a mass of voluminous superfluity and ineffable falsity, and the whole structure of their thought rested upon a Bible and an Aristotle mistranslated and misunderstood. He ridiculed Thomas's long discussion of the habits, powers, intelligence, and movements of the angels. Such an exaggerated indictment of European life, morals, and thought in a brilliant century must have left Bacon alone against the world. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that his order or the Church persecuted him or interfered with his freedom of thought or utterance before 1277, that is, 6 years after the issuance of the above Jeremiad. But in that year, John of Vercelli, head of the Dominicans, and Jerome of Ascoli, head of the Franciscans, conferred to allay certain quarrels that had risen between the two orders. They agreed that the friars of each order should abstain from criticizing the other, and that any friar who was found by word or deed to have offended a friar of the other order should receive from his provincial such punishment as ought to satisfy the offended brother. Shortly thereafter, Jerome, according to the 14th century Franciscan Chronicle of the 24th Generals of the Order, acting on the advice of many friars, condemned and reprobated the teaching of Friar Roger Bacon, master of sacred theology, as containing some suspected novelties, on account of which the same Roger was condemned to prison. We have no further knowledge of the matter, whether the novelties were heresies, or reflected a suspicion that he dabbled in magic, or covered up a decision to silence a critic offensive to Dominicans and Franciscans alike, we cannot say, nor do we know how severe were the conditions of Bacon's imprisonment, nor how long it lasted. We are told that in 1292 certain prisoners condemned in 1277 were freed. Presumably Bacon was released then or before, for in 1292 he published a Compendium Studii Theologiae. Thereafter we have only an entry in an old chronicle. The noble Dr. Roger Bacon was buried at the Grey Friars, the Franciscan church, in Oxford in the year 1292. He had little influence on his time. He was remembered chiefly as a man of many marvels, a magician and conjurer. It was as such that he was presented in a play by Robert Greene 300 years after his death. It is hard to say how much Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, owed to him. We can only note that the second Bacon, like the first, rejected Aristotelian logic and scholastic method, questioned authority, custom, and other idols of traditional thought, praised science, listed its expected inventions, charted its program, stressed its practical utility, and sought financial aid for scientific research. Slowly, from that 16th century, Roger Bacon's fame grew until he became a legend, the supposed inventor of gunpowder, the heroic freethinker, the lifelong victim of religious persecution, the great initiator of modern thought. Today the pendulum returns. Historians point out that he had only a confused idea of experiment, that he did little experimenting himself, that in theology he was more orthodox than the Pope, that his pages were peppered with superstitions, magic, misquotations, false charges, and legends taken for history. It is true. It is also true that though he made few experiments, he helped to state their principle and to prepare their coming, and that his protestations of orthodoxy may have been the diplomacy of a man seeking papal support for suspected sciences. His errors were the infection of his time or the haste of a spirit too eager to take all knowledge for its province. His self-praise was the balm of genius ignored, his denunciations the wrath of a frustrated Titan, helplessly witnessing the submergence of his noblest dreams in an ocean of ignorance. His attack on authority in philosophy and science opened the way to wider and freer thought. His emphasis on the mathematical basis and goal of science was half a millennium ahead of his age. His warning against subordinating morality to science is a lesson for tomorrow. With all its faults and sins, his Opus Maius deserves its name as a work greater than any other in all the literature of its amazing century. 8. The Encyclopedists. Intermediate between science and philosophy were the reckless polymaths who sought to give order and unity to the expanding knowledge of their period, to bring science and art, industry and government, philosophy and religion, literature and history into an orderly whole that might provide a base for wisdom. The 13th century excelled in encyclopedias and in summae that were all-encompassing syntheses. The more modest encyclopedists limited themselves to summarizing natural science. Alexander Neckham, abbot of Cister, circa 1200, and Thomas of Cantimpré, a French Dominican, circa 1244, wrote popular surveys of science under the title of The Nature of Things, and Bartholomew of England, a Franciscan, sent forth a chatty volume on the Properties of Things, circa 1240. About 1266, Brunetto Latini, a Florentine notary exiled for his Guelph politics and living for some years in France, wrote in the Langue d'Oil, Les Livres du Trésor, the Treasure Books, a brief encyclopedia of science, morals, history, and government. It proved so permanently popular that Napoleon thought of having a revised edition published by the state, half a century after the world-shaking Grande Encyclopédie of Diderot. All these works of the 13th century mingled theology with science and superstition with observation. They breathed the air of their time, and we should be chagrined if we could foresee how their own omniscience would be viewed 7 centuries hence. The most famous encyclopedia of the Christian Middle Ages was the Speculum Maius of Vincent of Beauvais, circa 1200 to circa 1264. He joined the Dominican order, became tutor to Louis IX and his sons, was given charge of the king's library, and undertook with several aids the task of reducing to digestible form the knowledge that encompassed him. He called his encyclopedia Imago Mundi, Image of the World, presenting the universe as a mirror that reflected the divine intelligence and plan. It was a gigantic compilation, equal to 40 sizable modern tomes. Vincent, with copyists and shears, completed 3 parts, Speculum Naturale, Speculum Doctrinale, Speculum Historiale. The heirs of the task added about 1310, a Speculum Morale, largely cribbed from Thomas's Summa. Vincent himself was a modest and gentle soul. "I do not even know a single science," he said. He disclaimed all originality and merely proposed to gather excerpts from 450 authors, Greek, Latin, or Arabic. He transmitted Pliny's errors faithfully, accepted all the marvels of astrology, and filled his pages with the occult qualities of plants and stones. Nevertheless, the wonder and beauty of nature shine out now and then through his paste, and he himself feels them as no mere bookworm could. "I confess, sinner as I am, with mind befouled in flesh, that I am moved with spiritual sweetness toward the Creator and Ruler of this world, and honor him with greater veneration when I behold the magnitude and beauty of his creation. For the mind, lifting itself from the dunghill of its affections, and rising as it is able into the light of speculation, sees as from a height the greatness of the universe, containing in itself infinite places filled with the diverse orders of creatures." The outburst of scientific activity in the 13th century rivals the magnitude of its philosophies and the variety and splendor of a literature ranging from the troubadours to Dante. Like the great Sumai and the Divine Comedy, the science of this age suffered from too great certainty, from a failure to examine its assumptions, and from an indiscriminate mingling of knowledge with faith. But the little bark of science, riding an occult sea, made substantial progress even in an age of faith. In Abélard, Grosseteste, Albert, Arnold de Villanova, William of Saliceto, Henri de Mondeville, Lanfranchi, Bacon, Peter the Pilgrim, and Peter of Spain, fresh observation and timid experiment began to break down the authority of Aristotle, Pliny, and Galen. A zest for exploration and enterprise filled the sails of the adventurers, and already at the beginning of the wonderful century Alexander Neckham expressed the new devotion well. "Science is acquired," he wrote, "at great expense, by frequent vigils, by great expenditure of time, by sedulous diligence of labor, by vehement application of mind." But at the end of Alexander's book the medieval mood spoke again, at its best with timeless tenderness. "Perchance, O book, you will survive this Alexander, and worms will eat me before the bookworm gnaws you. You are the mirror of my soul, the interpreter of my meditations, the true witness of my conscience, the sweet comforter of my grief. To you as faithful depositary I have confided my heart's secrets. In you I read myself. You will come into the hands of some pious reader who will deign to pray for me. Then indeed, little book, you will profit your master. Then you will recompense your Alexander by a most grateful interchange. I do not begrudge my labor. There will come the devotion of a pious reader who will now let you repose in his lap, now move you to his breast, sometimes place you as a sweet pillow beneath his head. Sometimes, gently closing you, he will fervently pray for me to Lord Jesus Christ, who with Father and Holy Spirit lives and reigns God through infinite cycles of ages. Amen. Chapter 28. The Age of Romance, 1100 to 1300. 1. The Latin Revival. Every age is an age of romance, for men cannot live by bread alone, and imagination is the staff of life. Perhaps the 12th and 13th centuries in Europe were slightly more romantic than most periods. Besides inheriting all the mystic creatures of Europe's fairy lore, they accepted the Christian epic and all the beauty and terror of its vision. They made an art and religion of love and war. They saw the Crusades. They imported 1,000 tales and wonders from the East. In any case, they wrote the longest romances known to history. The growth of wealth and leisure and laic literacy, the rise of towns and the middle class, the development of universities, the exaltation of woman in religion and chivalry, all furthered the literary flowering. As schools multiplied, Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, Livy, Sallust, Lucan, Seneca, Statius, Juvenal, Quintilian, Suetonius, Apuleius, Sidonius, even the ribald Martial and Petronius, brightened with their art and exotic world many a pedagogic or monastic retreat, perhaps here and there some palace bower. From Jerome to Alcuin to Héloïse and Hildebert, Christian souls stole minutes from their hours to chant the Aeneid's music silently. The University of Orléans particularly cherished the classics of pagan Rome, and a horrified Puritan complained that it was the old gods, not Christ or Mary, that were worshipped there. The 12th century was almost the age of Ovid. He dethroned then the Virgil whom Alcuin had made the poet laureate of Charlemagne's court, and monks and ladies and wandering scholars alike read with delight the Metamorphoses, the Heroides, and the Art of Love. We can forgive many a Benedictine carouse to the monks who preserved these damned souls so lovingly, and taught them so devotedly to the reluctant, then grateful young. From such classic studies, a medieval Latin arose whose diversity and interest are among the most pleasant surprises of literary exploration. St. Bernard, who thought so poorly of intellectual accomplishments, wrote letters of loving tenderness, vituperative eloquence, and masterly Latin. The sermons of Peter Damian, Bernard, Abélard, and Berthold of Regensburg kept Latin a language of living power. The monastic chroniclers wrote terrible Latin, but they made no claim to offer aesthetic thrills. They recorded first of all the growth and history of their own abbeys, the elections, buildings, and deaths of abbots, the miracles and quarrels of the monks. They added notes on the eclipses, comets, droughts, floods, famines, plagues, and portents of their time, and some of them expanded to include national, even international events. Few scrutinized their sources critically or inquired into causes. Most of them were carelessly inaccurate and added a cipher or two to bring dead statistics to life. All dealt in miracles and showed an amiable credulity. So the French chroniclers assumed that France had been settled by noble Trojans, and that Charlemagne had conquered Spain and captured Jerusalem. The Gesta Francorum, circa 1100, attempted a relatively honest account of the First Crusade, but the Gesta Romanorum, circa 1280, provided frankly fictional history for Chaucer, Shakespeare, and 1,000 romancers. Geoffrey of Monmouth, circa 1100 to 1154, made his Historia Britonum a kind of national mythology in which poets found the legends of King Lear and Arthur, Merlin, Lancelot, Tristram, Percival, and the Holy Grail. Still living literature, however, are the gossipy and guileless chronicles of Jocelyn of Bury St. Edmunds, circa 1200, and Fra Salimbene of Parma, circa 1280. About 1208, Saxo Lang, posthumously named Saxo Grammaticus, dedicated to Archbishop Absalon of Lund his Gesta Danorum, or Deeds of the Danes. A bit bombastic, incredibly credulous, but a vivid narrative nevertheless, with more continuity than in most contemporary chronicles of the West. In Book 3, we learn of Amleth, Prince of Jutland, whose uncle killed the king and married the queen. Amleth, says Saxo, chose to feign dullness and an utter lack of wits. This cunning course ensured his safety. The courtiers of the fratricide king tested Amleth by putting a pretty woman in his way. He accepted her embraces, but won her love and fidelity. They tried him with cunning questions, but he mingled craft and candor in such wise that there was nothing to betoken the truth. From such bones Shakespeare made a man. 5 Latin historians in these centuries rose from chronicles to history, even when keeping the chronicle form. William of Malmesbury, circa 1090 to 1143, arranged the matter of his Gesta Pontificum and Gesta Regum Anglorum to give a connected and lively story, trustworthy and fair, of British prelates and kings. Ordericus Vitalis, circa 1075 to 1143, born in Shrewsbury, was sent as an oblate at the age of 10 to the monastery of Saint Evreux in Normandy. There he lived the remainder of his 68 years, never seeing his parents again. 18 of these years he spent on the 5 volumes of his Historia Ecclesiastica, only stopping, we are told, on the coldest winter days when his fingers were too numb to write. It is remarkable that a mind so limited in space should have spoken so well of varied affairs, secular as well as ecclesiastical, with asides on the history of letters and manners and everyday life. Bishop Otto of Freising, circa 1114 to 1158, in De Duabus Civitatibus, on the 2 cities, narrated the history of religion and the secular world from Adam to 1146, and began a proud biography of his nephew Frederick Barbarossa, but died while his hero was in mid-career. William of Tyre, circa 1130 to 1190, a Frenchman born in Palestine, became Chancellor to Baldwin IV of Jerusalem and then Archbishop of Tyre, learned French, Latin, Greek, and Arabic, and some Hebrew, and wrote in good Latin our most reliable source for the history of the earlier Crusades, Historia Rerum in Partibus Transmarinis Gestarum, History of Events Overseas. He sought natural explanations for all events, and his fairness in depicting the characters of Nur-ud-Din and Saladin had much to do with the favorable opinion that Christian Europe formed of those infidel gentlemen. Matthew Paris, circa 1200 to 1259, was a monk of St. Albans. As historiographer to his abbey and later to King Henry III, he composed his lively Chronica Maiora, covering the major events of European history between 1235 and 1259. He wrote with clarity, accuracy, and unexpected partialities. He condemned the avarice that has alienated the people from the Pope, and favored Frederick II against the papacy. He crowded his pages with miracles, and told the story of the wandering Jew, anno 1228, but he frankly recorded the skepticism with which Londoners viewed the transference of some drops of Christ's blood to Westminster Abbey in 1247. He drew for his book several maps of England, the best of the period, and may himself have made the drawings that illustrate his work. We admire his industry and learning, but his sketch of Muhammad, anno 1236, is an astonishing revelation of how ignorant an educated Christian could be of Islamic history. The greatest historians of this age were two Frenchmen writing in their own language, and sharing with the troubadours and trouvères the honor of making French a literary tongue. Geoffrey de Villehardouin, circa 1150 to circa 1218, was a noble and a warrior of little formal education. Precisely because he knew not the tricks of rhetoric taught in the schools, he dictated his Conquête de Constantinople of 1207 in a French whose simple directness and matter-of-fact precision made his book a classic of historiography. Not that he was impartial. He played too intimate a role in the Fourth Crusade to see that picturesque treachery with an objective eye, but he was there, and saw and felt events with an immediacy that gave his book a living quality half immune to time. Almost a century later, Jean, Sire de Joinville, Seneschal of Champagne, after serving Louis IX on crusade and in France, wrote, when he was 85, his Histoire de Saint-Louis of 1309. We are grateful to him for describing, with artless sincerity, the human beings of history, and for lingering on illuminating customs and anecdotes. Through him we feel the tang of the time as not even in Villehardouin. We are with him when he leaves his castle after pawning nearly all his possessions to go on crusade. He did not dare look back, he says, lest his heart should melt at the sight of his wife and children, whom he might never see again. He had not the subtlety and crafty mind of Villehardouin, but he had common sense, and saw the clay in his saint. When Louis wished him to go a second time on crusade, he refused, foreseeing the hopelessness of the enterprise. And when the pious king asked him, "Which would you choose, to be a leper or to have committed a mortal sin?" I, who never lied to him, answered that I would rather have committed 30 mortal sins than be a leper. When the monks had departed, he called me to him alone, and made me sit at his feet, and said, "How came you to say that?" And I told him that I said it again. And he replied, "You spoke hastily and foolishly, for you should know that there is no leprosy so hideous as being in mortal sin." He asked me if I washed the feet of the poor on Holy Thursday. "Sire," said I, "it would make me sick. The feet of these villains I will not wash." "In truth," said the king, "that was ill said, for you should never disdain what God did for our teaching. So I pray you, for the love of God first, and then for love of me, that you accustom yourself to wash the feet of the poor." Not all lives of the saints were as honest as this. The sense of history and the intellectual conscience were so poorly developed in medieval minds that the writers of these edifying narratives seem to have felt that much good and little harm could come if their readers accepted the accounts as true. Probably in most cases the authors received the spreading tales from others and believed what they wrote. If we take the lives of the saints simply as stories, we shall find them full of interest and charm. Consider how St. Christopher got his name. He was a giant of Canaan, 18 feet tall. He entered the service of a king because he had heard that this was the most powerful man in the world. One day the king crossed himself at mention of the devil. Christopher concluded that the devil was more powerful than the king, and thereupon he entered the devil's service. But at sight of a cross on the roadside the devil took flight, and Christopher, reasoning that Jesus must be stronger than Satan, dedicated himself to Christ. He found it hard to observe the Christian fasts, there was so much of him to feed, and his great tongue tripped over the simplest prayers. A saintly hermit placed him on the bank of a ford whose swift waters annually drowned many who tried to cross it. Christopher took the wayfarers on his back and carried them dry and safe to the other shore. One day he bore a child across the stream. He asked why it was so heavy, and the child replied that it carried the weight of the world. Safely across, the child thanked him, said, "I am Jesus Christ," and disappeared. And Christopher's staff, which he had stuck in the sand, suddenly blossomed with flowers. And who was Britain's St. George? Near Selinum in Libya, a dragon annually received as food a living youth or maiden, chosen by lot, as the price of not poisoning the village with his breath. Once the lot fell to the virgin daughter of the king. When the fated day arrived, she walked to the pond where the dragon stayed. There St. George saw her, and asked why she wept. "Young man," she said, "I believe that you have a great and noble heart, but hasten to leave me." He refused, and induced her to answer his question. "Fear nothing," he told her, "for I will help you in the name of Jesus Christ." At that moment the monster emerged from the water. George made the sign of the cross, recommended himself to Christ, charged, and plunged his lance into the beast. Then he bade the maiden throw her girdle around the neck of the wounded dragon. She did, and the beast, yielding like any gallant to so potent a charm, followed her docilely forever afterward. These and other pretty tales were gathered about 1290 into a famous book by Jacopo de Voragine, Archbishop of Genoa. For each day in the year he told the story of its appointed saint, and he called his book Legenda Sanctorum, readings about the saints. Jacopo's collection became a favorite with medieval readers, who called it Legenda Aurea, the golden legend. The Church counseled a certain suspension of belief in regard to some of these stories, but the people loved and accepted them all, and perhaps were not more deceived about life than the simple folk who absorbed the popular fiction of our day. The glory of medieval Latin was its verse. Much of it was poetry in form only, for all varieties of didactic material, history, legend, mathematics, logic, theology, medicine, were given rhythm and rhyme as mnemonic aids. And there were epics of small moment and great length, like Walter of Chatillon's Alexandriades of 1176, which seem to us now as dull as Paradise Lost. There were also poetic disputations between body and soul, death and man, mercy and truth, rustic and cleric, man and woman, wine and water, wine and beer, rose and violet, the poor student and the well-fed priest, even between Helen and Ganymede, as to the rival merits of heterosexual and homosexual love. Nothing human was alien to medieval poetry. The classic reliance on vowel quantity as the measure of meter was abandoned from the 5th century onward, and medieval Latin verse, rising out of popular feeling rather than from learned art, achieved a new poetry based on accent, rhythm, and rhyme. Such forms had existed among the Romans before Greek meters came to them, and had clandestinely survived 1,000 years of the classic style. Classic forms, hexameter, elegiac, sapphic, remained throughout the Middle Ages, but the Latin world had tired of them. They seemed unattuned to the moods of piety, tenderness, delicacy, and prayer that Christianity had spread. Simpler rhythms came, short lines of iambic feet that could convey almost any emotion, from the beating of the heart to the tread of soldiers marching on to war. Whence rhyme came to Western Christendom no one knows, and many guess. It had been used in a few pagan poems, as by Ennius, Cicero, Apuleius, occasionally in Hebrew and Syriac poetry, sporadically in Latin poetry of the 5th century, abundantly in Arabic verse as early as the 6th century. Possibly the Moslem passion for rhymes affected the Christians who touched Islam. The surfeit of rhymes, medial and terminal, in medieval Latin verse recalls a like excess in Arabic poetry. In any case, the new forms begot an entire new corpus of Latin poetry, utterly unlike the classic types, astonishing in abundance and of unsuspected excellence. Here, for example, is Peter Damian, from 1007 to 1072, the ascetic reformer, likening the call of Christ to the call of a lover to a maid. "Who is this that knocks at my door? Would you shatter my night's dream? He calls me, O loveliest of maidens, sister, mate, gem most resplendent, quick, rise, open, most sweet. I am the son of the highest king, his first and youngest son, who from heaven has come to this darkness to free the souls of captives. Death have I suffered, and many injuries. Quickly I left my couch, ran to the threshold, that to the beloved all the house might lie open, and my soul might in fullest see him whom it most longs to see. But he so soon had passed by, had left my door. What then, miserable me, should I do? Weeping I followed after the youth, whose hands formed man. To Peter Damian, poetry was an incident. To Hildebert of Lavardin, from 1055 to 1133, Archbishop of Tours, it was a passion that fought his faith for his soul. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. To Peter Damian, poetry was an incident. To Hildebert of Lavardin, from 1055 to 1133, Archbishop of Tours, it was a passion that fought his faith for his soul. Probably from the Béranger of Tours, who had studied under Fulbert at Chartres, he imbibed a love for the Latin classics. After many tribulations, he journeyed to Rome, not sure which he sought more, papal benediction or a sight of the scenes endeared to him by his reading. He was touched by the grandeur and decay of the old capital, and expressed his feelings in classic elegiac form. Equal to you, O Rome, there is nothing, even when you are almost a ruin. How great you were when whole, broken you teach us. Long time has destroyed your pride, and the citadels of Caesar sink in the marshes with the temples of the gods. That work, that mighty work, lies low, which the dire barbarian trembled to see standing and mourns to see fallen. But no lapse of years, no fire, no sword, can all destroy this glory. Here for a moment a medieval poet uses the Latin language as nobly as Virgil himself. But once a Christian, always a Christian. Hildebert found more comfort in Jesus and Mary than in Jupiter and Minerva, and in a later poem he impeccably dismissed the ancient shrines. Rome speaks, Sweeter to me this defeat than those victories. Greater am I poor than when rich, greater prone than standing. More than the eagles has the standard of the cross given me, more Peter than Caesar, more a weaponless crowd than commanders girt with arms. Standing I mastered nations, ruined I strike the depths of the earth. Standing I ruled bodies, broken and prostrate I rule souls. Then I commanded a miserable populace, now the princes of darkness. Then cities were my realm, now the sky. Not since Fortunatus had any Latin penned such poetry. 2. Wine, Women, and Song. Our knowledge of the pagan or skeptical aspects of medieval life is naturally fragmentary. The past has not transmitted itself to us impartially, except in our blood. We must all the more admire the liberality of spirit, or the fellowship of enjoyment, that led the monastery of Benedict Beuern, in Upper Bavaria, to preserve the manuscript which reached print in 1847 as Carmina Burana, the Boyern poems, and is now our main source for the poetry of the wandering scholars. These were not tramps. Some were footloose monks straying from their monasteries. Some were clerics out of a job. Most were students en route, often by foot, between home and university, or from one university to another. Many students stopped at taverns on the way. Some sampled wines and women and learned unscheduled lore. Some composed songs, sang them, sold them. Some abandoned hope of an ecclesiastical career and lived from pen to mouth by dedicating their poetic powers to bishops or lords. They labored chiefly in France and Western Germany, but as they wrote in Latin, their poems achieved an international currency. They pretended to have an organization, the Ordo Vagorum, or Guild of Wanderers, and they invented as its founder and patron saint a mythical Rabelaisian personage whom they called Golius. As early as the 10th century, Archbishop Walter of Sens fulminated against the scandalous family of Golius, and as late as 1227 a church council condemned the Goliardi for singing parodies on the most sacred songs of the liturgy. They go about in public naked, said the Council of Salzburg in 1281. They lie in bake-ovens, frequent taverns, games, harlots, earn their bread by their vices, and cling with obstinacy to their sect. We know only a few of these Goliardic poets individually. One was Hugh or Hugo Primus, a canon at Orleans about 1140. A vile fellow, deformed of visage, says a rival scribe, but famed through many provinces for his ready wit and verse. Dying of unbought poetry and flinging angry satires at the ecclesiastical rich, a man of great erudition and little shame, writing coarse indecencies in hexameters almost as chaste as Hildebert's. Still more renowned was one whose name is lost, but whom his admirers called Archipoeta, the arch-poet, circa 1161, a German knight who preferred wine and ink to sword and blood, and lived fitfully on the occasional charity of Reynald von Dassel, Archbishop-elect of Cologne and ambassador of Barbarossa at Pavia. Reynald tried to reform him, but the poet begged off with one of the most famous of medieval poems, the Confession of Goliath, whose final stanza became a favorite drinking song in German universities. Seething over inwardly with fierce indignation, in my bitterness of soul hear my declaration. I am of one element, levity my matter, like enough a withered leaf for the winds to scatter. Never yet could I endure soberness and sadness. Jests I love, and sweeter than honey find I gladness. Whatsoever Venus bids is a joy excelling. Never in an evil heart did she make her dwelling. Down the broad way do I go, young and unregretting. Wrap me in my vices up, virtue all forgetting. Greedier for all delight than heaven to enter in, since the soul in me is dead, better save the skin. Pardon, pray you, good my lord, master of discretion, but this death I die is sweet, most delicious poison. Wounded to the quick am I by a young girl's beauty. She's beyond my touching? Well, can't the mind do duty? Sit you down amid the fire. Will the fire not burn you? Come to Pavia, will you just as chaste return you? Pavia, where beauty draws youth with fingertips, youth entangled in her eyes, ravished with her lips. Let you bring Hippolytus in Pavia dine him. Nevermore Hippolytus will the morning find him. In Pavia not a road but leads to venery, nor among its crowding towers one to chastity. For on this my heart is set. When the hour is nigh me, let me in the tavern die, with a tankard by me. While the angels, looking down, joyously sing o'er me, Deus sit propitius, huic potatori. The Carmina Burana range over all the themes of youth. Spring, love, boasts of seductions achieved, delicate obscenities, tender lyrics of love unreturned, a student's song counseling a moratorium on studies and a holiday with love, omitamus studia dulce est discepere. In one song, a girl interrupts a scholar's labor with, Quid tu facis, domine? Veni mecum ludere. What are you doing, master? Come and play with me. Another sings the faithlessness of woman, another the grief of the betrayed and forsaken lass whose horizontal growth brings down parental blows. Many chant the joys of drinking or gambling. Some attack the wealth of the church, the gospel according to the silver mark. Some parody the noblest hymns, like Thomas's Lauda Sion. One is a Whitmanesque song of the open road. Many are doggerel, some are masterpieces of lyric craftsmanship. Here is a lover's idyll of ideal death. When she recklessly gave herself wholly unto love and me, Beauty in heavens afar laughed from her joyous star. Too great desire hath overwhelmed me. My heart's not great enough for this huge joy that overmastered me. What time my love made in her arms another man of me, and all the gathered honey of her lips drained in one yielded kiss. Again I dream the freedom given of her soft breast, and so am come another god to heaven among the rest. Yea, and serene would govern gods and men if I find again my hand upon her breast. Most of the love poetry in the Carmina is frankly sensual. There are moments of tenderness and grace, but they are brief preludes. We might have guessed that by the side of the hymns of the Church there would sooner or later be hymns to Venus. Woman, the devoted supporter of religion, is the chief rival of the gods. The Church listened patiently enough to these chants of love and wine, but in 1281 a council decreed that any cleric, therefore any student, who composed or sang licentious or impious songs should lose his clerical rank and privileges. Such wandering students as thereafter remained loyal to Golius sank to the level of jongleur and fell out of literature into ribald doggerel. By 1250 the day of the Goliards was over, but as they had inherited a pagan current running beneath the Christian centuries, so their mood and poetry secretly survived to enter the Renaissance. Latin poetry itself almost died with the Goliards. The 13th century turned the best minds to philosophy, the classics retreated to a minor place in the university curriculum, and the almost Augustan grace of Hildebert and John of Salisbury had no heirs. When the 13th century ended and Dante chose Italian for his medium, the vernacular languages became literature. Even drama, child and servant of the Church, put off its Latin dress and spoke the people's tongues. 3. The rebirth of drama. The classic drama had died before the Middle Ages began, for it had degenerated into mime and farce, and had been replaced by hippodrome spectacles. The plays of Seneca and Roswitha were literary exercises, which apparently never reached the stage. Two lines of active continuity remained, the mimetic rituals of agricultural festivals, and the farces played by wandering minstrels and clowns in castle hall or village square. But in the Middle Ages, as in ancient Greece, the main fountainhead of drama was in religious liturgy. The Mass itself was a dramatic spectacle. The sanctuary was a sacred stage. The celebrants wore symbolic costumes. Priest and acolytes engaged in dialogue, and the antiphonal responses of priest and choir, and of choir to choir, suggested precisely that same evolution of drama from dialogue that had generated the sacred Dionysian play. In the ceremonies of certain holy days, the dramatic element was explicitly developed. At Christmas, in some religious rites of the 11th century, men dressed as shepherds entered the church, were greeted with glad tidings by a choir boy angel, and worshipped a wax or plaster babe in a manger. From an eastern door 3 kings entered and were guided to the manger by a star pulled along a wire. On the 28th of December, certain churches represented the slaughter of the innocents. Boy choristers marched up nave and aisles, fell as if murdered by Herod, rose and walked up into the sanctuary as a symbol of mounting into heaven. On Good Friday, many churches removed the crucifix from the altar and carried it to a receptacle representing the Holy Sepulchre, from which on Easter morning it was solemnly restored to the altar in token of resurrection. As far back as 380, the story of Christ's Passion had been written as a Euripidean drama by Gregory Nazianzen, Patriarch of Constantinople, and from that time to this the Passion play has kept its hold upon Christian peoples. The first such play recorded as having been performed was presented at Siena about 1200. Probably there had been many such representations long before. As the Church used architecture, sculpture, painting, and music to impress upon the faithful the central scenes and ideas of the Christian epic, so she appealed to the imagination and intensified the piety of the people by developing in increasing splendor and detail the dramatic implications of the greater feasts. The tropes, or amplifying texts added for musical elaboration to the liturgy, were sometimes turned into little plays. So an Easter trope in a 10th century manuscript at St. Gall assigns this dialogue to parts of a choir divided to represent angels and the 3 Marys. Angels, whom seek ye in the tomb, O servants of Christ? Marys, we seek Christ that was crucified, O heavenly host. Angels, he is not here, he is risen, as he foretold. Go and announce that he is risen. United chorus, Alleluia, the Lord has risen. Gradually, from the 12th century onward, the religious spectacles grew too complex for representation within doors. A platform was set up outside the church, and the ludus or play was performed by actors chosen from the people and trained to memorize an extended script. The oldest extant example of this form is a 12th century representation of Adam, written in French with Latin rubrics in red ink as directions to the players. Adam and Eve, dressed in white tunics, are shown playing in an Eden represented by shrubs and flowers in front of the church. Devils appear, in those red tights that have clung to them ever since in the theater. They run through the audience, twisting their bodies and making horrible grimaces. They offer the forbidden fruit to Adam, who refuses it, then to Eve, who takes it, and Eve persuades Adam. So convicted of a desire for knowledge, Adam and Eve are fettered with irons and are dragged off by the devils to hell, a hole in the ground, from which comes an infernal noise of rejoicing. In a second act, Cain prepares to murder Abel. Abel, he announces, you are a dead man. Abel, why am I a dead man? Cain, do you wish to hear why I want to kill you? I will tell you. Because you ingratiate yourself too much with God. Cain flings himself upon Abel and beats him to death. But the author is merciful. Abel, reads the rubric, shall have a saucepan beneath his clothes. Such biblical ludi were later called mysteries, from the Latin ministerium, in the sense of an action. This was also the meaning of drama. When the story was post-biblical, it was called a miraculum, or miracle play, and usually turned on some marvelous deed of the Virgin or the saints. Hilarius, a pupil of Abélard, composed several such short plays circa 1125 in a mixture of Latin and French. By the middle of the 13th century, the vernacular languages were the regular medium of such miracles. Humor, increasingly broad, played a rising role in them, and their subjects became more and more secular. Meanwhile, the farce had made its own development toward drama. The evolution is exemplified in two short plays that have come down to us from the pen of an Arras hunchback, Adam de la Halle, circa 1260. One of them, Le Jeu Adam, the play of Adam, is about the author himself. He had planned to be a priest, but fell in love with sweet Marie. It was a beautiful and clear summer day, mild and green, with delightful song of birds. In the high woods near the brook, I caught sight of her who is now my wife and who now seems pale and yellow to me. My hunger for her is satisfied. He tells her so with peasant directness and plans to go to Paris and the university. Into this marital scene, with more rhyme than reason, the author introduces a physician, a madman, a monk begging alms and promising miracles, and a troupe of fairies singing songs, like a ballet projected by main force into a modern opera. Adam offends one of the fairies, who lays upon him the curse of never leaving his wife. From such nonsense there is a line of continuous development to Bernard Shaw. As secularization proceeded, the performances moved from the church grounds to the marketplace or some other square in the town. There were no theaters. For the few performances to be given, usually on some summer festival, a temporary stage was erected with benches for the people and gaily decorated booths for nobilities. Surrounding houses might be used as background and properties. In religious plays, the actors were young clerics. In secular plays, they were town mummers or wandering jongleurs. Women rarely took part. As the plays strayed farther from the church in scene and theme, they tended toward buffoonery and obscenity. And the church, which had given birth to the serious drama, found herself forced to condemn the village ludi as immoral. So Bishop Grosseteste of Lincoln classed the plays, even the miracles, along with drinking bouts and the Feast of Fools, as performances that no Christian should attend. And by such edicts as his of 1236 to 1244, the actors who took part were automatically excommunicated. St. Thomas was more lenient and ruled that the profession of histrio had been ordained for the solace of humanity, and that an actor who practiced it becomingly might, by God's mercy, escape hell. 4. Epics and sagas. The secularization of literature went hand in hand with the rise of the national languages. By and large, by the 12th century, only clerics could understand Latin, and writers who wished to reach a lay audience were compelled to use the vernacular tongues. As social order grew, the reading audience widened, and national literatures rose to meet its demand. French literature began in the 11th century, German in the 12th, English, Spanish, and Italian in the 13th. The natural early form of these indigenous literatures was the popular song. The song was drawn out into the ballad, and the ballad, by proliferation or agglutination, swelled into such minor epics as Beowulf, the Chanson de Roland, the Nibelungenlied, and the Cid. The chanson was probably put together about 1130 from ballads of the 9th or 10th century. In 4,000 simple, flowing iambic lines, it tells the story of Roland's death at Roncesvalles. Charlemagne, having conquered Moorish Spain, turns back with his army toward France. The traitorous Ganelon reveals their route to the enemy, and Roland volunteers to lead the dangerous rearguard. In a narrow winding gorge of the Pyrenees, a horde of Basques pours down from the cliffs upon Roland's little force. His friend Olivier begs him to sound his great horn as a call to Charlemagne for aid, but Roland proudly refuses to ask for help. He and Olivier and Archbishop Turpin lead their troops in a desperate resistance, and they fight till nearly all are dead. Olivier, blinded by blood flowing from mortal wounds in his head, mistakes Roland for an enemy and strikes him. Roland's helmet is split from crown to nose-piece, but saves him. At this blow, Roland looks at him, asks him gently and softly, "Sir comrade, do you this in earnest? I am that Roland who loves you so well. In no wise have you sent me defiance." Says Olivier, "Now I hear you speak, I do not see you. God see and save you. Struck you have I, forgive it to me." Roland replies, "I have no injury. I forgive you here and before God." At this word one to the other bows, and with such love they part. Roland at last blows his oliphant, blows till the blood bursts from his temples. Charlemagne hears and turns back to the rescue, his white beard flying in the wind. But the way is long. High are the mountains, vast and dark, deep are the valleys, swift the streams. Meanwhile Roland mourns over the corpse of Olivier and says to it, "Sir comrade, we have been together through many days and many years. You never did me evil, nor I to you. Life is all pain if you are dead." The archbishop, also dying, begs Roland to save himself by flight. Roland refuses and continues to fight till the attackers flee, but he too is mortally wounded. With his last strength he breaks his jeweled sword Durandal against a stone, lest it fall into heathen hands. Now Count Roland lay under a pine tree, his face turned toward Spain. Many memories came upon him then. He thought of the lands he had conquered, of sweet France, and his family, and Charles, who had brought him up, and he wept. He held up his glove to God as a sign of loyal vassalage. Charles, arriving, finds him dead. No translation can catch the simple but knightly dignity of the original, and none but one reared to love France and honor her can feel to the full the power and sentiment of this, the national epic that every French child learns, almost with its prayers. About 1160, an unknown poet, romantically idealizing the character and exploits of Ruy or Rodrigo Diaz, who died in 1099, gave a national epic to Spain in the Poema del Cid. Here, too, the theme is the struggle of Christian knights against the Spanish Moors, the exaltation of feudal courage, honor, and magnanimity, the glory of war rather than the servitude of love. So Rodrigo, banished by an ungrateful king, leaves his wife and children in a nunnery and vows never to live with them again till he has won 5 battles. He goes to fight the Moors, and the first half of the poem resounds with Homeric victories. Between the battles, the Cid robs Jews, scatters alms among the poor, feeds a leper, eats from the same dish with him, sleeps in the same bed, and discovers him to be Lazarus, whom Christ raised from the dead. This, of course, is not the Cid of history, but it does no greater injury to fact than the chanson with its idealization of Charlemagne. The Cid became a heady stimulant to Spanish thought and pride. Hundreds of ballads were composed about its hero, and 100 histories, more or less historical. There are few things in the world so unpopular as truth, and the backbone of men and states is a concatenation of romance. No one has yet explained why little Iceland, harassed by the elements and isolated by the sea, should have produced in this period a literature of scope and brilliance quite out of proportion to its place and size. 2 circumstances helped: a rich store of orally transmitted historical traditions, dear to any segregated group, and a habit of reading, or being read to, which was favored by long winter nights. Already in the 12th century there were many private libraries in the island, in addition to those in the monasteries. When writing became a familiar accomplishment, laymen as well as priests put this racial lore, once the property of skalds, into literary form. By a rare anomaly, the leading writer of 13th century Iceland was also its richest man, and twice the President of the Republic, the Speaker of the Law. Snorri Sturluson, 1178 to 1241, loved life more than letters. He traveled widely, engaged vigorously in politics and feuds, and was murdered by his son-in-law at 62. His Heimskringla, the Round World, told Norse history and legend with a spare and brief simplicity natural to a man of action. His Edda Snorra Sturlusonar, or Prose Edda, gave a summary of biblical history, a synopsis of Norse mythology, an essay on poetic meters, a treatise on the art of poetry, and a unique explanation of the art's urological origin. Two warring groups of gods made peace by spitting into a jar. From this spittle was formed a demigod, Kvasir, who taught men wisdom like Prometheus. Kvasir was slain by dwarfs who mixed his blood with wine and produced a nectar that conferred the gift of song on all who drank of it. The great god Odin found his way to where the dwarfs had stored this poetic wine, drank it all up, and flew to heaven. But some of the pent-up liquid escaped from him by a means rarely used in public fountains. This divine stream fell in an inspiring spray upon the earth, and those who were bedewed by it imbibed the gift of poesy. It was a learned man's nonsense, quite as rational as history. The literature of Iceland in this period is astonishingly rich and still alive with interest, vivacity, humor, and a poetic charm that pervades its prose. Hundreds of sagas were written, some brief, some as long as a novel, some historical, most of them mingling history and myth. In general, they were civilized memories of a barbarous age, compact of honor and violence, complicated with litigation and mitigated with love. The Ynglinga sagas of Snorri repeatedly tell of Norse knights who burned one another, or themselves, in their halls or cups. The most fertile of these legends was the Volsunga saga. Its stories had an early form in the Elder or Poetic Edda. They had their latest form in Wagner's Ring of the Nibelungs. A Volsung was any descendant of Wales, a Norse king who was great-grandson of Odin and grandfather to Sigurd, or Siegfried. In the Nibelungenlied, the Nibelungs are Burgundian kings. In the Volsunga saga, they are a race of dwarfs guarding in the Rhine a gold treasure and ring which are infinitely precious, but bring a curse and misfortune to all who possess them. Sigurd slays Fafnir, the dragon guardian of the hoard, and captures it. On his wanderings he comes to a fire-encircled hill, on which the Valkyrie, an Odin-descended demigoddess, Brunhild, sleeps. This is one form of the Sleeping Beauty tale. Sigurd is ravished by her beauty, and she is ravished. They plight their troth, and then, as is the way of men in many medieval romances, he leaves her and resumes his travels. At the court of Giuki, a Rhine king, he finds the princess Gudrun. Her mother gives him an enchanted drink which enables him to forget Brunhild and marry Gudrun. Gunnar, son of Giuki, marries Brunhild and brings her to the court. Resenting Sigurd's amnesia, she has him killed. Then in remorse she mounts his funeral pyre, slays herself with his sword, and is consumed with him. The most modern in form of these Icelandic sagas is the story of Burnt Njal, circa 1220. The characters are sharply defined by their deeds and words rather than by description. The tale is well constructed and moves with inherent fatality through stirring events to the central catastrophe, the burning of Njal's house, with himself and his wife, Bergthora, and his sons, by an armed band of enemies led by one Flosi, and bent on blood vengeance against Njal's sons. Then Flosi called out to Njal and said, "I will offer thee, Master Njal, leave to go out, for it is unworthy that thou shouldst burn indoors." "I will not go out," said Njal, "for I am an old man, and little fitted to avenge my sons, but I will not live in shame." Then Flosi said to Bergthora, "Come thou out, housewife, for I will for no sake burn thee indoors." "I was given away to Njal young," said Bergthora, "and I have promised him this, that we should both share the same fate." After that they both went back into the house. "What counsel shall we now take?" said Bergthora. "We will go to our bed," said Njal, "and lay us down. I have long been eager for rest." Then she said to the boy Tord, Kari's son, "Thee will I take out, and thou shalt not burn in here." "Thou hast promised me this, grandmother," said the boy, "that we should never part so long as I wish to be with thee. But methinks it is much better to die with thee and Njal than to live after you." Then she bore the boy to her bed and put him between herself and Njal. Then they signed themselves and the boy with the cross, and gave over their souls into God's hand, and that was the last word men heard them utter. The age of migrations, 300 to 600, had deposited in the confused memory of peoples and minstrels 1,000 stories of social chaos, barbaric courage, and murderous love. Some of these tales were carried to Norway and Iceland, and produced the Volsunga saga. Many, with kindred names and themes, lived and multiplied in Germany in the form of legends, ballads, and sagas. At an unknown time in the 12th century, an unknown German, uniting and transforming such materials, composed the Nibelungenlied, or Song of the Nibelungs. Its form is a concatenation of rhyming couplets in Middle High German. Its narrative is a brew of primitive passions and pagan moods. Sometime in the 4th century, King Gunther and his 2 brothers ruled Burgundy from their castle at Worms on the Rhine, and with them dwelt their young sister Kriemhild. In no land was any fairer. In those days King Siegmund governed the lowlands, and enfeoffed his son Siegfried, or Sigurd, with a rich estate near Xanten, also on the Rhine. Hearing of Kriemhild's loveliness, Siegfried invited himself to Gunther's court, made himself welcome there, lived there for a year, but never saw Kriemhild, though she, looking from her high window upon the youths tilting in the courtyard, loved him from the first. Siegfried surpassed all in jousts, and fought bravely for the Burgundians in their wars. When Gunther celebrated a victorious peace, he bade the ladies join the feast. Many a noble maiden adorned herself with care, and the youths longed exceedingly to find favor in their eyes, and had not taken a rich king's land in lieu thereof. And lo, Kriemhild appeared, like the dawn from out the dark clouds, and he that had borne her so long in his heart was no more aweary. And Siegfried joyed and sorrowed, for he said in his heart, How should I woo such as thee? Surely it was a vain dream. Yet I were liefer dead than a stranger to thee. Her colour was kindled when she saw before her the high-minded man, and she said, Welcome, Sir Siegfried, noble knight and good. His courage rose at her words, and graceful as beseemed a knight, he bowed himself before her and thanked her, and loved that his mighty constrained them, and they yearned with their eyes in secret. Gunther, unmarried, hears of the Icelandic queen Brunhild, but she, he is informed, can be won only by one who excels her in 3 trials of strength, and if he fails in any, he forfeits his head. Siegfried agrees to help Gunther win Brunhild, if the king will give him Kriemhild to wife. They cross the sea with the speed and ease of romance. Siegfried, made invisible by a magic cape, helps Gunther meet the tests, and Gunther brings the reluctant Brunhild home as his bride. 86 damsels help Kriemhild prepare rich garments for her. In a double marriage of great pomp, Gunther weds Brunhild, and Siegfried is joined to Kriemhild. But Brunhild, seeing Siegfried, feels that he, not Gunther, was meant to be her mate. When Gunther goes into her on their marriage night, she repulses him, ties him in a knot, and hangs him up on the wall. Gunther, released, begs Siegfried's aid. The hero, on the next night, disguises himself as Gunther, and lies beside Brunhild, while Gunther, hidden in the darkened room, hears all and sees nothing. Brunhild throws Siegfried out of bed and engages him in a bone-crunching, head-cracking combat quite without rules. Alas, he says to himself amid the fight, if I lose my life by the hand of a woman, all wives evermore will make light of their husbands. Brunhild is finally overcome and promises to be a wife. Siegfried retires unseen, bearing away her girdle and her ring, and Gunther takes his place beside the exhausted queen. Siegfried makes a present of the girdle and ring to Kriemhild. He brings her to his father, who crowns him king of the lowlands. Using his Nibelungen wealth, Siegfried clothes his wife and her maidens more richly than ever women were robed before. Some time later, Kriemhild visits Brunhild at Worms. Brunhild, jealous of Kriemhild's finery, reminds her that Siegfried is Gunther's vassal. Kriemhild retorts by showing her the girdle and ring as proof that Siegfried, not Gunther, had overcome her. Hagen, gloomy half-brother to Gunther, rouses him against Siegfried. They invite him to a hunt, and as he stoops over a brook to drink, Hagen pierces him with a spear. Kriemhild, seeing her hero dead, lay senseless in a swoon all that day and night. She inherits the Nibelung treasure as Siegfried's widow, but Hagen persuades Gunther to take it from her. Gunther, his brothers, and Hagen bury it in the Rhine and take an oath never to reveal its hiding place. For 13 years, Kriemhild broods over vengeance upon Hagen and her brothers, but finds no opportunity. Then she accepts the marriage proposal of the widowed Etzel, or Attila, king of the Huns, and goes to Vienna to live as his queen. So famed was Etzel's rule that the boldest knights, Christian or heathen, drew ceaselessly to his court. One saw there what one never sees now, Christian and heathen together. How so diverse their beliefs the king gave with such free hand that all had plenty. There Kriemhild ruled virtuously for 13 years, seeming to forego vengeance. Indeed, she asks Etzel to invite her brothers and Hagen to a feast. They accept despite Hagen's warning, but come with an armed retinue of yeomen and knights. While the royal brothers, Hagen, and the knights enjoy the hospitality of the Hun court in Etzel's hall, the yeomen outside are slain at Kriemhild's command. Hagen is told of it and springs to arms. A terrible battle ensues in the hall between the Burgundians and the Huns, perhaps recalling their actual war of 437. With his first blow, Hagen strikes off the head of Ortlieb, the 5-year-old son of Kriemhild and Etzel, and he flings the head into Kriemhild's lap. When nearly all the Burgundians are dead, Gernot, brother of Kriemhild and Gunther, asks Etzel to let the surviving visitors escape from the hall. The Hun knights wish it, Kriemhild forbids it. The slaughter goes on. Her youngest brother, Giselher, who was an innocent lad of 5 when Siegfried fell, appeals to her. "Fairest sister, how have I deserved death from the Huns? I was ever true to thee, nor did thee any hurt. I rode hither, dearest sister, for that I trusted to thy love. Needs must thou show mercy." She agrees to let them escape if they will deliver Hagen to her. "God in heaven forbid," cries Gernot. "Liefer would we all die than give one man for our ransom." Kriemhild draws the Huns from the building, locks the Burgundians in it, and has it set on fire. Maddened with heat and thirst, the Burgundians cry out in agony. Hagen bids them assuage their thirst with the blood of the slain. They do. Some emerge from the flaming and fallen timbers. The battle continues in the courtyard until of the Burgundians only Gunther and Hagen remain alive. Dietrich the Goth fights and overcomes Hagen and brings him bound to Kriemhild. She asks Hagen where he has concealed the Nibelung treasure. He refuses to tell her as long as Gunther is alive. Gunther, also captive, is slain at his sister's bidding, and his head is brought to Hagen. But Hagen defies her. "Now none knows where the hoard is, save God and I alone. That to thee, devil-woman, shall never more be known." She seizes his sword and strikes him dead. Then Hildebrand the Goth, one of her warriors, surfeited with her bloodlust, slays Kriemhild. It is a terrible tale, as red with gore as any in literature or beneath. We do some injustice to it by taking its direst moments from their context of feasting, jousting, hunting, and womanly affairs. But this is the central and bitter theme, a gentle maiden changed by the experience of evil into a ferocious murderess. Strangely little of Christianity is left in the story. It is rather a Greek tragedy of Nemesis, without the Greek reluctance to let violence come upon the stage. In this stream of crime, almost all feudal virtues are submerged, even the honor of host to invited guest. Nothing could surpass the barbarism of such a tale until our time. 5. The Troubadours. At the end of the 11th century, when we should have expected all European letters to be colored by the religious enthusiasm of the Crusades, there developed in southern France a school of lyric poetry, aristocratic, pagan, anti-clerical, bearing the marks of Arab influence and signalizing the triumph of woman over the chastisement laid upon her by the theory of the fall. This style of verse moved from Toulouse to Paris to London with Eleanor of Aquitaine, captured the lion heart of her son Richard I, created the Minnesingers of Germany, and molded the Italian dolce stil nuovo that led to Dante. At the origin of the style stands Eleanor's grandfather, William X, Count of Poitou and Duke of Aquitaine. This reckless blade found himself at 11, in 1087, the practically independent ruler of southwestern France. He joined the First Crusade and sang its victory, but like so many nobles in his heresy-infected lands, he had scant respect for the Church and made gay mockery of her priests. An old Provençal biography describes him as one of the most courteous men in the world and a great deceiver of ladies, and he was a brave knight and had much to do with love affairs, and he knew well how to sing and make verses, and for a long time he roamed all through the land to deceive the ladies. Though married, he carried off the beautiful Viscountess of Châtellerault and lived with her in open scandal. When the bold, bald Bishop of Angoulême bade him end his wicked ways, he replied, "I will repudiate the Viscountess as soon as your hair requires a comb." Excommunicated, he one day met the Bishop of Poitiers. "Absolve me," he said, "or I will kill you." "Strike," answered the bishop, offering his neck. "No," said William, "I do not love you well enough to send you to paradise." The Duke set a style of writing amorous poetry to noble dames. He suited the action to the word, led a short life and a merry one, and died at 56 in 1137. He left to Eleanor his immense domain and his taste for poetry and love. She gathered poets about her at Toulouse, and willingly they sang for her and her court the beauty of women and the fever engendered by their charms. Bernard de Ventadour, whose poems seemed to Petrarch only slightly inferior to his own, began by praising the loveliness of the Viscountess of Ventadour. She took him so seriously that her husband had to shut her up in his castle tower. Bernard, encouraged, turned to chant the splendor of Eleanor herself, and followed her to Rouen. When she preferred the love of two kings, he emptied out his soul in a famous dirge. A generation later, the troubadour Bertrand de Born became the bosom friend of Richard I, and his successful rival for the love of the most beautiful woman of her time, Dame Mentz of Martignac. Another troubadour, Pierre Vidal, from 1167 to 1215, accompanied Richard on crusade, returned intact, lived and rhymed in amours and poverty, and received at last an estate from Count Raymond VI of Toulouse. We know the names of 446 other troubadours, but from these four we may judge their loose, melodious tribe. Some were musical vagabonds, most were minor nobles with a flair for song. 4 were kings, Richard I, Frederick II, Alfonso IV, and Pedro III of Aragon. For a century, from 1150 to 1250, they dominated the literature of southern France, and molded the manners of an aristocracy emerging from rustic brutality into a chivalry that almost redeemed war with courtesy and adultery with grace. The language of the troubadours was the Languedoc or Roman of southern France and northeastern Spain. Their name is a puzzle. Troubadour is probably from the Roman word trobar, to find or invent, as obviously the Italian trovatore is from trovare. But some would take it from the Arabic taraba, to sing. They called their art gay saber, or gaia scientia, gay wisdom, but they took it seriously enough to undergo a long period of training in poetry, music, and the forms of speech and gallantry. They dressed like the nobility, flaunted a mantle trimmed with gold embroidery and costly furs, rode often in knightly armor, entered the lists at tournaments, and fought with lance as well as pen for the ladies to whom they had pledged their lines, if not their lives. They wrote only for the aristocracy. Usually they composed music for their own lyrics, and hired minstrels to sing them at banquets or tournaments, but often they themselves would strum the lute and ring a passion through a song. Probably the passion was a literary form. The burning longing, the celestial fulfillments, the tragic despair of the troubadours were poetic license and machinery. Apparently the husbands took these ardors so, and had less sense of property than most males. Since marriage among the aristocracy was normally an incident in a transfer of property, romance had to come after marriage, as in French fiction. The amours of medieval literature are, with a few exceptions, tales of illicit love, from Francesca and Beatrice in the south to Isolde and Guinevere in the north. The general inaccessibility of the married lady generated the poetry of the troubadours. It is hard to romanticize desire fulfilled, and where there are no impediments there is no poetry. We hear of a few troubadours who received the ultimate favor from the ladies whom they had chosen for their lays, but this was a breach of literary etiquette. Usually the poet had to sate his thirst with a kiss or a touch of the hand. Such restraint made for refinement, and in the 13th century the poetry of the troubadours, perhaps influenced by the worship of Mary, graduated from sensualism to an almost spiritual delicacy. But they were seldom pious. Their resentment of chastity set them at odds with the Church. Several of them lampooned prelates, ridiculed hell, defended the Albigensian heretics, and celebrated the victorious crusade of the impious Frederick, where the saintly Louis had failed. Guillaume Adhémar approved one crusade, but only because it removed a husband from his path. Raymond Jourdan preferred a night with his beloved to any promised transmundane paradise. Forms of composition seemed more important to the troubadours than commandments of morality. The canzo was a song of love, the plainte was a dirge for a friend or lover lost to death, the tanson was a rhymed debate on a question of love, morality, or chivalry. The servante was a song of war, feud, or political attack. The sistine was a complicated rhyme sequence of 6 stanzas, each of 6 lines, invented by Arnaud Daniel and much admired by Dante. The pastourelle was a dialogue between a troubadour and a shepherdess. The aubade, or alba, a song of the dawn, usually warned lovers that the day would soon reveal them. The serena, or serenade, was an evening song. The ballada was a narrative in verse. Here is an anonymous aubade, partly spoken by a 12th century Juliet. In a garden where the white thorn spreads her leaves, my lady hath her love lain close beside her, till the warden cries the dawn. Ah, dawn that grieves! Ah, God, that dawn should come so soon. Please God that night, dear night, should never cease, nor that my love should parted be from me. Nor watch cried dawn, ah, dawn that slayeth peace, Ah, God, that dawn should come so soon. Fair friend and sweet, thy lips, our lips again, low in the meadow where the birds give song. Ours be the love, and jealousy's the pain. Ah, God, that dawn should come so soon. Of that sweet wind comes from far away have I drunk deep of my beloved's breath, yea, of my love's that is so dear and gay. Ah, God, that dawn should come so soon. Fair is this damsel, and right courteous, and many watch her beauty's gracious way. Her heart toward love is nowise traitorous. Ah, God, that dawn should come so soon. The troubadour movement in France came to an end amid the 13th century, partly through the increasing artificiality of its forms and sentiments, partly through the ruin of South France by the Albigensian Crusades. For in that troubled time many castles fell that had harbored troubadours, and when Toulouse itself suffered a double siege, the knightly order in Aquitaine collapsed. Some singers fled to Spain, some to Italy. There, in the second half of the 13th century, the art of the love lyric was reborn, and Dante and Petrarch were scions of the troubadours. The gay science of their gallantry helped to mold the code of chivalry and to turn the barbarians of northern Europe into gentlemen. Literature ever since has felt the influence of those subtle songs, and perhaps love now bears a finer fragrance from the incense of their praise. 6. The Minnesingers. The troubadour movement spread from France to southern Germany and flourished there in the golden age of the Hohenstaufen emperors. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 11, Side 2. The troubadour movement spread from France to southern Germany and flourished there in the golden age of the Hohenstaufen emperors. The German poets were called Minnesänger, love singers, and their poetry coincided with the Minnedienst, or love service, and Frauendienst, lady service, of contemporary chivalry. We know over 300 of these Minnesingers by name, and have a plentiful legacy of their verse. Some of them belonged to the lower nobility, most of them were poor, and depended upon imperial or ducal patronage. Though they followed a strict law of rhythm and rhyme, many of them were illiterate, and dictated the words and music of their leader. To this day, the German term for poetry, Dichtung, means dictation. Usually, they let minstrels sing for them. Sometimes they themselves sang. We hear of a great Sängerkrieg, or song contest, held at the Castle Wartburg in 1207. There, we are told, both Tannhäuser and Wolfram von Eschenbach took part. For a century, the Minnesingers helped to raise the status of woman in Germany, and the ladies of the aristocracy became the life and inspiration of a culture more refined than anything that Germany would know again till Schiller and Goethe. Wolfram and Walter von der Vogelweide are classed as Minnesingers because they wrote songs of love. But Wolfram and his Parzival may be better viewed under the heading of romance. Walter, of the Bird Meadow, was born somewhere in the Tyrol before 1170. Knight, but poor, he made matters worse by taking to poetry. We find him at 20 singing for his bread in the homes of the Viennese aristocracy. In those youthful years he wrote of love with the sensuous freedom frowned upon by his rivals. His Unter den Linden is treasured to this day in Germany. Under the linen, on the heather, for us two a bed there was. There could you see entwined together broken flowers and bruised grass. From a thicket in the dale, Tandaradai, sweetly sang the nightingale. I sped thither through the glade. My love had reached the spot before. There was I snared, most happy maid, for I am blessed evermore. Many a time he kissed me there. Tandaradai, see my lips how red they are. There he contrived in joyful haste a bower of blossoms for us both. That must be still a fading jest for those who take the self-same path and see the spot where on that day, Tandaradai, my head among the roses lay. How shamed were I if anyone, now heaven forfend, had there been nigh. There we two lay, but that was known to none except my love and I, and the little nightingale, Tandaradai, who, I know, will tell no tale. As he grew older, his perception matured, and he began to see in woman charms and graces fairer than any budding flesh, and the rewards of unity in marriage seemed richer than the surface titillations of variety. Happy the man, happy the woman, whose hearts are to each other true. Their lives increase in price and worth, blessed their years and all their days. He deprecated the adulation with which his fellow warblers perfumed the ladies of the court. He proclaimed Vip, Vibe, or woman, a higher title than Vrouwe, Frau, or lady. Good women and good men were the real nobility. He thought, German ladies fair as God's angels. Anyone who defames them lies in his teeth. In 1197, the Emperor Henry VI died, and Germany suffered a generation of chaos until Frederick II came of age. The aristocratic patronage of letters fell away, and Walter wandered from court to court, singing unhappily for his meals in competition with noisy jugglers and prideless clowns. An item in the expense account of Bishop Wulfger of Passau reads, 5 solidi, November 12, 1203, to Walter van der Vogelweide, to buy himself a fur coat against the winter cold. It was a doubly Christian act, for Walter was a zealous Ghibelline, tuned his lyre against the popes, denounced the shortcomings of the Church, and raged at the way in which German coins flew over the Alps to replenish Peter's pence. He was, however, a faithful Christian, and composed a mighty Crusaders' hymn. But at times he could stand above the battle and see all men as brothers. Mankind arises from one virgin. We are like both outward and within. Our mouths are sated with the selfsame fare. And when their bones into confusion fall, say ye who knew the living man by sight, which is the villain now, and which the knight, that worms have gnawed their carcasses so bare? Christians, Jews, and heathens, serve they all, and God has all creation in his care. After a quarter-century of wandering and poverty, Walter received from Frederick II an estate and an income in 1221, and could spend in peace his remaining 7 years. He mourned that he was too old and ill to go on crusade. He begged God to forgive him for not being able to love his enemies. In a poetic testament he bequeathed his goods, to the envious my ill luck, to the liars my sorrows, to false lovers my follies, to the ladies my heart's pain. He was buried in Würzburg Cathedral, and nearby a monument proclaims Germany's affection for the greatest poet of his age. After him, the Minnesinger movement lost itself in extravaganzas, and shared in the disasters that shattered Germany after the fall of Frederick II. Ulrich von Liechtenstein, circa 1200 to circa 1276, tells in his poetic autobiography, Frauendienst, how he was reared in all the sentiments of lady service. He chose a lady as his goddess, had his hare-lip sewed up to mitigate her repulsion, and fought for her in tournament. When told of her surprise that he still had a finger which she thought he had lost in her honor, he cut off the offending member and sent it to her as tribute. He almost swooned with delight when fortune permitted him to drink the water in which she had washed her hands. He received a letter from her, and carried it for weeks in his pocket before he found someone whom he could trust to read it for him secretly, for Ulrich could not read. On promise of her favor, he waited 2 days in beggar's clothing among the lepers at her gate. She admitted him, and finding him importunate, she had him lowered in a bedsheet from her window. All this time he had a wife and children. The Minnesinger movement ended with some dignity in Henrik von Meissen, whose songs in honor of women earned him the title Frauenlob, women's praise. When he died at Mainz in 1317, the ladies of the city carried his bier with tuneful laments to bury him in the cathedral, and poured upon his coffin such abundance of wine that it flowed the full length of the church. After him the art of song fell from the hands of the knights and was taken up by the middle class. The romantic mood of the lady worshippers passed, and was succeeded in the 14th century by the robust joy and art of the Meistersinger, announcing to Parnassus the ascent of the bourgeoisie. 7. The Romances. But in romance, the middle class had already captured the field. As aristocratic troubadours and trovatori wrote delicate lyrics for the ladies of southern France and Italy, so in northern France the poets of humble birth, known to the French as trouvères, or inventors, brightened the evenings of the middle and upper classes with poetic tales of love and war. The typical compositions of the trouvère were the ballade, the lay, the chanson de geste, and the roman. Some lovely examples of the lay have come down to us from one whom both England and France may claim as their first great poetess. Marie de France came from Brittany to live in England in the reign of Henry II, from 1154 to 1189. At his suggestion she turned several Breton legends into verse, and with a delicacy of speech and sentiment not excelled by any troubadour. One of her lyrics craves room here, both for an unusual theme, the living beloved to her dead lover, and for an exquisite translation. Hath any loved you well down there, summer or winter through? Down there have you found any fair laid in the grave with you? Is death's long kiss a richer kiss than mine was wont to be? Or have you gone to some far bliss, and quite forgotten me? What soft enamoring of sleep hath you in some soft way? What charmed death holds you with deep strange lure by night and day? A little space below the grass, out of the sun and shade, but worlds away from me, alas, down there where you are laid. There you shall lie as you have lain, though in the world above, another live your life again, loving again your love. Is it not sweet beneath the palm? Is it not warm day, rife with some long mystic golden calm, better than love and life? The quaint, broad, odorous leaves, like hands weaving the fair day through, weave sleep no burnished bird withstands, while death weaves sleep for you. And many a strange, rich breathing sound ravishes morn and noon, and in that place you must have found death a delicious swoon. Hold me no longer for a word I used to say or sing. Ah, long ago you must have heard so many a sweeter thing. For rich earth must have reached your heart and turned the faith to flowers, and warm wind stolen part by part your soul through faithless hours. And many a soft seed must have won soil of some yielding thought, to bring a bloom up to the sun that else had ne'er been brought. And doubtless many a passionate hue hath made that place more fair, making some passionate part of you faithless to me down there. The chanson de geste, or song of deeds, probably arose as a concatenation of ballads or lays. Upon a core of history, usually offered by the chronicles, the poet laid a web of fancied adventures, running in lines of 10 or 12 syllables to such lengths as only northern winter evenings could sustain. The chanson de Roland was a lithe forerunner of this genre. The favorite hero of the French chanson de geste was Charlemagne. Great in history, the trouvères raised him to almost supernatural grandeur in their poetry. They converted his failure in Spain into a glorious conquest, and sent him off in triumphant expeditions to Constantinople and Jerusalem, his legendary white beard waving majesty. As Beowulf and the Nibelungenlied echoed the heroic age of the migrations, so the chanson reflected the feudal era in subject morals and mood. Whatever their theme or scene or time, they moved in a feudal atmosphere to feudal motives and in feudal dress. Their constant subject was war, feudal or international or interfaith, and amid their rough alarums, woman and love found only a minor place. As social order improved and the status of woman rose with the growth of wealth, war yielded to love as the major theme of the trouvère, and in the 12th century the chanson de geste was succeeded by the roman. Woman mounted the throne of literature and held it for centuries. The name roman meant at first any work written in that early French which, as a Roman legacy, was called roman. The romances were not called romans because they were romantic. Rather, certain sentiments came to be called romantic because they were found so abundantly in the French roman. The roman de la Rose, or de Troyes, or de Renard, merely meant the tale of a rose, or of Troy, or of a fox, in Roman or early French. Since no literary form should be born without legitimate parents, we may derive the romances from the chanson de geste crossed with the troubadour sentiment of courtly love. Some of their material may have come from such Greek romances as the Ethiopica of Heliodorus. One Greek book, translated into Latin in the 4th century, had enormous influence. The fictitious biography of Alexander falsely ascribed to his official historian, Callisthenes. Alexander's stories became the most popular and prolific of all the cycles of medieval romance in Europe and the Greek-speaking East. The finest form of the tale in the West was the Roman d'Alexandre, composed by the trouvère Lambert Latour and Alexander of Bernay about 1200, and running to some 20,000 12-syllabled Alexandrine lines. Richer in variety, tenderer in sentiment, was the cycle of romances, French, English, and German, stemming from the siege of Troy. Here the chief inspiration was not Homer, but Virgil. The story of Dido was already a romance. And had not France and England, as well as Italy, been settled by Trojans fleeing from undeserved defeat? About 1184, a French trouvère, Benoit de Saint-Maur, retold the Roman de Troyes in 30,000 lines. It was translated into a dozen languages and was imitated in a dozen literatures. In Germany, Wolfram von Eschenbach wrote his Bücher von Troja, of Iliadic size. In Italy, Boccaccio took from Benoit the tale of Philostrato. In England, Layamon's Brut, circa 1205, described in 32,000 lines the foundation of London by Brutus, the imaginary great-grandson of Aeneas, and from Benoit came Chaucer's Troilus and Cressida, and Shakespeare's play. The third great cycle of medieval romance was the Arthurian. We have seen reason to believe that Arthur was a British Christian noble who fought against the invading Saxons in the 6th century. Who was it that turned him and his knights into such delectable legends as only lovers of Malory have fully savored? Who created Gawain, Galahad, Percival, Merlin, Guinevere, Lancelot, Tristram, and Christian knightliness of the Round Table, and the mystic story of the Holy Grail? After a century of discussion, no certain answer remains. Inquiry is fatal to certainty. The oldest references to Arthur are in English chroniclers. Some elements of the legend appear in the Chronicle of Nennius, 976. It was expanded in the Historia Bretonum, 1137, of Geoffrey of Monmouth. Geoffrey's account was put into French verse by Robert Wace, a trouvère of Jersey, in Le Brut d'Angleterre, in 1155. Here first we find the Round Table. The oldest fragments of the legend are probably some Welsh tales now gathered in the Mabinogion. The oldest manuscripts of the developed story are French. Arthur's court and the Holy Grail are by common consent located in Wales and southwestern Britain. The earliest full presentation of the legend in prose is in an English manuscript doubtfully ascribed to an Oxford archdeacon, Walter Map, from 1137 to 1196. The oldest verse form of the cycle is in the Roman of Chrétien de Troyes, circa 1140 to 1191. Of Chrétien's life we know almost as little as of Arthur's. Early in his literary career he composed a Tristan, now lost. It reached the eyes of the Countess Marie de Champagne, daughter of Eleanor of Aquitaine, and apparently led her to hope that Chrétien might be the man to phrase courtly love and the highest ideals of chivalry in the form of the roman. Marie invited him to be, so to speak, trouvère laureate at her court in Troyes. Under her patronage, from 1160 to 1172, he composed 4 romances in rhyming couplets of 8-syllabled lines: Erec et Enide, Cligé, Yvain, and Le Chevalier de la Charrette, the Knight of the Wagon. No sublime title for the story of Lancelot, the perfect knight. In 1175, at the court of Philip, Count of Flanders, he began his Conte de Graal, or Perceval le Gallois, wrote 9,000 lines, and left it to be finished to 60,000 lines by another hand. The atmosphere of these stories appears at the outset of Erec. One Easter day King Arthur held court at Cardigan. Never was seen so rich a court, for many a good knight was there, hardy, bold, and brave, and rich ladies and damsels, gentle and fair daughters of kings. But before the court disbanded for the day, the king told his knights that he wished on the morrow to hunt the white stag, in order to observe worthily the ancient custom. When my lord Gawain heard this, he was sore displeased, and said, "Sire, you will derive neither thanks nor goodwill from this hunt. We all know long since what this custom of the white stag is. Whoever can kill the white stag must kiss the fairest maiden of your court. But of this there might come great ill. For there are here 500 damsels of high birth, and there is none of them but has a bold and valiant knight who would be ready to contend, whether right or wrong, that she who is his lady is the fairest and gentlest of them all." "That I know full well," said the king, "yet I will not desist on that account. Tomorrow we shall all go gaily to hunt the white stag." And at the outset, too, the amusing exaggerations of romance. Nature had used all her skill in forming Enid, and nature had marveled more than 500 times how on this occasion she had succeeded in making so perfect a creature. In the Lancelot story we learn that he who is a perfect lover is always obedient, and quickly and gladly does his mistress's pleasure. Suffering is sweet to him, for love, who guides and leads him on, assuages and relieves his pain. But the Countess Marie had a flexible conception of love. If a knight found a damsel or lorn maid alone, and if he cared for his fair name, he would no more treat her with dishonor than he would cut his own throat. And if he assaulted her, he would be disgraced forever in every court. But if, while she was under his escort, she should be won at arms by another who engaged him in battle, then this other knight might do with her what he pleased, without receiving shame or blame. Chrétien's verses are graceful but feeble, and their dull abundance soon surfeits our modern haste. He has the distinction of having written the first full and extant statement of the chivalric ideal, in his picture of a court where courtesy and honor, bravery and devoted love, seemed of more moment than church or creed. In his final romance, Chrétien proved true to his name and raised the Arthurian cycle to a nobler pitch by adding to it the story of the Holy Grail. Joseph of Arimathea, ran the tale, had caught some of the blood falling from the crucified Christ in the bowl from which Christ had drunk at the Last Supper. Joseph, or his offspring, had brought the bowl and the imperishable blood to Britain, where it was kept in a mysterious castle by an ailing imprisoned king. And only a knight perfectly pure in life and heart could find the Grail and free the king by asking the cause of his illness. In Chrétien's story, the Grail is sought by Percival the Gaul, in the English form of the legend by Galahad, the spotless son of the tarnished Lancelot. In both versions, the finder carries it off to heaven. In Germany, Wolfram von Eschenbach transformed Percival into Parzival, and gave the tale its most famous medieval form. Wolfram, circa 1165 to circa 1220, was a Bavarian knight who risked his stomach on his verses, found patronage from the landgrave Hermann of Thuringia, lived in the castle of Wartburg for 20 years, and wrote the outstanding poem of the 13th century. He must have dictated it, for we are assured that he never learned to read. He claimed to have derived his Parzival story not from Chrétien, but from a Provençal poet named Quixote. We know of no such poet, nor of any other treatment of the legend between Chrétien's in 1175 and Wolfram's in 1205. Of the 16 books in Wolfram's poem, 11 seem based on Chrétien's Conte de Graal. The good Christians and fair knights of the Middle Ages felt no compulsion to acknowledge their literary debts, but the matter of the romances was felt to be common property. Any man might forgivably borrow if he could improve, and Wolfram bettered Chrétien's tutelage. Parzival is the son of a knight of Anjou by Queen Herzeleide, or Sorrowful Heart, who is a granddaughter of Titurel, the first guardian of the Grail, and sister to Amfortas, its present ailing king. Shortly before she bears Parzival, she learns that her husband has fallen in knightly combat before Alexandria. Resolved that Parzival shall not die so young, she brings him up in rural solitude, conceals from him his royal lineage, and keeps him ignorant of arms. Then full sore were her people grieved, for they held it an evil thing, and a training that ill beseemed the son of a mighty king. But his mother kept him hidden in the woodland valleys wild, nor thought in her love and sorrow how she wronged the royal child. No knightly weapon she gave him, save such as in childish play he wrought himself from the bushes that grew on his lonely way. A bow and arrows he made him, and with these in thoughtless glee he shot at the birds as they carolled o'erhead in the leafy tree. But when the feathered songster of the woods at his feet lay dead, in wonder and dumb amazement he bowed down his golden head, and in childish wrath and sorrow tore the locks of his sunny hair, for I know full well of all earth's children was never a child so fair. Then he thought him well how the music which his hand had forever stilled had thrilled his soul with its sweetness, and his heart was with sorrow filled. Parzival grows to manhood healthy and ignorant. One day he sees 2 knights on the road, admires their gleaming armor, thinks them gods, and falls on his knees before them. Informed that they are not gods but knights, he resolves to be as splendid as they. He leaves home to seek King Arthur, who makes men knights, and his mother dies of grief at his going. On his way, Parzival robs a sleeping duchess of a kiss, her girdle, and her ring, and the taint of this deed leaves him unclean for many years. He meets Ither, the Red Knight, who sends by him a challenge to King Arthur. Presented to the king, Parzival asks permission to assume the challenge. He returns to Ither, slays him with beginner's luck, dons his armor, and rides off to seek adventure. At night he asks hospitality of Gurnemanz. The old baron takes a liking to him, teaches him the tricks of feudal combat, and gives him knightly counsel. Take pity on those in need. Be kind, generous, and humble. The worthy man in need is ashamed to beg. Anticipate his wants, yet be prudent, neither lavish nor miserly. Do not ask too many questions, nor refuse to answer a question fitly asked. Observe and listen. Spare him who yields, whatever wrong he has done you. Be manly and gay. Hold women in respect and love. This increases a young man's honor. Be constant, that is manhood's part. Short his praise who betrays honest love. Parzival sallies forth again, rescues the besieged Converamur, marries her, challenges her returning husband to combat, kills him, and leaves his wife in search of his mother. By chance he comes to the Castle of the Grail. He is entertained by its guardian knights, sees the Grail, here a precious stone, and, remembering the good Gurnemance's advice, asks no question about the magic Grail or the ailing king, whom he does not know to be his uncle. The next morning he finds the whole castle empty. He rides out, and the drawbridge rises behind him by unseen hands, as if forbidding his return. He rejoins Arthur's court, but amid his welcome there the seeress Kundry accuses him of ignorance and discourtesy in not having asked the cause of Amfortas's sickness. Parzival swears that he will find the Grail again. But a mood of resentment darkens his life at this point. He feels that the disgrace that Kundry has laid upon him is unmerited. He perceives the abundance of injustice in the world, renounces and denounces God, and for 4 years visits no church, utters no prayer. In those years he suffers 100 misfortunes, ever seeking, never finding the Grail. One day he stumbles upon the retreat of an anchorite, Trevisan, who turns out to be his uncle, learns from him the story of the Grail, and how Amfortas's undying illness was due to leaving the guardianship of the Grail to serve an illicit love. The hermit wins Parzival back to Christian faith, and takes upon him the penalty of Parzival's sins. Humbled and chastened, cured of his ignorance and cleansed by his sufferings, Parzival resumes his quest of the Grail. The hermit reveals to Kundry that Parzival is Amfortas's nephew and heir. She finds him and announces that he has been chosen to succeed Amfortas as king and guardian of the Grail. Guided by her to the hidden castle, he asks Amfortas the cause of his illness, and at once the old king is healed. Parzival finds his wife, Converamur, who comes with him to be his queen. Lohengrin is their son. As if to provide Wagner with another libretto, Gottfried of Strasbourg produced about 1210 the most successful version of the Tristan story. It is an enthusiastic glorification of adultery and disloyalty, and dishonors the feudal as well as the Christian moral code. Tristan, like Parzival, is born to a young mother, Blanchefleur, soon after she receives news that her prince husband has been killed in battle. She names the infant Tristan, sorrowful, and dies. The boy is reared and knighted by his uncle Mark, king of Cornwall. Grown up, he excels in tournaments and kills the Irish challenger Morold. But in the combat he receives a poisoned wound, which the dying Morold tells him can be cured only by Ireland's queen Iseult. Disguised as Tantris, a harper, Tristan visits Ireland, is cured by the queen, and becomes the tutor of the queen's daughter, also named Iseult. Returning to Cornwall, he tells Mark of the young Iseult's beauty and accomplishments, and Mark sends him back to woo her for him. Iseult is reluctant to leave her home, and discovering that Tristan is the slayer of her uncle Morold, she is inflamed with hatred for him. But the mother persuades her to go and gives her maid Brangina a love potion to administer to Iseult and Mark to arouse their love. The maid gives the potion by mistake to Iseult and Tristan, who soon fall into each other's arms. Dishonor multiplies. They agree to conceal their love. Iseult marries Mark, sleeps with Tristan, and plots to kill Brangina as knowing too much. Mark is here, hardly in Mallory, the only gentleman in the tale. He discovers the deception, tells Iseult and Tristan that they are too dear to him for revenge, and contents himself with exiling his nephew. In his wanderings, Tristan meets a third Iseult and falls in love with her, though he has sworn to be with Mark's queen, one heart, one troth, one body, one life. Here Gottfried leaves the tale unfinished, and all the ideals of chivalry shattered. The rest of the tale belongs to Mallory and a later age. In this astonishing generation, the first of the 13th century, Germany produced another poet who, with Walter, Wolfram, and Gottfried, made a quartet unequaled elsewhere in the literature of contemporary Christendom. Hartmann von Auer began by lamely following Chrétien in the poetic romances Erec and Iwein. But when he turned to the legends of his native Swabia, he produced a minor masterpiece, Der arme Heinrich, circa 1205. Poor Henry, like Job, is a rich man who at the height of his splendor is stricken with leprosy, which can only be cured, for medieval magic must have a say, when some pure maiden freely dies for him. Not expecting such a sacrifice, Henry abandons himself to lamentation and despair. But lo and behold, such a maiden appears, resolved to die that Heinrich may be healed. Her parents, thinking her decision God-inspired, give her incredible consent, and the girl bears her pretty bosom to the knife. But Heinrich suddenly becomes a man, calls a halt, refuses the sacrifice, stops his moaning, and accepts his pain as a divine visitation. Transformed in spirit by this new mood, his bodily ills rapidly disappear, and his rescuer becomes his wife. Hartmann redeemed the absurdity of the story with simple, flowing, unpretentious verse, and Germany treasured the poem until our unbelieving age. A prettier tale was told, sometime in the first half of the 13th century, by an unknown Frenchman, under the title C'est d'Aucassin et Nicolette. Half romance, half laughing at romance, it was fittingly phrased now in poetry, now in prose, with music noted in the poetic text. Aucassin, son of the Count of Beaucaire, falls in love with Nicolette, adoptive daughter of the Viscount of Beaucaire. The Count objects, desiring to marry his son into some feudal family that can bring him aid in war, and he bids his vassal Viscount hide the girl. When Aucassin tries to see her, the Viscount counsels him to leave Nicolette alone, or you will never see paradise. To which Aucassin answers in a literary correlate to the rising skepticism of the time. In paradise what have I to do? I care not to enter it, but only to have Nicolette. For into paradise go none but such people as aged priests, old cripples, and the maimed, who all day and night cough before the altars. With them I have naught to do. But to hell will I go. For to hell go the fine scholars, and the fair knights who are slain in the tourney or the great wars, and the stout archer and the loyal man. With them will I go. And there go the fair and courteous ladies, who have friends, 2 or 3 besides their wedded lord. And there pass the harpers and minstrels, and the kings of this world. With these will I go, so only that I have Nicolette, my very sweet friend, by my side. Nicolette's father confines her to her room, and Aucassin's father imprisons him in a cellar, where the lad sings of a strange and charming cure. Nicolette, white lily flower, sweetest lady found in bower, sweet as grape that brimmeth up sweetness in the spiced cup. On a day this chanced to you, out of Limousin there drew, one, a pilgrim, sore and dread, lay in pain upon his bed, tossed and took with fear his breath, very dolent, near to death. Then you entered, pure and white, softly to the sick man's sight, raised the train that swept adown, raised the ermine-bordered gown, raised the smock, and bared to him daintily each lovely limb. Then a wondrous thing befell. Straight he rose up sound and well, left his bed, took cross in hand, sought again his own dear land. Lily flower, so white, so sweet, fair the faring of thy feet, fair thy laughter, fair thy speech, fair our playing each with each. Sweet thy kisses, soft thy touch, all must love thee overmuch. Meanwhile, the lily flower makes a rope of her bed-sheets and lets herself down into the garden. Then she took her skirt in both hands and kilted her lightly against the dew which lay thickly on the grass, and so she passed through the garden. Her hair was golden, with little love-locks, her eyes blue and laughing, her face most dainty to see, with lips more vermeil than ever rose or cherry in summer heat, her teeth white and small, her breasts so firm that they showed beneath her vesture like 2 rounded nuts. So frail was she about the girdle that your 2 hands could have spanned her, and the daisies that she brake with her feet in passing showed altogether black against her instep and her flesh, so white was the fair young maid. She finds her way to a barred window of Aucassin's cell, cuts a tress of her hair, slips it to him, and swears that her love is as great as his. Her father sends searchers for her. She flees into the woods and lives with appreciative shepherds. After some time, Aucassin's father, thinking her safely out of sight, frees him. Aucassin takes to the wood and hunts for her through half-comic vicissitudes. He finds her, sets her before him on his horse, kissing her as they rode. To escape their pursuing parents, they take ship across the Mediterranean. They come to a land where men give birth, and wars are fought by jolly pummeling with fruit. They are captured by less amiable warriors, are separated for 3 years, but at last are made one again. The irate parents kindly die, and Aucassin and Nicolette become the Count and Countess of Beaucaire. There is nothing more exquisite in all the rich literature of France. 8. The satirical reaction. The humorous interludes of this story suggest that the French were beginning to feel a surfeit of romance. The most famous poem of the Middle Ages, far more widely known and read than the Divine Comedy, began as a romance and ended as one of the heartiest, bluntest satires in history. About 1237, Guillaume de Loris, a young scholar of Orléans, composed an allegorical poem which was designed to enclose the whole art of courtly love and be, through its very abstractions, a model and summary of all amorous romance. We know nothing of William of the Loire, except that he wrote the first 4,266 lines of the Roman de la Rose. He pictures himself wandering in a dream into a gorgeous garden of love, where every known flower blooms and all birds sing, and happy couples, personifying the joys and graces of the gallant life, mirth, gladness, courtesy, beauty, dance under the presidency of the god of love. Here is a new religion, with a new conception of paradise, in which woman replaces God. Within this garden the dreamer sees a rose lovelier than all the beauty that surrounds it, but guarded by 1,000 thorns. It is the symbol of the beloved, and the hero's longing to reach and pluck it becomes an allegory of all the amorous campaigns ever waged by checked desire feeding imagination. No human being but the narrator enters the tale. All the other actors are personifications of the qualities of character to be found at any court where women are pursued by men. Fair seeming, pride, villainy, shame, wealth, avarice, envy, sloth, hypocrisy, youth, despair, even new thought, which here means inconstancy. The marvel of it is that with these abstractions Guillaume managed to make interesting verse, perhaps because at any age and in any guise, love is as interesting as the blood is warm. William died prematurely, leaving his poem unfinished, and for 40 years the world had to wonder if the lover, shot by Cupid and shivering with love, had ever done more than kiss the rose. Then another Frenchman, Jean de Meung, took up the torch and carried it to over 22,000 lines, in a poem as different from William's as Rabelais from Tennyson. The lapse of a generation had changed the mood. Romance had talked itself out for a while. Philosophy was casting the pall of reason over the poetry of faith. The Crusades had failed. The age of doubt and satire had begun. Some say that Jean wrote his boisterous continuation at the suggestion of the same King Philip IV who would send his skeptical lawyers to laugh in the face of the Pope. Jean Clopinel was born at Meung on the Loire about 1250, studied philosophy and literature at Paris, and became one of the most learned men of his time. We know not what imp of the perverse led him to put his learning, his anti-clericalism, his contempt of woman and romance into a continuation of the most romantic poem in all literature. In the same 8-syllabled lines and rhyming couplets as William's, but with a verve and vivacity all the world away from William's dreamy verse, Jean airs his views on all topics from the creation to the Last Judgment, while his poor lover waits in the garden, all this time longing for the rose. If Jean has any romance left in him, it is Plato's fancy of a golden age in the past, when no man called this or that his own, and lust and rapine were unknown, when there were no feudal lords, no state, no laws, when men lived without eating flesh or fish or fowl, and all shared earth's gift in common lot. He is not a free-thinker. He accepts the dogmas of the Church without winking an eye. But he dislikes those stout and thriving blades, the begging friars, who cheat with lying words while drink and meat they batten on. He cannot stomach hypocrites, and recommends garlic and onions to them to facilitate their crocodile tears. He admits that a gracious woman's love is life's best boon, but apparently he has not known it. Perhaps he did not deserve it. Satire never won fair maiden, and Jean, too schooled in Ovid, thought and taught more of using women than of loving them. Monogamy is absurd, he says. Nature intended tout pour tout, all women for all men. He makes a sated husband chide a primping wife. What comes of all this bravery? What benefit accrues to me from costly gowns and quaint-cut gear, your flirting tricks and mincing cheer? What for these orphreys do I care, with which you twist and bind your hair, entwined with threads of gold? And why must you have set in ivory enamelled mirrors sprinkled o'er with golden circlets? Why these gems, befitting kingly diadems? Rubies and pearls and sapphires fair, which cause you to assume an air of mad conceit? These costly stuffs, and plated furbelows and ruffs, and cinctures to set off your waist, with pearls bedecked and richly chased? And wherefore, say then, do you choose to fit your feet with gaudy shoes, except you have a lust to show your shapely legs? By Saint Thibaut, ere yet 3 days are past, I'll sell this trash and trample you pell-mell. It is some consolation to learn that in the end the god of love, at the head of his innumerable vassals, storms the tower where danger, shame, and fear, the lady's hesitations, guard the rose, and welcome admits the lover to the inner shrine, and lets him pluck the image of his dreams. But how can this long-deferred romantic termination wipe out 18,000 lines of peasant realism and Goliardic ribaldry? The 3 most widely read books in the Western Europe of the 12th and 13th centuries were The Romance of the Rose, The Golden Legend, and Reynard the Fox. Reynard began his Latin career as Isengrinus about 1150, and passed into various vernaculars as Roman de Renard, Reynard the Fox, Reineke de Vos, Reinert, and finally as Goethe's Reineke Fuchs. Divers authors contributed some 30 merry tales to the cycle until it totaled 24,000 lines, nearly all devoted to satirizing feudal forms, royal courts, Christian ceremonies, and human frailties through animal analogies. Renard the Fox plays impish tricks on Noble the Lion, king of the realm. He scents Noble's amour with Dame Arouge the Leopardess, and by intrigues worthy of Talleyrand he persuades her to play mistress to himself. He propitiates Noble and other beasts by giving each a talisman that tells a husband of his wife's infidelities. Dreadful revelations ensue. The husbands beat their guilty wives, who flee for refuge to Renard, who gathers them into a harem. In one tale the animals engage in a tournament, in solemn nightly regalia and parade. In L'Amour Renard the old fox is dying. Bernard the ass, archbishop of the court, comes to administer the sacraments to him with extreme unction and gravity. Renard confesses his sins, but stipulates that if he recovers, his oath of reform is to be held null and void. To all appearances he dies, and the many beasts whom he has cuckolded, beaten, plucked, or cozened gather to mourn him with happy hypocrisy. The archbishop preaches a Rabelaisian sermon over the grave, and reproaches Renard for having considered anything in season if you could get hold of it. But when holy water is sprinkled upon him, Renard revives, catches Chantecler, who is swinging the censer, by the neck, and bolts into a thicket with his prey. To understand the Middle Ages, one must never forget Renard. The Roman de Renard was the greatest of the fabliaux. A fabliau was a fable of animals satirizing man, usually an octosyllabic verse running from 30 to 1,000 lines. Some were as old as Aesop or older. Some came from India through Islam. Mostly they lampooned women and priests, resenting the natural powers of the one class and the supernatural powers of the other. Besides, ladies and priests had condemned the minstrels for reciting scandalous fabliaux. For the fabliaux were directed to strong stomachs. They appropriated the terminology of taverns and brothels, and gave metre to unmeasured pleasantries. But from their stews, Chaucer, Boccaccio, Ariosto, La Fontaine, and 100 other raconteurs brewed many a startling tale. The rise of satire lowered the status of minstrelsy. The travelling singers derived their English name from the ministeriales, originally attendants in baronial courts, and their French name of jongleur from the Latin joculator, a purveyor of jokes. They filled the functions and continued the lineage of Greek rhapsodes, Roman mimes, Scandinavian skalds, Anglo-Saxon gleemen, and Welsh or Irish bards. In the 12th century heyday of the romances, the minstrels took the place of printing and kept their dignity by purveying stories occasionally worthy to be classed as literature. Harp or viol in hand, they recited lays, dis or contes, short stories, epics, legends of Mary or the saints, chansons de geste, romans or fabliaux. In Lent, when they were not in demand, they attended, if they could, a confrérie of minstrels and jongleurs like that which we know to have been held at Fécamp in Normandy about the year 1000. There they learned one another's tricks and airs, and the new tales or songs of trouvères and troubadours. Many of them were willing, if their recitations proved too much of an intellectual strain for their audiences, to entertain them with juggling, tumbling, contortions, and rope-walking. When the trouvères went about reciting their own stories, and when the habit of reading spread and reduced the demand for reciters, the minstrel became more and more of a vaudevillian, so that the jongleur became a juggler. He tossed knives, pulled Punch and Judy puppets, or displayed the repertoire of trained bears, apes, horses, cocks, camels, dogs, and lions. Some of the minstrels turned fabliaux into farces and acted them without skimping the obscenities. The Church more and more frowned upon them, and forbade the pious to listen to them, or the kings to feed them, and Bishop Honorius of Autun was of the opinion that no minstrel would be admitted to paradise. The popularity of the jongleur and the fabliau, and the uproarious welcome with which the newly lettered classes and the rebellious students of the universities received Jean de Meung's Epic of the Bourgeoisie, marked the end of an age. Romance would continue, but it was challenged on every hand by satire, humor, and a realistic earthy mood that laughed at tales of chivalry long before Cervantes was born. For a century now, satire would hold the stage and would gnaw at the heart of faith until all the props and ribs of the medieval structure would crack and break and leave the soul of man proud and tottering on the brink of reason. This book is continued on Cassette 12, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3 by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 12, Side 1. Chapter 39, the last chapter, Dante, 1265 to 1321. 1. The Italian Troubadours. It was at the Apulian court of Frederick II that Italian literature was born. Perhaps the Moslems in his retinue contributed some stimulus, for every literate Moslem versified. Some years before Frederick's death in 1250, Ciullo d'Alcamo, circa 1200, wrote a pretty dialogue between lover and lady, and Alcamo in Sicily was almost wholly a Moslem town. But a more decisive influence came from the troubadours of Provence, who sent their poems or came in person to the appreciative Frederick and his cultured aides. Frederick himself not only supported poetry, he wrote it, and in Italian. His prime minister, Piero delle Vigne, composed excellent sonnets and may have invented that arduous form. Rinaldo d'Aquino, brother to St. Thomas, living at Frederick's court, Guido delle Colonne, a judge, and Jacopo da Lentino, a notary in Frederick's Regno, were among the poets of this Apulian Renaissance. A sonnet by Jacopo, circa 1233, a generation before Dante's birth, has already the delicacy of sentiment and finish of form of the poems in the Vita Nuova. I have it in my heart to serve God so that into paradise I shall repair, the holy place through the which everywhere I have heard say that joy and solace flow. Without my lady I were loath to go, she who has the bright face and the bright hair, because if she were absent, I being there, my pleasure would be less than naught, I know. Look you, I say not this to such intent as that I there would deal in any sin. I only would behold her gracious mien, and beautiful soft eyes and lovely face, that so it should be my complete content to see my lady joyful in her place. When Frederick's court travelled through Italy, he took poets along with his menagerie, and they spread their influence into Latium, Tuscany, and Lombardy. His son Manfred continued his patronage of poetry, and wrote lyrics that Dante praised. Much of this Sicilian verse was translated into Tuscan, and shared in forming the school of poets that culminated in Dante. At the same time, French troubadours, leaving a Languedoc harried by religious wars, found refuge in Italian courts, initiated Italian poets into the gai saber, taught Italian women to welcome verse eulogies, and persuaded Italian magnates to reward poetry even when addressed to their wives. Some early Tuscan poets carried their imitation of the French troubadours so far as to write in Provençal. Sordello, circa 1200 to 1270, born near Virgil's Mantua, offended the terrible Ezzelino, fled to Provence, and wrote in Provençal poems of ethereal and fleshless love. Out of this Platonic passion, by a strange marriage of metaphysics and poetry, came the dolce stil nuovo, or sweet new style of Tuscany. Instead of the frank sensuality which they found in the Provençal singers, the Italian poets preferred or pretended to love women as embodiments of pure and abstract beauty, or as symbols of divine wisdom or philosophy. This was a new note in an Italy that had known 100,000 poets of love. Perhaps the spirit of St. Francis moved these chaste pens, or the Summa of Thomas weighed upon them, or they felt the influence of Arabic mystics who saw only God in beauty and wrote love poems to the deity. A bevy of learned singers constituted the new school. Guido Guinizelli, 1230 to 1275, of Bologna, whom Dante saluted as his literary father, rhymed the new philosophy of love in a famous canzone, the Provençal canzo, or song, of the gentle heart, where he asked God's pardon for loving his lady so, on the plea that she seemed an embodiment of divinity. Lappagiani, Dino Frescobaldi, Guido Orlandi, Cino da Pistoia, spread the new style through northern Italy. It was brought to Florence by its finest pre-Dantean exponent, Guido Cavalcanti, circa 1258 to 1300, Dante's friend. By exception among these scholar poets, Guido was a noble, son-in-law of that Farinata degli Uberti, who led the Ghibelline faction in Florence. He was an Averroistic freethinker, and played with doubts of immortality, even of God. He took an active, violent part in politics, was exiled by Dante and the other priors in 1300, fell ill, was pardoned, and died in that same year. His proud, aristocratic mind was well fitted to mold sonnets of cold and classic grace. Beauty in woman, the high will's decree, fair knighthood armed for manly exercise, the pleasant song of birds, love's soft replies, the strength of rapid ships upon the sea, the serene air when light begins to be, the white snow without wind that falls and lies, fields of all flowers, the place where waters rise, silver and gold, azure in jewelry. Weighed against these, the sweet and quiet worth which my dear lady cherishes at heart might seem a little matter to be shown, being truly over these as much apart as the whole heaven is greater than this earth. All good to kindred creatures cleaveth soon. Dante learned much from Guido, imitated his canzoni, and perhaps owed to him the decision to write the Divine Comedy in Italian. He desired, says Dante, that I should always write to him in the vernacular speech, not in Latin. In the course of the 13th century, Dante's predecessors molded the new tongue from rude inadequacy to such melody of speech, such concentration and subtlety of phrase, as no other European vernacular could match. They created a language that Dante could call illustrious, cardinal, courtly, and curial, fit for the highest dignities. Beside their sonnets, the verses of the Provençaux were inharmonious, those of the Trouvère and the Minnesingers almost doggerel. Here poetry had become no rhyming rivulet of gay garrulity, but a work of intense and compact art as painstakingly carved as the figures on the pulpits of Niccolò Pisano and his son. Partly a great man is great because those less than he have paved his way, have molded the mood of the time to his genius, have fashioned an instrument for his hands, and have given him a task already half done. 2. Dante and Beatrice. In May 1265, Bella Alighieri presented to her husband, Alighiero Alighieri, a son whom they christened Durante Alighieri. Probably they took no thought that the words meant long-lasting wing-bearer. Apparently the poet himself shortened his first name to Dante. His family had a lengthy pedigree in Florence, but had slipped into poverty. The mother died in Dante's early years. Alighiero married again, and Dante grew up, perhaps unhappily, with a stepmother, a half-brother, and 2 half-sisters. The father died when Dante was 15, leaving a heritage of debts. Of Dante's teachers, he remembered most gratefully Brunetto Latini, who, returning from France, had shortened his French encyclopedia, Trésor, into an Italian Tesoretto. From him Dante learned Come l'uom s'eterna, how man immortalizes himself. Dante must have studied Virgil with especial delight. He speaks of the Mantuan's bel stilo, and what other student has so loved a classic as to follow its author through hell? Boccaccio tells of Dante being at Bologna in 1287. There or elsewhere the poet picked up so much of the sorry science and miraculous philosophy of his time that his poem became top-heavy with his erudition. He learned also to ride, hunt, fence, paint, and sing. How he earned his bread we do not know. In any case, he was admitted to cultured circles, if only through his friendship with Cavalcanti. In that circle he found many poets. The most famous of all love affairs began when both Dante and Beatrice were 9 years old. According to Boccaccio, the occasion was a May Day feast in the home of Folco Portinari, one of the leading citizens of Florence. Little Bice was Folco's daughter. That she was also Dante's Beatrice is probable, but not close enough to certainty to calm the doubts of the meticulous. We know of this first meeting only through the idealized description written by Dante 9 years later in his Vita Nuova. Her dress on that day was of a most noble color, a subdued and goodly crimson, girdled and adorned in such sort as suited with her very tender age. At that moment I say most truly that the spirit of life, which hath its dwelling in the secretest chamber of the heart, began to tremble so violently that the least pulses of my body shook therewith. And in trembling it said these words, Ecce Deus fortior me, qui veniens dominabitur mihi. Behold a deity stronger than I, who, coming, will rule me. From that time forward, love quite governed my soul. A lad nearing puberty is ripe for such trembling. Most of us have known it and can look back upon calf love as one of the most spiritual experiences of our youth, a mysterious awakening of body and soul to life and sex and beauty and our individual incompleteness, and yet with no conscious hunger of body for body, but only a shy longing to be near the beloved, to serve her, and hear her speak, and watch her modest grace. Give the male soul such sensitivity as Dante's, a man of passion and imagination, and such a revelation and ripening might well remain a lifelong memory and stimulus. He tells us how he sought opportunities to see Beatrice, if only to gaze unseen upon her. Then he seems to have lost sight of her until, 9 years later, when they were 18, it happened that the same wonderful lady appeared to me dressed all in pure white, between two gentle, that is, high-born, ladies elder than she. And passing through a street, she turned her eyes thither, where I stood sorely abashed. And by her unspeakable courtesy she saluted me with so virtuous a bearing that I seemed then and there to behold the very limits of blessedness. I parted thence as one intoxicated. Then, for that I had myself in some sort the art of discoursing with rhyme, I resolved on making a sonnet. So, if we may believe his account, was born his sequence of sonnets and commentaries known as La Vita Nuova, the New Life. At intervals in the next 9 years, from 1283 to 1292, he composed the sonnets and later added the prose. He sent one sonnet after another to Cavalcanti, who preserved them and now became his friend. The whole romance is in some measure a literary artifice. The poems are spoiled for our changed taste by their fanciful deification of love in the manner of the troubadours, by the long scholastic dissertations that interpret them, and by a number mysticism of threes and nines. We must discount these infections of the time. Love saith concerning her, How chanceth it that flesh, which is of dust, should be thus pure? Then, gazing always, he makes oath, For sure, this is a creature of God till now unknown. She hath that paleness of the pearl that's fit in a fair woman, so much and not more. She is as high as nature and skill can soar. Beauty is tried by her comparison. Whatever her sweet eyes are turned upon, spirits of love do issue thence in flame, which, through their eyes who then may look on them, pierce to the heart's deep chamber every one. And in her smile love's image you may see, whence none can gaze upon her steadfastly. Some of the prose is more pleasing than the verse. When she appeared in any place, it seemed to me, by the hope of her excellent salutation, that there was no man mine enemy any longer, and such warmth of charity came upon me that most certainly in that moment I would have pardoned whosoever had done me an injury. She went along crowned and clothed with humility, and when she had gone, it was said by many, This is not a woman, but one of the beautiful angels of heaven. I say of very sooth that she showed herself so very gentle that she bred in those who looked upon her a soothing quiet beyond any speech. There is no thought in this possibly artificial infatuation of marriage with Beatrice. In 1289 she wedded Simone de Bardi, member of a rich banking firm. Dante took no notice of so superficial an incident, but continued to write poems about her without mentioning her name. A year later Beatrice died, aged 24, and the poet, for the first time naming her, mourned her in a quiet elegy. Beatrice has gone up into high heaven, the kingdom where the angels are at peace, and lives with them, and to her friends is dead. Not by the frost of winter was she driven away, like others, nor by summer heats, but through a perfect gentleness instead. For from the lamp of her meek lowly head such an exceeding glory went up hence, that it woke wonder in the eternal Sire, until a sweet desire entered him for that lovely excellence, so that he bade her to himself aspire, counting this weary and most evil place unworthy of a thing so full of grace. In another poem he pictured her surrounded with homage in paradise. After writing this sonnet, he tells us, it was given unto me to behold a very wonderful vision, wherein I saw things which determined me that I would say nothing further of this blessed one until such time as I could discourse more worthily concerning her. And to this end I labor all I can, as she well knoweth. Wherefore, if it be his pleasure, through whom is the life of all things, that my life continue with me a few years, it is my hope that I shall yet write concerning her what hath not before been written of any woman. After the which may it seem good unto him who is the master of grace, that my spirit shall go hence to behold the glory of its lady, to wit, of that blessed Beatrice, who now gazeth continually on his countenance. So in the concluding words of his little book he laid his sights for a greater one, and From the first day that I saw her face in this life until this vision, with which he ends the Paradiso, the sequence of my song was never cut. Rarely has any man, through all the tides and storms in his affairs, charted and kept so straight a course. 3. The poet in politics. However, there were deviations. Some time after Beatrice's death, Dante indulged himself in a series of light loves, Pietra, Pargoletta, Lisetta, or other vanity of such brief use. To one lady, whom he names only Gentildonna, he addressed love poems less ethereal than those to Beatrice. About 1291, aged 26, he married Gemma Donati, a descendant of the oldest Florentine aristocracy. In 10 years she gave him several children, variously reckoned at 3, 4, or 7. Faithful to the troubadour code, he never mentioned his wife or his children in his poetry. It would have been indelicate. Marriage and romantic love were things apart. Now, perhaps through Cavalcanti's aid, he entered politics. For reasons unknown to us, he joined the Whites, or Bianchi, the party of the upper middle class. He must have had ability, for as early as 1300 he was elected to the priory or municipal council. During his brief incumbency, the Blacks, or Neri, led by Corso Donati, attempted a coup d'etat to restore the old nobility to power. After suppressing this revolt, the priors, Dante concurring, sought to promote peace by banishing the leaders of both parties, among them Donati, Dante's relative by marriage, and Cavalcanti, his friend. In 1301, Donati invaded Florence with a band of armed blacks, deposed the priors, and captured the government. Early in 1302, Dante and 15 other citizens were tried and convicted on various political charges, were exiled, and were sentenced to be burned to death if they should ever enter Florence again. Dante fled, and, hoping soon to return, left his family behind him. This exile, with confiscation of his property, condemned the poet to indigent wandering for 19 years, embittered his spirit, and in some measure determined the mood and theme of the Divine Comedy. His fellow exiles, against Dante's advice, persuaded Arezzo, Bologna, and Pistoia to send against Florence an army of 10,000 men to restore them to power or their homes, this in 1304. The attempt failed, and thereafter Dante followed an individual course, living with friends in Arezzo, Bologna, and Padua. It was during the first decade of his exile that he gathered together some of the poems he had written to the Gentildonna, and added to them a prose commentary transforming her into Dame Philosophy. The Convivio, or Banquet, circa 1308, tells how, in the disappointments of love and life, Dante turned to philosophy for solace, what a divine revelation he found in the seductive study, and how he resolved to share his findings in Italian with those who could not read Latin. Apparently, he had in mind to write a new Summa, or Tesoro, in which each part would pretend to be a commentary on a poem about the beautiful lady. It was a remarkable scheme for redeeming the sensuous with the arid. The little book is a hodgepodge of weird science, far-fetched allegories, and snatches of philosophy from Boethius and Cicero. We must mark it as a credit to Dante's intelligence that after completing 3 of 14 intended commentaries, he abandoned the book as a total loss. He took on now the modest task of re-establishing the rule of the Holy Roman Emperors in Italy. His experience had convinced him that the chaos and violence of politics in the Italian cities were due to an atomistic conception of freedom, each region, city, class, individual, and desire demanding anarchic liberty. Like Machiavelli 2 centuries later, he longed for some power that would coordinate individuals, classes, and cities into an orderly whole within which men might work and live in security and peace. That unifying power could come either from the Pope or from the head of the Holy Roman Empire, to which northern Italy had long been subject in theory. But Dante had just been exiled by a party allied with the papacy. An uncertain tradition says that he had taken part in an unsuccessful embassy from Florence to Boniface VIII, and for a long time the popes had opposed the unification of Italy as a danger to their spiritual freedom as well as their temporal power. The only hope of order seemed to lie in the restoration of imperial control, in a return to the majestic Pax Romana of ancient Rome. So, at a date unknown, Dante wrote his provocative treatise, De Monarchia. Writing in Latin, as still the language of philosophy, Dante argued that since the appropriate function of man is intellectual activity, and since this can proceed only in peace, the ideal government would be a world state maintaining a stable order and uniform justice over all the earth. Such a state would be the proper image and correlate of the celestial order established throughout the universe by God. Imperial Rome had come nearest to being such an international state. God's approval of it was made manifest by his choosing to become man under Augustus, and Christ himself had bidden man accept the political authority of the Caesars. Obviously, the authority of the ancient empire had not been derived from the Church, but the Holy Roman Empire was that older empire revived. It is true that a pope crowned Charlemagne, and thereby appeared to make the empire subordinate to the papacy, but the usurpation of a right does not create a right. If it did, the same method could show the dependency of ecclesiastical authority on the empire after the Emperor Otto restored Pope Leo and deposed Benedict. The right of the empire to govern was derived not from the Church, but from the natural law that social order requires government. And since natural law is the will of God, the state derives its powers from God. It is indeed proper that the emperor should acknowledge the superior authority of the pope in matters of faith and morals, but this does not limit the sovereignty of the state in the earthly sphere. The Demonarchia, despite a scholastic mechanism of disputation no longer appetizing to the fashions of thought, was a powerful argument for one world of government and law. The manuscript was known only to a few during the author's lifetime. After his death it was more widely circulated and was used as propaganda by the anti-papal Louis the Bavarian. It was publicly burned by order of a papal legate in 1329, was placed on the papal index of forbidden books in the 16th century, and was removed from that index by Leo XIII in 1897. According to Boccaccio, Dante wrote the De Monarchia at the coming of Henry VI. In the year 1310, the King of Germany invaded Italy in the hope of re-establishing over all the peninsula, except the Papal States, that imperial rule which had died with Frederick II. Dante welcomed him with excited hopes. In a letter to the princes and peoples of Italy, he called upon the Lombard cities to open their hearts and gates to the Luxembourg Arrigo, who would deliver them from chaos and the Pope. When Henry reached Milan, Dante hastened thither and threw himself enthusiastically at the feet of the emperor. All his dreams of a united Italy seemed near fulfillment. Florence, heedless of the poet, closed her gates against Henry, and Dante publicly addressed an angry letter, Scholastissimis Florentinis, to the most criminal Florentines in March of 1311. Know ye not that God hath ordained that the human race be under the rule of one emperor for the defense of justice, peace, and civilization, and that Italy has always been a prey to civil war whenever the empire lapsed? You who transgress laws human and divine, you whom the awful insatiability of avarice has led to be ready for any crimes, does not the terror of the second death harass you, that ye, first and alone, have raged against the glory of the Roman prince, the monarch of the earth and the ambassador of God? Most foolish and insensate men, ye shall succumb perforce to the imperial eagle. To Dante's dismay, Henry took no action against Florence. In April, the poet wrote to the emperor like a Hebrew prophet warning kings. We marvel what sluggishness delays you so long. You waste the spring as well as the winter at Milan. Florence, do you perchance know it not, is the dire evil. This is the viper. From her evaporating corruption she exhales an infectious smoke, and thence the neighboring flocks waste away. Up then, thou noble child of Jesse. Florence responded by declaring Dante forever excluded from amnesty and from Florence. Henry left Florence untouched, and passed via Genoa and Pisa to Rome and Siena, where he died in 1313. It was a crowning disaster for Dante. He had staked everything on Henry's victory, had burned all bridges to Florence behind him. He fled to Gubbio, and took refuge in the monastery of Santa Croce. There, apparently, he wrote much of the Divine Comedy. But he had not yet had his fill of politics. In 1316, he was probably with Uguccione della Fagiuola at Lucca. In that year, Uguccione defeated the Florentines at Montecatini. Florence recovered, and included Dante's two sons in a sentence of death, which was never carried out. Lucca revolted against Uguccione, and Dante was again homeless. Florence, in a mood of victorious generosity, and forgetting its forevers, offered amnesty and safe return to all exiles on condition that they pay a fine, walk through the streets in penitential garb, and submit to a brief imprisonment. A friend notified Dante of the proclamation. He replied in a famous letter, To a Florentine friend, from your letter, which I received with due reverence and affection, I have learned with a grateful heart how dear to your soul is my return to my country. Behold, then, the ordinance, that if I were willing to pay a certain amount of money and suffer the stigma of oblation, I should be pardoned, and could return forthwith. Is this, then, the glorious recall wherewith Dante Alighieri is summoned back to his country after an exile patiently endured for almost 15 years? Far be it from a man who preaches justice to pay his money to those inflicting injustice, as though they were his benefactors. This is not the way to return to my country. If another way may be found which does not derogate from the honor of Dante, that will I take with no lagging steps. But if Florence is not to be entered by such a path, then never will I enter. What, can I not look upon the face of the sun and the stars everywhere? Can I not under any sky contemplate the most precious truths? Probably toward the close of the year 1316, he accepted the invitation of Congrande della Scala, ruler of Verona, to come and live as his guest. There, apparently, he finished, there he dedicated to Congrande, the Paradiso of the Divine Comedy in 1318. We may picture him at this period, aged 51, as Boccaccio described him in the Vita of 1354. A man of medium height, somewhat stooped, walking with grave and measured gait in somber dignity, dark hair and skin, long and pensive face, furrowed projecting brow, deep stern eyes, thin aquiline nose, tight lips, a pugnacious chin. It was the face of a spirit once gentle but hardened to bitterness by pain. The Dante of the Vita Nuova could hardly have affected all the tenderness and sensibility there expressed, and something of those qualities appears in the pity with which he hears Francesca's tale. He was grim and austere as became a defeated exile. His tongue was sharpened by adversity, and he became imperious to cover his fall from power. He prided himself on his ancestry because he was poor. He despised the money-making bourgeoisie of Florence. He could not forgive Portinari for marrying Beatrice to a banker, and he took the only revenge open to him by placing usurers in one of the deepest pits of hell. He never forgot an injury or a slight, and there were few of his enemies who escaped damnation from his pen. He had less use than Solon for those who remained neutral in revolution or in war. The secret of his character was a flaming intensity. Not by the grace of riches, but by the grace of God I am what I am, and the zeal of his house hath eaten me up. He poured all his strength into his poem, and could not long survive its completion. In 1319 he left Verona and went to live with Count Guido da Polenta at Ravenna. He received an invitation from Bologna to come and be crowned poet laureate. He answered no in a Latin eclogue. In 1321 Guido sent him to Venice on a political mission, which failed. Dante returned with a fever caught from the marshes of the Veneto. He was too weak to fight it off, and it killed him on September 14th, 1321, in the 57th year of his age. The Count planned to raise a handsome tomb above the poet's grave, but it was not done. The bas-relief that stands above the marble coffin today was carved by Pietro Lombardo in 1483. There, as all the world knows, Byron came and wept. Today the tomb lies almost unnoticed around the corner from Ravenna's busiest square, and its old and crippled custodian, for a few lire, will recite sonorous beauties from the poem that all men praise and few men read. 4. The Divine Comedy. 1. The Poem. Boccaccio relates that Dante began it in Latin hexameters, but changed to Italian to reach a broader audience. Perhaps the ardor of his feelings affected his choice. It seemed easier to be passionate in Italian than in a Latin so long associated with classic urbanity and restraint. In youth he had restricted Italian to the poetry of love, but now that his theme was the highest philosophy of human redemption through love, he wondered, dared he speak in the vulgar tongue? At some uncertain time he had begun, and then left unfinished, a Latin essay, De Vulgari Eloquentia, on vernacular eloquence, aspiring to win the learned to wider literary use of the vernacular. He had praised the compact majesty of Latin, but had expressed the hope that through the poetry of Frederic's Regno and the stil nuovo of the Lombard and Tuscan trovatori, an Italian language might rise above its dialects to be, as the Convivio put it, full of the sweetest and most exquisite beauty. Even Dante's pride could hardly dream that his epic would not only make Italian a language fit for any enterprise of letters, but would raise it to such dolce bellezza as the world's literature has seldom known. Never was a poem more painstakingly planned. A weakness for triads, as reflecting the Trinity, molded its form. There were to be 3 canticles, each of 33 cantos, to correspond with the years of Christ's earthly life. An extra canto in the first canticle would make a neat round 100. Each canto was to be written in groups of 3 lines, and the second line of each group was to rhyme with the first and third of the next. Nothing could be more artificial, yet all art is artifice, though at its best concealed, and the terza rima, or triple rhyme, binds each stanza with its successor, and weaves them all into a continued song, or canto, which in the original flows trippingly on the tongue, but in translation limps and halts on borrowed feet. Dante in advance condemned all translations of Dante. Nothing that hath the harmony of musical connection can be transferred from its own tongue to another without shattering all its sweetness and harmony. We should accept Dante Gabriel Rossetti's translations of the Vita Nuova and of Dante's predecessors. As number dictated the form, so allegory planned the tale. In his dedicatory epistle to Can Grande, Dante explained the symbolism of his canticles. We might suspect this interpretation to be the afterthought of a poet who longed to be a philosopher. But the addiction of the Middle Ages to symbolism, the allegorical sculptures of the cathedrals, the allegorical frescoes of Giotto, Gaddi, and Raphael, and Dante's allegorical sublimations in the Vita Nuova and the Convivio suggest that the poet really had in mind the outlines of the scheme that he described in perhaps imaginary detail. The poem, he says, belongs to the genus philosophy, and its concern is morality. Like a theologian interpreting the Bible, he assigns three meanings to his words: the literal, the allegorical, and the mystical. The subject of this work, according to the letter, is the state of souls after death. But if the work be taken allegorically, its subject is man, insofar as by merit or demerit he is exposed to the rewards or punishments of justice. The aim of the whole and the part is to remove those living in this life from a state of misery and to guide them to a state of happiness. Otherwise expressed, the inferno is man passing through sin, suffering, and despair. The purgatorio is his cleansing through faith, and the paradiso is his redemption through divine revelation and unselfish love. Virgil, who guides Dante through hell and purgatory, stands for knowledge, reason, wisdom, which can lead us to the portals of happiness. Only faith and love, Beatrice, can lead us in. In the epic of Dante's life, his exile was his hell, his studies and his writings were his purgation, his hope and love were his redemption and his only bliss. It is perhaps because Dante takes his symbolism most seriously in the Paradiso that this canticle is the hardest to enjoy. For the Beatrice, who was a heavenly vision in the Vita Nuova, becomes in Dante's vision of heaven a pompous abstraction, hardly a meet fate for such impeccable loveliness. Finally, Dante explains to Can Grande why he calls his epic commedia. The adjective divina was added by admirers in the 17th century. Because the story passed from misery to happiness, and because it is written in a careless and humble style in the vulgar tongue which even housewives can speak. This painful comedy, this book on which I have grown thin through all these years, was the work and solace of his exile, and was finished only 3 years before his death. It summarized his life, his learning, his theology, his philosophy. If it had also embodied the humor and tenderness and full-blooded sensuality of the Middle Ages, it might have been a medieval synthesis. Into these 100 brief cantos, Dante crowded the science that he had gathered from Brunetto Latini, and perhaps from Bologna, the astronomy, cosmology, geology, and chronology of an age too busy living to be learned. He accepted not only the mystic influences and fatalities of astrology, but all the Kabbalistic mythology that ascribed occult significance and powers to numbers and the alphabet. The number 9 distinguishes Beatrice because its square root is the 3 made holy by the Trinity. There are 9 circles in hell, 9 levels in purgatory, 9 spheres in paradise. By and large, Dante adopts with awe and gratitude the philosophy and theology of Thomas Aquinas, but with no servile fidelity. St. Thomas would have winced at the arguments of the De Monarchia, or the sight of popes in hell. Dante's conception of God as light and love, l'amor che muove il sole e l'altre stelle, the love that moves the sun and the other stars, is Aristotle carried down through Arabic philosophy. He knows something of Alfarabi, Avicenna, Al-Ghazali, Averroes. And though he assigns Averroes to limbo, he shocks orthodoxy by placing the Averroist heretic Sige de Brabant in heaven. Moreover, he puts into the mouth of Thomas words of praise for the one man who had stirred the seraphic doctor to theological wrath. Yet Sige seems to have denied that personal immortality on which Dante's poem rests. History has exaggerated either the heterodoxy of Sige or the orthodoxy of Dante. Recent studies have stressed Oriental and especially Islamic sources for Dante's ideas. A Persian legend of Ardaviraf's ascension to heaven, the descriptions of hell in the Quran, the story of Muhammad's trip to heaven, the tour of heaven and hell in Abul Ala al-Mari's Risalat al-Ghufran, the Futuhat of Ibn Arabi, In the Risalat, Almari pictures Iblis, or Satan, bound and tortured in hell, and Christian and other infidel poets suffering there. At the gate of paradise, the narrator is met by a Hauri, or beautiful maiden, who has been appointed his guide. In the Futuhat, Ibn Arabi, who wrote love poems with pious allegorical interpretations, drew precise diagrams of the hereafter, described hell and heaven as exactly beneath and above Jerusalem, divided hell and heaven into 9 levels, and pictured the circle of the mystic rose and choirs of angels surrounding the divine light, all as in the Divine Comedy. So far as we know, none of these Arabic writings had by Dante's time been translated into any language that he could read. Apocalyptic literature describing tours or visions of heaven or hell abounded in Judaism and Christianity, not to speak of the 6th book of Virgil's Aeneid. An Irish legend told how St. Patrick had visited purgatory and hell and had seen there tunics and sepulchres of fire, sinners hanging head downward or devoured by serpents or covered with ice. In 12th century England, a priest trouvère, Adam de Ros, recounted in a substantial poem St. Paul's tour of hell under the guidance of the Archangel Michael, made Michael expound the gradation of punishments for different degrees of sin, and showed Paul trembling like Dante before these horrors. Joachim of Flora had told of his own descent into hell and ascent into heaven. There were hundreds of such visions and tales. With all this damning evidence, it was hardly necessary for Dante to cross linguistic barriers into Islam in order to find models for his Inferno. Like any artist, he fused existing material, transformed it from chaos to order, and set it on fire with his passionate imagination and his burning sincerity. He took the elements of his work wherever he could find them, in Thomas and the Troubadours, in Peter Damien's fiery sermons on the pains of hell, on his brooding over Beatrice living and Beatrice dead, in his conflicts with politicians and popes, in the scraps of science that crossed his path, in the Christian theology of the fall, the Incarnation, sin and grace, and the Last Judgment, in the Plotinian, Augustinian conception of the graduated ascent of the soul to union with God, in Thomas's emphasis on the beatific vision as the final and only satisfying goal of man. And out of these he made the poem in which all the terror, hope, and pilgrimage of the medieval spirit found voice, symbol, and form. 2. Hell. Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita mi ritrovai per una selva oscura che la diritta via era smarrita. Midway on the road of our life, I found myself in a dark wood whose direct way was blurred and lost. Wandering in this darkness, Dante meets Virgil, his master and guide, from whom alone I took the beautiful style that has brought me honor. Virgil tells him that the only safe exit from the wood is through hell and purgatory. But if Dante will accompany him through these, he will conduct him to the portals of paradise, where a worthier than I must lead thee. Indeed, he adds, it is at Beatrice's command that he has come to the poet's aid. They pass through an opening in the earth's surface to the gates of hell, inscribed with these bitter words, Per me si va nella città dolente, per me si va nell'eterno dolore, per me si va tra la perduta gente, giustizia mosse il mio alto fattore, fecemi la divina potestate, la somma sapienza e il primo amore, dinanzi a me non fur cose create, si non eterne ed io eterno duro. Lasciate ogni speranza, voi che entrate. Through me one enters the sorrowful city. Through me one enters into eternal pain. Through me one enters among the lost race. Justice moved my high maker. Divine power made me, supreme wisdom and primeval love. Before me were no things created except eternal ones, and I endure eternally. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. Hell is a subterranean funnel reaching down to the center of the earth. Dante conceives it with a powerful, almost sadistic imagination. Dark and frightening abysses between gigantic murky rocks, steaming, stinking marshes, torrents, lakes, and streams, storms of rain, snow, hail, and brands of fire, howling winds and petrifying cold, tortured bodies, grimacing faces, blood-stilling shrieks and groans. Nearest the top of this infernal funnel are those who were neither good nor bad, and those who were neutral. Ignoble irritations punish them. They are bitten by wasps and hornets, gnawed by worms, consumed with envy and remorse. The never-neutral Dante scorns them, and makes Virgil say, Misericordia e justitia gli sedegna, non ragioniam di lor, ma guarda e passa. Mercy and justice despise them. We do not speak of them, but look and pass on. The tourists come to the subterranean river Acheron, and are ferried over by old Charon, serving here since Homer's days. On the farther shore, Dante finds himself in Limbo, the first circle of hell, where stay the virtuous but unbaptized, including Virgil and all good heathen, and all good Jews except a few Old Testament heroes whom Christ, visiting Limbo, released to heaven. Their only suffering is that they eternally desire a better fate, and know that they will never receive it. There in Limbo, honored by all its denizens, are great pagan poets, Homer, Horace, Ovid, Lucan. They welcome Virgil and make Dante the sixth of their tribe. Looking still higher, says Dante, Vidi il maestro di color che sano, seder tra filosofica familia. I saw the master of those who know, seated amid the philosophic family, that is, Aristotle, surrounded by Socrates, Plato, Democritus, Diogenes, Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, Empedocles, Thales, Zeno, Cicero, Seneca, Euclid, Ptolemy, Hippocrates, Galen, Avicenna, and Averroes, who made the great commentary. Obviously, if Dante had had his way, all this noble company, including the Saracen infidels, would have graced paradise. Virgil now leads him down into the second circle, where carnal sinners are ceaselessly tossed about by furious winds. Here Dante sees Paris, Helen, Dido, Semiramis, Cleopatra, Tristan, and Paolo and Francesca. To end a family feud between the Polentas, lords of Ravenna, and the Malatestas, lords of Rimini, the lovely Francesca da Polenta was to wed the brave but deformed Gianciotto Malatesta. The rest of the story is uncertain. A favored version makes Paolo, the handsome brother of Gianciotto, pretend to be the suitor. To him Francesca pledged herself, but on the wedding day she found herself reluctantly marrying Gianciotto. Soon afterward she enjoyed for a moment Paolo's love. In that moment Gianciotto caught and slew them, circa 1265. Swaying in the wind as a fleshless wraith beside the ghost of her disembodied lover, Francesca da Rimini tells Dante her story. No greater grief than to remember days of joy when misery is at hand. One day, for our delight, we read of Lancelot, how him love thralled. Alone we were, and no suspicion near us. Oft times by that reading our eyes were drawn together, and the hue fled from our altered cheek. But at one point alone we fell. When of that smile we read, the wished smile, so rapturously kissed by one so deep in love, then he, who ne'er from me shall separate, at once my lips all trembling kissed. The book and writer both were love's purveyors. In its leaves that day we read no more. Dante faints with pity at this tale. He wakes to find himself in the third circle of hell, where those who were guilty of gluttony lie in mire under a continuous storm of snow, hail, and dirty water, while Cerberus barks over them and rends them piecemeal with threefold jaws. Virgil and Dante descend into the fourth circle, where Plutus is stationed. Here the prodigal and the avaricious meet in conflict, rolling great weights against each other in a Sisyphean war. The poets follow the murky boiling river Styx down into the fifth circle. Here those who sinned by wrath are covered with filth, and smite and tear themselves, and those who were sinfully slothful are submerged in the stagnant water of the Stygian lake, whose muddy surface bubbles with their gasps. The wanderers are conveyed across the lake by Phlegyas, and reach in the sixth circle the city of Dis, or Lucifer, where heretics are roasted in flaming sepulchres. They descend into the seventh circle. There, under the presidency of the Minotaur, those who committed crimes of violence are perpetually near to drowning in a roaring river of blood. Centaurs shoot them with arrows when their heads emerge. In one compartment of this circle are the suicides, including Piero delle Vigne. In another, those who committed violence against God or nature or art stand with bare feet on hot sands, while flakes of fire fall upon their heads. Among the sodomites, Dante meets his old teacher, Brunetto Latini, a tasteless doom for a guide, philosopher, and friend. At the edge of the eighth circle, a horrible monster appears, who bears the poets down into the pit of usurers. In the upper gulfs of this circle, an ingenious diversity of unending pains falls upon seducers, flatterers, and simoniacs. The latter are fixed head downward on poles, only their legs protrude, and flames lick their feet caressingly. Among the simoniacs is Pope Nicholas III, 1277 to 1280, whose evil deeds, along with those of other popes, are bitterly denounced. And by a bold fancy, Dante pictures Nicholas as mistaking him for Boniface VIII, who died in 1303, whose arrival in hell is expected at any hour. Soon, Nicholas predicts, Clement V, who died in 1314, will also come. In the fourth gulf of the eighth circle are those who presume to foretell the future. Their heads are fixed face backwards on their necks. This book is concluded on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 4, The Age of Faith, Part 3, by Will Durant, concluded. In the fourth gulf of the eighth circle are those who presumed to foretell the future. Their heads are fixed face backward on their necks. From a bridge, Malebolge, over the fifth gulf, they look down upon public peculators, who swim forever in a lake of boiling pitch. Hypocrites pass continually around the sixth gulf, wearing gilded cloaks of lead. Along the only pathway in that gulf lies Caiaphas, prostrate and crucified, so that all who pass must tread upon his flesh. In the seventh gulf, robbers are tormented by venomous snakes. Dante recognizes here several Florentines. From an arch over the eighth gulf, he sees flames consuming and reconsuming evil counselors. Here is the wily Odysseus. In the ninth gulf, scandalmongers and schismatics are torn limb from limb. Here is Mohammed, described with appalling ferocity. As one I marked, torn from the chin throughout, down to the hinder passage, twixt the legs dangling his entrails hung. The midriff lay open to view, and wretched ventricle that turns the unglutted aliment to dross. Whilst eager I fixed on him my gaze, he eyed me, with his hands laid his breast bare, and cried, "Now mark how I do rip me, lo! And is Mohammed mangled? Before me walks Ali weeping, from the chin his face cleft to the forelock, and the others all whom here thou seest, while they live, did sow scandal and schism, and therefore thus are rent. A friend is here behind, who with his sword hacks us thus cruelly, slivering again each of us this ream when we have compassed round the dismal way. For first our gashes close ere we repass him." In the 10th gulf of the 8th circle lie forgers, counterfeiters, and alchemists, moaning with varied ailments. A stench of sweat and pus fills the air, and the groans of the sufferers make a terrifying roar. At last, the poets reach the 9th and lowest circle of hell, which, strange to relate, is a vast well of ice. Here traitors are buried in the ice to their chins. Tears of pain freeze into a crystalline visor over their faces. Count Ugolino della Gherardesca, who betrayed Pisa, is here eternally bound to Archbishop Ruggieri, who imprisoned him with his sons and grandsons and allowed them all to starve to death. Now Ugolino's head lies upon the archbishop's, which it chews forever. At Nadir, the center of the earth and the very bottom of the narrowing funnel of hell, the giant Lucifer lies buried to the waist in ice, flapping enormous wings from his shoulders, weeping icy tears of blood from the 3 faces that divide his head, and chewing a traitor in each of 3 jaws, Brutus, Cassius, and Judas. Half the terrors of the medieval soul are gathered into this gory chronicle. As one reads its awful pages, the gruesome horror mounts, until at last the cumulative effect is oppressive and overwhelming. Not all the sins and crimes of man from nebula to nebula could match the sadistic fury of this divine revenge. Dante's conception of hell is the crowning indecency of medieval theology. Classic antiquity had thought of a Hades or Avernus that received all the human dead into a subterranean and indiscriminate darkness, but it had not pictured that Tartarus as a place of torture. Centuries of barbarism, insecurity, and war had to intervene before man could defile his God with attributes of undying vengeance and inexhaustible cruelty. With relief we learn at the end that Virgil and Dante have passed through the center of the earth, have inverted the direction of their heads and feet, and are moving upward toward the Antipodes. With the time-disdaining swiftness of a dream, the 2 poets traverse in 2 days the diameter of the earth. They emerge in the southern hemisphere on Easter morning, drink in the light of day, and stand at the foot of the terraced mountain which is Purgatory. 3. Purgatory. The conception of purgatory is by comparison humane. Man may by effort and pain, by hope and vision, cleanse himself of sin and selfishness and mount step by step to understanding, love, and bliss. So Dante pictures purgatory as a mountainous cone divided into 9 levels, an anti-purgatory, 7 terraces, one for the purgation of each of the deadly sins, and at the summit the earthly paradise. From each level the sinner moves with diminishing pain to a higher level, and at each ascent an angel chants one of the Beatitudes. In the lower stages there are stern punishments, for sins shriven and forgiven but not yet atoned for with sufficient penalty. Nevertheless, as against hell's bitter consciousness that suffering will never end, there is here the strengthening certainty that after finite punishment will come an eternity of happiness. A softer mood and a brightening light pervade these cantos, and reveal a Dante learning mildness from his pagan guide. Virgil, with daubs of dew, washes from Dante's face the sweat and grime of hell. The sea surrounding the mountain shimmers under the rising sun, as the sin-darkened soul trembles with joy at the coming of divine grace. Here, on the first level, in accord with Thomas's hope that some good heathen might be saved, Dante encounters Cato of Utica, the stern, stiff Stoic who, rather than suffer Caesar's mercy, killed himself. Here, too, is Manfred, Frederick's son, who fought a pope but loved poetry. Virgil hurries Dante onward with oft-quoted lines. Lascia di la genti, sta come torre ferma che non crolla giammai la cima per soffiar di venti. Let the people talk. Stand like a firm tower which never shakes its top for all the blowing of the winds. Virgil is not at home in purgatory. He cannot answer Dante's questions as readily as in his wonted hell. He feels his lack, and shows at times an irritated wistfulness. He is comforted when they meet Sordello. The poet sons of Mantua fall into each other's arms, united by the Italian's affection for the city of his youth. Thereupon Dante breaks out into a bitter apostrophe to his country, summarizing his essay on the need of monarchy. Ah, slavish Italy, thou inn of grief, vessel without a pilot in loud storm, lady no longer of fair provinces, but brothel-house impure. This gentle spirit, even from the pleasant sound of his dear land, was prompt to greet a fellow citizen with such glad cheer. While now thy living ones in thee abide not without war, and one malicious gnaws another, aye, of those whom the same wall and the same moat contain. Seek, wretched one, around thy sea-coasts wide, then homeward to thy bosom turn, and mark if any part of thee sweet peace enjoy. What boots it that for thee Justinian the bridle mend, if empty be the saddle? Ah, people that devoted still should be, and in the saddle let thy Caesar sit, if well thou mark'st that which God commands. And as if to point his fondness for kings that can hold a steady reign, he tells how Sordello guides them, at the base of the Purgatorial Mount, to a lovely sunny valley, flower-strewn and fragrant, where dwell the Emperor Rudolph, King Ottokar of Bohemia, Peter III of Aragon, Henry II of England, Philip III of France. Conducted by Lucia, symbolizing the light of God's grace, Dante and Virgil are admitted by an angel to the first terrace of purgatory. Here the proud are punished by carrying on their bent backs each a massive stone, while reliefs on wall and pavement picture famous deeds of humility and the dire results of pride. On the second terrace, the envious, clad in sackcloth, have their eyes repeatedly sewn up with iron threads. On the third terrace, anger. On the fourth, sloth. On the fifth, avarice, endure their appropriate penalties. Here Pope Hadrian V, once covetous of wealth, does penance peacefully, calm in the surety of ultimate salvation. In one of the many delightful episodes that brighten the Purgatorio, the Roman poet Statius appears and greets the travelers with such joy as seldom moves a poet meeting another poet on the earth. Together the three mount to the sixth terrace, where the sin of gluttony is cleansed. Trees dangle sweet-smelling fruit before the penitents, but withdraw them when hands reach out to grasp, while voices in the air recount historic feats of temperance. On the seventh and last terrace are those who sinned by incontinence, but were shriven before death. They are gently singed and purified by flames. Dante has a poet's sympathy for sins of the flesh, above all when committed by persons of artistic temperament, and therefore especially sensitive, imaginative, and precipitous. Here is Guido Guinizelli. Dante hails him as Pater in Litteris, and thanks him for sweet songs, which, as long as our language lasts, will make us love the very ink that traced them. An angel guides them through fire by the last ascent into the earthly paradise. Here Virgil bids him farewell. My ken no farther reaches. I with skill and art thus far have drawn thee. now thy pleasure take for guide. Lo, the sun that darts his beam upon thy forehead, lo, the herb, the arborets and flowers, which of itself this land pours forth profuse. Till those bright eyes with gladness come, which, weeping, made me haste to succour thee, thou mayest or seat thee down, or wander where thou wilt. Expect no more sanction of warning voice or sign from me. Free of thine own arbitrament to choose, discreet, judicious, I invest thee then with crown and mitre, sovereign o'er thyself. Virgil and Statius now behind instead of before him, Dante wanders through the woods and fields, and along the streams of the earthly paradise, breathing the pleasant odor of its pure air, hearing from the trees the songs of feathered choristers chanting prime. A lady culling flowers stops her singing to explain to him why this fair country is deserted. It was once the Garden of Eden, but man's disobedience exiled him and mankind from its innocent delights. To this forfeited paradise Beatrice descends from heaven, clothed in such blinding radiance that Dante can only feel her presence but not see it. Albeit my eyes discerned her not, there moved a hidden virtue from her, at whose touch the power of ancient love was strong within me. He turns to address his poet guide, but Virgil has returned to the limbo from which the summons of Beatrice had drawn him. Dante weeps, but Beatrice bids him mourn rather the sins of lust with which, after her death, he tarnished her image in his soul. Indeed, she tells him, that dark wood, from which through Virgil she has rescued him, was the life of incontinence, wherein, at the midpoint of his years, he had found himself lost, with the right road dimmed. Dante falls to the ground in shame and confesses his sins. Celestial virgins come and intercede with the offended Beatrice, and beg her to reveal to him her second and spiritual beauty. Not that she has forgotten the first. Never didst thou spy in art or nature aught so passing sweet as were the limbs that in their beauteous frame enclosed me, and are scattered now in dust. She relents, and shows her new celestial beauty, but the virgins warn Dante not to gaze upon her directly, but only to look at her feet. Beatrice leads him and Statius, who has completed after 12 centuries his term in purgatory, to a fountain from which issue 2 streams, Lethe, forgetfulness, and Eunoe, good understanding. Dante drinks of Eunoe and is cleansed, and now regenerate is made apt for mounting to the stars. It is not true that the Inferno is the only interesting part of the Divine Comedy. There are many arid didactic passages in the Purgatorio, and always a ballast of theology. But in this canticle the poem, freed from the horrors of damnation, mounts step by step in beauty and tenderness, cheers the ascent with nature's loveliness regained, and faces bravely the task of making the disembodied Beatrice beautiful. Through her again, as in his youth, Dante enters paradise. 4. Heaven. Dante's theology made his task harder. Had he allowed himself to picture paradise in Persian or Mohammedan style, as a garden of physical as well as spiritual delights, his sensuous nature would have found abundant imagery. But how can that constitutional materialist, the human intellect, conceive a heaven of purely spiritual bliss? Moreover, Dante's philosophical development forbade him to represent God or the angels and saints of heaven in anthropomorphic terms. Rather, he visions them as forms and points of light, and the resultant abstractions lose in a luminous void the life and warmth of sinful flesh. But Catholic doctrine professed the resurrection of the body, and Dante, while struggling to be spiritual, endows some denizens of heaven with corporeal features and human speech. It is pleasant to learn that even in heaven, Beatrice has beautiful feet. His plan of paradise is worked out with impressive consistency, brilliant imagination, and bold detail. Following Ptolemaic astronomy, he thinks of the heavens as an expanding series of 9 hollow crystal spheres revolving about the earth. These spheres are the many mansions of the Father's house. In each sphere, a planet and a multitude of stars are set like gems in a diadem. As they move, these celestial bodies, all endowed in gradation with divine intelligence, sing the joy of their blessedness and the praise of their Creator, and bathe the heavens in the music of the spheres. The stars, says Dante, are the saints of heaven, the souls of the saved, and according to the merits that they earned in life, so differently high is their station above the earth, so loftier is their happiness, so nearer are they to that empyrean, which is above all the spheres and holds the throne of God. As if drawn by the light that radiates from Beatrice, Dante rises from the earthly paradise to the first circle of the heavens, which is that of the moon. There are the souls of those who by no fault of their own were forced to violate their religious vows. One such, Picardo Donati, explains to Dante that though they are in the lowest circle of the heavens and enjoy a degree of bliss less than that of the spirits above them, they are freed by the divine wisdom from all envy, longing, or discontent. For the essence of happiness lies in the joyful acceptance of the divine will. La sua volontate è nostra pace. His will is our peace. This is the basic line of the Divine Comedy. Subject to a celestial magnetism that draws all things to God, Dante rises with Beatrice to the second heaven, which is the sphere dominated by the planet Mercury. Here are those who on earth were absorbed in practical activity to good ends, but were more intent on worldly honor than on serving God. Justinian appears and phrases in royal lines the historic functions of the Roman Empire and Roman law. Through him Dante strikes another blow for one world under one law and king. Beatrice leads the poet to the third heaven, the circle of Venus, where the Provençal bard Folk foretells the tragedy of Boniface VIII. In the fourth heaven, whose orb is the sun, Dante finds the Christian philosophers, Boethius, Isidore of Seville, Bede, Peter Lombard, Gratian, Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Bonaventura, and Sige de Brabant. In a gracious exchange, Thomas the Dominican relates to Dante the life of St. Francis, and Bonaventura the Franciscan tells him the story of St. Dominic. Thomas, always a man and mind of some expanse, clogs the narrative with discourses on theological subtleties, and Dante is so anxious to be a philosopher that for several cantos he ceases to be a poet. Beatrice leads him to the fifth heaven, that of Mars, where are the souls of warriors who died fighting for the true faith, Joshua, Judas Maccabeus, Charlemagne, even Robert Guiscard, ravager of Rome. They are arranged as thousands of stars in the form of a dazzling cross and the figure of the crucified, and every star in the luminous emblem joins in a celestial harmony. Ascending to the sixth heaven, that of Jupiter, Dante finds those who on earth administered justice equitably. Here are David, Hezekiah, Constantine, Trajan, another pagan breaking into heaven. These living stars are arranged in the form of an eagle. They speak with one voice, discoursing to Dante on theology and celebrating the praise of just kings. Mounting what Beatrice figuratively calls the stairway of the eternal palace, the poet and his guide reach the seventh heaven of delight, the planet Saturn and its attendant stars. At every ascent the beauty of Beatrice takes on new brilliance, as if enhanced by the rising splendor of each higher sphere. She dares not smile upon her lover, lest he be consumed to ashes in her radiance. This is the circle of monks who live in piety and fidelity to their vows. Peter Damian is among them. Dante asks him how to reconcile man's freedom with God's foresight and consequent predestination. Peter replies that even the most enlightened souls in heaven under God cannot answer his question. St. Benedict appears and mourns the corruption of his monks. Now the poet floats upward from the circles of the planets to the eighth heaven, the zone of the fixed stars. From the constellation Gemini he looks down and sees the infinitesimal earth, so pitiful of semblance that it moved my smiles. A moment of homesickness, even for that miserable planet, might have moved him then, but a glance from Beatrice tells him that this heaven of light and love, and not that scene of sin and strife, is his proper home. Canto 23 opens with one of Dante's characteristic similes. Even as the bird who midst the leafy bower has in her nest sat darkly through the night with her sweet brood, impatient to descry their wished looks and to bring home their food, in the fond quest unconscious of her toil, she of the time prevenient, on the spray that overhangs their couch, with wakeful gaze expects the sun, nor ever till the dawn removeth from the east her eager ken. So Beatrice fixes her eyes in one direction expectantly. Suddenly, the heavens there shine with startling splendor. "Behold," cries Beatrice, "the triumphant hosts of Christ. Souls new won for paradise." Dante looks, but sees only a light so full and strong that he is blinded, and cannot tell what passes by. Beatrice bids him open his eyes. Now, she says, he can endure her full radiance. She smiles upon him, and it is, he swears, an experience that can never be cancelled from his memory. "Why doth my face enamour thee?" she asks, and bids him rather look at Christ and Mary and the apostles. He tries to make them out, but sees merely legions of splendors on whom burning rays shed lightnings from above, while to his ears comes the music of the Regina Coeli, sung by heavenly hosts. Christ and Mary ascend, but the apostles remain behind, and Beatrice asks them to speak to Dante. Peter questions him about his faith, is pleased with his replies, and agrees with him that as long as Boniface is pope, the apostolic see is vacant or defiled. There is no mercy in Dante for Boniface. The apostles vanish upward, and Dante mounts at last, with her who hath imparadised my soul, into the ninth and highest heaven. Here in the Empyrean there are no stars, only pure light, and the spiritual, incorporeal, uncaused, motionless source of all souls, bodies, causes, motions, light, and life, God. The poet struggles now to achieve the beatific vision, but all he sees is a point of light about which revolve 9 circles of pure intelligences, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, and angels. Through these, his agents and emissaries, the Almighty governs the world. But though Dante cannot perceive the divine essence, he beholds all the hosts of heaven forming themselves into a luminous rose, a marvel of shimmering lights and diverse hues expanding leaf by leaf into a gigantic flower. Beatrice leaves her lover now and takes her place in the rose. He sees her seated on her individual throne and prays her still to help him. She smiles down upon him and thereafter fixes her gaze upon the center of all light. But she sends St. Bernard to aid and comfort him. Bernard directs Dante's eyes to the Queen of Heaven. The poet looks, but discerns only a flaming luster surrounded by thousands of angels clothed in light. Bernard tells him that if he would obtain power to see the heavenly vision more clearly, he must join with him in prayer to the Mother of God. The final canto opens with Bernard's melodious supplication. Vergine Madre, filia del tuo figlio, umile ed alta più che creatura. Virgin Mother, daughter of thy Son, more humble and exalted than any creature. Bernard begs her of her grace to enable Dante's eyes to behold the divine majesty. Beatrice and many saints bend toward Mary with hands clasped in prayer. Mary looks for a moment benignly upon Dante, then turns her eyes upon the everlasting light. Now, says the poet, my vision, becoming pure, more and more entered the ray of that high light which in itself is truth. What else he saw remains, he says, beyond all human speech and fantasy. But in that abyss of radiance, clear and lofty, seemed, methought, 3 orbs of triple hue combined in one. The majestic epic ends with Dante's gaze still fixed upon that radiance, drawn and impelled by the love that moves the sun and all the stars. The Divine Comedy is the strangest and most difficult of all poems. No other, before yielding its treasures, makes such imperious demands. Its language is the most compact and concise this side of Horace and Tacitus. It gathers into a word or phrase contents and subtleties requiring a rich background and an alert intelligence for full apprehension. Even the wearisome theological, psychological, astronomical disquisitions have here a pithy precision that only a scholastic philosopher could rival or enjoy. Dante lived so intensely in his time that his poem almost breaks under the weight of contemporary allusions unintelligible today without a litter of notes obstructing the movement of the tale. He loved to teach and tried to pour into one poem nearly all that he had ever learned, with the result that the living verse lies abed with dead absurdities. He weakens the charm of Beatrice by making her the voice of his political loves and hates. He stops his story to denounce 100 cities or groups or individuals, and at times his epic founders in a sea of vituperation. He adores Italy, but Bologna is full of panders and pimps, Florence is the favorite product of Lucifer, Pistoia is a den of beasts, Genoa is full of corruption, and as for Pisa, a curse upon Pisa! May the Arno be damned at its mouth and drown all Pisa, man and mouse, beneath its raging waters. Dante thinks that supreme wisdom and primal love created hell. He promises to remove the ice for a moment from the eyes of Alberigo, if the latter will tell his name and story. Alberigo does, and asks fulfillment. Reach hither now thy hand, open thy eyes. But, says Dante, I opened them not for him. To be rude to him was courtesy. If a man so bitter could win a conducted tour through paradise, we shall all be saved. His poem is nonetheless the greatest of medieval Christian books, and one of the greatest of all time. The slow accumulation of its intensity through 100 cantos is an experience that no thorough reader will ever forget. It is, as Carlyle said, the sincerest of poems. There is no pretense in it, no hypocrisy or false modesty, no sycophancy or cowardice. The most powerful men of the age, even a pope who claimed all power, are attacked with a force and fervor unparalleled in poetry. Above all, there is here a flight and sustainment of imagination challenging Shakespeare's supremacy. Vivid pictures of things never seen by gods or men, descriptions of nature that only an observant and sensitive spirit could achieve, and little narratives like Francesca's or Ugolino's that press great tragedies into narrow space with yet no vital matter missed. There is no humor in this man, but love was there till misfortune turned it into theology. What Dante achieves at last is sublimity. We cannot find in his epic the Mississippi of life and action that is the Iliad, nor the gentle, drowsy stream of Virgil's verse, nor the universal understanding and forgiveness of Shakespeare. But here is grandeur, and the tortured, half-barbaric force that foreshadows Michelangelo. And because Dante loved order as well as liberty, and bound his passion and vision into form, he achieved a poem of such sculptured power that no man since has equaled it. Through the centuries that followed him, Italy revered him as the liberator of her golden speech. Petrarch and Boccaccio and 100 others were inspired by his battle and his art, and all Europe rang with the story of the proud exile who had gone to hell and had returned and had never smiled again. Epilogue. The Medieval Legacy. It is fitting that we should end our long and devious narrative with Dante, for in the century of his death, those men appeared who would begin to destroy the majestic edifice of faith and hope in which he had lived. Wycliffe and Huss would preface the Reformation, Giotto and Chrysoloras, Petrarch and Boccaccio would proclaim the Renaissance. In the history of man, so multiple is he and diverse, one mood may survive in some souls and places long after its successor or opposite has risen in other minds or states. In Europe, the age of faith reached its last full flower in Dante. It suffered a vital wound from Occam's razor in the 14th century, but it lingered, ailing, till the advent of Bruno and Galileo, Descartes and Spinoza, Bacon and Hobbes. It may return if the age of reason achieves catastrophe. Great areas of the world remained under the rule and sign of faith while Western Europe sailed reason's uncharted seas. The Middle Ages are a condition, as well as a period. In Western Europe, we should close them with Columbus. In Russia, they continued till Peter the Great, who died in 1725. In India, till our time. We are tempted to think of the Middle Ages as a fallow interval between the fall of the Roman Empire in the West in 476 and the discovery of America. We must remind ourselves that the followers of Abélard called themselves Moderni, and that the Bishop of Exeter in 1287 spoke of his century as Moderni Tempores, modern times. The boundary between medieval and modern is always advancing, and our age of coal and oil and sooty slums may someday be accounted medieval by an era of cleaner power and more gracious life. The Middle Ages were no mere interlude between one civilization and another. If we date them from Rome's acceptance of Christianity and the Council of Nicaea, A.D. 325, they include the final centuries of the classic culture, the ripening of Catholic Christianity into a full and rich civilization in the 13th century, and the breakup of that civilization into the opposed cultures of the Renaissance and the Reformation. The men of the Middle Ages were the victims of barbarism, then the conquerors of barbarism, then the creators of a new civilization. It would be unwise to look down with Hebritic pride upon a period that produced so many great men and women, and raised from the ruins of barbarism the papacy, the European states, and the hard-won wealth of our medieval heritage. That legacy included evil as well as good. We have not fully recovered from the Dark Ages, the insecurity that excites greed, the fear that fosters cruelty, the poverty that breeds filth and ignorance, the filth that generates disease, the ignorance that begets credulity, superstition, occultism. These still survive amongst us, and the dogmatism that festers into intolerance and inquisitions only awaits opportunity or permission to oppress, kill, ravage, and destroy. In this sense, modernity is a cloak put upon medievalism, which secretly remains. And in every generation, civilization is the laborious product and precarious obligating privilege of an engulfed minority. The Inquisition left its evil mark on European society, It made torture a recognized part of legal procedure, and it drove men back from the adventure of reason into a fearful and stagnant conformity. The preponderant bequest of the Age of Faith was religion, a Judaism absorbed till the 18th century in the Talmud, a Mohammedanism becalmed after the victory of the Quran over philosophy in the 12th century, a Christianity divided between East and West, between North and South, and yet the most powerful and influential religion in the white man's history. The creed of the medieval church is today, in 1950, cherished by 330 million Roman, 128 million Orthodox Catholics. Her liturgy still moves the soul after every argument has failed. And the work of the Church in education, charity, and the moral taming of barbaric man left to modernity a precious fund of social order and moral discipline. The papal dream of a united Europe faded in the strife of empire and papacy, but every generation is stirred by a kindred vision of an international moral order superior to the jungle ethics of sovereign states. When that papal dream broke, the nations of Europe took essentially the form that they retained till our century, and the principle of nationality prepared to write the political history of modern times. Meanwhile, the medieval mind created great systems of civil and canon law, maritime and mercantile codes, charters of municipal freedom, the jury system and habeas corpus, and the Magna Carta of the aristocracy. Courts and curias prepared for states and church, modes and mechanisms of administration employed to this day. Representative government appeared in the Spanish Cortes, the Icelandic Althing, the French État Général, the English Parliament. Greater still was the economic heritage. The Middle Ages conquered the wilderness, won the great war against forest, jungle, marsh, and sea, and yoked the soil to the will of man. Over most of Western Europe they ended slavery and almost ended serfdom. They organized production into guilds that even now enter into the ideals of economists seeking a middle way between the irresponsible individual and the autocratic state. Tailors, cobblers, and dressmakers, until our own time, practiced their handicrafts in personal shops after the medieval fashion. Their submission to large-scale production and capitalistic organization has occurred under our eyes. The great fairs that now and then gather men and goods in modern cities are a legacy of medieval trade. So are our efforts to check monopoly and regulate prices and wages. And nearly all the processes of modern banking were inherited from medieval finance. Even our fraternities and secret societies have medieval roots and rights. Medieval morality was the heir of barbarism and the parent of chivalry. Our idea of the gentleman is a medieval creation, and the chivalric ideal, however removed from knightly practice, has survived as one of the noblest conceptions of the human spirit. Perhaps the worship of Mary brought new elements of tenderness into the behavior of European man. If later centuries advanced upon medieval morality, it was on a medieval foundation of family unity, moral education, and slowly spreading habits of honor and courtesy, much as the moral life of modern skeptics may be an afterglow of the Christian ethic absorbed in youth. The intellectual legacy of the Middle Ages is poorer than our Hellenic inheritance, and is alloyed with 1,000 occult perversions mostly stemming from antiquity. Even so, it includes the modern languages, the universities, and the terminology of philosophy and science. Scholasticism was a training in logic rather than a lasting philosophical conquest, though it still dominates 1,000 colleges. The assumptions of medieval faith hampered historiography. Men thought they knew the origin and destiny of the world and man, and wove a web of myth that almost imprisoned history within the walls of monastic chronicles. It is not quite true that medieval historians had no notion of development or progress. The 13th century, like the 19th, was powerfully impressed by its own achievements. Nor were the Middle Ages as static as we once proudly supposed. Distance immobilizes motion, assimilates differences, and freezes change. But change was as insistent then as now, in manners and dress, language and ideas, law and government, commerce and finance, literature and art. Medieval thinkers, however, did not attach as much importance as the modern thoughtless to progress in means unaccompanied by improvement in ends. The scientific legacy of the Middle Ages is modest indeed, yet it includes the Hindu numerals, the decimal system, the conception of experimental science, substantial contributions to mathematics, geography, astronomy, and optics, the discovery of gunpowder, the invention of eyeglasses, the mariner's compass, the pendulum clock, and, apparently the most indispensable of all, the distillation of alcohol. Arabic and Jewish physicians advanced Greek medicine, and Christian pioneers emancipated surgery from the tonsorial arts. Half the hospitals of Europe are medieval foundations, or modern restorations of medieval establishments. Modern science has inherited the internationalism, and in part the international language, of medieval thought. Next to moral discipline, the richest portion of our medieval heritage is in art. The Empire State Building is as sublime as Chartres Cathedral, and owes its grandeur to architecture alone, to the stability of its audacious height and the purity of its functional lines. But the union of sculpture, painting, poetry, and music with architecture in the life of a Gothic cathedral gives to Chartres, Amiens, Reims, and Notre Dame a scope and depth of sensuous and spiritual harmony, a wealth and diversity of content and ornament that never lets our interest sleep and more fully fills the soul. These portals, towers, and spires, these vaults that made a soaring counterpoint of stone, these statues, altars, fonts, and tombs so fondly carved, these windows that rivaled the rainbow and chastened the sun, one must forgive much to an age that loved so conscientiously the symbols of its faith and the work of its hands. It was for the cathedrals that polyphonic music was developed, and musical notation and staff, and from the church the modern drama was born. The medieval heritage in literature, though it cannot vie in quality with that of Greece, may bear comparison with Rome's. Dante may stand beside Virgil, Petrarch beside Horace, the love poetry of the Arabs and the troubadours beside Ovid, Tibullus, and Propertius. The Arthurian romances are deeper and nobler than anything in the Metamorphoses or the Heroides, and as graceful. And the major medieval hymns top the finest lyrics of Roman poetry. The 13th century ranks with the age of Augustus or of Leo X. Rarely has any century seen so full and varied an intellectual or artistic flowering. A commercial expansion almost as vigorous as that which marked the close of the 15th century, enlarged, enriched, and aroused the world. Strong popes from Innocent III to Boniface VIII made the Church for a century the summit of European order and law. St. Francis dared to be a Christian. The mendicant orders restored the monastic ideal. Great statesmen like Philip Augustus, St. Louis, Philip IV, Edward I, Frederick II, Alfonso X raised their states from custom to law and their peoples to new medieval levels of civilization. Triumphing over the mystical tendencies of the 12th century, the 13th sallied forth into philosophy and science with a zest and courage not surpassed by the Renaissance. In literature, the wonderful century ran the gamut from Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival to the conception of the Divine Comedy. Nearly all elements of medieval civilization seemed in that century to reach unity, maturity, and culminating form. We shall never do justice to the Middle Ages until we see the Italian Renaissance not as their repudiation, but as their fulfillment. Columbus and Magellan continued the explorations already far advanced by the merchants and navigators of Venice, Genoa, Marseille, Barcelona, Lisbon, and Cadiz. The same spirit that had stirred the 12th century gave pride in battle to the cities of Renaissance Italy. The same energy and vitality of character that marked Enrico Dandolo, Frederick II, and Gregory IX consumed the men of the Renaissance. The condottieri stemmed from Robert Guiscard, the despots from Ezzelino and Pallavicino. The painters walked in the paths opened by Cimabue and Duccio, and Palestrina mediated between Gregorian chant and Bach. Petrarch was the heir of Dante and the troubadours. Boccaccio was an Italian trouvère. Despite Don Quixote, romance continued to flourish in Renaissance Europe, and Chrétien de Troyes came to perfection in Malory. The revival of letters had begun in the medieval schools. What distinguished the Renaissance was that it extended the revival from Latin to Greek classics and rejected Gothic to revive Greek art. But Greek sculpture had already been accepted as a model by Niccolò Pisano in the 13th century, and when Chrysoloras brought the Greek language and classics to Italy in 1393, the Middle Ages had still a century to run. In Renaissance Italy, Spain, and France, the same religion held sway that had built the cathedrals and composed the hymns, with only this difference, that the Italian Church, sharing richly in the culture of the time, gave to the Italian mind a freedom of thought born in the medieval universities, and predicated on the tacit understanding that philosophers and scientists would pursue their work without attempting to destroy the faith of the people. So it was that Italy and France did not share in the Reformation. They moved from the Catholic culture of the 13th century to the humanism of the 15th and 16th, and thence to the Enlightenment of the 17th and 18th. It was this continuity, combined with pre-Columbian Mediterranean trade, that gave to the Latin peoples a temporary cultural advantage over northern nations more severely ravaged by religious wars. That continuity went back through the Middle Ages to classic Rome, and through southern Italy to classic Greece. Through Greek colonies in Sicily, Italy, and France, through the Roman conquest and Latinization of France and Spain, one magnificent thread of culture ran from Sappho and Anacreon to Virgil and Horace, to Dante and Petrarch, to Rabelais and Montaigne, to Voltaire and Anatole France. In passing from the Age of Faith to the Renaissance, we shall be advancing from the uncertain childhood to the lusty and exhilarating youth of a culture that married classic grace to barbaric strength, and transmitted to us, rejuvenated and enriched, that heritage of civilization to which we must always add, but which we must never let die. Thank you again, friend reader. This concludes the reading of The Age of Faith by Will Durant. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include Our Oriental Heritage and The Life of Greece. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. This audiobook may be purchased by you and donated to your local library for your friends and neighbors to enjoy. Such a donation qualifies as a write-off for tax purposes. Books on Tape Incorporated produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. Please call our friendly operators toll-free at 1-800-88-BOOKS for information about our service, or to set up a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay. Will you please wind or rewind the tape as appropriate so the book will be in order for the next person to enjoy? Thank you.